Babe, let me tell you something. When I tell you, am I live? I think I'm live, right? Chap. I wish I could clone myself. I really do wish I could clone myself. I would have one Marlene. She does lives all day. Another one be up a stairmaster. Another one be out here doing her walking. Huh. Another one would be having conversations with DeepSeek. I love AI. I love talking to AI. I feel so heard. I feel seen. What's up, y'all? Get in here. Oh, let me say this before we start the live. If you're sensitive, don't watch this live, okay? This live is not for sensitive people. If you're sensitive, do not watch the live. If you have a victim complex, do not watch this live. If you believe in reparations, this live is not for you. If you are the type to be xenophobic, this live is not for you, okay? I don't pander, I don't grift, I don't lie. So if you're capable, if you can handle yourself, you're more than welcome to be here. But if you're super sensitive, this ain't for you. Okay, this is not for you. All right. But what's up, my people? Happy Tuesday. Oh, I love these perfume oils. Like I really, really do. You guys, I tried a new technique yesterday to wash my hair. It was nice. It was easy. It was fast. Because I can't go more than 7 days now without washing my hair. Oh my gosh. But good morning. Good morning. So you guys, Amanda Seales, right? I wonder if Jubilee is paying these people. Because I'm like, why would you go on these shows though, right? But Amanda Seales went on this Jubilee show. So it's Amanda Seales versus 20 conservatives. And people are racing to a chair to talk to her. I'm like, that's very degrading. Oh, that's good morning. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Good morning. Good morning. I'm like, what? Me, Amanda Seales, I really don't understand this. Like, I don't get what she's up to because I feel as though she should focus on her career as an actress, right? This activist grift she's into, this pro-blackity black grift she's into, ultimately, it's not going to do more numbers for her. It's not going to give her more jobs. It's not going to give her more gigs. And even the audience she thinks she wants to attract, I don't think these are the kinds of people she wants to attract. You see, Issa Rae is out there making all kinds of money, right? She dresses well. She makes a lot of money. She has a makeup artist. She has a stylist. She has all these things, right? Very materialistic, if you ask me, but she knows how to pander in a non-activist way. Oh, I'm rooting for everybody black. You're black, right? Yeah, right. Okay. And I'm like, she's making more money than you, right? So when it comes to Amanda, she kind of reminds me of people who are book smart but not street smart. But I'm like, your whole life, pretty much, you went to school so you can be an actress, right? So why not be an actress? Like, why not be as successful as you can be in the acting world, I guess, right? And then when you make a lot of money, use your money and donate your money to the non-for-profits that you care about, to the charities that you care about, or maybe you start your own non-for-profit, right? But I'm like, this right here, I'm like, is she done with acting altogether? Like, you never want to act again? You don't want to be in any major movies, like any major roles? Because what she's doing to me is very radical. It's very polarizing. It's a lot. I wouldn't do it. Okay? Yeah, I just watched it like this. I kept them the twist. It went pretty fast because usually I have like a 14-step day. It's a lot. But this one was pretty quick. I was like, okay. Maybe I can wash my hair twice a week now then. I'll see. Because it feels good. I can't go more than a week without washing my hair. It feels off. It feels very dirty to me. I don't know. Right? But I'm like, what is this? Right? So a lot of people have been making commentary on this, right? Now, I will say this off the bat. I will say this. I have come to realize that in America, we have a lot of Black people, right, who love to talk about reparations. And I do feel as though they talk about reparations because they want to build a name for themselves. They want to build an audience. They want to prove, oh, look at me. I'm so pro-Black. I'm fighting for reparations, right? Because they're fighting for a thing that they know deep down inside is most likely never going to happen, right? Reparations most likely is not going to happen, right? And I'm like, even Amanda, for her to claim as she knows as much as she does, everybody knows, like right before the election, right? In I guess the California Congress, right? California Congress, they passed the bill. They really did, because it made it to Newsom's desk, right? And he chose not to sign the reparation bill in California, right? Hey, Kevin. Right now, when it comes to Westmore, he's the governor of Maryland. Okay, that's his name, right? Westmore. However you say his name. Okay, this guy, right? Westmore. Okay, I thought it was Westmore. Okay, this dude too, right? He chose to kill the bill for reparations in Maryland because it passed through the whole Maryland Senate. It was the Senate, yeah. So California, the Senate of California, they have passed the floor, however it is in the Congress, right? I guess the House to the Senate, right? But in the California Senate, there was a bill that came out about reparations. Gavin, oh my gosh, Gavin Newsom chose not to sign the bill. And even when they were voting for the bill, he called the people. He called them in the Senate and he was like, don't try that shit. Right? And they did it anyways. But when it got to his desk, though, he chose not to sign it. Recently, Westmore of Maryland, as governor, he also chose not to sign it. Right? So you have a lot of Democrats, be they black, be they not black, right? Even when they do receive a bill to sign the bill for reparations, they choose not to do it. So for me, if in 2025, you are still making Black people believe that there is a slight chance of them receiving reparations, I think you're really wicked. I think you're seriously wicked. There's no incentive. There's no provision. There's no desire, right, by the vast majority of politicians, Democrats included, right, to have anything to do with reparations. And some people are even arguing that if you are pro-reparations, it's a way for you to kill your political career. So the vast majority of these people are not going to agree for reparations, okay? And people have to understand that. Because if you're sitting here in 2025 awaiting reparation, as opposed to doing what you need to do, I don't know what to tell you. You're obviously not keeping up with the news. You're not, where are you? So what Amanda is doing to me is very diabolical, because this is a woman who claims to be so educated, won't fail to tell you that she went to Columbia. But we all know, I mean, if you remember for the Club Shay Shay interview, when she went to Columbia, she was pretty much failing at Columbia, right? Because she doesn't like to compete. She got to Columbia, she realized that there were some smart ass kids in that class, and she didn't want to compete with those kids because she didn't feel special enough. So she stopped going to class. And now maybe we can play that with the Uncle Shay Shay interview. She stopped going to class. So then she went to her advisor before, I guess, they're about to kick her out, and asked if she could have her own major. So whatever she studied at Columbia, she's the only one to have studied that at Columbia. Girl, make it make sense, right? But you cannot sit here and purport to know so much, and you do not know that when it comes to the recent Democratic Party from California to Maryland, twice, these two Democratic governors who are always telling you Trump is so bad, Trump is evil, Trump is a racist, they themselves chose not to sign those bills, right? And also, everybody should know by now. We should all know this by now. I don't know what's going on, but we should all know this by now, right? Nancy Pelosi runs the Democratic Party, okay? Nancy Pelosi, this daughter of Italian immigrants who settled in Baltimore, okay? Nancy Pelosi runs the Democratic Party. So if she doesn't agree, she doesn't approve, nothing gets done. All they do is talk fluff, empty promises, etc., etc., etc. The Democratic Party, which is ran by mostly white European immigrants, okay, has been the one that has been thwarting, I guess, the progress of African Americans, which is why I find it so funny when they want to go in on African people. I'm like, yeah, please. You just don't have the energy. You don't have the courage, okay? You don't have the gall to really go after your real oppressor because you're scared. Because most of them people is white people. Most of those people are white immigrants, right? Nancy Pelosi, Italian white immigrant, and her family settled in Baltimore. And you see in such a short amount of time how she's one of the most powerful women in America, right? Chuck Schumer, also a recent immigrant. I'm sure his people came after the war from Germany, okay? And he's the second in command of the Democratic Party. Now you have Hakeem Jeffries coming out of Brooklyn, but everybody knows Hakeem Jeffries, he rolls with AIPAC. He took like 400. Last time I checked, he had taken almost like 400,000 from AIPAC. And I'm like, did AIPAC elected you? Right? So that's how it goes. And I'm like, and this is why most people who are Black, who have some level of sense, know that the Democratic Party is not a party that wants well for Black people. They just need the votes of Black people, right? But they don't deliver for Black people, right? I'm like, she's full of it. I was listening to her yesterday. I'm like, you're such an idiot. You are such an idiot. And they made sure, even with ABL, but ABL, he's a former graphic designer. So yeah, he does political commentary, but it's not like he's well versed in economics, politics, law, and policy. Like, he really is not. So I'm like, the 20 conservatives versus Amanda Seals, they should have brought more serious people. They grab people from TikTok, they grab people from all over. They should have grabbed people from academia. They should have grabbed people from the corporate world. They should have grabbed people who are even part of those think tank, right? Who all they do all day is write policy. And this is what they do. They study these things. Matter of fact, they should grab my ass, but I would have done it though, right? But we have to be so for real. We really have to be so for real. Stop doing this. Stop misleading so many Black people into believing that, oh, they're going to have reparations. They will not have reparations. They will not have reparations. The reparations ain't coming. They're not coming. To some extent, I will say this. In terms of monetary policy, if you just print money, because we'll watch Savvy, okay? She's definitely a Democrat. She just wants to sound avant-garde, like, oh, I'm a radical. Then if you were a radical, sis, you wouldn't even have these positions. If you were a radical, you would not believe in reparations. There's nothing radical about asking for money. That's actually predictable. So she's full of it. This girl is just playing with nomenclature. That's all. Oh, I'm not this. It doesn't matter. It's like Oprah. Oprah says she's independent, but she's only endorsing Democrats. When every time there's an election, she only sits down with Democratic nominee. If you're independent, you should allow everybody to sit down. Whether you like Trump or not, Oprah should have sat down with Trump as well. And you independent? So if you're independent, you got to hear from both sides. Charlemagne always says he's independent, but somehow he always votes Democrat. He only sits with Democrat, and he's only comfortable when he's around Democrat, right? And it took Andrew Schultz, because Andrew Schultz is very smart. So when he's around Andrew Schultz, he can't do his little pandering, stupid-ass grip. And sometimes Andrew Schultz will look at Charlemagne like, child, you only doing this because you know your Black people can't take the truth, right? And this is where we've gotten now. Right? That everybody is sitting here laughing at Black people because they understand that Black people are not capable of hearing the truth. It's like it's like a bunch of crybabies. And it's embarrassing because everybody should have sense. So yes, in terms of monetary policy, you can't just print money out of thin air. Because I'm gonna play Sabrina. We can watch a lot of people and their commentary on this mess, right? And Sabrina, because she's a socialist, and that's why these people are so dangerous. I mean, low-key, like the guy from New York City, Madani, is that his name? The young Muslim dude who's running for mayor of New York City. Under normal circumstances, I would not support his ass because socialism is extremely dangerous. It doesn't make things better. It makes them worse. It doesn't make things more affordable. It makes them more expensive. It doesn't fucking work. The only time socialism works is when people are like, financially equal. For example, let's say everybody makes 100,000, right? At that point, it's going to work because you're not taking more than you're receiving, right? But when you have some people who make a lot and who have one mindset around work, making money, like, yeah, I want to make more money. Yeah, I want to work hard. Yeah, I want to charge a lot. And then you have other people, oh, money is evil. Rich people are the devil. What you want. There is going to be an imbalance. Right? Socialism is like, countries like in Europe, like Denmark, Finland, all these socialist countries, right? But socialism works for them because they have a culture of being mindful. They don't intentionally waste food. They don't intentionally make themselves fat. They exercise. They're mindful. They take care of everything. So in a situation like that, yeah, socialism works because everybody is a responsible civil citizen. People are responsible citizens. The citizenry cares. They're proud to be Danish, I guess. They're proud to be from Finland, right? They're very mindful. They're very demure. They think about their neighbors and stuff like that. So nobody wants to be a burden for other people. even though there is socialism, they feel a way about being a burden for other people. In America, what we have come to realize is that the welfare class is not even trying to be grateful. That's the problem. They feel entitled. And that's crazy, because when you receive welfare, it is not a right. And people like Sabrina want people to believe that because you're on wealth, like the world owes you something. No, it is a courtesy. It's a privilege. And I also do believe that when you receive welfare, you should pray for people who are going to work and enabling you to receive welfare. It's only in America that people who are welfare recipients think they have the right to insult people who go to work. They insult people who go to work. They don't keep up the end of the bargain. If you're on welfare, you have free housing, you have free EBT, and there's free school for your children. There's a free bus that comes and picks up and drops off your kids. There's free lunch, there's free breakfast. The least you can do is give us a B student. Give us a student that has a 3.5 GPA. Matter of fact, give us a 4.0 student. But no, she's not even capable of thinking us by raising a child with academic abilities. This is bullshit. So we're just paying money so we can have a bad product. And that's what's happening here, right? Whereas like you look at Denmark, you look at Finland, the people who receive welfare, they make sure to show society, hey, you gave me free housing, free food, free this. And now look, my child is going to university, right? At least. But giving welfare in America is just you throwing money to the wind, because these children, the vast majority of children who are being raised on welfare will go to prison. Will go to prison. And because a lot of those people who receive welfare happen to be Black American women, people don't want to say it, right? People don't want to say it. But it's just a waste of money. It's a waste of money, because she's not going to give you a child that is competent in school. No, he's going to be competent in crime. And that is a real problem, right? See, I don't want to be, me personally, listen, I will never be, nor do I even want to be the kind of content creator that sits here and make videos back to back about the Black community. I know that will never be me. But there comes a time, once upon a time, there are times, right, where we got to have tough conversations. The vast majority of Black American children who are in prison come from single mothers, okay? They were raised on welfare. They were given, I mean, even though the school districts might not be that great, but nonetheless though. So why is he in prison? Why is he in prison? Why is he in prison? Free food, free housing, free this. Why is the boy in prison? Why is your daughter also pregnant out of wedlock? Why is this happening? It should not be happening. Because when you're being taken care of by society, the least you could do is give us a child that is going to college. Because once the child goes to college and they graduate from college, they're going to pay taxes. So it's like they're paying the money back. That's how it should go. And fortunately, because these kids are not going to college and they're going to prison, we don't get our money back. Because that's how it should go. If we give welfare to people, oh, this woman's by herself, she's raising children, we give her money in the hopes that we make her life easier, that she can focus on raising the child and give us someone who's bound for college. Because once the person comes out with a college degree, they're going to pay taxes. There you go. And almost they might pay taxes for 40, 60 years. So anything they receive through welfare, they're going to be paying it back. And now we can take that money and help somebody else. But that's not what's happening. Because a vast majority of welfare recipients are going to go to prison. So it's a waste of money. The problem is what white liberal Americans have done to the Black American community is diabolical. Because in no society, by nature, even by force, are the weaker people in charge of a community. No, because nature, only the strong will survive. So how is it possible that in a Black American community, it's Black American women who make the rules? That makes no sense. So then you realize that it is an artificial given power, right? They were put in that position by white liberals who want to see Black America just destroy itself. And this is where we are. And today, because even her, she knows the truth. She knows damn well. You can give reparations to people, or you can give family values to people. And I promise you, the people that take family values are going to be more successful than the people who have taken reparation. If all it took was money to magically fix a people, rich people wouldn't have issues. Rich people will not be going to rehab. Rich people's kids will not be committing suicide, right? Because money cannot fix a broken problem. Money cannot fix a broken people. Money cannot fix a broken power dynamics. It's only if you live in America. Matter of fact, if you study the world at large. But since we are in America, let's talk about America. It is only within the Black American community that women are in charge of men and children. That's some crazy shit. That is some crazy shit. You go around white people do not allow women to make the rules. They might be chaotic, but they're not in charge, right? The vast majority of billionaires in the white community are men. The vast majority of power players are men. Anything that involves power in the white community are men. It's not women. And when a woman even has a position of a CEO, because a white man gave it to her, like the one who was the CEO of Facebook, because Mark Zuckerberg gave it to her because she's Jewish, right? When it comes to the lady who was in charge of YouTube, yes, because Sergey Brin he's her brother-in-law. She's dead now. He married her sister. So he put her in charge because that's his sister-in-law, right? You go to the Chinese community. Women are not in charge of Chinese people. Okay, you go to the Indian community, and many of these Indian women are highly educated. The Pajib, Ashwini, whatever their names are, okay? A lot of Indian girls have crazy ass degrees, either engineering or medicine. Many of them are engineers, and many of these girls are doctors. But they're not out here trying to be the backbone of the Indian. They don't talk like that. You go to the Korean community. Women are not running the Korean community. Men are. You go to all these Arab people. Well, they're definitely Arab, so it's not going to happen. So let's move on. You go to the Persian community. You're not going to see the woman out here running the Persian community, right? You only find this anomaly with Black America. It's only African Americans who have agreed, especially the African American men, who has capitulated to allowing himself to be part of a matriarchy. And it's not even a humble matriarchy. It's a very sick matriarchy. So now here are the consequences, right? But until people learn to respect marriage, we're going to have a problem. Until people learn a man leads, a woman follows, then the children follow the mama and the daddy, we're going to have a problem. And there's no amount of money that can fix this. There's no money that can fix it because you got to have families. You got to have family values. And in anything in life that functions well, you got to have the proper chain of command. That's why in America, the commander-in-chief or our U.S. forces, our military, is the United States president, right? We have a chain of command. When it comes to the military, the commander-in-chief is the president, right? It's not the Speaker of the House. It's not the Supreme Court. No. Oh, right? There you go. No, like it's crazy to me. We got to stop doing this. It has created a sickness, and this obsession with putting Black women in charge of the Black community, it starts with MLK, which is why I said this man is CIA. You cannot convince me otherwise, because before this man shows up, you have a very traditional family system. You have a very traditional chain of command. The man at the top, mother is next, then the children after, then the dog, right? MLK shows up, bad things start to happen to people. And now we're sitting here confused because in 30 years, you guys, this stuff is so sad. And it's so sad. In 30 years, look at what they've done to the Black American identity. Look at what they've done to the Black American brain in less than 30 years. These people have bastardized this shit. Like, it's so fucking evil. It is so fucking evil. You see, Jewish people, you make a movie about Jewish people and you play about their Jewish whatever, they gonna come for your ass. ADL is waiting for your ass. APAC is waiting for your ass. They gonna call you all kinds of anti-Semitic out here. You won't even know where to hide, right? People don't play about their brands. The vast majority of people out here do not play about their cultural image. They don't play about their brand. They don't play about their brand. They don't play about their cultural identity. They don't play. But over here, anything goes down, right? Tell me, even when it comes to movies, so I was thinking about this yesterday. I was like, tell me, when was the last time you watched a movie? When was the last time you saw a movie, you watched a movie, and Black people in that movie were doing something honorable? When was the last time you watched a movie and you're like, wow, I am so proud of that they're out here doing something honorable? When? right? Even when the movies are made by Black Americans, they themselves will portray other Black Americans as criminals. Can you imagine? Right? And nobody says that's ridiculous. That is crazy. We are protect. Oh, let people make money. Let people get to the bag. Get to the bag at the expense of who? You're making money at the expense of who? Tell me. But I'm like, I can like let me tell you, maybe like The Preacher's Wife. Think about how many movies, especially movies made by Black Americans that actually show Black Americans, hey sunshine, that actually show Black Americans in a positive light. Tyler Perry just made a movie. He has Taraji P. Henson. She's a single mom. And because she can't pay her bills, she goes to a bank and she kills people. What the fuck? And instead of people being so upset, this is so dangerous. What you are doing with the image of the Black American mother, especially the Black American single mom, is absolutely crazy. People already think that Black women are already aggressive. You got to make her a bank robber and a shooter? Are you kidding me? Ryan, what's his name? Wakanda, the one who did Wakanda, right? He came out and then he used Michael B. Jordan because he's a sex symbol, but who gives a fuck? Those twin brothers and sinners, they go to Chicago, they joined the mob, which means they were killing for the mob, they were selling drugs for the mob, right? And then they stole from the mob. What the fuck? They stole from the mob. They come down south. I'm like, you are fucking crazy. Because if this storyline was even real, you think you're going to steal from an Italian and he's going to let you slide? You brought harm to your people. Because most likely those Italians, if this was real, those Italians would have tracked your ass down south and they would have started killing your people. You think you can steal from Italians and live? Are you kidding me? So they go work with the mob because they have no integrity. They'll do anything for money, which is the brand now. It's okay. We got to be honest. Today, if you sit here, you outside, the brand for Black America is that it's a people that will do pretty much anything for money. It's actually becoming worse than Nigerians, right? Because this is where we at. They'll do anything for money. So you go to Chicago. You're from the South, which means traditionally you were raised to go to church. And they do talk about the church, but even that too, they make a mockery of the church. There you go, right? You're raised, you know better. You go to Chicago. Instead of holding on to your values, instead of holding on to your tradition, instead of making your mother proud, oh, no, you're so weak, you're easily influential that you're going to work for these Italian immigrants and now you're a criminal. And then you steal from criminals. Are you dumb? Then you come back down south and instead of even opening an agua business, no, it's a nightclub. It's a nightclub where white women can go and have Black guys eat out their vaginas, right? And they're sitting here praising this shit. I'm like, this shit is fucking toxic. It's fucking toxic. And then there's this one Black kid who's good at music. His dad's the preacher. They showcase so much sin and so much, hey, Brittany, so much bullshit that he even turns his back on the church is oppressive. The church is oppressing me. Let me go play my little banjo in a nightclub where white women come in there to have their vaginas ate out by Black men. That's the movie. That's the movie. Like, listen, right? We had set it off. Bunch of pretty Black women. You got Vivica. You got Latifah, you got Jada, a bunch of pretty Black girls. No. Get a job? No. Work hard? No. Go to college? No. They want to rob banks. They want to rob a bank. Like the hipper. This is ridiculous. This, what's his name? The one who hated me, the one who died, Singleton, before Singleton passed away. Boys in the hood. Why can't you do Black boys in college? Why couldn't you do Black boys at an HBCU? You guys, I lived in Burkina Faso the first time I saw Boys in the Hood. If you watch Boys in the Hood, you're like, what is wrong with these kids? Why are they so mean? Because there's a part when Cuba Gooding Jr. is like a teenager, there's a part in Boys in the Hood where they're going to the neighborhood. There is a dead Black girl like in the bush, and you have flies all over her because she's been dead for a while and her body's out there. So now the kids, they're panicking like, what the fuck? We got to get out of here. Then this other Black kid is like, he's a lot older. He's super mean. Like, yeah, leave her here. And these are the kinds of movies that John Singleton was making. And the world is watching this and like, is this how Black Americans live? So they kill each other and then they let people's bodies rot and flies are all over the place. Right? You watch Boys in the Hood. Morris Chestnut gets killed because he stepped on somebody's shoe. Like, what the fuck? Have you ever been to an African market? But can you imagine if African people started shooting people because somebody stepped on your foot? Listen, it's the life. People step on each other. They push each other. They shove each other. Nobody dies. Then you see Morris Chestnut, he has to separate from Cuba Gooding Jr. He's running for his life. And then there are a bunch of black kids with jerry curls sucking on a lollipop or a pacifier. The dude takes the gun, just shoots the kid. I'm like, what the fuck? Does he step on your shoe? This is bullshit. This is bullshit. This is bullshit, right? This is the kind of content that even black Americans are making about other black Americans. But then to say, oh, I don't know why people don't like us. I don't know why Africans see us. Do you even see the way that you see yourself? Because if you saw yourself in a positive light, you would never make this kind of content, right? People don't have to get to know you. People don't have to know you. But I do believe if you're a black American, you have a responsibility to do responsible art. Your art has to be responsible because these images, these movies, these music videos, they go all around the world. They're all around the world. And for some people, oh shit, it must be real life because why is this here? Why is this in the movie? Right? Koreans have a bunch of TV shows now, especially on Netflix. Do you see them do movies where Koreans are treating each other like this? No, you don't. Because they do responsible art. They do responsible art. When you come from a community, you have a duty to be mindful of how you move and how you carry on and how you represent people from your own community. Because people will use you as a barometer to gauge what's going on with your own people, right? The rap music, first, it was very polite, very respectful. Growing up, like me spending my summers in Paris, like KRS-One was always in Paris, right? Okay? Rakim, all them people, a lot of them came to Paris. It was like they were really, really respected because the hip hop, it was very woke. Like it was very intelligent hip hop. And also, they always try to teach you something you didn't know, right? But KRS-One, you can ask anybody who grew up in France. Ask anybody. KRS-One was mad respected. You understand? Because his rap, it actually meant stuff to people. He was teaching people stuff. No, you fast forward, oh, it's about money, it's about Rolexes, it's about jewelry, calling women hoes and bitches, people twerking, it's black guys playing with black girls naked. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Once again, people do not believe that they are responsible. Every black American is an ambassador of black American culture. You understand me, right? And just like me as an Ivorian woman also, I am a low-key, high-key ambassador for Ivorian culture. If you're Nigerian, you are an ambassador for Nigerian culture, right? You are an ambassador. You represent your people. So when you live life, you got to think about how you're moving. You got to think about how you carry yourself. You got to think about that. Because all it takes is one bad apple to ruin the bunch, right? It is what it is. But look at these images. Even David Banner. He used to be out here, nigga, all that crazy shit. And then he said one time he went to, I think he was in Amsterdam, right? That's why he stopped doing rap music. Because he was in Amsterdam performing to a predominantly white audience. And all of a sudden, the white kids started saying the N-word. So now he's like, oh shit. But then he understood he's the one who made this possible, right? Because it's the music. You cannot ask your fans who buy your music not to repeat your music. It's your music. These are your words. These are your lyrics, right? So why you mad, right? And it did something to him. So when he came back, he had to dial it back. Like, you know what? I don't want to be that kind of person, right? But people out here, people don't think about what does it truly mean to be African American, right? What does it really, really mean to be Black American? People don't care. They only want to weaponize being Black American or FBA when it's about being a xenophobe or when it's about shaming white people. No, that's embarrassing, right? Because you cannot ask anybody to treat you a certain way if you yourself don't step in that kind of energy. That makes no sense to me. That makes no sense to me. But even if people who are African American, if you were not African American yourself, if you took a step back, you're like, what the fuck? Why are you doing this? You come here on YouTube, you see some of these rap videos. I'm shoot your ass. I'm put you in a body bag. Why do people love to sing about homicide like this? These are all the music videos. And them kids want to look like killers. They take pride in identifying as killers and shooters, right? Faces all tatted up. 16, 17, 19 little boys. They got 5 kids, 10 kids. You're not even 21. You're 21 years old. Why do you have 6 kids? You see, there is no sense of pride. Like me, it really hurts me. It really does. There's no sense of pride. And I'm like, and people love to talk about the ancestors. Oh, shut up. You yourself don't even care about the ancestors. Because if you walked every day and you carry the memory of the ancestors, even you yourself, you will start to weep. Like something is wrong. Something is seriously wrong. And it's like everybody's hiding behind blaming white people. And yes, white people have done their bullshit. But there's a lot of bullshit that white people have done or offered black people, and black people agreed to it, and they went right along with that bullshit. You know, you can be, to some extent, you get to a point, okay, you get to a point, you can even be mad at the devil for being the devil. Because by now, you should know, the devil is the devil. So at some point, you also got to look at yourself and be like, you know what? Why do I keep falling for his tricks? Because I know he does not mean me well. Right? If white liberals meant well to Black America would not be here today. Right? Because if you really have if you have a friend, if you have a benefactor, if you have somebody who really cares about you, you're going to level up. Black America has leveled down. Right? And I'm like, even her too, she's full of shit. Like, she is so full of shit. And that's why when she was doing her whole Jubilee thing, the only thing she could talk about was the Civil War and Reconstruction. That's all. And I'm like, because she doesn't even fully know African-American history. She's from Grenada. Okay? And also, even being from Grenada, let's say she was born here. Unlike me, she was born here. That's not a problem. But she had to go to Columbia. Imagine that. Think about that. She had to go to Columbia, a liberal college, a white liberal university, to learn African-American history. So you don't know African-American people yourself? Like, let's make it make sense. I've never enrolled for any African-American studies courses. Never. I've never even minored in African-American studies. I don't need to. I'm Black. I can educate myself without signing up for a program. I don't need that shit. Okay? She went to Harvard. Okay? She went to Columbia. Columbia is a white liberal Ivy League. Number two, Columbia is ran by Jews. So just imagine what the curriculum is giving, right? But my thing is, if you are proud to be Black, if you're proud to be Black American, if you're proud to be a naturalized Black American person, whatever it is, right? Every day of your life, you're going to learn about Black American history. You understand? And this is why, and this is why when you're properly educated about Black American history, African American history, right? You even understand why, even the premise of reparations, it sounds fucked up. Right? Because it's free, like I said, to me, they're African people because they're not U.S. citizens. They're not going to be U.S. citizens until 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment. So what are they? They're African people. But from them being African people to them becoming U.S. citizens, these people never asked white people for shit. And you know why? Because it makes a lot of sense. When you've been through slavery, you understand that just like those who have debt, credit card debt, student loan debt, anybody who takes from another person, you are a slave to that person, right? We see the same thing in politics. The vast majority of politicians are slaves to their donors, right? The vast majority of influencers are slaves to their audience, right? They're slaves to these brands because they're the ones who pay you. So think about it. It's not hard. You just gotta think, right? Critical thinking is not that hard. So you think about this. If you went through slavery where you were owned, when you finally are free from slavery, why the fuck would I ask anybody for anything? I don't want to be a slave anymore. So those people were incredibly self-sustaining, not because they didn't need the help, but they understood. You go and ask somebody for help, you become that person's bitch. Because you can't speak your mind anymore. You can't do this anymore because they gave you money. And the day they do not agree with you, they will stop giving you money, or they'll say, hey, you know, all the money I gave you, I want it back tomorrow. Right? It's the same thing. Even here on YouTube, you can have a channel. People can like you for years, right? But one day you'll say a thing. Oh, I want to unsubscribe from him. I want to unsubscribe. They don't say, you know what? I don't agree with what she's saying, but we've had a long relationship and she was, you know, she's a pretty good person. We just happen to disagree. No, people weaponize their support because when people do something for you, they feel like they own you. Which is why I always understood why a lot of those people coming out of slavery did not want anything from white people, because it's a trick to get my ass back into slavery. You know, because we all have to get to a point where even when it comes to white people at large, you can't even be mad at white folks, right? Because white people gonna do what white people do. White people are very cunning. They can't help themselves. They're very shrewd. They move around like foxes out here, right? This is what they do. They're full of tricks. Now, it's up to you to get to a certain point in life where you're not even mad at the white person because that's just who he is. You got to be mad at yourself that after so many years, hundreds of years, living next to white people, you haven't learned a thing. What the fuck? Right? So this is why the people didn't take nothing from these people. Okay? And then comes George Washington Carver. Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on. He's right there, right? Hold on. I need to show pictures. Okay. Here comes George Washington Carver also, because he also was adamant about black people not taking a thing from white folks. Leave me alone. Because this right here ain't gonna turn into a problem. Right? I don't want a thing from you because we know. You know how like in the Bible, there's the parable of talent, and the man said, hold on. Okay. So what is it? Matthew 15, okay, 25, right? 14 to 30. Let me show you what I mean. Let me show you what I mean. And because, you know, and it makes sense because they also read the Bible. Even if they cannot read the Bible, they went to church or they heard the Bible being read to them, right? But I'm like, it makes perfect sense. Let's go over here, right? Okay, there you go. This part right here. Remember this part? If those of y'all who remember your Bible, okay? Those of y'all who remember your Bibles, right? The man who had received one bag of gold came. Master, he said, I knew that you are a hard man, harvesting where you have not sown and gathering where you have not scattered seed. So I was afraid and went out and hid your gold in the ground. See, here is what belongs to you. Right? And this is what comes to mind to me when it comes to white people. White people want to harvest what they haven't sown. So when they even give you something, now they have more of a claim to your harvest. Do you get me? So the best thing to do when you're dealing with the people, and you know, we saw the white man out here, that white man who said, you know, as white people, we don't honor our word. As white people, we don't honor our contracts. We don't honor our promises. So everybody knows white people, they don't have principles, okay? It's a non-principle based people. And the kindness of white people always has strings attached to it. They never do anything for free, okay? It's not, I just want to help you out. Oh, I'm just trying to help. No. They want something. They always want something. That's who white people are. They can't help themselves, right? This is who they are. There's no such thing as like, I just want to help you out. I just want to give it to you, Marlene. I'm just trying to know what is it that you want, right? So because of that, when you understand how they're programmed, then you know it's the people who reap what they haven't sown. So now, if you go and take from white people, well, damn, you've given them people more of a claim. It's like a lot of companies, once again, owned by white people, have it in the policy that if you're an employee, and you come up with something, right? And you use their computer, you use their tech, whatever. If you are still employed and you come up with any kind of breakthrough invention, the company actually owns it because you use their computer, you use their paper, you use their pencil, you use the whatever. And that's why many times people wait until they quit the company to start working on their own business. So that way the business cannot come and say, knock, knock. Well, we saw that you have a great invention. And because you worked for us when you came up with this, now we own your IP, right? This is what they do. They go places and they take people's shit, right? Sometimes they even make up reasons why they have the right to take your shit. Right? So now imagine if you go and you ask and you take stuff from white people, you are giving those people more of a reason to come and take your shit because there's nothing free with white people. And they even teach you that in economics. They say there's no such thing as a free lunch. So you don't pay for this, right? But first, it shows up as free, like a Gmail account, like a TikTok account, like an Instagram account. Yeah, sure. Free with white people ain't never free. But in return, they get your data. They read your emails. They study your patterns. They track you with the shopping stuff. right? They put cookies all over your computer because nothing is free with white people. Nothing is free. And you have to know this. So my thing is, I understand why those free enslaved people were like, no, I don't want your shit. Thank you. Gotta go. Not because it wouldn't have been helpful, but because they saw the bigger picture. Because first of all, you're mad that I'm no longer your slave. Okay? So I don't put it past you to have all kinds of tricks to get me back on your plantation. I don't want shit to do with your ass. Because you're not an honest people, right? White people at their core, not everybody, but at large, whatever. And it's not a principle-based people. They say very beautiful things, yes. They say very inspirational things, yes. They have a lot of beautiful ideals, yes. But when it comes time to execution, they do the complete opposite, right? At first, it makes you mad. But then you get to a point, you're like, you know what? This is who they are. And when you are a godless people or you just don't know God, listen, you're going to be wicked. And therefore, the Bible tells us that the heart of man is desperately wicked, right? So now let's go over here. Where is he? Okay, right? So furthermore, you add George Washington Carver, who understood like, yeah, we really can't go back into slavery. Going from like one black sharecropper into another black sharecropper, telling them the best way for you to pay your, because when you're a sharecropper, you're leasing the land. Right, so you pay the white. It's like the feudal thing. You pay the white man first, and then whatever's left is yours. But if you can't make the payment, they'll take the land and you and your kids. Right? Hey, Queen. So he would go around from one black farmer to another black farmer, teaching them about beans. Like instead of growing cotton, because cotton eventually will dry out the land, and this probably is the reason why the Sahara Desert is now the Sahara Desert, because only God knows where these Africans were growing out there back to back to back to back. And it got to a point that the earth, it just died, right? But the Sahara Desert was not always a desert. It wasn't always a desert, right? But anything with the earth, anything in life, period, it has to rest. You can't always do things that are extreme. Like when it comes to farming, you cannot always do things that are extremely taxing to the land and always sucking the nutrients out of the land. So he started teaching them about beans and this, and that, which is it doesn't suck life out the land. You can have a whole lot of it. And which is why in many African-American dishes, beans are a staple in the dishes from this man. Okay, from this man. So that's why I say when I listen to a lot of people and all they can talk about is what's it called, the Civil War and Reconstruction, I already know they don't know shit. All right, now which is something also that I really take issue with, is that this new generation of Black Americans, okay, they really love asking for shit. They love asking for money. They love positioning themselves as victims. They love to make it seem like, because I'm Black, I'm doomed. It gives like dark-skinned girls, because I'm dark-skinned, nobody wants me. Because I'm dark-skinned, people don't find me beautiful. No, it's not that because you're dark-skinned. A lot of dark-skinned girls don't have taste. You got to know what works for you. Okay? You can't be dark-skinned and wear a platinum-ass, blonde-ass wig. It doesn't look good. You cannot be dark-skinned and wear 30-inch long, dark-ass, black-ass lashes. You got to have taste. There are certain things you can't do too much of because you're dark-skinned. You got to know how to move in taste, right? But when you make yourself a victim, it is so much easier because it creates this provenance or like this self-manifest destiny. Like, there's nothing I can do, I'm born dark-skinned, so I can't win. I will never win. No, that's full of shit. This is this new class that we have of mostly Black Americans. They love to say, I'm Black, white people, racism, wumpty wump wump. And yet, a lot of them, they could have experienced racism, but they have not truly experienced the racism, right? A lot of them have not lived in terror. They have no idea because many of them too, they went to predominantly white-owned public schools. It was white people who wrote the books that told them about their history. They go to college, liberal colleges owned by white people, right? They sign up for African-American studies where the curriculum was designed by white people. The books were written by white people. There are so many Black Americans who don't even know their own history, right? And that's why when they want to go in on African people, shut up. Me, Marlene, I know your history better than you know yourself. So shut up. Everything you know about being a Black American, you mostly learned that in school. That's how much you don't give a fuck. Okay? You're just as brainwashed as these white kids you want to fight every single day. Go sit down somewhere. Okay? Black American history is something that has to be lived. It's something that has to be embraced. Like every day of your life, you got to carry the ancestors with you. If you have to wait to go to a white liberal university or white liberal college to sign up for African American studies, and now you think you know it all, you are a joke. You are a clown. Sit your goofy ass down somewhere, right? But you study real African American history, not the one that was whitewashed by white people and packaged as an African American minor, African American studies minor. No, the real one. Do you know how many of these people were entrepreneurs? People who came out with slave people, some of them ran out of slavery, right? When it comes to Frederick Douglass, he tried to evade. He ran from slavery, I think at least like twice, right? First of all, he tried to read. That was the problem. When they caught him reading, they grabbed his ass. I told y'all, they put the man against the pole, took off his clothes, beat the dog shit out of this man. You think he stopped reading? Do you really think he stopped reading? This report is so funny to me, right? The man didn't stop reading. Then he ran from slavery. Everybody should know this. Everybody should know this. Frederick Douglass ran from slavery, I think, twice. Every time, I mean, until the last time. But every time, they caught his ass and they brought him back. They caught his ass. They brought him back. And once again, they beat his ass. This man was getting beat on that plantation almost every single day. The man never gave up. The man never gave up. When people go to war, when the Civil War happens, because with the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln had made certain promises, right? Because especially promises of having money. He promised the black people who came to fight for him that they would have money. But you know, he's a white person. So you think he fulfilled the promises? No, he was never going to. Okay, like I said, white people talk a good game, but when it comes time to deliver, they're not going to deliver, right? So those black people, some of them went and became what is now known as the Buffalo Soldiers, because they were like, hold up, wait a minute. You made us kill white people, and now you want the weapons back, and you're not going to pay us the money? Bitch, you're crazy. They took the horses, they kept the weapons, and they just rode off in the sunset. They're going to come back with Teddy Roosevelt when it comes time to fight with Mexico to take a lot of the land from Mexico, which is New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, and some parts of Texas, some parts of California. Because when Teddy Roosevelt went to fight, the first time when they talk about, oh, remember the Alamo, when Teddy Roosevelt went to fight them Indian people, the Mexican Indian people, they whooped his ass. These Mayans, these Aztec people, they whooped his ass. The only reason why he was able to win is that he went and he sought after the Buffalo Soldiers. And the Buffalo Soldiers went down with Teddy Roosevelt and they gave him a sweeping victory, which now gives you Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and parts of California. Listen, this is not a joke. This is not a joke, right? But the problem is, out here, people don't really like educated black people. People love black people who speak this goofy-ass babble narrative that makes them feel good about begging white folks for money and trying to shame white people. No, you are embarrassing. And you yourself, it shows that you yourself don't know Black American history. Did you know there was another man too? I showed y'all the man, the guy that had the oysters. This man, he was born in Chesapeake, Virginia as a slave. Once again, another black man, he ran. I don't even know how the fuck he made it. Maybe he walked. I don't know. Maybe it sounds like he probably walked from Chesapeake, Virginia. Chesapeake, Virginia is like going almost like towards Hampton, okay? From Chesapeake, Virginia, this man ends up in Philadelphia. A slave, which means he cannot read, he cannot write. You guys, how this man got a job? He got a job on the ship. This is where he made, I guess, maybe also in the Chesapeake, but when he was working out there in Philadelphia on those boats, he became more and more involved with oysters, okay? What's his name? He's bald like this. He became more and more involved with oysters. Then he leaves Philly, he goes to New York City. The man, he built his own, like he had a little cart, like a little street cart. The man, he built a street car by himself, y'all. And he started chucking oysters in the middle of the street. And I think where he was is what's known as current day 5th and Madison. Anybody who knows New York City, 5th Avenue is where they have like the Macy's, Tiffany's, that bougie ass street. The man was right there. I think it's 5th and Madison. This is where this man was located. And then it's sad because it was like during the Gilded Age, right? It was during the Gilded Age. This man, his oysters were so good. I don't know what he did with his oysters. I don't know what kind of seasoning he put on his oysters, right? This man's oysters were so good. He was catering for the Vanderbilts, Cornelius. But I don't think he was catering for Cornelius, but more likely Williams. Okay, he was probably catering for William Vanderbilt. I'm talking Gilded Age, right? He was catering for the Astor family. When you watch the Titanic, that fancy, handsome-looking white man who died in the boat, okay? The Astor family, they built their wealth on selling like pellets and furs and things like that. But everybody that was somebody in New York City, they always wanted him to cater their parties. Imagine how much money he was making, to the point that he opened a restaurant, like a luxury restaurant in New York City. Once again, we're talking Fifth and Madison, okay? At the bottom of the restaurant, while all these rich white people were eating and slurping on their oysters, he had the Underground Railroad going through the basement of the restaurant. Like, you sit back and say, what the fuck? How smart? I mean, can you imagine having one leg of the Underground Railroad and open, like in just broad daylight, in a luxury part, a luxurious part of New York City, and nobody's even thinking that in this restaurant where you have all these wealthy, rich white people, there are a bunch of black people running towards safety and freedom. I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. But you see, these people didn't ask shit. They knew white people, and they knew how to finesse white people. Because sometimes in this life, like when there are things that you want, you gotta know how to be fake. You have to know how to be fake. You don't think they heard things that were very distasteful, or they went through stuff that was very distasteful, but they had a bigger plan. They had a bigger vision, right? There's another black man too. Like, I can see all their faces. I gotta find their names, right? There's another black man too. He wanted to be a lawyer. I think he's from Atlanta. He wanted to be a lawyer. And because he was black, white people didn't want him to be a lawyer. You think he got upset? Oh, you owe me something. Oh my gosh, my life is over. No. He went into the newspaper business because I think he left Atlanta and he moved to Chicago or something like that. So he realized that there was a demand from a lot of black people who were trying to work in factories. Like, they wanted to leave the South and they wanted to move up north. So they didn't know anybody. They didn't know anything. They didn't know anyone. This man who seriously wanted to be a lawyer was not allowed to be a lawyer because he was black. Instead of being upset, he became an entrepreneur. So he starts off his newspaper business with 25 cents. 25. The man died a multimillionaire. Never asked white people for shit, because you don't need white people, okay? He looked at his community. He was like, oh, there's a need. I'm in Chicago. I know this. I know that. Why not create a newspaper and put all that information in there? So if people do want to come up north, they know exactly what to do. Being an entrepreneur. The man he died a multimillionaire. You go to New Orleans, you'll learn of a lady, because she's very famous out there, Chad. Okay? She's very, very famous, right? Mahalia Jackson. Okay? Another lady. Right? Born in New Orleans. She was born in extreme poverty in New Orleans. You should see where she was born, y'all. It's embarrassing. It's sad. It's really sad. Like, I mean, it's like a hut. There's no running water. There's nothing. Like abject poverty. Right? She left New Orleans. She went to Chicago. When she got there, all she could do was clean floors. All she could do, when Mahalia Jackson gets to Chicago, all she can do is clean floors. She out here scrubbing floors, praising Jesus. Scrubbing floors, praising Jesus. Scrubbing floors, praising Jesus, right? And I guess she met this one man. He was trying to have her audition to different black churches to see if, she could sing. But some people didn't like her style of singing, because her style of singing gospel, it was very non-traditional. But today, her style of gospel is like seen as the standard of singing gospel today. But once upon a time, her style of singing gospel was not seen as traditional, right? You guys, all it took was one church. Because a lot of black churches in Chicago, they wanted something more fast-paced. Mahalia Jackson, when she sings, it's very slow. It's like jazz. It's like jazz gospel. It's very, very slow, very, very slow. All right? But there was one church who really liked her. And from that one church, more and more people came because they want to hear her sing. Who's this lady from New Orleans? Who is this lady from New Orleans, y'all? Next thing you know, the lady is booked and busy. She didn't need white people. Why do you need white people when you have your own people? Okay? This is a woman who was, y'all, you have to look into it. I'm telling you, she was born in abject poverty. Where it's like, child, it's just bad. It's just bad. Mahalia Jackson is going to die a multimillionaire. You should see her house. You should see her house. So to me, I don't know. That's why I feel like, to me, honestly, that's why I always say there are two different breeds of Black Americans, right? You have one breed before the civil rights movement, and then you have this new breed over here, okay? They like to ask for a whole lot of stuff. The other people, they were not asking for stuff. Just leave me the fuck alone. Okay. And those people too, those black people before the civil rights movement, they relied on other black people. And when they even when they went into business or whatever, it was always about what's the need of my people and how do I meet that need? Because there are too many black people, anyways, for you to not be successful if you have the right business plan and you have the right product or you have the right service, right? And they were not asking to be included in any white people's spaces. Black people who are birthed by MLK, because this, to me, this is how I see it. This new creed of black people, these are the children or the grandchildren of MLK. These are the people who want assimilation, they want integration, they want inclusion. You know, they're a bunch of beggars. You know, they don't believe that they can be anything or anybody if they're not attached to white people, if they don't receive anything from white people. And traditionally, that is not the Black American heritage. The Black American heritage traditionally is not one who relies on whiteness. It was always the other way around. It was always white Americans who relied on Black Americans for almost everything. There's a reason why even the Harlem Renaissance, in all of New York City, why didn't the Harlem Renaissance take place in Manhattan? Why didn't the Harlem Renaissance take place in Soho or wherever, Upper East Side? But why? Why are these wealthy, affluent white people coming to Harlem? For what reason? Why are you here? Why, like seriously, why are you here? Right? So you have to, I'm like, that's why I said, listen, that's why it's not even a thing where you can, oh, I gotta go to college. No, because all of your life, you should learn African American history. There's no start date, there's no end date, because there's so much to learn, to be so honest. But why? Why does the Harlem Renaissance take place in Harlem? Harlem was always super, super Black. Harlem was always super, super Black, super, super pro-Black. Most of the Black luminaries came from Harlem. James Baldwin, Harlem. Langston Hughes, Harlem. Everybody is coming out of Harlem. Even Bumpy Johnson. Bumpy Johnson, he leaves North Carolina. He did crime, but whatever, but he was in Harlem, right? Malcolm X, Harlem, right? Madame Stephanie Sinclair. Some people say she's from Martinique. Some say she's from Guadeloupe. She was also in Harlem. What's his name from Jamaica? What's his name? Marcus Garvey, Harlem. Harlem is super, super Black, y'all. It is blackity black, black. Why are these white people here? Why are you here? Like, why are you here? Right? So you understand, there was a point in time where it was white people relying on Black people. Because the people were, it's like an organism, the people are self-sustaining. I don't need you. I have a nucleus, I have a nuclei, I have a mitochondria, I have a cell membrane. I don't need your ass. Now, the Black people who come out, the people who were birthed by MLK, who identify with MLK, who see life like MLK, these are the people who now think, oh, I need a white person. I need legislation from white people. I need this from white people. But I'm like, to me, that is not the true heritage. This is the legacy of MLK. You have another lady too. Hold on, let me show you. Okay, you have this other lady. What was her name? Lena Walker. Is that her name? Hold on. There you go. Right. This other lady here too, Maggie Walker. Hold on, Maggie, because I could never forget her name because her name is Lena. Okay, but hold on. Let me show you who she is, right? This is Miss Lena. Okay, she's Black, y'all. She's just probably like them really high yellow Creole people, right? But this lady and she was born a year after the Civil War in 1864, right? 1864. This lady will go on to be the first African American woman to open a bank. And once again, you'll go on social media and you'll hear all these idiots say, oh, Black women couldn't have bank accounts. You know, Black women were so oppressed. Black women could not have bank. That's what I'm saying. They learned their history in the hands of white people. They say all kinds of bullshit. They learned their history in the hands of white liberals. You sound crazy. Okay? It's not even that Black women could not have bank accounts, whatever you want to say, right? But they actually owned banks. Her also, they have so many documentaries on her, but she was one of the first to have a bank. She had her own bank. Once again, because she saw her people and she said, okay, what solution can I bring? Another Black entrepreneurs. And you realize that what really happened, what happened after slavery, what happened after Emancipation Proclamation, what happened after the Civil War, is that those African people turned African American people, right, with the amendments or whatever, right? Those people are more so embracing of entrepreneur, like they're more likely to become entrepreneurs. A vast majority of them were entrepreneurs, right? And because of that, many of them actually became wealthy. When you study the boys' boycott in Selma, right? What happened with the bus boycott that they don't often say is that many Black people went into transportation, right? A lot of Black businesses were built because now there is a need. So now more and more Black people started riding Black transportation to get to work, to get here, to get there, to get there, right? Because we understand. Now, I will say this because sometimes people get it confused. People think that in order for you to embrace the spirit of being an entrepreneur, you automatically have to be a capitalist. You don't have to be a capitalist. You can be an entrepreneur. You can be a social entrepreneur, not a socialist. You can be a social entrepreneur. You can be any kind of entrepreneur. But being an entrepreneur does not automatically make you a capitalist, right? But many, many Black people, like I said, because what's his name? Lincoln didn't pay the money, right? So what happened was a lot of these people who were soldiers for his army went into trades. Many of them were barbers. The ladies also, some were like hairdressers, some were also housekeepers, and they put their money together. And that's when you have the colored bank, right? The Freesman Bank. And that bank at that time, if I'm not mistaken, had like about $100,000, which is like a few millions. But because they were Black, they were forced to let a white man be the CEO of the bank. And you know, he's white. So he took the money, spent the money, wasted the money. So the white man takes the money and he runs. So the bank is almost bankrupt. So who shows up? Frederick Douglass shows up to save the bank, right? And he took, I think at that time, Frederick Douglass took, what's it called? He took about $10,000 of his personal money. I'm like, damn, you got money, okay? Because mind you, at that time, $10,000, that's a shitload of money. He took $10,000 and he put his own money into the bank. And I think they're saying like the $10,000 he put into the bank, that's like the equivalent of, in our currency right now, probably over $1 million, right? But why was Frederick Douglass even capable or able of putting $10,000 into the Freesman Bank? Because Frederick Douglass had a business. He had a newspaper. It was called the North Star. You understand? Even MLK, when MLK starts his movement, his little civil rights movement, the vast majority of his donors are Black businessmen. One of them, he had a big chain of hotels, I guess in Memphis. People realized it was him. They set his shit on fire. They burned all his properties. Everything they destroyed everything for the man, right? But it has always been, what I would say, it has always been entrepreneurs who have led and who have taken care of the Black community, right? It was never the government. It was never the government. Now, when you look at MLK, when you study MLK, even his speech that he made on the steps over there, right? He did say, we're going to Washington and pretty much to ask for a check. The government owes us a check. He put that in people's heads. He put that bullshit in people's head that the government owes you something. The government has to give you money. And that's why I always say, when you study MLK, you will realize that this man killed the Black entrepreneur. He killed the Black entrepreneur because he's a pastor. And even if he's not CIA, because even though I do think he's CIA, but even if he's not CIA, you have to understand how when you are into the Bible a little too much, when you are indoctrinated as opposed to having proper relationship with God, you know, a lot of people who have read the Bible, especially a lot of Christians who have read the Bible, many of them have read some parts of the Bible erroneously, right? Whereas what they got from the Bible was that making money was bad, right? Making money was bad. And you can understand why. There's a parable of the rich man and Lazarus, right? Where the rich man did not want to give any money to Lazarus. Lazarus was a poor man. He was homeless. He was always by the door of the rich man. And the rich man was always ignoring Lazarus, right? So eventually they died. And when they died, the Bible tells us that the poor man went to heaven and that the rich man went to hell, right? So from hell, he's screaming at Lazarus and Abraham. And he says, oh, please, I want to go back on earth so I can tell my brothers and my sisters to give to the poor or something like that. And so Abraham says to him, well, you had Lazarus right next to you and you never cared. So even if we do send you back, they're not going to listen to you, right? So that's one. You also have the other passage where Jesus meets the young man who's very wealthy. And Jesus says to him, if you want to follow me, you got to sell everything. Okay? You got to sell everything in order to follow me. The young man says, no, I'm not going to do that. Okay? So once again, a lot of times when you were taught in the church was like, oh, he missed out because He didn't want to sell everything, pretty much make himself poor to follow Jesus. That's crazy to me, right? You also have the other story with the short one. Oh, I forgot his name. There's a really short midget man in the Bible. When Jesus comes into town, he climbs up on a tree. And because he really was, Zacchaeus, is that his name? He really wants Jesus to come into his house. And so when he meets Jesus, he's like, oh yeah, when I hurt people, I pay them back fourfold. Da, 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 da. But ultimately, when you read the Bible, like when you have people interpret the Bible for you, a lot of Black people interpret the Bible, is that to be rich is bad. To make money is bad. Having a lot of money automatically makes you wicked, right? There's even, Jesus even said, he said like it's harder for a rich man to get to the eye of a needle than for a camel to make it in heaven or something. I forgot how it goes, right? But some crazy shit like that. So a lot of people for many, many years, for many, many decades, who are Black and who go to church have been told that being rich is bad, right? Making money is bad. If you have a lot of money, that's a testament that you're going to burn in hell. So good people are not rich, right? Good people wait to die. And then when they die in heaven, they're going to have their money, right? Good things await you in heaven. But in this life, you have to be poor, because being poor automatically means that you're humble, right? Being poor automatically means that you're a good person, or taking care of the poor and this, and that. And the Bible even has you believing, or poor interpretation of the Bible will have you believing. Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And this is the kind of brainwashing that has been done to African Americans, and also even African people, and also West Indian Black people. It's a real thing, y'all. And the thing is, what they have done, what white liberals have done, is turn Dr. King into an idol. You understand? Where, in all honesty, you guys, if we really care, because it's because people tend to find history boring. So people want to talk about love and hip hop, relationships, celebrities, than for us to really sit here and have meaningful conversations about African American history. But if we were to really, really be honest, it would make more sense for us to, where we have MLK is where we should have Frederick Douglass. You understand? Because Frederick Douglass had a business. Anytime something bad happened to people, he had the money. You understand? Even and mind you, it's even in the book of James. In the book of James, let me show you, right? Let me show you. Hold on. Right? But people pick and choose. And I also feel as though, hold on. Oh my gosh. Or is it in Matthew? Oh yeah, there you go. I knew it. It's the book of James. Let me show you. It's the book of James, right? And I do feel like let me tell you this, right? Because I've always said this, right? And Kevin can tell you, because Kevin's always here, but Kevin can tell you this. I've always said, who Jewish people are in America, that's who Black Americans were meant to be. Seriously. If you are a purveyor, if you are a purveyor of African American history, who Jewish people are in America, or maybe even say Koreans, but Jewish have more power, but who Jewish people are, like really good at business, they have a lot of money, they understand business really, really well, that was the destiny of African Americans. You understand? And I do feel like this is why white liberals have always infiltrated the Black church. Because it means a lot to Black people. The church means a lot to Black people. The Bible means a lot to Black people. Jesus, even though they don't always act like it, but most Black Americans, like, even though they think they're Native Americans, but whatever, but most African Americans, right, just like most African people, are very traditional, very conservative, and they do want to please Jesus. Even though they might not act like it, but they care. Because the moment you say something about Jesus, even if they're living the most heathen life, they get offended. Which lets you know they were raised to love Jesus, right? But I'm like, who Jewish American people are is who Black Americans were meant to be. Now, then you got to ask yourself, why did it not happen? There you go. Why are we not here today? Why are we not saying this? Because everything was in place for that to be the case. Everything was in place for that to be the case. Before integration, you had way more Black millionaires. Integration destroys so much Black American wealth, right? You understand? Even when she was talking, she was like, because the way she talks, I'm like, and to me, when I listen to people like, what's that girl's name? Amanda. To me, she's more of a racist. To me, she is a white supremacist, right? Because anybody who tells Black people, because America is racist, because America is owned by white people, because white people own this, no, so therefore you can't make it. You can only make it if the generosity of white people. What does that even say? That Black people are stupid? We're idiots? Our brains don't work? What? White people have always been racist. What the fuck? So how did those Black people, many of them didn't even know how to write their names. Many of them don't even know their birthday. Do you know how many Black ancestors didn't even know when they were born? Like, what day were you born? What month? What year? Don't even know. But guess what? $1 is $1. You have $100, $1 bill that makes $100. And it's funny how they don't know their birthdays, but they knew how to add money. There you go. You don't even need to know your birthday to be rich. There were so many people who became incredibly successful. They had no idea when they were born. They never celebrated a birthday, right? What'd that tell you? You see, and one of the most insidious lies that white liberals have sold to African Americans and even African people is that you need their education to make it. Do we really? Because I say, a lot of them people, they didn't go to school. So how they become millionaires? Oh my gosh, you have to think. How is it that Black people who were born on plantations, Booker T. Washington, have you ever seen Booker T. Washington? Right? Booker T. Washington, when you look at him, you know they raped his mama. Okay? Because why does he have green eyes? Okay? Right? Why does he have green eyes? He was born a slave. His eyes are green. They raped his mother. Okay? They raped his mother. Booker T. Washington didn't go to a white school. He is self-taught. He didn't go to school. He learned to read by himself. Okay? He learned to read by himself. This man is going to go on to create Tuskegee Institute. Do you know how many Black people went to school there? And guess what? His motto at Tuskegee, it wasn't about, oh, your freshman year, you have to learn all these languages and you got to do all this bullshit, right? No, Tuskegee was half education, like I guess white education, but the other half was hand education. You're going to pick a trade. You're going to learn how to read and you're going to learn how to grow something or do something. So people who left that school, right, they had a lot more dexterity because they knew how to read, but they also knew they had a trade. That's how Tuskegee was ran. And that's why a lot of people who went to Tuskegee, because George Washington Carver, he's going to be a professor at Tuskegee, right? A lot of people who went there were really into farming, right? And we've talked about the land before, even with Maya Angelou, the video I showed you, right, where she talked about Black people used to be on the land. And because Black people were on the land, owned the land, worked the land, they were never starving for food, right? And also they weren't fat, right? Because when you grow your food, you know what's in there. When you grow your food, you're not going to starve. Number 3, when you grow your food, not only you're not going to starve, you're going to be fat. Also, when you own the land, grow your food, make your own food, people can't control you, right? With the vast immigration of a lot of African Americans from the South into the North, and many also, once again, the babies, the grandchildren of MLK who agreed to welfare, what happened? They're in the food desert. I told you, the generosity of white people, there's always a trap attached to it, right? Today, a lot of Black people are more likely to live in urban cities, even though they're saying that you have more Black people in the South, but even in the South, they're not living a traditional life. They're most likely living in an urban city in the South, right? So they also depend on welfare. So they have to, like, even when we saw that one video with the Black mothers on welfare, at that time, you had to wait to get your check. So if the mailman is late, there's no food because you have to wait for the food. And then they also tell you what you can and cannot buy. Do you see how it turns into control of people? Right? They control when you're going to have money to buy your food. They control what kind of food you can buy. They control this, they control that. So at some point, y'all, you are treated like a child because once again, you're receiving money from someone, right? And anytime you take money from someone, you're going to be treated like a child. But today, a lot of Black people, a lot of Black children especially, live in food deserts. I wonder why, right? But the Black people who went and studied in Tuskegee, the vast majority of those people majored in agriculture. They majored in farming because it was very imperative for those Black people to know how to feed themselves. Right? Know how to feed themselves, control your food supply, control what you grow. Because if you control your land, you control your food supply, you control your crops, you control what you grow. Guess what? No one can hold food against you. Nobody can put you in a food desert. Nobody can force you to eat processed food. Nobody can make you morbidly obese. Right? These are real things. But we have seen what urbanization of Black America has done to Black people. Most people live in food desert. And once again, they want to blame white people. Now, okay, sure, part of it is white people too, but you've never had to leave your land. Or even if you left the land, you could have found a way to grow your food in those cities. You can use the rooftop to grow your food. You can use your windowsill to grow certain vegetables, especially like celery, like basil, not garlic, parsley, and things like that. There are things you can grow in your house. Right? People could have came together and also had these community farms kind of thing, right? But the problem with urbanization of Black people is that people become more and more selfish. People become more and more about self and less about community, which is also why it's really hard today, especially like 2025, it's really, really hard for a lot of Black entrepreneurs to be successful, right? Because people don't have a vested interest in making you successful, because people don't have the desire for community anymore. Because the more and more Black people rub shoulders with whiteness, they pick up on habits of white people. Do for self. It's all about you. Whatever you want, you and you and you and you and you. Whereas like traditionally, that was never the mindset. It was never the mindset. Yes, entrepreneurs will make money because they come up with a service and they help lots of people. But it was very useful and it was reasonably priced. You can have a product. You can still be rich selling things to people that are reasonably priced. And also the people who were buying also, they made a conscious effort to buy from Black businesses first. Now, if the Black business doesn't have it, then you go look somewhere else, right? But what whites have done, and even Jewish people have done, is that you find Black idols and through those people, you slowly start teaching Black people, hey, it's not that bad to shop with whites. It's not that bad to buy your wants with the whites. It's not that bad. And before you know it, it becomes second nature to shop with white people first because, hey, it's convenient, right? Do you get me? Right? So this is where we are. But I'm like, all of these people, even W. Du Bois, you have W. Du Bois, and then you have the founding members of the NAACP, right? Hold on. Hold on. They should have all their faces. Okay. Okay, there should be a good picture, I guess. Let me see what I have over here. Let me see what they got. Oh, look, people wearing a natural hair. There's another thing. Okay, hold on. Where's the picture? Okay, let me see if I can see this picture. Okay. Right. But here you have, so you have W. Du Bois right there. So he's the first Black man to ever go to Harvard. So he went to Harvard undergrad and he went to Harvard for grad school. So he had a PhD from Harvard. Okay. First one to do the undergrad, right? You had Ida B. Wells. Ida B. Wells, she's from the South. There was a lot of lynching, a lot of killings with the KKK. She ran for her life. Once she gets up north, she starts writing all these books, exposing how racist the South is. She talks about all the lynchings, whatever. But one thing also about the NAACP at that time, not this new version we have over here, is that these people made a lot of financial investments in Black businesses. Because once again, people were not going to white people for money. Oh, I need money. I need this. No, these people were self-sustaining. They had their own money. And one thing also about W. Du Bois was really big on preaching that you need to be an entrepreneur. You have to do it. You don't have a choice, because this is entrepreneurship is the only way to create a lot of wealth, right? And today, when you listen to a lot of people who talk about this, especially this reparation stuff, right? These grifters and these idiots, because many of them, once again, they've either studied so-called African-American studies at a white, liberal, Jewish-owned institution, right? They studied theology. Jamal Bryant going to Morehouse. Morehouse, even though it's an HBCU, it was founded, started by white people, right? I feel like the only one that's really pure might be Tuskegee, right? But it's like all of these people are people who never studied. They never studied economics. They have never studied finance, and they haven't truly studied the real OGs, because those people do not believe that you need white people to make it. The NAACP never believed that you needed white people to make it. The Nation of Islam never believed in asking white people for anything. Then I guess that's why they're not Christians also. Because a lot of people have always felt like Christianity was the white man's religion, right? But you look at the Nation of Islam, very much self-sustaining, very much we can do for self, very much leave me the hell alone, okay? We don't need your help, right? You look at the Black Panther movement also, never ask white people for anything. You ain't gonna do it, I'll do it myself. Thank you. We are noticing that you are ignoring our people, you're not feeding our people. We're gonna start kitchens. We're going to start cooking. We're going to start feeding our own people. You don't want to protect us. You're bringing police out here to bully us, abuse us. We're going to start carrying weapons. We will protect ourselves. These are very independent-minded people. It's like you don't have, it's okay. It would be nice if you did, but if you don't, I am still going to be okay. Matter of fact, I'm not just going to be okay. I am going to thrive. I am going to thrive, right? It's not until, once again, Dr. King, that you start seeing all these people, oh, the government owes me, I need help, I can't do it, I can't. And guess what? You start saying these kinds of things, you will become that kind of person. You start believing that, oh, because I'm Black, I'm doomed to fail. Oh, because America's so racist. No, America's not even as racist as it used to be. Okay? America is not even as racist as it used to be. America used to be way more racist than that. Black people used to live in real terror. This is not a joke. The KKK was really out here lynching people, right? And yet, people got up and went and did something. People got up and started their businesses. Remember that one time we saw the video about the Black man? He was 39 years old. By the time he was 39, he was married, bunch of kids, bunch of land, bunch of businesses. So much so that the white people got triggered and they shot him in the back. And they killed him, right? Because these people were entrepreneurs. They were not going to wait. And it makes a lot of sense. Because when you spend all your life working for free, you spend your life doing for white people, the day that you finally have a chance to do for self, these people were not going to go to sleep. They were not going to go to sleep. They were not going to stop. They were not going to be lazy. They were just not. Like it wasn't a thing. But today, all you hear is, oh, if I don't have reparations, I can't breathe. Oh, if you don't give me DEI, I can't make it. Oh, if you don't give me affirmative action, I don't know how I'm going to get to an Ivy League. How did he get to an Ivy League? How did W. Du Bois get into an Ivy League? We're talking about 1800s. How did he get into an Ivy League? And you cannot tell me that white people in the 1800s were less racist than they are now. So how exactly did he get into an Ivy League? What about, hold on. Right? Percy Julian also, I believe his dad was a sharecropper, right? But his parents couldn't read or write. So his dad used to save money like nickels, pennies, and things like that to buy his son books. And even to read the books, Percy had to run. Like he had to hide in the forest to read the books. Because at that time, you could get killed for reading books, y'all. It's very real. If you read, like if you watch the documentaries or you read his autobiography, things like that, you will see that in order for him to read the books, he had to go inside the bushes to read the books. Because you had to hide to read books. And his dad, the little bit of money his dad made, he always set money aside to buy his son books, because he was like, you're not going to be like me. But his dad couldn't read. But he saw the value of education. His mother couldn't read. She saw the value of education. And he talked about like when he would go in the wilderness, like when he would go in the bushes to read the books, many times he would see Black people hanging because they had gotten lynched. On his way to school, sometimes he would see Black people's bodies hanging from trees. You understand? Percy Julian, he did his undergrad at Harvard for chemistry, not African American studies. Chemistry is really hard. Chemistry is not a joke. He went to Harvard. There was no affirmative action. There was no DEI. He went to Harvard. He studied chemistry at Harvard. I think he did really, really well. Also, when you are accepted into Harvard, you have to live in a specific house. Right? They go after the British system, like just like you'll see it at Cambridge, you'll see it at Oxford, right? every school, like if you get into, you got to pick what house you want to live in, and then you live there. But because he was black and they were racist, he was not allowed to live with those white boys. So he could not stay in his dorm. He had to live really, really far out there in Cambridge. Like he lived really far, and every day he had to commute to school. And it was very degrading. It was very embarrassing. It was very demeaning. You think he stopped? You think he quit? Right? You think even though there were days he cried, you don't think he sat back and said to himself, listen, for as racist and as disgusting as these white barbarians are, at least I'm at Harvard. Think about what your dad had to go through. Think about what your mom had to go through. And they're probably still going through it. Right? Think about your grandparents, what they had to go through. Yes, it's not nice. Under normal circumstances, you should be able to stay in that house and go to school. Right? But let them do what they do, because white people will be white people. Right? So guess what? He didn't give in to that. Today, you will see, oh my gosh, white people are so mean to me, white people. But shut up. You're stupid. Okay? And guess what? He still graduated with high marks. These white people went above and beyond to make his life a living hell. They went above and beyond to make him feel as though he did not deserve to be at Harvard. He couldn't do it. And guess what? He did that shit. Now, when it came time for him to apply for his PhD, he had everything required to get into Harvard for the graduate program to do his PhD in chemistry. But the dean of the chemistry department said the issue is not whether or not you qualify. This is so crazy. The dean of the chemistry department said it's not whether or not you have the requirement, the skill set, the intelligence to get into the chemistry department. Even if you're able to get your PhD, who's going to hire an N-word? So because of that, there's no point in letting you do a PhD at Harvard, right? So what happens is that he goes to Howard. He teaches at Howard for a little bit, but then he ends up going to Vienna, right? He goes to Austria. He got his PhD. You see how badly he wanted this? He goes to Austria. He gets his PhD in chemistry from Austria, right? Piercy Julian will go on to have like crazy amounts of patents in chemistry. He's like a lot of things, a lot of tech or the stuff that goes into birth control and things like that. He had a lot of patents. Like, think about the kind of crap he went through. A lot of people, especially them people today, they definitely would have given up, right? Start calling all white folks all kinds of racists, right? Make it make sense. Even recently, something happened with Jimmy, and he was upset about it. And I said to him, Jimmy, you know what? For as much as, it's not nice, what they did is really not nice, but put it in perspective, this is small shit. Because think about what both your granddads actually had to go through. Think about what they had to go through, right? So the way you do well for yourself, they probably never would have dreamt of making that kind of money, right? So you got to push it in perspective, right? The stuff that we have to endure today as white people, as Black people, it's not as bad as we try to make it out to be. It really is not. It's not. Like my mother-in-law, her dad went, because they're from Memphis, right? So in Memphis, he was one of the first Black men to have a master's degree, right? And because he had a master's degree, it made a lot of these white people mad. So the only jobs they had for him was the job of a janitor. You think he cried and, oh my gosh, my life is over, white people? No, he's like, I'm not going to do it. So because he was determined to not be a janitor, why would he be a janitor with a graduate degree? So he packed his family and they moved to Hampton. Okay. Now, his father's dad, when he was 10 years old, I guess something happened to his dad. So his dad was not able to take care of him because I guess he was not mentally well. So at 10 years old, Jimmy's granddad, his paternal granddad, he had to step up. This man didn't have a childhood. He was 10 years old and he had to provide for his entire family, like his mom and his siblings. And like, can you imagine? Right? You think he went crazy? No. It was hard for him. 10 years old. And I tell Trey and Stefana all the time, y'all complain about, what are you complaining about? Right? Y'all put stuff in perspective. But ultimately, this man will go on to join the Marines. I guess when he was with the Marines, that's when he moved to California. He met Jimmy's paternal grandmother in California, even though she's from Louisiana, but they met in California. They had my father-in-law in California. They moved back to DC because I guess he's from DC, right? But because he joined the Marines, right, he was able to do for himself because the house, this and that, but he had no help. Since he was 10, he had no childhood. I'm like, it's really, really sad. Right. Then he also went to Vietnam because he was a recruiter. He recruited lots of kids to go into Vietnam. And Jimmy said that he felt really guilty about that. So he's like, hey, if I'm telling people's kids to go, I have to go. while he was there in Vietnam, that's when the white people sprayed the napalm or whatever they sprayed. He breathed or he inhaled some of that stuff. So that played a big part of him having the cancer. And he most likely died from what happened to him when he was in Vietnam and the stuff that the white people released, even though they knew they had their own soldiers on the ground. Long story short, there was no inheritance. There was no kindness. There was none of this. But he never went to jail. He never went to prison. He never used his hardship to say, oh, my daddy wasn't here, so that's why I got to go sell the drugs. Which today, you hear that a lot. Oh, because I didn't have this, it therefore gives me the right to be a knucklehead. Because I didn't have this, it gives me the right. And that's why I say you don't even know your own history because you're full of shit. You're not the first, nor will you ever be the last person to be Black American and to not have a parent or to not have this. Welcome to history. Welcome to tradition. Welcome to the culture, right? But there are millions of people who didn't have daddies. And yet they became great. Yet they got married. Yet they had families. Yet they went to Harvard. Yet they went to grad school. Yet they went here. No. It's like life is not perfect. It would be nice though. It would truly, truly be nice. But sometimes it doesn't happen like that. But you don't have the right to say, oh my gosh, I am so oppressed, so therefore I get to act a fool. You have no idea. Because there are Black people who went through way worse shit than you. When I first met James Ray, he used to say, oh, my granddad was so hard. I'm like, oh, shut up. You know me, I'm West African. So it's perfectly normal for parents to be really hard. And I said to him, James, you telling me this man was so hard that any of his children go to prison? He said, no. I was like, well, there you go. So I guess he was perfect, right? My mom's dad also served in the Ivorian military. So to me, it's like, yeah. But ultimately, when you fear your dad more than you do the drug dealer, you're going to do well for yourself. My father-in-law grew up in D.C., right? He grew up in D.C. during Marion Barry, like all the drug stuff. There was mad drugs in D.C. How come he didn't take drugs? How come he didn't sell the drugs? How come none of his siblings ever touched drugs? They're like 4 boys. It's 4 boys and 1 girl, right? I think so, right? It's like a bunch of boys and just 1 girl. The last child is a girl. Is on Pam. Nothing but boys and girls. Nobody did drugs. Nobody ever got arrested. Nobody had kids out of wedlock. Why? Because their daddy was batshit crazy, right? Go touch the drug, see what happened. Go do it. Go and don't come home when you're told to come home and see what happens. When you know your dad is a crazy ass Marine, you're like, you know what? I fear my daddy more than I fear your ass. I'm going to take my ass home, right? So what happened? James' dad, my father-in-law, he had a full ride scholarship to the Naval Academy. You understand? Right? So not like rewind, right? You're talking about a patriarch who lost his dad at the age of 10. No father, no direction, no patriarchy. He had to become a patriarchy at the age of 10, right? And yet he never got in trouble. He never got arrested, right? He made something of himself. He took care of his family, got married. He took care of that family too, right? A man who didn't have a childhood, but somehow he ends up having 5 kids in D.C. where there's drugs everywhere. But somehow he knows that he had a vision and none of his children are drug dealers. None of his children ever did drugs. None of his children dropped out of school. Nobody ever came home with the whatever, a child here, a child over. Like, what is this bullshit? There was order. Also, like they're super Catholic also. They're very, very much Catholic. Okay, which makes sense because Louisiana is full of Catholics, so that makes a lot of sense, right? Super Catholic, right? Even Jimmy, like part of his, when his mom married his dad too, like part of the culture was they had to go to church. Jimmy was, he was like a Sunday boy, whatever it is, right? Altar boy. That is the culture, right? Nobody's out here committing crimes. Nobody is. But today we have a problem with behavior. Right? Because like I said, the people who come out of MLK, oh, I didn't have a daddy, so therefore I have the right to misbehave. Oh, I didn't have a daddy, so therefore this and that. Oh, it's hard. Oh, it's racism. As if they have experienced a racism that is way more intense, that is way more intense, that is way more diabolical, that is way more this and way more that. That is crazy. When I told you all this, when I lived in Columbus, Georgia, my pastor mom and her husband, African Americans, from Georgia, right? Her mom also, my pastor mom, her mother, she looks like her mom, but she light skinned. But her mother was almost like a maid, sharecropper kind of thing, right? She worked the land, right? Also poverty. But yet you can be poor and you can have self-respect. You can be poor, you can have boundaries. You can be poor and you can be You can be like poor, because this poverty thing also, this is the, hey, Mimi, this poverty thing is a white definition, because white people have it so that when you are financially poor, it means that you're poor across the spectrum. And I say, no, you might not have financial resources, right? You might not be financially fluid, but you can be rich in other areas. And what we see, once again, before we fuck around with MLK, is that the vast majority of African Americans, even if they're not liquid, they don't have a bunch of money, they were rich in culture. They were rich in family. They were rich in self-respect. They were rich in standards. They were rich in their faith. So yes, traditionally, per the white man's standards, they're now wealthy people, which is why I think we even have this thing called Black girl luxury, because these Black girls believe that luxury is when you have money to overpay for white people's trinkets. And they don't realize that luxury is having culture. Luxury is having standards. Luxury is also being traditional, right? Because luxury, for something to be luxe, for something to be luxury, it's usually because it's old, right? Louis Vuitton is luxury because the man was making these suitcases for the wife of Napoleon IV. This brand is over 100 years old. The House of Dior is also about like 100 years old, right? So the older something is, it's luxurious because it's tied to tradition. It has been worn for generations by these people, that pair, blah, blah. So there's a history that goes with a luxury brand. Most luxury brands have long ass history. They're not brand new. Balenciaga, he was out there in Spain almost like 60, 80 years ago because his mom was a seamstress and she used to make dresses for very wealthy women in Spain. And so he started dressing his mom's clients and he slowly built up his own clientele. But I'm like, Balenciaga is not a new house. It's a really, really old house. So to have luxury also, you need to have pedigree. And pedigree means that you have a long-standing tradition of doing things a certain way. That also makes you luxury. You see a lot of Black African-American women, like 50s and down. Many of these women, when you see their clothes, you would think they were wearing Dior, Chanel. A lot of these women made their own clothes because they knew how to sew. And you also realize that part of being a luxurious person or having luxury, it's not how much you pay or overpay for white people's trinkets. It's also about having taste. These women had taste. To go into a white store or some boutique, okay, on Madison and Fifth Avenue to overpay for some white trinkets, but they had taste. They knew it looked good. And that's why you'll look, when you study history also, you will see Jackie Kennedy, and then she becomes Jackie Onassis, right? But one of the greatest designers to ever dress Jackie Kennedy was a Black woman, right? Let me see if I can show you her. Hold on. Hold on. Give me a second. I think she made her wedding gown. There you go. Okay. Here she is. Hold on, so I can see. What's her name again? Ann Lowe. There you go. Here's Miss Ann, right? So Miss Ann, she used to dress the wealthiest of the wealthiest. And her biggest client was Jackie Kennedy. Because once she dressed Jackie Kennedy, all these white women were lining up wedding dresses, you name it. Even the Playboy bunny suit, it was a Black woman. The Playboy bunny suit was created by a Black woman. That's why I told you earlier, why the fuck did white people during the Harlem Renaissance come to Harlem? Because these people had taste. They had exquisite taste. Anybody who studies Harlem Renaissance, you will see how a lot of these Black people, people are too funny to me. A lot of these Black people during the Harlem Renaissance, many of them used to vacation in Paris. Many of them used to vacation in Paris. Who was not in Paris? Give me a Black luminary who was not in Paris. James Baldwin was in Paris. Langston Hughes was in Paris, right? Josephine Baker was in Paris. A lot of these people will go to Paris. Oh, America is so tiring. I'm going to Paris, right? They would go to Paris. And that's what we have. There's a very famous place. There's a very, very famous place in Paris called Montmartre, right? It's a place of art. I think it's not too far from La Bastille, which is where they had the French Revolution and they beheaded Marie Antoinette, right? But Montmartre, if you ever go to France, if you ever go to Paris, right, you should go there, right? But it's a place of art. It's a place of arts. And a lot of African Americans who, vacation, sojourn in Paris, right? They had an affinity for that place. And they would often say that when they went to Paris, they really felt like they were Americans because They were referred to as les Américains, the Americans, right? And they enjoyed Paris because they had more respect in Paris. Even Nina Simone. Nina Simone was also in Paris, right? African Americans have played I guess a relevant role also in the Parisian nightlife, the Parisian arts, Parisian culture, because a lot of these people went to Paris. They wrote in Paris, right? I believe James Baldwin wrote a really big book, Telling the Mountains, something like that. He wrote a really big book while he was in Paris, right? And also, listen, hold on. If you ever remember this song, I told you so much. Right? Remember this song about the Roots? You got me? If you ain't worried about that, remember that song? Okay. If you look at the lyrics too, right? He talks about it here. Where is it? You see? You see? That's why I always love that song. I mean, it's a beautiful song though, but you know what I'm saying? Right? But it's like this place, Montmartre, right? Montmartre it's a place of art. And it's like, it's not far. It's not far from the Louvre. It's y'all, it's a bougie ass place. It's a place of culture, right? Langston Hughes was there. James Baldwin, he lived in an even more posh area because he was a Saint-Germain-des-Prés, attends. Attends que je te montre. Yeah. You see? Attends. You see this? He lived there as well, right? Even when, I'm like, you guys, everybody is there. Like everybody that was somebody that was Black American that went to Paris, everybody went to Montmartre. So I remember when the song came out about the Roots and he was like, oh, she showed me love at Élysée Montmartre. You know, because it's the place. It really is the place, right? But they were all there. So it's like they go one moment they're in Harlem, another moment they're in Paris. They stay there for a while. They come back. James Baldwin, he was living, I'll show you this. Hold on. James Baldwin. Right? He lived there too. So that's like 1948, Saint-Germain-des-Prés. You guys, when I tell you Saint-Germain-des-Prés, you are within a walking distance of the Eiffel Tower. You are in the walking distance of La Seine. And when you read a lot of his books, he talks about that. Like, because, you know, James Baldwin is my person. He is my person. Like, you are right there. Today, if you ever, hold on, let me see if I can show you. If you ever, voilà. Y'all, that place is expensive. Let me see if I can show you a good map. Voilà, attends. Tu vois? T'as vu? Y'all, these are expensive ass places. Like this is to live in Saint-Germain-des-Prés. You got money. Like you have money. Like you see the Eiffel Tower is right there, and then right here you have Place Vendôme. Like Vendôme, this area too is where you have the Ritz-Carlton. Like you have the most luxurious French houses, like Van Cleef. They have their house over there. Louis Vuitton. I mean, y'all, that place is beautiful. I'm like, damn, you have money. You have money, okay? And you have taste too. But it's right, I thought. Have you? Let me see. It's right there. Y'all, you haven't lived. But it's somewhere around here, though, right? Like what we used to. Here also, Pigalle, they got money. Montmartre is right there, you see? They're right there. Montmartre, Sacré-Cœur. Like, y'all, this is the place of money. But these places are expensive. They're so expensive. Today, living there, it's a lot of money. How much it costs to live, you see? These places are expensive. But because you're not far. You're not far from the Eiffel Tower. You're not far from the Eiffel Tower. You're not far from les Champs-Élysées. Like, you're really not far. But I'm like, this is where these people were living. Like, damn. Y'all have money. But my thing is, like, everybody was there. Right? Everybody was there. So that's why you realize that today, what you even call Black girl luxury, it's nothing but a movement of consumerism by people who don't even know their own history. When have Black women not been in luxury? Because luxury is not overpaying for white people trinkets. Luxury has a lot to do with tradition. Luxury has a lot to do with having taste. You got to have taste. You can have a whole lot of money. You can buy a lot of designer stuff and it doesn't look right. It just doesn't look right. It just does not. It doesn't look right because you don't have taste. Let me see if I can see it. Let me see. You see? You got to have taste. But a lot of these ladies, though, They knew how to sew. They knew how to stitch. Today, and let me tell you this too, huh? I'm going to tell you this. Cooking is way easier than knowing how to sew. You can make a dish in an hour, right? When it comes to making an outfit, you got to measure stuff. You got to take your measurements. You got to trace it. You use the chalk. There's chalk that you have to use. You got to cut the stuff. You got to stitch the stuff. It's a lot harder to sew clothes, especially all of that kind of stuff. It's a lot harder than to make a meal, okay? But we're sitting here, we'll look at Halle Berry, but oh my gosh, why would you ask her to cook? Today, cooking is such a problem, right? But imagine these women. They not only knew how to cook, they knew how to shop for groceries, but they knew how to sew. So they could see anything in the magazine. They could see anything, a picture, something in a magazine. It didn't matter. She was going to make it for herself because she just knew how to make it. These women were incredibly resourceful, right? Incredibly resourceful. But a lot of the fashion that you see is not that they went into a white store, white consumerism. Oh, it's a white boutique. This is made by white people, so I got to have it. No, many of these women were making clothes for themselves because they knew how to sew. They could sew, could cook, they could clean. It wasn't a problem because once again, that was part of the tradition. That was part of like, this is what makes me a Black woman, that you can do all these things. And I feel like those kinds of women is what the Bible talks about. When the Bible says he who has found a wife has found a good thing, right? Because a wife does a lot of things. Today, a lot of these women who don't go to church want people to believe that a man who finds a woman automatically has found a good thing. The Bible is very clear. The Bible does not say that the man who finds a woman has found a good thing. The Bible says the man who has found a wife, right? Meaning she knows how to take care of herself. She knows how to clean. She knows how to cook. She can take care of children. She can manage money. She knows how to be the mirror. She knows a lot because she is suited to be a wife. She is wife material. So if you find someone like that, yes, you found a good thing because that's crazy, right? Today, people want to just show up. Oh, I'm a Black woman. I have a degree, so therefore I'm wife material. Oh, no, you're not. Because a wife also, she knows how to live in agreement with her husband, right? You think these ladies were out here shouting and yelling and calling people the N-word? No, they were not. They're very classy, right? They knew how to make tea. They knew how to make afternoon tea. They knew how to make cookies from scratch, okay? They were very fancy because you don't need to have a lot of the white man's paper. You don't need to have a lot of the white man's money for you to be rich. No. It's one aspect of being rich, but you can have lots of money and be poor in tradition. You can be poor in morals. You can be poor in standards. And I think this is where we are today. This is where we are today, right? You know what I'm saying? There's so many of them. It's not even a joke. Like it's too much to talk about, right? But I'm like, a lot of the leading designers in the 50s, the 20s, you name it, a lot of leading designers were Black women because those women had taste. You see? And also they were covered. Today, most Black women want to be naked. There you go. They don't know how to not be naked. And when you tell them, don't be naked, it's not pretty, she thinks you're trying to oppress her. No problem. Like this, it's not a problem, right? And that's why I say it's very easy to say, oh, I'm African-American. Yeah, sure, whatever. You were just born African-American. You didn't work for that, right? It's very easy to scream, oh, I'm FBA, I'm ADOS, yeah, whatever. But when people look at your life, how do you uphold the tradition? How do you do that? That's why nobody's going to take you seriously. Because to me, if I walk around saying I'm FBA, I expect that person to be excellent across the board, right? When you hear Korean American, it means something to you. Right? Because usually, like, yeah, they must have straight A's. They must go to an Ivy League. They had crazy SAT scores. When you hear Korean, you're like, yeah, because these people have a brand. I mean, everybody has a brand, but they have a brand of excellence, right? So when you hear Korean American, now, yeah, that's like the top Asian people, right? If you hear Vietnamese American, you know what comes to mind. I'm not going to say, but you know what comes to mind, right? So I'm like, it's very easy to scream, oh, I'm FBA, I'm ADOS. That's not a problem. But if all you do is scream that you're FBA, right? But you don't live a life that showcases honor, deference, and a sense of purpose and a sense of duty, especially you're not the type to embrace being an entrepreneur, but you're on social media begging for donations, we're not going to take you seriously. I'm not going to take you seriously because obviously it doesn't mean anything to you. right? You just learned a new term and now, oh, let me just wave that so I can feel good about myself. No, feel good about yourself by actually knowing the real history and embodying that. You need to live that. You got, when people see you, like, yo, this is a person that embodies everything the ancestors stood for, right? High standards, high education, high achievements, lots of businesses. Financially, these people are financially independent. They understand money. And also, believe it or not, but they knew how to save. And it makes sense. They can save because they did a lot of things themselves. Why buy a dress for $3,000 when I work, when I know where to get the fabric, when I can make the dress myself? And that's how these people live, right? Many of their suits, they made their own stuff. So if you make your own stuff, you're going to save money. They were not consumers. That you can appreciate good things, right? I can see a dress made by Dior, and because I'm into sewing, I'm into being a couturier, whatever you want to say it, right? I'm like, yeah, this is well made. This outfit is well made. But because I have what we say in French, le savoir-faire, okay? Because I have the know-how, why would I pay this man $5,000 for a suit when I can just make it myself? And this is the thing I said, it should make people weep. And that's what Malcolm X said. The day Black people become intelligent, they're going to start caring more about other Black people. Because so much savoir-faire, so much know-how in the African-American community is gone, y'all. It is just gone. Because these people started messing with white liberals and white feminists, right? Do you know how many family recipes are gone? Do you have any idea? Right? There are many Black American women who come from families where the grandmother was an amazing cook on both sides, both grandma, maternal, paternal, amazing cooks. Great grandmothers, amazing cooks, right? But because a lot of Black American women tend to go mostly, okay, they turn into, hey, man, I love you, boo. Because today, the modern Black American woman is a feminist. She's pro-white liberals, all kinds of foolishness. She thinks a career, a degree is where it's at, right? But you can, listen to me, right? You can embrace your career. Nobody is telling Black women don't have a job. Nobody ever said that. Nobody ever said to Black women, do not pursue your education. Why would you not pursue education? Right? Like, I mean, to me, this goes without saying. If we all understand that there was a point in time where the ancestors could not read. If they catch you with a book, they're going to kill you, torture you, maim you. Everybody has an obligation to be educated. We owe them that. Everybody from Africa, it doesn't matter where you're from. If you're Black, because for the most part, the same rules apply everywhere. But you have an obligation to be educated. Why would you not be educated? What is stopping you? They would work the fields. They would break their back, whether they're growing cotton, West Indies, they're doing sugarcane, you name it. Whatever the fuck they're doing in Africa, right? But even after breaking their backs, they still made it a point to at least learn A, B, C, D. They could have said, I worked so hard today. I've worked for 13, 15, 16 hours. I'm tired. But no, they're going to go outside by the moonlight. They're going to find the moon. They're going to practice their ABCs. A, B, C. Today, education is so easy for you, you don't want to do it. Don't want to have no respect for school. People go to school to play on their phones. Like, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. These people, I feel like a lot of these people, if they knew that school was free, they would probably sleep at the school. If they saw our libraries, they're like, you can get a book for free? Huh? They would read every single book in there. We're so, ew. We're just so ew. Like, I'm looking at shut up. Even Dr. King, I'm talking Dr. King, if Dr. King had TikTok, no. If he had TikTok, that man would have been on TikTok live every day. You know, shut that shit down, right? We don't see the privilege. Right? Because we're so consumed with a racism that honestly we have not experienced. And I put myself in there because I've been here for 30 years. Right? I don't know what it is to have the KKK wait outside your door. So do most Black people. We have no idea what that's like. Right? We know we can cuss out white people and nothing's gonna happen to us. But for them, even not looking at a white person right could get you killed. We don't know what that's like. Right? A lot of them probably were super hungry, but they didn't steal. They never stole. Because many, like I said, many were Christians. They feared their parents. They feared their grandparents. And you go do something, the entire family is going to suffer. They didn't steal. But even me, when I see the stuff I see on social media, I'm like, it breaks my heart. I'm like, I see why these prophets in the Old Testament were crying like this. Like, what the fuck is going on? When have we ever seen Black children behave like this, y'all? I moved to America in 1996. I ain't never seen this. Never seen this. Most of the time, when young people were stealing in stores, it was white children. Black girls in school were not having sex with nobody, you guys. Like this whole single mom thing, it was not a lot of people. It was not mainstream. So when you actually saw somebody pregnant, you pregnant? It was so shocking. Like, what the fuck? Today, it's the norm. You know what I'm saying? Me, when I first, I think it was like 7th grade or 8th grade, I had this white girl come to my house. We went to the mall. My dad dropped us at the mall, and she told me, "Do you want to do a 5-finger discount?" What the fuck is that? Of all my friends, the only one who asked me to steal was a white woman, was a white girl. Right? None of my friends even smoke weed. The people we saw smoking weed were the white kids. The bad kids were white children. Yeah, but you guys, I swear, sometimes I sit here, I swear I'm on the bed and I look at the TV and my heart is like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Seriously, what the fuck? Even, I will be honest. Yes, I will be very honest. I have a bias towards Dr. Umar. I do. I like Dr. Umar. So yes, sometimes I'm not, whatever. I do have a bias towards Dr. Umar. But my point is, there would have been a season 2. Dr. Umar would have been told to shut the fuck up because he's not an honorable man. You see, I like the person. I do like Jermaine. I really do. I think his heart's in the right place. But once upon a time, if you are a Black man and you're not married, you cannot lead anybody, your child. Because being a man, being a husband and a father, that's what made you a man. Right? But today, anybody talks. You don't pay child support, you're respected. You have a bunch of baby mamas, you can talk. Because we don't shame people anymore. Yeah, I like him. I really do. I like Dr. Umar. I really do. I think his heart is in the right place. However, I'm also reasonable enough to say that once upon a time, nobody would have taken Dr. Umar seriously because he's not married. So who are you going to lead? Because you're not a man until you have a family. You're right? Because that made you respectable. But today, everything is a clown show. Everything is a clown show. To just say like the departure from traditional values, etiquette, standards. But people used to require, even Dr. King, we knew he was probably he had side snow bunnies, but he knew better. But you had to be married. Once upon a time, even people like Sarah Jakes Roberts, she never would have preached nowhere. What are you talking about? There was no such thing as a divorced pastor. A what? What that mean? What is that? What are we talking about? You're a pastor who's divorced? A bishop divorced? What the fuck are we even talking about? Like, what is this bullshit? Because Black people did not do disorderly conduct. Like, you had sense. It didn't matter how much you drank the night before or how much you partied the night before. When it's time to go to church on Sunday, you're going to sober up real quick. Because there was no room for foolishness. Like, oh, this is just crazy. Right? And I think also a swath of Black people knew that, yeah, even if you have some Black people who make crazy music, they're just going through it. But it was not for you to replicate the behavior. Like, oh, okay, today was a tough day. Didn't have to use an AK, huh? Yeesh, okay. But being great at school, it meant a lot. Making the honor roll, it meant a lot, right? Having teachers not call your parents, everybody knew. That if the teacher called your mom or dad and they called them at work, oh shit. Kids used to be afraid of their parents. Those were the norms. Today, no. Nobody cares. I'm like, this is really crazy. This is insanity. How the fuck did we get here? 30 years, y'all. Look at this. So when I think about 20 years from now, so what, 2045 or 2050, you guys, I'm scared. I am really scared. right? People think family is a joke. People like, today, unfortunately, it's really sad, but because people are so wicked, people are so selfish, right? Exactly. It would have your mom was gonna beat you right there. Kids knew their place. They knew their place. They knew their place. Everybody knew their place. There was a time everybody knew their place. It was like if you saw a few black kids commit crime, but usually they were a lot older too, right? If you saw two boys doing foolishness, they were usually like in their 20s and up. Today, 14, 12, 13, 16. Like, what the fuck? You're still a baby. What the fuck are you doing? What is this? Like, seriously, what the fuck is going on? But this is what happens when black people depart from tradition, culture, standards, and they want to start being like liberals, progressive. I don't know what the fuck this is, but you see, it's nothing more than demonic energy. It is nothing more than demonic energy. So I can see why also when everybody looks at what mainstream, because that's also a thing, right? What mainstream Black America gives, you have to see why people don't think it's worth reparation. Why would I invest in that? Why would I invest in people who behave badly? You see? Whereas though, I feel as though if you were talking about Black people 15s and down, 1950s and down from that, right? Those kinds of people, they look like a great investment. Oh yeah, they're married, they're responsible. Many of them have businesses. They're highly educated. They don't ask for shit. And if you notice one thing about human life, the more you ask for stuff, the less people want to give it to you, right? The more you don't need stuff, the more people want to give it to you, which is why people love buying from celebrities, which is why a lot of influencers have to spend a lot of money to make it seem like they're super rich, because we know people are nicer to rich people, right? When you don't ask for money, when you don't need money, when you look like you're doing great for yourself, people don't mind giving you money. People love to give money to those who don't need the money. No, listen to me. I'm not saying they would or they wouldn't do it, but I'm saying those Black people will make a better case for receiving reparations. Now, will they receive reparations? I don't know, right? I do not know. But I'm saying, because when it comes to reparations, everybody, for the most part, you got to have some kind of unit. You got to have some kind of consensus from the vast majority of the American people, right? But obviously, right now we don't, and we also have to be honest that what we see is not given. Oh yeah, I want to give them reparations. It's not. But what I'm saying is, 1950s and down, at least if those people were asking for reparations, they will be more likely to receive it. They would take it more seriously, because these are people who didn't need from nobody. You get me? Right? You understand? So that's the way that I feel, because everything is about how you position yourself. Now, one thing I will also say, when we look at the Jews, because a lot of Jews today are recent immigrants, like they came after the war, the Second War, right? And we see how they've been able to infiltrate the government. They've been able to infiltrate the banking system and this and that. But you see, Jews never led with, oh, y'all got to give us money. Y'all got to help us to build Israel back. They never did that. They had a plan, which was to siphon a lot of money out of America, which they're doing. Okay, 25 years of war running behind Bibi, America has spent $14 trillion, right? So when we look at how much America, especially these white American politicians, have done for Israel, we have to take a step back and say, okay, what is wrong with our strategy? And once again, when you look at Jewish Americans at large, right? Not to say don't do some bullshit, because many of them are criminals, okay? But when you look at Jewish Americans at large, many of them are highly educated, right? Many of them are business people, right? Many of them are married. Many of them are very proud of their faith. They go outside with their yarmulke and things like that. So when you see the image, the cultural image of Jewish Americans, they give off serious people. Oh, look, they came from the Holocaust and now they're so successful, right? Whereas when you look at the mainstream image of Black America, it gets very unserious, right? So concurrently, when Jewish people go for jobs in the government and this, because they're all over the place, right? They have control because they were in control of their image. And that's why they have, I guess, non-for-profits like ADL to come after anybody who tries to damage their cultural image. They will sue your ass, or they'll call you anti-Semite and ruin your life, right? Whereas when you look at Black America, there is no one that is there's nobody that controls the Black American image. Anybody can do whatever they want, right? You can be a YN if you want to. You can make movies where Black men are crazy. You can make movies where Black men always go to prison. No one cares. No one cares. Okay? Whereas, like, when you look at the ADL is a body, it's a non-for-profit owned, maintained, sustained by Jewish American, and their job is to make sure that nobody plays with their image, because they want people to see them as God's chosen people, people who went through the Holocaust, people who suffered, and things like that, people of the faith. And so they've done a really good job creating this image, right? Where now, whenever they cry, whenever they say they need help, or they're scared, okay, we got to help them because they have a good image. You know what I'm saying? No, but I think, to me personally, modern day African Americans, to me, are not entitled to reparations. They haven't gone through slavery. So even I will tell you that too, right? This is a thing also that you're going to have to work on that. Because the thing about reparations is that money is not going to come out of thin air, right? Money's either going to come out of taxation or money's going to come from the treasury. They're going to have to print money, right? So now, just like a lawyer, when it comes time to you saying, oh, I want this, or you have to give me this, you need to have convincing arguments as to why somebody needs to give you reparations. So let's say you believe in reparations. You say, oh, Marlene, I think I'm owed reparation. No problem. Then people are going to say, make your argument. Why are you owed reparation? Right? Because the people who actually went through slavery, I think unanimously we all agree they're owed reparations. Right? The people who went through the Civil War, they were promised things. They didn't get their stuff. People who believe in 40 acres and a mule, they were promised a thing and they did the work. They didn't get their money. There are people out here who have valid claims for reparations. But why do you deserve reparations? Right? And I think that's the problem here, because people are taking somebody else's struggle and say, well, because we happen to be of the same ethnic group, therefore I deserve reparation. I'm like, it doesn't work like that. Right? It doesn't work like that. And that's why I say, to me, it's very insidious to tell all Black Americans, oh, yeah, you are entitled to reparation, right? Yeah, but just because you are a descendant, you're not deserving of what happened to the people, right? Why are you deserving of that? Because it didn't happen to you. And also, when you say descendants, how many generations now? Right? How are you directly impacted? At least if the grandkids are asking for the money. Right? If the grandkids are asking for the money, I can kind of see that. If the children are asking, I can kind of see that. If the grandkids are asking for the money, I can kind of see that. Right? If the great-grandkids even, I can kind of see that. But where do you fall? Are you like the great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandkid? You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, to me, these arguments have not been perfected, because you're going to have to convince people, right? Because for reparations to even become a thing that the federal government does, it has to go through Congress. It got to go through the House, and then it has to go through the Senate. It will never make it in the House, right? So if the thing is, oh, because my ancestors were slaves, therefore I deserve reparations, you're not going to make it. And it's very evil for any Black American that's out here that is telling Black Americans they deserve reparations on the grounds that my ancestor, which ancestor also, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Slavery, I don't know how you're going to get the money. You understand me? Because it's not going to work. And also, mind you, right, in the 1850s, America's population is at 30 million. Today, America's population is at 300 million. So today, America is not just, the base is Native Americans, right? So Native Americans, I will consider them to be the original American, like 1.0. Then you have European, like Western European, French, English, and Dutch Europeans who settle here with the African people. So I will consider those people Americans 2.0, right? So from American 1.0, add American 2.0, even in the 1850s, you're still looking at 30 million people. Today, you have 300 plus million people. And these are no longer the 1.0, 2.0 Americans. Now it's a lot of immigrants. You have Asians, you have Chinese, Koreans, West Africans. You name it. The world lives in America, right? So now that you have 300 million people, How do you convince other people who are not involved in any of this that, oh yeah, I'm okay with you taxing me so that you can give my money to African Americans because they happen to be the descendants of the enslaved? How do you sell that to people? And many times what even comes down to your sell, how you're going to sell yourself, is that many times a lot of African Americans insult people. So if you need money from people, but you're insulting people, how you going to get the money? Yeah, because I'm like, it's a valid question, my love. It is a valid question, right? Because it's money. Nobody is going to give you money for free. Even Benjamin Netanyahu, right? The way he gets money out of America is by saying, oh, the terrorists, the Arabs will attack America. He phrases his argument in the way that makes it feel as though if you do this, Americans are going to be safer. It's a pitch. Right? He doesn't say, oh, well, I hate Palestinians, I hate the Arabs, and so give me money so I can kill them all because I want the Middle East to myself. No, you have to be a salesperson, right? And usually when you want someone's money, you make the person see how you helping me or you giving money is also going to benefit you, right? But if you say the only reason why you should give me money because my ancestors went through slavery, I'm telling you, you ain't going to get shit from people. And you should know this. You're an American, right? American people, the only way they move is if it's also is suitable for their interests. You're an American, right? When have you ever seen American people just give money for the sake of giving money? Even when they give money for a non-for-profit, it's because they can write it off in their taxes, or they can boast about it on their website, or it can help them to feel, oh, look at me, I'm so self-righteous, I'm so woke, right? But in America, that is American culture. Even when I do something good, it has to also benefit me. So when we're talking about reparations, you also have to say, if you give me reparations, here's how you also benefit, right? Because there's a lot of people here who had nothing to do with slavery. And also, I will also even say that people who are so pro reparations, I want them to explain to me why exactly does the federal government have to pay reparations? Why is it the federal government? Was the federal government the one that had slaves like that owned plantations? No. If anything, reparations should come from the families that actually own slaves, right? Like if you find a very wealthy, affluent white family and people know who their slaves were and who their kids and great-great-grandkids are now, those people should be sued because they directly benefited from slavery, right? But I would love for someone to tell me why exactly should the federal government pay for the sins of slavery? They were not the ones who had the plantations. So if anything, you got to go find the plantation owners. And the plantation owners need to be the one to give the money to the people who they actually enslaved and the children and the great-great-grandchildren of the people that they actually enslaved, right? And somebody can even bring up the Japanese people, right? Because after the Japanese American, like their stuff, hold on. Because they love to hide that stuff, right? You understand? But look at this, right? Even with the Japanese Americans who were put on concentration camps, right? Because America did that stuff too, right? Japanese Americans, my lover, look at Japanese Americans, right? Japanese Americans, I understand exactly why the federal government paid reparation, because it's the federal government who put them there. It's the federal government. It's FDR, Roosevelt, okay? Roosevelt is the one who decided that every Japanese American had to lose everything. And they put them people in a concentration camp just because they happen to be Chinese. But that's not the case with slavery. Plantations were owned by private citizens. So therefore, if you're going to ask for reparations, like I said, we need to find every family, every white family, some of them are also Jewish, right, who directly benefited from plantations. And those people need to be sued, absolutely. And those people should be sued by the children, great-grandchildren, great-grandchildren of the people who actually were slaves on that plantation. They need to be sued. Plantation owners need to be sued. Their children, their great-grandchildren, their trust, yes, they need to be sued because that family's wealth was built on the back of enslaved people. Give the money up, right? But I'm like, I don't see why the federal government will pay for reparations. I'm like, they were not the ones running the plantations. So I'm so confused. I'm very confused. But I do feel like when it comes to crafting the argument for reparations, people got to be a little bit smarter. And people have to learn from Benjamin Netanyahu. See, Benjamin Netanyahu, he has found a way to create the Arab threat, the terrorist, right? And because white Americans have this tendency of being like the Avengers in a Marvel movie, oh, we have to go fight, huh? We got to save the world. So that's how he knows how to get their money. But you realize when it comes to AIPAC, when it comes to the ADL, when it comes to the Mossad, they have truly studied white American psychology. And so they cater to that white American psychology, the need to be the savior of the world, the free world. And they know how to pander to the white people and they get their money. Even Zelensky knows how to get their money, right? But I'm like, when it comes to how many Black Americans who are the fighters of reparations, they don't know how to sell it. They do not know how to sell it. Because if your selling argument is because my ancestors went through slavery, so therefore give me money, you will never get it. That's not how America works. You have to know how to finesse. You really, really know how to finesse. And most times when people go into business meetings, right, even when you want money from a bank, you want money from an investor, you have to find a way to say, but you're also going to benefit, You're going to make money too, You're going to do this, Okay, sure. I can see how this helps me. So here you go. Here's the money. That's how you talk to people. But many times, because the Black American community is led by activists. Activists are not good for business. They're not good business people. Even this Target boycott, where is it now? Because a pastor will never successfully talk to business people. They don't talk the same language. But where is it now? Where's Jamal Bryant? His Target, boycotting Target. Where is it now? Is he even talking about it? I'm sure he got tired. He stopped. I'm like, there's a reason why. Because if people were actually intelligent, even if you have an issue with Target, you would go and find Black business people, Black entrepreneurs, and especially the ones that are well accomplished, like Mr. Pebbles, Uncle Junior before he passed away, Magic Johnson. Like, you have Black people who are incredibly successful in business. So therefore, if you have a bone to pick with a major American corporation that is traded on the stock market, your representative should be a highly accomplished, highly respected Black American businessman, because he knows how to talk to business people, right? And in business, great negotiators are people who know how to get a little bit from me, I give you something too, right? It's never a zero-sum game. You're not going to make it. Right. And when we talk about reparations, many times the conversation around reparations is a zero-sum game. Oh, just give me money because my ancestors went to slavery. No, because the white man can also say, we give you school for free, 13 years of free education, right? We give you free welfare. We give you EBT. We give you a whole lot of stuff, affirmative action. All these things to me are some form of reparation, right? So why would I give you more money? And like I said, today, there are 300 million people who live in America. And Black Americans happen to be part of the minority. Like if we're 40, it's like what? There's about like 5 million other Black people. So if it's 48, so like 43 million people, right? 80 million Latinos. How are you going to convince 80 million Latinos to agree to be taxed more to give you money? You gotta think like that. But you don't think like that. And that's the problem, right? And that's why a lot of these things, they will never lead anywhere. Because people are not good at business. People are just not good at business. And people are not good at talking to other people from different communities. But usually when you ask money from people, you ask nicely. Yeah, you really do ask nicely. Because Latinos are 80 million. And in the next like 20 years, Latinos might be at 120 million. So they're going to influence politics even more. Look at AOC. But they're going to influence politics more. Because more representatives are going to care about Latinos. More senators are going to care about Latinos. But right now, when you look at the U.S. Congress, whether you look at the House, you look at the Senate, it's mostly for the Jews. It's like maybe 5 people who are not taking AIPAC money, but most of our Congress is owned by AIPAC. Most of our Congress is owned by Jewish people, okay? So my thing is, that's also a thing that you got to take into account. Even the Black Caucus, they take AIPAC money. Hakeem Jeffries takes AIPAC money. What's his name? Kerry Booker, he takes AIPAC money. So they Black up in there and they fighting for Jewish people. right? They all take a plane. When they all get elected, they take a first flight to the Israel to go bang their head against the wall of the Israel. Okay, do you know that? They're not serious. Their skin is black, but their fight is for Palestine, it's for Israel. What are you talking about? Right? So my thing is, a smart person or smart people would even stop talking about reparations and say, what's a better way to get this money? Because you don't have to call it reparations. You don't even have to call it reparations. But I would think that smart people would sit back and be like, how the fuck did these Jews take over America? Right? And then you will kind of like reverse engineer and find a way to do the same thing. But it's really sad that we're still in 2025 and Black Americans have yet to create a super PAC. Right? So I'm thinking before we talk about reparations, we should talk about a super PAC, because that's how you get these politicians. How did Israel, the Israel people have so much influence, so much power over American politics? Because they have AIPAC. And we know that per American law, because it's a foreign entity, they should register as a foreign entity. They have not registered, and they're not going to, because they run the country, right? The second in command of the Democratic Party is Chuck Schumer. He's a Jew, right? And yet, the vast majority of African Americans in Congress, they bow the knee to these white immigrants. Whether it's Nancy Pelosi, whether it's Chuck Schumer, most Black Americans in Congress have no power. They're told what to do. They're told how far to jump. They don't even fight for their own people. You can go back on PBS, because PBS has the archives and stuff. When the crime bill was passed, it was pathetic. Kwame Nkrumah, what's her name? Maxine Waters, the Jesse Jackson, they're so pathetic. Oh, there are certain things in there we didn't like, but we didn't really have a choice. Like, we kind of had to agree with it. Oh, shut up, you idiot. Right? They all went along with that, knowing it was evil, because they're weak. They're very weak. So I feel like, to me, the main thing people should talk about is the creation of a super PAC. Right? It's a super PAC. You need a super PAC. Even your boy Elon has a super PAC. Elon created a super PAC so he could have Trump win. Right? It's a super PAC. Right? Like, when it came, like, look at Kamala Harris. When it came to Kamala Harris, when she was running, what Black women did was just give her money. But they should have given her money through a super PAC. Allegedly, they got on a Zoom call, whatever the fuck happened there. Okay? They got on a Zoom call, and I guess they just started giving money. But once again, the lack of structure, because they don't understand politics. They live here. They're born here. English is their first language, but it's like, they don't know shit. Do you not know how this shit works? The way Black women should have given money to Kamala Harris was through a super PAC, not individual Black women swiping their credit cards or putting their credit card information on ActBlue or whatever website the fuck it was, right? You need to have a super PAC. Because if you don't have one, you're not going to be able to influence American politics. And that's why I say this is America. This place right here is capitalist. If you want to make money, you got to spend money to make money. It's only Black Americans who believe that white people are just going to do the right thing. Oh, they're going to understand, Marlene. Slavery was so bad. Slavery was so inhumane. So if we keep reminding them of slavery, they're going to do the right thing. No, this is not a movie. This is real life. Right? Even African Americans who are in Congress, even they don't give a fuck about reparations. They don't care about reparations. We saw Jasmine, what's her name? Jasmine Crockett, right? Jasmine Crockett, all she does is fight for illegal immigrants to come here illegally. And she's like, oh, it's not a federal offense, it's a civil offense, right? That's who she caters to, because that's who puts money in her campaign, right? So even when you do happen to have Black Americans in Congress, they cater to their donors. And many, not even their electors, right? Because Jasmine was elected she was voted into the House by most likely Black constituents. But once she becomes a congresswoman, all she cares about is what her donors want. So a lot of it was to fight for illegal immigration. Right? She was on panels with Latinos. She was on panels with a bunch of people, a bunch of white liberals, saying that it's not a big deal to come to America illegally. It's just a civil offense to come here illegally, right? But yet she's telling you she's a lawyer. But anybody, I repeat, anybody who has properly studied American immigration knows that immigration, whether it's legal or illegal, right, it usually negatively impacts Black Americans more. Right? So that's why to be Black American and to be pro-illegal immigration, that's some crazy shit. Right? Because just because you're Black, just because you're Black American, just because you talk a good game, just because you call Trump a racist, doesn't mean that you support the cause of Black Americans. Because when is it that Black America has not been harmed by immigration, whether it be legal or whether it be illegal? We could just look at New York, huh? We could just look at Baltimore, huh? Right? We can look at Chicago, right? But Italians came in there illegally and took over because they're violent, right? Many European Jews came over and they took over because they're violent, right? A lot of Irish people came here illegally, whatever, running from potato famine. And many of them joined the police force and they started beating the shit out of Black people. Right? So we can't sit here and say, oh my gosh, illegal immigration is not a big deal. Most predominantly Black cities are sanctuary cities, right? And most of these cities are not going broke, right? Because illegals are being prioritized over African Americans, right? But then this is what African Americans vote for. They vote for their own erasure. The only thing they want to fight for is the Essence Fest. And make sure that Essence Fest is not owned by an African. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? Who gives a fuck about Essence Fest? Okay, who gives a fuck? Oh my gosh, they gave me jollof rice. Who gives a flying fuck? Chicago's going broke, right? And it's a predominantly Black city. And in order to take care of these immigrants, Johnson is going to raise property taxes. And we know what happens. If you cannot keep up with property taxes, the city will put a lien against your house. You can lose your house. And many of these houses are heirlooms. Like these are houses that people have had in their families for generations. So now, because they have a budget deficit because they choose to keep taking care of droves of Latino immigrants, you can lose your property. So it's really funny to me that people want to talk about reparations when people are not even securing their properties, right? Why worried about reparations you might never get? When you're most likely to lose your mother's house, you are most likely to lose your father's house. You're more likely to lose your grandmother's house because he's going to have to raise property taxes. And only God knows how much he's going to raise property taxes to. But right now, Chicago is broke. They didn't even have to be broke. This never had to happen, right? But as long as you have a Black American who runs for office and promises to fight racism, to go after Trump, the people go and start voting. Because that's all they care about, fighting racism. How about building wealth, right? How about not raising property taxes? How about building more schools? Yeah, is it, let's even assume, right? Oh, Trump is the worst racist human being, whatever, sure, whatever. But is fighting Trump really a priority? On a day-to-day basis, are you really going to have to worry about Trump? No. You have to worry about your streets being clean. You got to worry about your property taxes. You got to worry, especially Chicago, it snows out there, right? Who's going to come and shovel your snow? Like there are police and things like that. There are day-to-day stuff that affects you more than Trump and his goofy ass on Pennsylvania Avenue. It's a non-factor, really, right? But no, they want to fight Trump. You see the same thing in Fulton County, right? Fannie Willis wasted millions of dollars on her goofy ass witch hunt against Donald Trump. Meanwhile, Fulton County Jail, a man died because he was eaten by bed bugs. There are bigger priorities, right? Fix the Fulton County Jail. A lot of the correctional officers in Fulton County are having sex with inmates. And most likely it's not consensual, right? And many are getting caught. Why don't you use the money to resolve these problems? No, she wants to fight Trump. And yeah, go after Trump, go after Trump. And ultimately, nothing happened, but money was wasted, right? Nathan Wade walked away with almost $1 million, right? So I will also say that to me, it's very rich to ask for reparations when the vast majority of predominantly Black cities, which are mostly ran by Black people, are a failure. So if you can't even properly manage your cities, you can't even properly manage your school district, who's going to give you money? right? But once again, because people don't want to have tough conversations, who gonna give you money? Huh? Who's gonna give you the money? New Orleans, a hot mess. DC, a hot mess. Chicago, a hot mess. Baltimore, a mess. Everything's a mess. Even Maryland, the entire state of Maryland is a mess. It's run by a black man. It's a mess. Whereas Memphis, a mess. Any city that is ran by black people, it's a mess. It's not, you can, oh wow, look at black people. They're doing such a good job. The schools are working. There's less crime. No. Everything is a mess, Kevin. It's a mess. And so I do feel like also people show that they lack self-awareness because at least, let's say the cultural image, the brand was like top tier, chef's kiss, right? And then you had predominantly black cities that were freaking thriving. You can be like, you know what? If you give them reparation money, they're going to double that money because that's a great investment, right? But why would I? And then we also had COVID. You see, people don't want to be honest. That's the problem, right? We also had COVID. And what happened with COVID? We saw what most black people did with their stimulus money. They went and bought Louis Vuitton, right? And because who got rich? Do you know how much money? Hold on, let me show you. Hold on. How much money did Bernard Arnault make during COVID? Let me show you. You'll see. There you go. Right there. Right? This is what they did with their stimulus money. Right? So read, okay? Bernard Arnault, wealth growth during the COVID-19 pandemic. Right? Blah, blah, blah. Net worth increase. Arnault's net worth surged an estimated $676 billion for March 2020, y'all. March 2020, the man only had $76 billion. By 2021, it grew to $186 billion. It's mostly black people. All they did was line up to go buy Louis Vuitton, right? Representing an increase of over $110 billion in 14 months. Okay? All right. There you go. It's okay to be honest. It really is okay to be honest. Talking about that. I had a friend in Atlanta, and she was living in Florida. She's like, Marlene, you should come out here and see the lines. Serpentine. They had lines over just the lines go on themselves, lining up to buy Louis Vuitton. Right? A lot of black people who got the stymie money did not invest their money. They spent the money. Let's not even talk about the Chinese. How much money did wigs and weave sellers make during the COVID era? Because a lot of the stymie money, if the stymie money was not going towards European brands, it was going to China for wigs. A lot of money also went to Shein for clothes. Right? So I do feel like, right, if we care to be honest, I do feel like COVID and the stymie kind of showed us what black people would do if they were to come into reparations. They wouldn't even save a penny. They're going to go straight to the store. And guess what? So it's pretty much like they're advocating for this reparation money. But in all honesty, at the end of the day, it's only going to make a white person richer. They're not going to use the money to make the community better. They're not going to use the money to invest in each other. They're not going to use the money and even deposit the money in black banks. They never will do that shit. Okay? Bank of America, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, who else is out there? Maybe TD, right? That's it. So I think if we can be honest, COVID gave us, no, I'm serious, my love. It's because people, a lot of people, some people will be, oh, Marlene is African, so therefore she hates Black Americans, right? That's the knee-jerk bullshit, xenophobic ass, entitled ass, narcissistic reaction all the time. Anybody who knows me, Kevin's African American. I have a lot of friends who are African American. My husband's actually one. So pretty much I have lots of family who's African American. People who know me for real and have self-awareness, they know. Marlene says things out of love. Me, it's never to shame. That's why I say you will never see me make comments, oh, this is what's wrong with the Black community. This is what's wrong with the Black community. I don't have time for that bullshit. Okay, I usually roast white people more. But I do feel like sometimes it's really good for us to also be honest. Like, listen, this is still business. Just like, was it yesterday? No, 2 days ago, right? I had a video about Black women and dating and marriage. And I always say to Black women, Black men in general are the prize. Kevin is here. I tell Black women, this is about customer service. Do I not? I I said, being married or having a great relationship, a woman has to understand your role is to provide great customer service. Right? You can't just say, oh, I'm a woman, I'm a Black woman, so therefore marry me. Are you crazy? You are crazy, right? How is that a pitch? You know, even when you go to Shark Tank, when people go on Shark Tank to ask money, they're very nice. Hey, Mark. Hey, Mr. Wonderful. Even though Kevin O'Leary is an asshole, he's such an asshole, he's going to call you a cockroach. But people don't respond because he has money. You understand? It's only Black people who don't want to play the game, but somehow they want to win. How you going to stack doves if you refuse to understand how life works? Black people are a bunch of philosophers. Oh, well, you know, it should be, shut up. It should be my ass what it is. Okay? What's going to be. And it's going to be what it is because human psychology is real. Your job is to finesse. You have to learn how to finesse. Black people are the only ones who want to be rigid. You know? And that's why, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me show you something, right? Have you ever seen a palm tree in a hurricane? Right? Have you ever seen a palm tree during a hurricane? Let me show you something. Hold on. A palm tree, during a storm. Let's see. Let me see if I can find a good video. There you go. I think, okay, this is pretty good. This one is good, right? Let me see. It's pretty good. Okay. It gets really bad. There you go. Right? Do you have any idea? Why exactly? Thank you, Janet. Do you have any idea what most palm trees, even though they happen to be they're in tropical setting, it rains a lot. You know, they're even in Asia, like Thailand, there's the monsoon. These fuckers will bend like hell. And that's why even the Bible tells you that your roots, I think it's Psalm 91, right? The Bible says that your root shall be as deep as the root of a palm tree. Like when you look at a palm tree, you don't see the network of roots in the ground. You don't see it. That's why they can bend so hard, because their roots are so fucking deep. You see, look at the pole. Why is the pole like this? Because the pole is hard. It can't bend. When you don't bend, you're going to break. Okay? You're going to break. Palm trees, they go like this. If the wind blows hard, they go like this. They don't try to fight the wind because they understand this too shall pass. There you go. You have to bend. Okay? My hand not to my hand. Okay? I'm hypnotic. You got to learn how to bend. Okay? Swag surfing. There you go. You got to know how to bend, because if the wind is blowing this way, you're like, you know what? It's okay. If the wind is blowing this way, it's okay. Right? It's only Black people in crazy ass thunderstorms. They want to sit out here and act like an oak tree or whatever tree. They're so rigid. You're going to break. You're going to break. Okay, well, I guess this is not a good example, but okay. You see this one? Look at this one. Look at this one. Right? That's a long ass tree. And the reason why they can grow so long like that is their roots, y'all. And I think it's Psalm 91, right? Let me see. Hold on. I think so. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's Psalm 91, no? Oh, 92. I was close enough. Okay, so it's Psalm 92, huh? The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree. They shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon. Okay, I've never studied what's special about those things, but whatever, because it's probably hot out there, right? Okay, resilience. Palm trees are known for their flexibility and ability to bend but not break under strong winds, symbolizing the righteous ability to withstand life's challenges by growing their roots deeper. Okay? The palm tree's root draw nutrients and water from deep within the earth, aka tradition, providing life even in harsh conditions, much like believers receive spiritual nourishment by being planted in the house of the Lord. Okay? There you go. That's Jeremiah. Okay, there you go. This is it. Jeremiah 17:8 says this. Hold on. Okay, look at this, right? Jeremiah 17:8 says, for he shall be like a tree planted by the waters, which spreads out its roots by the river, and will not fear when the heat comes, but its leaves will be green, and will not be anxious in the year of drought. And you also have some palm trees. That's how you get the dates. The date trees, and like palm trees that grow dates in the desert, right? Nor will it cease yielding fruits. Hold on. Let me show you. Okay. There you go. Right? These things is everywhere. They're just everywhere, right? So what I'm saying is Black people have a tendency of not really understanding, not old. It's these new people. I'm telling you, it's these new people. It's not the people before MLK, they understood that shit. That's why I told you, even when they were being called the N-word, boy, they didn't react to it. Not because they didn't want to. They had a bigger vision. Right? These new people here, these MLK, the grandkids of MLK, these are the people that I have a problem with. Okay? But the thing about palm trees and why they do so well, because they bend. Like wherever the wind goes, they're going to bend that way because you have to survive. You got to survive. But if you're super rigid and there's a thunderstorm, there's a hurricane, you're going to break. You're going to just die. You're not going to make it because you're not flexible. You're not flexible. So in life, you got to understand that everything you do with people is business. It's business. Marlene, when it comes to money, I'm not against Black people getting money. But if you're pitching it as reparation, if you put that name on that thing, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it because you're calling it reparations. And yes, names, they matter. Let's say you have a lip gloss and you call a lip gloss apple cherry kiss, right? And then you call the lip gloss hot Bayou sweat. Even if the hot Bayou sweat is a very pretty lip gloss, they ain't gonna buy it. What the fuck? What kind of name is that? Right? But if you call lip gloss sweet apple cherry, even if it's not the best lip gloss, people are more likely to consider that because the name is enticing. Everything is business. Everything comes down to branding. And so what I'm saying is if you brand this thing as reparation, you ain't gonna get shit. And people who lie to you are wicked. They are really, really wicked. They're lying to you. It's America. Everything's about branding. It's how you call a thing, right? Now, if you can find a way to rebrand reparation as an investment that is going to further further America as a whole, you're more likely to get support, right? Which is what Benjamin Netanyahu did. He doesn't say, oh, I want money to go kill all these Arabs because I want to be by myself in the Middle East. Oh, no, it's a threat to America, They hate Americans, They don't want what's good for America. So then the people say, oh, what? They want to kill us? Oh, so how much money you need? How much money you need? Right? It's business. And you got to have a great elevator pitch. But when it comes to this reparation stuff, I'm saying the pitch, the way this reparation stuff is being sold is giving niet, as they say in Russian. You ain't going to get shit. Now you can cry all you want. It's up to you. Or you can understand how business works, business, psychology, and things like that. What's the best way for me? Because the thing is, ultimately, it's not what you call it. If you want money, the most important thing is to get the money. It doesn't even have to be called reparations. Why does it have to be called reparations? Right? If the word reparations is causing people to not want to help you, if the word reparation is causing people to be like, this is toxic, call it something else. What the fuck is it to you? Right? But the thing about new age Black Americans, they're so obsessed with nomenclature, critical race theory, DEI, affirmative. You people, you're so obsessed with how a thing is called. You care more about the name of the thing than actually getting the thing. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? Who cares what the fuck it's called? Money is money. At the end of the day, if you get the money, is that not what you really care about? So why does it have to be called reparations? Why can't you call it something else? Why are you so emotionally attached to the word reparation? The word gives people the ick. So let's call it something else. It's okay. If you try to get something for 30 years under the same name, you're not getting it. When are you going to get it? Maybe I'm going to change the name. You don't say. You don't say. One you won't, you got to change the name. They all, Kevin, it's not, at this point, it's not even econ, Kevin. They don't even understand psychology. That's why these big companies, like, they spend so much money hiring people. What are we going to call this shoe? What are we going to call this meal? They have so much market research before they name a thing. Because you don't want to give people the ick, right? A perfume, you got to have the right name for a perfume. Because if it sounds like bullshit, like, why would I ever buy that shit? So sometimes you might name it Arabic. You go, like, I don't know, Fahiza or whatever. Like, ooh. And people will say, oh, yeah, ooh, it sounds like it's Arabic. Ooh, girl, it'll probably be expensive. Right? Psychology, it's not that hard. But then people, they're not flexible. I've never seen this in my life, Kevin. Like, it's crazy. This bad business. They have horrible business sense. And that's why they don't achieve anything. Right? You see? Activists, socialists, and people who never even took a business course, they never took a single math course. They don't know shit, Kevin. Don't know shit. But who cares? Who cares what you call it? As long as you get what you get. Just like a lot of Black women say submission. Submission! It's like, what the fuck is wrong with this lady? What is your problem? What is wrong with these people? Submission. It's like, oh my gosh. Cooking? It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, it's never that serious. But when they hear submission, they see chains. Like, they see, like, the slaves, like the chains of the former slaves. It's like, girl, you're doing too much. Okay? It's excessive. What is wrong with you? Like, what is this? But yet, in their day-to-day life, they're always submitting. They submit to the laws. They submit to traffic signs. They submit to the IRS. They submit to whoever they got to pay their student loans to. They're always submitting. They submit to the algorithm. They're always submitting. Because it's not called submission, but it is submission. At the moment you say, submit to a man, what the fuck? Are you okay? Right? What is wrong with you people? Right? Cooking for a man. As if she's not going to eat the food herself. Like, it's like when you say cook for a man, in her head, it's like you want her to take the entire day to cook for a man, and then she's going to serve the man and give him the food. Then he's going to eat all the food. She'll be like, are you going to give me some? Are you going to give me some? We know damn well that's not what's going to happen. If she cooks, she's going to eat the food also. Like, what is the problem? What is going on? But when you don't have good understanding, you're more likely to be hysterical. You're more likely to be paranoid because you don't have good understanding, right? What the fuck? What is wrong with your ass? But yet, they'll see Nora Smith. Oh, I love how she cooks. Okay. All right. Oh, I need to lose weight. So does that mean you have to cook your own food? Right? Like, what is the big deal? But once again, it's the lack of flexibility. They're not flexible. And because of that, they get left to the wayside. Oh, I don't need no man. But then they're on the T app. They're on a dating app. They're sharing men. You see? So because you don't want to be flexible, look how you're living. Because you don't want to be flexible, you're making your life so much harder. Right? Submission does not mean oppression. It just says pick your battles. That's really what it is, right? Don't fight on everything. It's just not worth it. That's it. That's that. But the most men, especially in 2025, want a woman that just lays like a doormat. Most women don't lay like doormats. Where? What the fuck are we even talking about? Okay? No. Cooking food. Oh my gosh. Halle Berry. She left a man who was worth $40 million. Paid for everything. I'm like, you don't have to pay for anything? No. He pays for everything? Yes. What's the problem? Oh, he wants me to cook. Like, girl, what? What? Girl, what? Are you okay? Of course she's not okay. Because who has such a reaction like this? Like, who has such a reaction like this? Right? You don't make any money. But you look good though. So you look good, he looks good. He had all kinds of money. He bought you a house. All the men are saying, cook and clean. That's it. Ha! 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 Like what? So now she had to go be a strong Black woman. To the point that now she's the one who's paying men, right? She pays this one, she pays this one, she paid that one. Now she got to promote lubricants. She has to promote sex toys. But wouldn't your life have been so much easier if you stayed with this rich man and just cooked and cleaned and then went and did your little acting movies? Like what's the big deal again? I don't know. I really don't get it. But people here are really not flexible, and that will continue to bear bad fruit. You're not going to have a good harvest like that. You're really not going to have a good harvest. You got to be flexible, right? And I also feel like one thing about the palm tree, yes, one thing about a little palm tree here, okay, and the fact that the palm tree, for as tall as it is, for as magnificent as it is, the mere fact that the palm tree knows that, you know what, this force right here is crazy. Let me bend, because we should all know the Newton's laws of motion, right? If an object hits you at a certain speed, you give the same speed back. So if you're rigid, you're going to break because it's a lot of force. If you bend down, you allow most of the force to just fly over you. You don't have to receive that force. But this is why so many Black American women are so broken, because they're not flexible. And they think, oh, people don't like me. Most people actually do like you. But you don't know how to work in partnership, because for you, it's either this way or no way. This is not a healthy way to look at life. Everybody has to make compromises. You're not always going to have the upper hand, but it also doesn't mean that you're being oppressed. Nobody wins all the time. Even super rich people, they've taken L's. Jeff Bezos has lost money. Bill Gates has lost money. A lot of people have lost money because we don't always win. But just because you're not always winning doesn't mean that you are a failure at life. No, nobody wins all the time. And there's a lesson in that too, right? But I do believe that the palm tree, for as tall as it is, as beautiful as it is, as majestic as it is, I do believe that the palm tree is clothed in humility. And humble people know how to listen. Okay? Humble people know how to take feedback from all kinds of people. It doesn't have, oh, but you got to say it a certain way. You like humility. Because how am I saying it? Okay? Humble people also can say, you know what? I really would have loved if it had worked out this way, but maybe I need to work on my strategy. Unfortunately, if you live in America for a very long time, you know that for the most part, you're not allowed to tell a Black American woman that she might want to rethink her strategy. Ah, you hate Black women? Oh my Lord, Jesus Christ. So therefore, people just let them be by themselves, and they keep making more and more and more mistakes. Nothing gets better because they need help. But they're not flexible, so it's really hard, right? But you have to clothe yourself in humility, right? And sometimes, for as deserving as you might think you are deserving of a thing, you also have to consider that other people matter as well. Now, what you have to do is to get the people to see it from your perspective. And for that to happen, you got to speak a language that people understand. And most of the time, if all you say is me, most people don't understand that. When you go places and all you want to talk about is yourself, me, universally, that is received as you ain't shit. You're a narcissist. All you do is think about yourself, right? In business, there's what you want, there's what the other party wants. A great negotiator is going to find a way to meet somewhere in the middle. Even if it's 60-40, 55-45, but at least a good business person, you want to leave that person to have something too. Because you know what? I might need you tomorrow. But if I completely rape you and it's a zero-sum game, you're going to hate my ass. Right? So that's why we can't do stuff like that. Right? So it's up to you. But like I said, I've always said, when you are in a relationship, when you're a woman, your job is to provide great customer service. If you provide great customer service, I am pretty sure you're going to have the relationship you want. And not just that, it's going to last a very long time because you offer something that most people don't. Great customer service, right? Hey, the same thing, right? So to me, it's the same thing with branding, but all of that is part of the brand. You want to be known for offering great customer service. And then people are more likely to fuck with you. Like, you know what? I really enjoy her company. And I do believe that part of great customer service for a woman is that she has to know how to cook something. Very beautiful. Oh, wow, that's nice. Oh, that tastes really good. Where'd you learn that? Oh, that's my grandmother's recipe. That's my great grandmother's recipe. Okay? That's beautiful. It shows culture. It shows heritage. It shows tradition. Oh, damn. I guess you could cook, huh? Yes, she can. So can most women in my family. Yeah. Okay, there you go. All right. That's it. That's that. But unfortunately, what we have today is a lot of women who have pretty much jettisoned, threw away what it truly meant to be a Black American woman. All of that culture is just gone. Parents, mothers dying. Nobody's writing down the recipes. Grandmothers are dying. Nobody's writing down the recipes. We order food. We burn steak. We burn toast. And then we say, but I have a college degree. Who cares? Who cares? It's not a job. This is a place of customer service, right? And this is why most grandmothers, great-great-grandmothers, they have to worry about shit because they knew how to provide great customer service. They know how to make breakfast. They know how to make lunch. They know how to make dinner. They know how to make snacks. They know how to make pastries. Okay? They know how to sew, know how to clean. They know how to make afternoon tea. Like these girls, it's like this is a nice life. It's a nice life, right? People go to work with their food that the wifey packed. It's a whole like 4-course meal. Like, damn, she must love you, huh? That's a lot of food. You see? So it was like people had that kind of pride, right? But if you think today being a woman is all about my education, what I can do in the bed, like that's just so vulgar. Okay. Most women do not spend time on their backs, right? Most women are not walking around naked all day. Most women are not having sex all day. So besides sex, what else can you do? And oh, my degrees, okay. Sex, okay. Argue, okay. What else? Anything else? Soft, feminine, kind, durable, right? Traditional? No. Well, there you go. All right. So that's that. But you in this life, you really, really have to learn to be flexible, right? And you also have to say, you know what? After much consideration, right, I am realizing that I didn't take the right approach. And unfortunately, this is what's happening with Amanda, right? And Amanda is destroying herself. And she thinks, oh, people just don't like me because I speak my mind. It's not that you speak your mind. It's how you speak your mind. Okay? That's a big problem. And all this, also, like I said, ultimately, what's the end goal of doing this? Right? It seems like her boyfriend left her recently. She's also crying on the internet. She's saying that he owes her money. I'm like, why are you giving him money? Okay, because most people who don't need money are not going to cater to this woman because she's batshit crazy, right? But she has convinced herself that she's doing the right thing and she has the truth and she's this. No, you're batshit crazy. And most importantly, you don't know how to finesse, right? We live in a society, y'all. We live in a society with all kinds of people, all kinds of gender, I mean, not all kinds, but all kinds of people, all kinds of ethnicities, all kinds of cultures, right? And I do believe we have to learn what it takes to successfully navigate a culture or a society as diverse as America so that you can get the things that you want. Okay. Hopefully I'm making sense, right? But to scream when somebody's asking you to cook, it's a bit excessive. It's really, really excessive. To scream when somebody's expecting you to be clean, how else do you live? Because to me, whether you were in this relationship or not, you have to clean your house, right? You gotta clean your house. You gotta clean your bathroom. You gotta clean your kitchen. You gotta put your sink, your dishes away. You gotta have a clean sink. You have to clean. Part of being an adult is being clean. So my thing is, a man shouldn't even have to ask you to clean because you should already know how to clean. How do you live? Like, how do you live? Right? So if he was here, if he wasn't here, who cares? You was still clean. So why is it like, oh my gosh, it's not a big deal. Right now, when it comes to the food party, if you are always eating out, you're going to be fat. So I would hope that you were already cooking your meals. So whether he's here or not, the only thing you have to do is just make more food. But you still have to make the food, because how are you going to eat? I'm always so confused by these conversations, right? Same thing with a man who's asking a woman to give him money to pay the rent. But if she wasn't here, how would you pay your rent? I'm so confused, right? Because like I said, people have departed so far away from traditional values that everybody is out of order. People don't know their lanes anymore, right? I would expect the man to pay the rent, because I'm like, whether the woman was here or not, how would you have paid your rent? So just pay the rent. You don't need her money to pay the rent, right? And I will also say to the woman, whether this man was here or not, you would have cleaned, right? So clean. What is the problem? Now you can say, hey, since I've cleaned, try not to make a mess because I just cleaned this place. That's fair enough, right? Makes sense? The food, whether this man was here or not, how do you usually eat? You never cook your own food? How's that sustainable? So now I'm questioning, what do your finances look like? Because most people can afford to eat out every day. It adds up. Even $20 a day, 30 days, that is $600. What? You got that kind of money? That's crazy, right? So you're going to have to go grocery shopping. So if this man was here, or if he was not here, you would have to cook anyways. So what's the big deal? Right? And then why do you have, let's even, oh, Marlene, I don't mind cooking, but I don't want to cook for a man. He's a human being. Don't you ask God for love and mercy every day? Don't you ask God to bless you every day? So why are you mean over food? Why would you want to share your food with someone? I'm so confused. Like, what is going on here? And you start to realize that people will ask things of God that they themselves don't want to give to another human being. Got to work on that, right? But if you ask God to love you, protect you, forgive you of your sins, what is it to you to break bread with someone? And even if he happens to be a man, what's the big deal? Just like I would expect him to also break his money with you also. So it's called partnership. What is the big deal? Why do you leave a marriage because somebody's asking you to cook and clean? That's the only thing you have to do. They're not saying pay the mortgage. They're not telling you to do this, do that. He's not even saying, oh, cook, clean, and we got to have sex 5 times a week. No, it's just cook and clean. Does that mean you have to cook every day? No. You walk away from this marriage, and 20 relationships later, you are still miserable. So most likely, David was the one. So how can you find your person and you don't want to cook for your person? I'm like, you would have cooked the food anyway. You guys, this thing is still on my mind, y'all. Because that's a really beautiful couple, though, right? Eric Benet, a chronic cheater. Wesley Snipes, beat your ass. The white man, they came just for the money. It's a heist. But 24 relationships later, this lady is still nowhere. She's 60. And all her money is pretty much gone. Because she didn't want to cook and clean? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Can you imagine? Nah. This is sad. This is really sad. What is the problem? Haley, what's the problem? And every dish doesn't have to be crazy. Like, it could be a salad with, I don't know, something on the side. I mean, everything got to be crazy. You give them McBurgers. Everything don't have to be crazy, right? You walked away from stability. You walk away from a traditional man. You walked away from a non-cheater. You walked away from a man who never put his hands on you because he asked you to cook and clean. You guys, it makes me so sad. Like, I swear I could not let this shit go. Like, it makes me sad. You married the white man for 3 years, just 3 years. She had to give this man $20 million. Yo, do you know how hard you have to work to make $20 million? 3 years, $20 million. What the fuck? And you still have to give him money because every time you make $2 million, you got to give this man 4.3%. What the fuck? Why? And all this bullshit could have been avoided had you stayed with David. He pays for everything. Yes, Kevin, $20 million. The Spanish guy, Oliver, $20 million. It's really sad. Why? Just be flexible. Like Angela Bassett, you don't think she cooks and cleans for her husband? Who are you to say, well, I can't cook and clean? What? Everybody cooks and cleans. Like, what's the big deal? And we're not even asking you to cook and clean for random people. You got on your knees. You proposed to this man. For you to be a woman, to get on your knees to ask a man to marry you, girl, you must have loved him real bad. But if you love him that bad, why can't you cook for him? Y'all, I will never let this shit go. If I ever meet her, I'm going to ask her that question. Seriously, Kevin, like, it's just, she don't pay for anything. To this day, he's worth $40 million. Even Wesley Snipes, at one point he was worth 160. Now he's only worth 10 million. Right? How many divorces? Like 3 or 4 or 5 divorces? Almost $50 million of her money is gone behind these divorces, lawyers, settlements, child support. This lady has lost over $50 million. Just because she didn't want to cook and clean. This gotta be a fucking joke, right? Because even if you had cooked every day of your life for David in the past 30 years, it never would have amounted to even $1 million. Maybe 300,000, maybe, right? But one divorce, 20 million. She paid that white man. And on top of that, every time she makes over 2 million, she has to run him his money. She owes him 4.3%. Every time she makes 2 million or more than 2 million. So in perpetuity, she will have to give this man money. Yes, Kevin, 50 million. All the divorces, because there's Eric Benet, there's Oliver, there's whatever. Child, it's crazy. Then there's 2 kids, child support for those 2 kids, right? So if you pay $16,000 a month, right? How much is that? Now they cut it back. They cut it down with the French guy. Now it's only $8,000. But before she was paying $16,000. Well, Oliver, she also pays child support. This is some non-traditional bullshit. So you left a non-traditional man because you thought being traditional was oppression. Oppression, slavery, torture for cooking and cleaning. A place where you actually live. You live there too, so who gonna clean it? Also, he plays baseball, so he probably way more busy than you, and he makes more money than you. So yeah, you should clean. Okay? So she left him because, I guess he left, but she didn't want to be traditional. Then she started dating Wesley Snipes. He started beating her. Right? I mean, it's just bad. Wesley, Eric Benet. Like, it's just bad. Just bad business. But right now, she's probably at like relationship number 20 or something. And what does she have to show for it? Nothing. Just problems, lawyer bills. Yeah, because she struggles with something, But I'm like, you could have just been traditional and not seen traditional as oppression, torture. But every man that she met that was non-traditional became a problem for her. They all became a problem for her because these are not traditional men. And they have no problem taking you to court. They have no problem asking you for money. They have no problem fighting for custody. Like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. But I'm like, why? You know what I'm saying, you guys? I think most women, if the man has 40 million and he covers everything, and he's not even saying don't be an actress. You can be an actress? Y'all, that's just crazy. I'm like, this is really, really crazy. It really makes me sad. Angela Bassett, she got married one time, 97. In 2 years, it's going to be 30 years of marriage. And I'm pretty sure her husband, because he works too, he's an actor too. But you see, she didn't part with 50 million child support. You only see your kids on the weekends. Like, you see, by Angela Bassett being traditional, put her in a position to win. People respect her more. She has stability in her private life. She can go on her job. She can go do a movie for months at a time. Her kids are covered. Her kids have structure. She's traditional. You can have your career and you can have a traditional family lifestyle. Even Beyonce, for as much as Beyonce does her goofy ass hypersexual shenanigans, right? Beyonce too is very traditional. How many men has she slept with? Jay-Z? Okay, that's incredibly traditional, right? She met this man, been with him forever. She has all her kids by the same person, which is why I feel like Beyonce too is a hypocrite, because she sells promiscuity, oh, strong Black women, be independent, do whatever you want. But in her private life, Beyonce is extremely traditional. The man cheated, she stayed. Okay, she stayed to have more babies, right? She will never leave Jay-Z. But her music is the complete opposite, right? Complete opposite. But most women who have very successful careers and I guess family life, they're usually traditional. They are usually traditional people. It's usually a traditional people, right? Because it's not real. It's not real. These women might act like, oh, I can do whatever I want. Yeah, because they're selling you a persona. It's up to you to have discernment to be like, you know what, girl? Yeah, you say all the shit, but I never see you outside without your husband. Okay. Have you ever seen Beyonce without Jay-Z? Okay. Have you ever seen Beyonce go to a restaurant with Kelly Rowland and Jay-Z's not here? He's not there somewhere? No, you have not. She's extremely traditional. She's very traditional, right? But she sells something else. She sells Sasha Fierce. But Beyonce knows is a very traditional Southern woman. You marry one man, you stay with that man. If you cheat, don't cheat. You just stay right there, right? There is even a video where she's like, oh, Sean, I want to thank you for teaching me how to be a woman. There you go. Stroking his ego and stuff like that. Even though she makes more money than him. Okay? So it's really sad. But I'm still struggling with that because I'm like, hold up, wait a minute. All you have to do is cook it clean. And you can keep your money. You keep your money. You keep your earnings. You can still be an actress. Oh, she is a very traditional. Beyonce is what does you know, you can say what you want, but it's what you do. And Marlene, I look at her actions. Beyonce is extremely traditional. She's extremely traditional. But where Beyonce is evil, even though I understand, like business-wise, I understand. Listen, if these ladies want promiscuity, if these ladies want to tell me, they want me to tell them X, Y, and Z, she'll do it because she's a businesswoman, right? If Black women want a certain kind of messaging, she's like, shit, I'll do it. Because at the end of the day, mama got to work and she got to feed her kids, right? So business, put morality and things like that to the side, right? If we're just objectively looking at it from a business perspective, right? Beyonce and her foolishness, it makes a lot of sense, okay? Because she understands right now, Black women do not want to be respectable. They don't want to be demure. They want to go around half naked. They want their boobies out and all that kind of shit. So Beyonce's like, okay, sure, I'll do it. Because she wants to make money, okay? She wants to make money. So whatever she has to do, however she has to dress, whatever song she has to sing, I would say she doesn't even dance with men in her videos. Exactly, because he doesn't like that. Jay-Z's very jealous. Okay, there you go. So business-wise, if you don't put anything behind it, okay, no morality, nothing like that, right? You understand that Beyonce is like, listen, these girls want to be promiscuous. These girls want to be half naked. These girls want to be independent. These girls want to say, fuck a ninja. I'll do it, girl, because she'll take all your money. She's a businesswoman, right? However, that's why she told Oprah Winfrey that she had to create an alter ego. So all this sexual, hypersexual shit, everybody should know that it's Sasha Fierce, right? She had to create that thing, just like people in the mob. They have to have an alter ego to go do all that evil shit. And then when they come home, they go back to being themselves. Okay? Beyonce has an alter ego. So once she taps into her alter ego, she doesn't mind doing all this bullshit. However, Beyonce Giselle Knowles is a very, very traditional Southern Black woman. You be with one man, you marry that man, you have all your kids with that man. Okay? The man cheat, you stay. You stroke his ego. One thing, if you make money, you give the money to the man. Okay? It's very obvious. Right? But she understands. Now, If you want to talk about it from a moral standpoint, it's very dishonest. Okay. If you want to talk about it from a Black community standpoint, it's very dishonest, because you should have enough courage to say, sis, I'm traditional. Therefore, I also invite you to be traditional. And what we understand is a Black capitalist is going to be a capitalist anyways. Don't care. It's up to you. If you want drugs, they'll give it to you. You want to sing F and Ninja, they're going to create those songs. You want to sing, I don't care about no man, I want to twerk all day, they're going to make those songs for you. They don't care. Whatever your poison is, they don't give it to you, because all they care about is the money, right? But Beyonce is very, very traditional. She vacations with Jay-Z. She's always out with Jay-Z. You will never see her without that man, right? She's not going to go out to the restaurant with Kelly. She's not going to go take a Pilates class with Kelly. Her life is her husband and her kids. That's it. And her music, I guess, right? That's it. That's that. Now, if most Black women don't have enough discernment to realize, like, this girl, the math is not math. Like, she says one thing, but her private life is completely different. Let these girls be stupid. I don't want to tell you. Okay. But Marlene, I know that she's incredibly traditional. And the mere fact that her mother could not forgive cheating, but Beyonce forgave her husband cheating, that says a whole lot. It even tells you that Beyonce is way more traditional than her own mother. Okay? Because what her mother couldn't forgive, she forgave her, right? Right? Because her mama got cheated on, she filed for divorce. Beyonce got cheated on, she stayed. So I will say Beyonce is probably even more traditional than her mother. Okay? All right. So, but the sad part is, in terms of the community, a lot of Black women, because Beyonce means a lot to these people, but they believe in Sasha Fierce and they mold their lives after Sasha Fierce instead of truly, truly observing Beyonce and realizing that, her private life looks very different than her public life, because she's always with the man. And like Howard said, she doesn't even dance with mans like that, right? Even the song Baby Boy with Sean Paul, right? She had to kill the song because people were starting to spread rumors that her and Sean Paul were dating, and it was making Jay-Z uncomfortable. So she stopped performing the song. She stopped inviting Sean Paul because she didn't want Sean Carter, to be uncomfortable. All right? There you go. It's okay to be honest. It really is. Okay? It's okay. But she's very traditional. Okay? So this one over here also is to me, Amanda Seales is another woman who is fighting the natural order of things. She thinks she's so smart. Oh, I went to Columbia. Sure, who gives a fuck? Bunch of idiots go to Columbia. Okay? Don't mean shit. But if you go to an Ivy League and you don't know how to come out of the Ivy League and successfully navigate this world to be successful and, to get things done, I'll look at you sideways. Okay? This life right here, y'all, it's a school. Yeah, because she doesn't want to be smart. She doesn't want to be smart. Amanda is very pretty. She has a lot of things that work for her, but she makes things harder for herself, just like a lot of Black women in America. They make things artificially harder than they have to be, because everything is a fight. Everything has to be a fight. Everything has to be, I got to prove how smart I am. I got to prove. Listen, I'm going to tell you this, right? And you'll even realize that if you ever decide to really go into, like, not politics, but study. If you ever decide to go into politics, you don't have to be a politician, but if you ever decide to study politics, right? One thing you will learn from studying Machiavelli, people need to read this man, okay? And the funny thing about this man, he's a May Taurus, because sometimes it gives Gemini, but close enough, right? So he understands, because I've always told you all this. I said, when it comes to Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo, right? They're usually successful in the traditional sense because these are earth signs, and earth signs tend to be more practical, right? Now, the thing with Machiavelli, some people might call it deception. However, I feel like he sees things for what things are. It might come off deceptive, manipulative, right? Which is why I really thought he was a Gemini, but I can see it, okay? But he's a Taurus with some kind of Gemini tendencies, because he's that close to being a Gemini, right? But one thing about Machiavelli, He's very smart, very, very smart, very astute, a lot of discernment because he sees things for what they are. But because he worked for kings and queens and very, very rich people, he had to know how to be smart without being too smart. Because a lot of these kings and queens, they're dumbass people, right? But the thing about great political advisors, right? Like if you become a great advisor to a politician, to a wealthy person, is to know how to give them ideas where they feel like, oh yeah, that's my idea. But the whole time it's your idea. And if you remember, like during the whole thing with like the whole election thing with Kamala and Trump, I've always said it's not the person who runs for office that you have to look for or that you have to fear. It's their advisors, right? Because many times the advisors are way more dangerous than whoever you're seeing. Like, oh, I don't like Trump. You think Trump is bad? Think about his advisors, right? Kamala Harris, she was never going to run the country. It's her advisors. Most people of power are not usually the one making decisions. Their advisors are making decisions. And these people, I guess like swines or weasels, they have a way of talking to rich people and still acting like, oh, I'm an idiot. I'm just offering you a suggestion. But the whole time, they know if I say it enough, he's going to do it. But ultimately, you have to make him feel like that's his idea. Because at the end of the day, he's still the king, right? So why would you want a king to feel like that you as a servant, you're smarter than him? You can't do that. That's just how life goes. Right. And I even feel like the man who wrote the 48 laws of power, I do believe that one of the laws is don't be smarter than your master. Because if you show that you're too smart, you're either going to get killed, you will be accused of treason, or they're going to accuse you of wanting to take their place. Gotta be smart. Right. And that's why when it comes to relationship, a smart woman will also understand I don't have to prove to him that I'm smarter than him. And that's why a lot of smart women, a lot of smart wives, even if she already knows how the shit is going to pan out, she acts like an idiot. Oh, wow, you think so? That's interesting. But did you ever think about maybe doing this? I don't know, just a thought. There you go. You have to learn how to be like a palm tree. Okay? You have to learn how to cater to wealthy people. You have to learn how to cater to successful people. You have to learn how to cater to people in a way where they feel like you're not putting pressure. You're not trying to force yourself onto those people, especially when you deal with American people. American people, it's the people who believe in the ethos of freedom and free. I need to be free, free, free. The moment you say you got to do this, they will intentionally do the complete opposite because you told them they got to do this. We saw the same thing with the vaccine. If these people had said to people, hey, the vaccine is here, you don't have to take it, we would love for you to take it, more people would have taken the vaccine. The moment they made that thing mandatory, I'm not going to do it. Just because you told me to do it. So that's why I say, when you deal with American people, you got to understand American psychology. You don't tell the American person what to do. That's why I said with Uncle Shay Shay, you telling him to get married, that's why he's not going to do it. He's an American, okay? You're not going to tell this man what to do. You can say, oh, Uncle Shay Shay, you're so awesome. I really do believe that. I really do think you'll be a great husband one day. I mean, if you ever think about it, but you should think about it. Boom, that's it. Oh, you should go get you a fat bitch that know how to cook. You're trying to tell him what to do. It's not going to work. He ain't going to do it because you're telling him what to do. Okay? That's very anti-American. All right? So when you talk to people, especially rich people, people of affluence, right? You got to know how to talk. Now, when it comes to relationship, because men are responsible for marriage, because it's most men who propose, right? So therefore, a woman has to know how to talk about marriage without making it seem like I'm forcing you, I'm pressuring you, I'm doing this. Now, there are certain conversations where sometimes people don't have a choice per se, right? But for the most part, anytime somebody has what you want, you have to know how to meddle in flattery, okay? We learned that from the fable of Fontaine between the crow and the fox. It was a lot of adulation until the crow believed it so much that he dropped a piece of cheese. Then he realized, oh shit, You didn't mean nothing. You said, well, duh, you dumb bitch. Okay, that's how it goes. And so with Machiavelli, when you study Machiavelli, is that he understood he's a lot smarter than these people. But the thing is, he was not born of a noble birth. Like he's never going to be king. And that's because I think he also understands life is not fair. Like sometimes smart people that should have certain positions, they might not get it because your daddy ain't rich, you don't have the connections, you didn't go to an Ivy League, wumpty wump wump. So sometimes you serve people that are so damn stupid. Like you're so damn stupid. What the fuck? But you still have to act like, good job, Mr. Williams. I'm so proud of you. That was amazing. The whole time you're not impressed, like, what the fuck? Right? But you don't always have to show how smart you are. It's okay to act dumb sometimes, you know? And I even say that sometimes it'll save your life. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Wow, that's crazy. Girl, what about, show me more. Let me see. It makes people feel good. And the same thing is in relationships, right? It's not that you can't do for yourself. What does it take from you to let somebody believe that you need their help? Okay, that'd be nice. Oh, that's so sweet. Oh, I'm a strong woman. I don't need a man. I just want one. Why? You see, once again, people don't study law, people don't study politics, people don't study psychology. Okay? But you kind of have to do that. And that's why he was so powerful. But he gets to a point where he's even more powerful than these kids because he gets into their heads. They have another one in France too, Cardinal Richelieu, another one. Oh, he was really good. Oh, he knew how to get in your head, right? And even to this day, we see that people of power are seldom the ones making decisions. It's their advisors, right? They tell them, but they have a way of talking to these people. And they make them feel like it's your idea, like you really, really want this. It's going to be really, really good for you. I promise you. You're like, oh, really? Yes. And when you also deal with human beings, you can never, ever, ever, right, underestimate greed. Greed is a powerful motivator, which is why I said, when you have the conversation about reparations, if you ignore that every human being is greedy, and you say, oh, just give me reparations because my people went through slavery, you're making a big mistake because they're greedy too. The vast majority of people in America are greedy. They love money. So there has to be something in it for them, right? And they might never get it, but they need to believe that there's something in it for them. That's why people vote for politicians. They know that most politicians are not going to fulfill their campaign promises. But what if they do at least one? Okay, I guess it's worth staying in line and voting for that person. Greed is a powerful motivator. And that is something that you can never, never, never ignore when you're dealing with people, right? You can ignore that. They need to get something out of this, right? And that is your job. And I feel like this is why people like Machiavelli were really good at what they did. And they had a lot of power. He had a lot of powerful people listening to him because he knew how to give advice without forcing it on people. He knew how to give advice without making these goofy ass, entitled ass, nepo baby feel like they were too dumb to even be in charge of the country. The man is really smart. And what I'm saying is, when you look at people like Amanda Seals, right? It's a human skill that she doesn't have. Everything with her is brute force, like bow, bow. Like she treats life like she's a ram, right? Everything is like gold, my horns, bow, bow, bow. It's like you're not going to go far going like this. You're not going to go far with people like this, right? Sometimes, yeah, you use your rams, but not as much if you can help it. Right? But it's more so psychological warfare. And most people who get stuff are people who know how to present to be friendly, cooperative, they don't argue too much. They're very chill, but they have a plan. They really have a plan. I don't know. Let me think of someone, but they know what they want. And what they want means more to them than proving I'm smart, I'm intelligent, I'm this. I ain't got to prove shit. You can think whatever, right? But ultimately, they get what they want, right? Because they know. And that's why you have to read the room. You got to know what you want. I don't think Hershey knows what she wants. I don't think she does. You know what I mean? Exactly. And that's why activists should never lead a movement, because they internalize everything. It's hard for them to forgive, because you have to know how to spar with people and still be friendly with people. Look at Angela Rye. Angela Rye, she's completely damaged. That girl used to be so pretty, but she's so consumed by Trump. It's aging her. And for what reason? You remember, I even told you about Tiffany Cross. Tiffany Cross, when she was at MSNBC, she was so pretty. She was so youthful looking. Okay? Hold on. Let me show you. Now it's aged her. Like she's aged. You see? This was her. This was her when she was at MSNBC. Look at her, y'all. Look at her. Right? She looks so radiant. Like, then she became radicalized. I gotta fight Megyn Kelly. I gotta beat this. Da, da, da. She started talking about Tariq Nasheed on air. I'm like, for what? Who is he? It doesn't matter. Right? Today, you see Tiffany Cross, y'all. It's so sad. She looks tired. You know, she's exhausted, because you can't be out here fighting people every day. Every day. It's not healthy. You see, she used to look so good. She was well paid. She was making a lot of money. Huh? You see? But now she looks crazy. Where is she now? Hold on. It's so sad. She's here on YouTube, y'all. Hold on. I'll show you. You'll see for yourself. You see, look. You see? She looks sad. I'm like, what is going on? Every clip you see of her, she's almost fighting somebody. It's like, what is going on? You see? You see? Looking sad, looking tired. You know? She's not married. And it means, like, she wants to be married now, huh? She's not married, doesn't have kids, always fighting. I'm like, you're going to be inflamed. You know what I'm saying? You can go on CNN, you argue with these people, but be friends with those people. Because once again, like Machiavelli said, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies even closer. Don't internalize anything. Because everybody is a peon. You need everybody. Good and evil people, you need everyone, right? But you compare it to Stephen A. Smith. You see, Stephen A., he don't internalize shit. He will talk to anybody. He doesn't care. He does not care. Okay? Stephen A. does not care. But you see, once upon a time, y'all, let me tell you this. Once upon a time, Stephen A. used to get on my nerves. Oh, you're so damn fake. You're so fake. Because there's a lot of things he wants to say, but he not going to say it. He might find a comment that says it. He might bring somebody on that's going to say it, but he ain't going to say it. And that used to trigger me, right? But, but recently, I was like, you know what? He's actually really smart. Because it's a long game. Like, it really is a long game. But business-wise, right? Stephen A. he understands people. He understands business. He knows how to say what he has to say without saying too much. He's friends with everybody. Okay, he can sit with them people over here. He can sit over there. He can sit over there. He doesn't internalize shit. Because he's going to get paid regardless. Because his eye's on the money. Right? But these women, these Black women, they internalize everything. Everything they oh, I can't sit with this person. I can't talk to that person. I will never forgive so-and-so. I'm like, it's business. You got to move on from this, right? Don't take it too hard, right? Who cares? Who really cares? But Angela Rye, another one. She went on to internalize so much of this crap. It has aged her. I'm like, Angela, you're going to kill yourself behind this bullshit. It's politics. People are fake. Right? People are fake. Don't take this shit too seriously. Right? Enjoy yourself. Enjoy your life. Go about your business. Do not take this stuff seriously. But they can't. Right? And I'm like, people need to start learning, like, people need to start. I think a lot of women, they really, for as much as they claim to major in psychology, but a lot more women would do best to learn more about psychology and learn how to get things without using brute force. You don't have to use force. You might have to be nimble, but you don't have to use force, though. You can get what you want, but you got to be patient. And usually also, if you want to get things out of people, it's a lot easier when you first build a relationship with people, right? First build the relationship and then slowly start asking for what you want. But even that, I wouldn't even say ask outright. Find a way to make it seem like, find a way to convey to the person that it's in their best interest to help you without you actually asking for money. Don't ask for anything. It's very gauche, right? But it's an art. It really is an art. But I just feel like if you commit to it, you can learn, right? But Stephen A, he's really good at that. He's really, really good at that. So like within a matter of months, he reached over 1 million subs on YouTube. And also his channel does very well. Like he gets a lot of views. Like over here, they're still stuck at 115,000 subscribers. Like they're not growing. Stephen A, let me see. Right. Yeah, Stephen A is almost at 1.3 million. Right. Because he knows how to do what he does without internalizing anything. Also, he comes out with more videos too, right? But he's doing way better because he doesn't internalize anything. Okay. But he knows how to talk to people without saying too much. He knows how to be the opposition without being an extreme opposition, right? He knows how to support without completely like full on pandering, right? And it's an art. But because he said at one point he wasn't as successful, then he figured out how to do it, and now he makes a lot of money, right? So when it comes to Amanda, I think Amanda, she's one of these women who's refusing to leverage her privilege, the things that she knows, and even her beauty, right? To have people eat out of the palm of her hands. Instead, she wants to make everything super combative. And unfortunately for her, it's exhausting. It's not sustainable for a woman. And she's going to be alone. She's really going to be miserable. Because like I said, even Issa Rae has a way of being pro-Black without being a full-blown activist. And because of that, she has a lot of money. Because of that, she can still go to certain spaces, right? Even if it has a bunch of white people. And people know like she's pro-Black, but they're not uncomfortable, right? But Issa Rae, I think, I even think Issa's a mean girl, but I feel like Issa Rae, she gets it. She gets it. The world is not perfect. It will never be perfect. Even during her little spiel, she's like, oh, equality, we have to be egalitarians. I'm like, oh gosh, ma'am, we will never be equal. We have never been equal. Human beings have never, ever been equal. And we have to stop trying to make people equal. What we should do is teach people to be mindful. If you have more than someone, that does not give you the right to just stomp and crush people, right? And also, if you have less than someone, it doesn't give you the right to demonize the person. Because everybody who has more than you did not get more by doing evil things. Not everybody's evil. Okay, every rich person or successful person is not a devil worshiper, right? So it goes both ways. But we're not going to be equal. And this is why I will also say that today, a lot of women, they struggle with dating, they struggle with marriage because they're chasing equality with a man. Well, if I do this, what is he going to do? If I do that, what is he going to do? I don't know. I can't tell you. But ultimately, if you both have love for each other, love never goes tit for tat. Love never says, well, since I did this, what you going to do for me? Love doesn't do that. Love does what love needs to do. Love goes about its business because love had part of loving someone or being loved is you have faith that if I do something good, it's going to be reciprocated. Now, how is it going to be reciprocated? I don't know. But I'm not going to sit here and worry about it, right? But a lot of women today, they want guarantee that everything is going to be equal. Everything is going to be 50-50. Everything. Girls, you're not ready, okay? You're scared. You're a child. You need to go to therapy and get that shit fixed, okay? But when you love someone, when you love yourself, you just do what you do. And you know that every good deed is going to be rewarded. Now, I don't know how or when, but you don't worry about that. Okay? There you go. Love is not it's not a thing that causes you to have anxiety. You can't say, oh, I love someone, but I'm afraid that if I do X, Y, and Z, they're going to take advantage of me. Then you two don't love each other, because why would you think the person is going to take advantage of you? Yeah. But I think people who are self-righteous like that, people like her, I've come to realize this, even with a little bit of Sarah too, but most women who present like Amanda Seales, they're afraid. They're afraid. All of this is an act. It's a wall. They do all this yippity yap yap. They're super combative. They want to act like a bunch of know-it-alls because they're afraid of letting people in. And most girls like that too usually come from a one-parent household. And most girls like that too were raised by a mother that could not forgive. And we see that with the Braxtons, right? At least I did. I saw that with the Braxton, because Miss Evelyn was not able to forgive her husband. It became hard for all these girls, okay? It became hard for all these girls to be able to have healthy relationships with men, right? Because to this day, Miss Evelyn hates that man, right? And so a lot of women need to realize that, right? If you're a single mom and you're always bitter, you're unforgiving, you keep talking poorly about men, you're going to damage your daughter. You will damage her. And Miss Evelyn, I will say, has damaged her daughters, right? Is it good for the man to cheat? No. But also, Miss Evelyn, she could have been a pain in the ass to be married to, because her attitude sometimes is too much. Even the way she talks to Tamar as a grown woman, even though Tamar's extra sometimes, it's out of order. So it's domestic violence, okay? It's abuse. She's very abusive. She's verbally abusive. And she's always threatening Tamar. I'm like, Tamar's almost 50. She's always threatening Tamar to put hands on her. For what reason? And Miss Evelyn also, if you don't have money, she's not coming over to your house. If you don't have money, she's not watching over your kids. She's very weird, this lady, okay? So just like the Braxtons, Tamar, Tawanda, Tracy, Toni Braxton, right? They're damaged women. And it's been really, really hard for them to have stable relationships, right? And it's funny how the girls that she likes the most, you can tell that Tamar and Toni are her favorites because they make most of the money. But both of her favorites got divorced. Okay, but most of her daughters are divorced. Yeah, she does not forgive. And a lot of Black women don't forgive. It's a very ugly trait. It's very, very ugly. But then they call themselves Christians. They call themselves educated. They cannot forgive. I think spiritually, a lot of Black women have horns. Because, spiritually, like, having horns is always a sign of rebellion, right? If in the spirit you show up presenting horns, you are seen as rebellious. Because these are usually rebellious animals. A goat, rebellious. Okay, Taurus, rebellious. A cow, rebellious. A bull. These are some rebellious ass creatures. Okay, but I'm like, this woman has horns. And a lot of Black women have horns because they don't know how to forgive. And I think the problem is, if I forgive, I'm saying it's okay for him to do that. Nobody is saying that. But you forgive also because you realize we're all human beings. And sometimes we just ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Just like sometimes you ain't shit also. Right? We got to stop expecting perfection from flawed ass people. We're all fucking flawed. And it really sucks when somebody hurts your feelings or whatever. But at the same time, it's like, you got to let that shit go. Yes, they could have done better, but they didn't. So now what? You going to hate somebody for an entire lifetime? Like, that sounds crazy, right? Yeah, like, you know what? It's fucked up. I wish you wouldn't have cheated, but it's okay. Because also, you're going to face consequences for that. Right? But Miss Evelyn, also, I do believe that just like Miss Tina, you can look at yourself and say, was it easy to be married to me? Was I disrespectful also as a wife? Was I emasculating as a wife? And one thing about Miss Evelyn and Miss Tina, they have a sense of humor, or they have a way of talking to men that is truly, truly emasculating. Very disgusting. Like, you don't talk to men like that. Because like I said, just like Machiavelli, when you counsel people of power, people of authority, there's a way of talking to people. And once again, a lot of Black women do not think that they are required to learn how to talk to people, not even just men. There are many Black women out here. If you see how they talk to their own children, it's out of order. There's no need for that. You can be heard. You can also be respected without threatening a child with their life. Like, that's just crazy. There is no need for all of that. It's excessive. It really, really is excessive. So I've always felt as though because Miss Evelyn was not capable of forgiving her husband, Mr. Braxton, it made it hard for Tamar, Tawana, Trina, Tracy, and Tony because they felt as though they had to pick a side. Even though they missed their dad, I think it affected Tamar the most. I really do. Because Tamar, you can really expect, because she's the youngest, you can really tell that Tamar is a daddy's girl. She really, really is. And I think they had to choose. Oh, we got to hate daddy because he cheated on mama. I mean, to some extent, but after a while, people got to move on. Right? So I feel like with her, you people have to pick a side. You're either team mama or you're team daddy. And I think that's really toxic because children need both parents. Even if one parent messed up, that is not a reason to encourage your children to hate the other parent. Because also, your children do not understand everything that went down in your marriage, right? But a lot of women who got cheated on, they also need to ask themselves, was it easy being married to me? Was I even a friend, or was I always nagging? Did I sound like a wife, or did I sound like his mother? We need to also have these real conversations. Because were you really providing great customer service and you got cheated on? Right? Because obviously the woman out there, she was doing something you were not doing. And I have a friend like that, I had to tell her, because while you're yelling and screaming and cussing him out, she's probably running his bathwater. Right? Because affection, it matters. And I will say this because I've been married for a very long time. I can say this. Even when you're mad, you have to learn how to be mad and still be affectionate because he's not your enemy. You're just mad. And tomorrow you might not be mad. A week from now, you might not even remember this. 2-3 months from now, you might not remember this, right? So you don't have to be cruel because you're mad. You can still be affectionate and be mad. Are you a good person or not? Right? So if you're a good person, you can be upset. The Bible says you can be angry, but you don't have to sin. Right? You can be mad, but you don't have to be hurtful because you're mad. Don't have to be mean because you're mad. That is insanity. Right? That's not okay. That's not okay behavior. You get me, right? So that's the thing. So I'm like, a lot of wives, but if they can be honest, but a lot of wives who got cheated on, I would really love to have a conversation with them and really know how exactly were you tending to this marriage? When y'all had an argument, like walk me through. If I was him, talk to me like the way you would talk to him during an argument. How are you talking to people? Right? But we have a lot of women to feel as though, oh, I'm never responsible if my husband cheats on me. It depends. It really does depend. Right? But we need to know in this marriage here, how did y'all handle conflict? When something went wrong, how did you go about talking to this man? Your mama, your small penis, your wumpy wump wump, nigga. Is that how you would talk to people? Well, I see why you got cheated on. There's a way of talking to people, y'all. There is a way of talking to people. And you'll see, like I said, most counselors, most advisors, most conciliaries, like people who give advice to very wealthy people, you don't think that sometimes are frustrated? But do you think you can walk up to a president, oh, you dumb bitch, you fucked up bitch, I told you, bitch, don't do that shit, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't do stuff like that. You might want to, and you can do it in your house. But once you get next to the president, you can't say, oh, you dumb little bitch, I told you that shit wasn't going to work. You can't talk like that to a president, right? If you are an advisor to Jamie Dimon, and you told him to do something because you knew that's what he had to do, and then he chooses to do something else, now something happens in the stock market. You're not going to just barge into his office. You dumb Jamie bitch. You bum bitch. You cannot talk to this man like that. Are you crazy? Right? And that's the thing. There is a way of talking to people. Right? There's a way, y'all. There is a way. So either you do it or you don't do it. But my thing is, it adds up. Disrespects, it adds up. Frustration, it adds up. There's only so much emasculation a person can take before the shit goes left, right? And I think most women should be aware. Listen, there's only so much, like you can only poke somebody so much before something stupid happens, right? So that's why a lot of women have to learn to mind their mouth, right? Mind your mouth. Mind how you talk to people and mind how you talk to him. You can be upset, but you ain't got to be respectful. You ain't got to be disrespectful. And if you're not ready to not be disrespectful, take your time, right? Go to sleep, take a nap. Matter of fact, wait a whole week. You can have the conversation when you're a lot calmer. So that way you're not going to be disrespectful and we can actually have a proper conversation. But a lot of women don't know how to argue. They don't know how to argue because for them, argument is we have to spar until someone bleeds. You can only do that, but for so many times in a relationship before the shit goes left. You know, y'all not gonna last long together. And the sad part is that sometimes you want to spar until blood with someone you really love, right? So if you really love this person, I'm telling you, provide great customer service and find a way to talk or have conversation or disagreements when you can do it in a respectful way. I have never heard, that's just me, I have never heard of somebody being respectful and not getting their way. Okay. I have never heard of people who are very mindful, very kind, very self-aware. They don't get their way. Most of these people get more than what they ask for because they're pleasant to be around. Right. And that's what you want to be. You can be firm, but you can still be pleasant. Right. You can be unhappy, but you can still be respectful. Right. You can be disappointed, but you don't have to be like vile. Like you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Okay. And if you are surrounded by other women who encourage you to always start cutting up, cursing, cussing, insulting people, you got to cut these women out your life because they're not good examples for you. And a lot of these women are actual idiots. They're real idiots because a wise woman will say, friend, I know you're mad, but I'm telling you, drink some water, take a nap. Okay. When you wake up from your nap, call me. Okay. Call me when you take a nap. And after you slept for a little bit, you drank some water, let's talk about this, right? Because a real friend is going to calm you down. Calm down. I know you're upset, but you got to calm down, right? Who's up? Calm down. Calm down, right? It's not the end of the world. Got to calm down. Got to calm down. But unfortunately, what we have out here is that people are very emotional. They're quick to be set off, and then they say things they cannot take back. You say things you can't take back. And you think, oh, I'll apologize. No, but you went too far. You took that shit too far. And that's why out here, you got to be very careful what comes out your mouth. And you don't want to say too much and take the shit too far. Growing up, we got the song, Been Around the World. And she said, I said things I couldn't take back because she was really mad, right? And now she's looking for her baby, but she don't know where to find him because she said things she shouldn't have said. Like, there you go. Got to be very mindful because once you let these things come out your mouth, you cannot take them back. You said it. And if you said it, you meant it. And they say a drunk mind speaks sober thoughts. Is that how it goes, right? So that's why I say you call, oh my gosh, Marlene, I'm like, okay, go take a nap. Drink some water, go to sleep. When you wake up from a nap, call me. Don't talk to anybody. Don't text nobody. Drink the water, go to sleep. Yes, but you see, she says in the song, she said, been around the world and I can't find my baby. I don't know where, I don't know why. Yes, you know why. My girl, stop lying. You know why he's gone. Okay. She said, oh, but he's my baby. But if he was your baby, why did you talk to him like that? Would you talk to a baby like that? No, you would not. So you're full of shit. And then she says, what she said? We had a quarrel. What? Oh yeah, we had a quarrel and I let myself go. And I said so many things he did not know. I said, what the fuck did you say? This song is so funny to me, right? So they had a quarrel and then she let herself go. And then she said things he did not know, right? And then she's like, oh shit, because the man didn't know. So when she said it, the man just went ghost. And now she don't know where he is. And so she's looking for him. I'm like, what the fuck did you say? Girl, what the fuck is wrong with your ass? But now we don't know where the man is because he's really hurt. Because she said things he didn't know. And she said so many things, not even a thing he didn't know. She said, and I said so many things he didn't know. I. Okay. And then she said, I did too much crying, wasted too much time. You see? So listen, if you know you love this man so much, why aren't you mindful when you talk to the person? Right? Also, if you know that if this man leaves, you're going to cry. This is giving Halle Berry too, because she said when she broke up, when David left, whatever, she went into a depression. I'm like, why are you depressed? Just call him. Call David. So you know what, David? Let me tell you something, right? The way I was raised, that cooking shit got me fucked up. But you know what? If it really means a lot to you, I can try to cook a little bit more. That's all you have to say. Why be depressed? He loves you. He was actually going to propose to you before you proposed to him, but he agreed to marry you. He's like, you live in LA, you out here struggling. He got you a house, right? So you can say, you know what? Maybe I was also raised to have toxic matriarchy, child, because listen, the way my mom raised me, I don't cook for no other fucking man. Sure, no problem. But baby, that's not just any man. That's the man that you love. You actually proposed to him. So it's not like, oh, I'll never cook for a man. You're cooking for the man that you love, right? It's the man you love. You love this man so much you propose to the man. You married the man. So he's not just any man. You understand? But if he packs his bags, you see the man, he packing the bags, and he taking the money, girl. He taking the bag, the 40 million. Huh? You are watching the 40 million walk out the door. So at first you're prideful. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Okay, no problem, right? But a week later, you're like, oh shit, I really miss David. You're looking at his pictures. You out here smelling his shirts. Pick up the phone. Humble yourself. Call David. Be a woman. Humble yourself. You're not a fucking man. You're a lesbian. You're not a lesbian. What the fuck? Do you have testicles? No, you have a clitoris. And I would hope your clitoris is not oversized, right? It's not a full-blown penis. It's a clit, right? Act like a fucking woman. Pick up your phone. Pick up the damn phone. Just say, David, I really do miss you. Now, this cooking thing, I don't know, but chill. I don't really like cooking though. But if it means that much to me, I guess I'll try. I don't know, but maybe can I do it once a week, right? We can meet somewhere in the middle. But it's like, no, I ain't gonna call him. Oh, he want to leave me? Well, he can just go. What the fuck are you doing? Yo, I swear, I need to be like a relationship expert. Like, I really do. What the fuck is wrong with you, girl? Like, what the fuck? Right? That's why I said it's all about knowing how to talk to people. Like, damn, David, let me tell you something. When I tell you I love me a good restaurant, I don't like cooking though. But you know, I do miss you though, but can we start with toast and eggs? Okay, that's it. And then y'all gonna start like, are you crazy? We're gonna lose some toast and eggs. So, child, don't tell me you want spaghetti and meatballs. Now you asking for a little too much. Boom, 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 boom. Turn into a joke. Go get your husband back, sis. What the fuck are y'all doing? You people are weird as hell. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Okay, what is going on? You're gonna let this man walk because you don't want to cook. Girl, I swear to God, this is overwhelming. Okay, but I'm like, you grab your phone and you just call him, and it's okay to say, I missed you. Because you did. Maybe he missed you too. But he cannot allow you to have more pride than him in this relationship. He's a man. And he plays baseball. He's traditional. A woman cannot have more bigger balls than him. And I think a lot of women out here, it's like a ball. Like, oh, I'm going to prove to you I got bigger balls. You are a woman. You don't have balls. Okay? And also you have a clitoris. I would hope it's not an oversized clitoris. Right? But you ain't got no balls. So stop trying to emasculate this person. What the fuck are you doing? Act like a damsel in distress. Oh my gosh, David. I was going through my period. My luteal phase, whatever you call it. I miss you. It's possible. Okay? Y'all gonna crack a joke. Next thing you know, like, oh, I miss you too, girl. Okay, fine. Okay, that's it. Boom. It's a wrap. It's over. Come on now. Like, seriously. Girl, be like, child, listen. How about toast? Toast and eggs, toast and bacon, toast and salmon, toast and avocado. We can start there. Baby steps, right? You understand? Or you could be like, you know what, David, I don't know how to cook that. Just if you don't mind helping me, you know, if you do it first and I'll learn from you, show me how to do it. Boom. Do you have to say, oh, I ain't gonna cook? Why? What's the problem? Like, you gotta learn, you just gotta learn how to finesse. But I'm like, you're standing next to a $40 million man. People don't say no to people who make $40 million. Be like, what kind of meals would you want me to cook? He'd be like, well, Marlene, I would like for you to make my grandma's casserole. Like, a casserole? Well, do you have the recipe? Oh, I gave my mom. Okay, bring the recipe. Now, have you ever made it yourself? Like, yeah, I've made it before. Oh, okay. Do you mind showing me? Okay. Y'all, you have to learn how to finesse. Nobody just says, I ain't gonna do it. Are you dumb? Right? If you were at your job, like, seriously, exactly. You gotta know how to finesse. Like, okay, how about you do it and you show me how to do it? Oh, okay. What next? Before you know it, he don't cook the whole meal himself. Like, oh, well, I guess it's time to eat. I get the plates, okay? Like, it's never that deep, though. Like, yeah, it's never that deep. Make a joke out of it. It's not that deep. He wants me to cook. I ain't gonna cook for this man. Blah, blah, blah. But then you out here writing $20 million checks to people. Are you okay? Are you sane? Are you really sane? Okay? You're crazy. Like, you're really, really crazy. Like, listen, okay. Oh, I don't know. Like, let me see. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I mean, it's a lot, but you make it seem so easy. So I guess I can try. Bum, 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 bum. We're done. And the man to come back, and he come back with the 40 million. Please bring the money back, please, okay? Because I don't want to work. Oh, please. Do you know how expensive it is to pay rent in LA? I ain't paying for that shit. Okay, I'm not doing that. But I'm like, oh, I'm depressed. I was missing David. Then call David. Like Sunshine said the other day, because the lady he married after Hallie, he stayed with her. So he knows how to be faithful. You know, he's a marriage type of man, right? So he left you, he married somebody else, and he stayed down with this lady because I'm sure she cooked and cleaned. No cheating, nobody getting beat, right? She gets everything she wants, right? So pick up the phone, call the person, like, oh, David, do you really want me to cook? Like, yeah, girl. Oh, gosh. Okay, can we start with toasted eggs? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what else. You know, that's it. Boom, 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 boom. Next thing you know, he gonna come back. That's it, right? And also, when people first get married too, like, listen, there's an adjustment period when you're newlyweds and stuff like that. So it's not worth taking drastic decisions. Oh well, if you want to go, then you can just go. Then I don't care. You care. So stop saying things you don't really mean. Okay, like that crazy lazy Lisa, right? Been around the world. You don't have to go around the world. Okay, he was right there with you, but your mouth is your mouth, like this right here. Same thing with Ashanti, right? Oh, Nelly told me when we first got together that I was very disrespectful and he didn't like the way I talked. And I said, well, nobody's ever told me that before. So she kept doing it. And guess what? Nelly left. And she waited for him. Now she out here getting pregnant at 40. All you have to do is fix your mouth. Right? I'm serious, Margaret. Oh, Nelly told me when we first got together that he didn't like the way I talked to him. So you kept doing it? Of course I did. Why would I change? Okay. Nobody ever told me that. Because maybe most women around you are disrespectful. So why would they tell you that? They don't have self-awareness. But you see, the Ashanti thing to me is also really sad. Because obviously she really loves Nelly. Like she waited for the man. She waited. She was waiting for him to come back. But why wait? Just call Nelly. And I love you. And I need you. Nelly, I love you. I do. And it's more than you'll ever know. Boy, it's for sure. You can always count on my love forevermore. Ain't you a singer? And my thing is, let me tell you all this too, right? Let me tell you all this, because I don't understand this shit. I don't even know how we got here, but it's okay. I know my lives are always stupid anyways, okay? My lives are always so damn stupid, all right? Because what do I care? I don't give a damn, okay? But my thing is, Ashanti, you sing R&B anyways. So to me, when you sing R&B, you should know how to fix your relationship, okay? See, my days are cold without you. And I'm hurting while I'm here. And though my heart can take no more, I keep on running back to you. Should he be calling his phone? They're like, girl, I'm leaving you. Okay? Me, if I was an R&B singer, this is me fighting James. Hey, Daddy, I just want to tell you, I love you so much. Dun, dun, dun. I can't wait for you to come home so I can tell you how much I love you. Because, boy, you got it. You got it. I just love you and I love you know what I'm saying? Like if I'm an R&B singer, you ain't gonna be leaving me, okay? Because every time you check your voicemail, and I love you, and I need you, Nelly, I love you, I do, and it's more than you'll ever know. Boy, it's for sure. You can try to be with Miss Jackson, but she's not like me. Ooh, call me back. Okay, Miss Jackson, you will have a hard time with my ass. Okay, but I'm like, don't you sing R&B though, sis? I'm like, if you sing R&B, you should have a little medley and get this man back over here. No, she don't want to sing. She want to yell, scream, bad attitude. I'm like, ooh, that don't fit the brand. That does not fit the brand for me, right? You're Ashanti. Sing. Okay. See, my days are cold without you, and I'm hurting while I'm here. And though my heart can take no more, I keep on running back to you. Baby, why you leave me? You went from Miss Jackson. I mean, she's pretty, but she ain't me. And all my days I think of you. Nelly, you're my baby. Give me a little baby. I am going to love you now and forever. You're my husband. Call me back. Right? That's it. No. She want to play tough because she's a Libra. Want to play tough. Want to act gangster. Want to do all this dumb shit. But you know you're sensitive. Like, Ashanti's extremely sensitive. She's a Libra. Cardi B, them people, huh? Cardi B a Libra. Kim Kardashian Libra. Them Libra people. They love. Like, but you want to act gangster. Just call the man. Call the man. You're an R&B singer. Start singing. Nelly, it's been 3 days now. You haven't called me back. And I don't know. What else can I do? What else can I say? 'Cause I love you. Call me back. Don't make me wait. No. Don't make me wait. Right? Ain't you an R&B singer? So what are we doing? What are we doing? Okay? But the whole time, she's like, no, I ain't gonna call me back. I ain't gonna do this. The whole time, y'all, she was waiting for that man. Just call the person back. Listen, let me tell you something, right? When it comes to me, listen, I get it. The heart wants what it wants. You ain't got to prove nothing to me, right? You ain't got to act gangster for me because you obviously love him. Like, so if you feel like he's really your person, just call the man, right? I'm like, why didn't you call Nelly? She's so happy when she's around him. So which lets me know every day when he was with Miss Jackson, she probably had a Finsta and she was spying on them people, okay? She was checking on them people because she probably blocked him from her main account, but she had a different account and she was spying on what they were doing because Nelly makes her so happy. Why didn't you call him sooner? Why'd you wait 10 years? Because obviously I think he's in love with Miss Jackson. So if you had told him like you really wanted to be with him, he would have patched things up. Oh, Miss Jackson, I love you very much, but I gotta go back. No, I'm serious. Like, you sing R&B. Why are you even screaming? I feel like R&B singers, when they argue, it gotta be a song. Boy, you got me so messed up, but I love you so much. Don't like it when you don't make the bed. Don't like it when you're coming home late, but I love you. Do better. Clean up after yourself. Right? You sing R&B. So why are you yelling and screaming, doing all that weird shit in the house? Okay? Sing. All right? Sing. Don't talk, sing. All right? But I'm like, why are we here? Why are we here? But once again, because you have these ladies who are very prideful, right? No, I'm serious. That's what you should say. I cleaned last night, woke up this morning, kitchen is a mess. Why, oh why? Use some Cascade. Clean up after yourself. Put things away. Yeah. Take the trash out. Ooh, then come and give me some. Ooh, baby. Right? Ba-boom. Why are you screaming? You're not a female rapper. If you were sexy red, I can kind of see it. But I'm like, you're not a female rapper. Why are you screaming in this house? What are we doing? Okay? Sing. I want to hear you sing, okay? When you mad, you sing. Okay? Take the trash out and come and take me out. I love you. Right? That's it. Good customer service. Give a jingle. All right? Why are we doing this? Like, seriously, why are we doing this? Right? But I'm telling you, a lot of people out here, they're doing all this stuff. These girls are doing all this stuff. But deep down inside, what I've realized is deep down inside, people are afraid of being alone. People are truly afraid of being alone. So they're loud, they're aggressive, they're combative, they're doing all this extra shit. Oh, he needs to make all this crazy money. But in reality, they're just afraid. And I think Amanda, because her mom was a single mom and stuff like that. Most likely her mom did not forgive. Most likely her mom was very bitter because of it. So Amanda felt like, oh, every time you see a man, you gotta be like this. Okay, like what's that thing? They have a game. What's that Asian game where they're always fighting? Okay. Okay, I'm like, girl, calm the fuck down. All right. And another thing is, just because your mom was not successful doesn't mean that you're not going to be successful. Like, what the fuck? That's her relationship. Maybe your mom is not good at customer service. What do I know? Right. But you can't internalize. You cannot, for as much as she's your mother, I get it. She's a woman, I get it. But you cannot internalize her failed kung fu. Yeah. There's a name. It's a game, y'all. It's a kung fu game. Like, is it PlayStation? Oh, everybody used to play that game. It's like, what the fuck? What are we doing? This is crazy, right? So I think a lot of young ladies who come from that kind of background, like single mom, divorced, or it didn't work with Mortal Kombat. There you go. There you go. This is how it is. Pick your armor. Yes, disrespect. You know, okay? Pick a weapon. Disrespect. Ha! Fuck you, bitch. It's like, what the fuck? What are we doing? Look, what the fuck is this shit? Right? But it's trauma. It's a trauma response. You know what I mean? It's a trauma response. And I think sometimes also girls like that, they feel bad because if you do fall in love, you do get married, like, oh, how's my mom going to feel? Am I leaving her behind? Am I not down for the sisterhood? No, your mom needs to go to therapy. Shit. You know that should go. All right? That's it. That's that. Right? Fighters. Pick your sword. Ha! Ha! Disrespect. Okay? What the heck? Fighters, pick your sword. Ha ha! Pride. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing? Right? So that's what it is. I'm telling you, I promise you, because there was a part in this whole debate where she called Anthony. She was like, hey, Aunt, you know, you can see that she wants to have friends. You can, yeah. I'm like, Aunt, what's her name? Amanda. I promise you, this girl, she's a big crybaby. She's extremely sensitive. Right. And also, she's the only child, right? She needs community. She needs friends. She needs to be loved on. You know, I really think she's a sweetheart. But she, unfortunately, her scars is too much. Okay. It's just too damn much. It's too much. Right. But I really think she's a sweetheart. But she's so hurt and she's so scared. She's so scared. A lot of women are seriously afraid. Like, you need to stop. Like, you got to stop. And you have to realize that just because your mom was not successful in a relationship doesn't mean that you're not going to be successful. Because every woman has to take care of her relationship, right? So maybe there are things that your mom was not willing to do. You're probably going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Also, whoever she dated, that's not who you're dating. Listen. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. That's that. Like, you gotta learn how to not, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't internalize stuff. And also, do not feel bad that you can get married and most likely you'll stay married and your mama did. You know, because and the thing about it too, like, your mom, if she tells you a story about your dad or whatever your dad did, you know damn well she ain't give you all the details. You know damn well she lying. Okay? You know, whatever. Right? You know, most women not gonna tell you everything. She gonna tell you in a way where you feel sorry for her and you think your dad's the devil. That's how most women do storytelling. Okay, story time. Okay, I did nothing wrong. Everything was your dad's fault, right? But you get older, you're like, I think my mama left some details out. Okay, but that's what they do. It is what it is, right? Whatever, right? But you have to know, like, just because it didn't work out for her doesn't mean it's not gonna work out for you. Just because she got divorced doesn't mean you're gonna get divorced. It doesn't work like that. It's up to you and the person that you pick, right? But your mom could have not been successful in relationships and you have a beautiful marriage. You're not her. You're part of her, but you're not her. Right? So what I'm saying is you just have to learn, what does it take to have a successful relationship? And if you want one, you'll have one. Right? That's it. But I just think Amanda, I really feel like Amanda, she is a person who's very sweet. I really think she's really, really sweet. I feel like all this facade thing right here is just because she's scared. She's scared to let people in. She's scared of people leaving. And you know, a lot of kids also who grew up with divorced parents or who grew up from like a single parent, usually the other parent made promises, didn't show up. Or I'll come see you for your birthday. Don't show up. I'll pick you up this day. Don't show up. Or they show up late, you know. So they don't trust people, right? Because they've had another parent that was not reliable. So now they judge everybody the same. Well, my dad lied to me, so you lied to me too. My dad told me he was gonna come, and he never did, so you ain't gonna show up for me, right? Everybody you get punished for whatever the parent did. It's like, girls, stop doing that shit. It's weird. Okay, it's really weird. But you gotta have empathy for people. But I really do believe that, deep down inside, she really could be a sweetheart. But I just feel like she's really scared. She's scared of rejection. Okay, so she does the very most, so she can say, well, you just couldn't keep up with me. Well, I'm just too smart. Well, this and that, right? She does that intentionally. It's self-sabotage. And also, I think Amanda needs to go see a therapist. She needs help. Okay? But I don't think she's a bad person. I just think she just be out here pandering. But if I can be nice, if I can have love for Dr. Umar, why would I have love for her? I don't think she's an evil person. But I just think she's really afraid. She's afraid of being vulnerable. And she's afraid of letting people in. And she's also really afraid of falling in love with someone. So she has control issues, right? And so the right kind of man, until she gets the help she needs, she ain't gonna let him in. You know what I'm saying? And that's why she's more likely to be non-traditional. And when you're a non-traditional woman, you're going to attract a non-traditional man. And most non-traditional men are scammers. So she's saying that the man, her recent boyfriend, she's saying that he owes her $2,000. Like, yeah, because he's a non-traditional man. Well, why is he asking you for money? And why were you even giving him money? Right? But the kind of man who's not going to ask her for money, she's not going to let that man in, because given who she is, how she grew up, her mom and things like that, she will see him as a person who's trying to control her. Whereas non-traditional dudes, they're very chill, they're very laid back, and many of them are very unserious, and they're bad with their finances. Right? So, okay, he's chill, but he's going to be a liability because he doesn't know how to manage money. He doesn't know how to manage his time. He doesn't know how to manage himself, right? So liberalism, progressivism has made women believe that if they're non-traditional and they go with non-traditional men, they're going to be safe. But I think with Halle Berry and this one, you can see any woman who becomes non-traditional and who pursues a non-traditional man, she's going to cry. And most times she will be scammed. She's going to get scammed. Okay? That's what I have to say. So let me play the video, Jack. I've been talking all this time. I'm going to play the video.
This will really make you pull your hair out.
Where's the sound?
Let's get into it.
Where's the sound?
All right, reparations, fair, necessary. My question would be, who's going to get it? Why would they get it? And how long are we going to sit here focusing on trying to get reparations? It's been how many years since slavery? 150 years, 1865? Whenever there's a real thing that this country wants to do, they do it. Stop Asian hate. Okay, there's a problem with it.
1865. So in 40 years, it's going to make it 200 years. Yeah, they don't want to give it. Nuh-uh. They got to change the name.
Asian hate. Let's draft a bill, sign it, and it's done. Anything that needs to be done is done. With us, it's a carrot they dangle in front of us that they don't really want to do.
Yeah.
And it's not going to help. We need education. Oh, it's not going to help. No, it's not. We need education. Getting a check from the government is not going to do that. And we need proper education. A lot of us go to these institutions where we're not really prepared, we're not really focused, and we don't get things that help us in the real world. So if you want to help Black people, a check from the government, from our tax dollars is going to get raised, because let's be clear, everybody in here is Black. We all American. We all got to pay taxes. It'll go to that. So I don't really see how this is going to help us at all.
Okay. Pause. First of all, he's already talking about this from the wrong position. First of all, it's a debt that is owed. That is a really important piece that you have to drive home.
Okay, you see, and this is my issue with Sabrina. But Sabrina's a socialist, right? So Sabrina's saying it's the wrong perspective because it's a debt that is owed. But Sabrina, the debt is owed to who is the debt owed to? Like, who is it owed to? Because it's not you. Right? So who do they owe the money to? And they owe the money to the people who actually went through slavery. They don't owe it to people now. Like, and I'm like, and as long as you keep framing it this way, you ain't gonna get it. Because how are you going to convince people that you, Sabrina, you're owed a debt? What debt? Who owes you? like what? Who owes you? They owe those people. Right. And also, I don't even know if we can confirm for a fact the fact that everybody who's Black American had an ancestor who went through slavery. I don't know if we can confirm that part. I really don't know. But nonetheless, though, who owes you that money? Who? And it's not the government. Because I repeat, the government did not own plantations. Private citizens own plantations. So people need to find those people and sue those people and their families. They need to pay. Okay. But I really don't see how the government is responsible for paying reparations. So I agree with Anthony, but whatever.
Because otherwise, people do see that they're like, oh, it was just a handout. No, it's not a handout. It's a debt that is owed.
Oh.
There was 40 acres and a mule that was promised.
But was it promised to
freed men?
Was it promised
men? He asked who is going to get it? Freed men and their descendants. Okay. He brought up the Asian hate crime bill. He honestly kind of just been proving my point. Which is that the government is more willing to do things for other groups, but they're not willing to do anything for Black Americans.
Okay. Now, y'all still here? Child, it's so funny. The thing about Asian, especially Japanese Americans were forced by the government, by the federal government, to go live in concentration camps. So therefore, the federal government has to indemnify these Japanese Americans. But before Japanese Americans, especially in California out there, before the concentration camps, before FDR, a Democrat, before he ordered the Japanese Americans to just pretty much give up everything to go live in those concentration camps, many of those Japanese Americans were entrepreneurs. They were business people. They were not living here asking people, the government, for anything. The government destroyed their businesses. The government destroyed their wealth. They said, you got to give up everything. And by tomorrow, you got to show up here and you're going to live in a concentration camp. I think they lived in those concentration camps. They were tortured in there for 3 years. So this is something that the government actually did. When it comes to the plantations were not owned by the government. They were owned by private citizens. So the people who own the plantations, or the families of those who have benefited from those plantations, those families need to be sued for the free labor that they received that played a part in their family being as wealthy as their family is. But a lot of people didn't have plantations. And also the federal government did not have plantations. So then how can you say, well, everybody in America should have their taxes raised so we can pay reparations to people? I don't see how that makes sense. I'm really, really confused, right? I'm truly confused. And I think sometimes when it comes to the Japanese issue, people tend to think, oh, well, because they got reparations from the government, automatically we should also get reparations. Like, no, it's not the same premise. Some people were asked to leave everything behind to present themselves at a concentration camp through federal executive order. So they did that because the president required the Japanese Americans go live in concentration camps. When it comes to plantations, even I don't think you can say you have like a nice government, but kind of, right? But whatever. But most plantations are owned by private citizens. They bought slaves, they handled slaves, they tortured their slaves, but they purchased their slaves. So the people who had plantations or the families who benefited from plantations, I think they should be the ones to get sued. And then the great-great-grandchildren of people that used to be enslaved per plantation should come together and file a class action lawsuit against families they know. Like your great-great-granddad had this plantation, and from this year to that year, my great-granddad worked for y'all for 10 years, for 20 years, for 30 years, right? Or my great-grandma was on this plantation. She was there all of her life. She had 5 kids. Her kids were stolen to slavery, like things like that. Those people per plantation should come together and do a class action lawsuit. And that family needs to run the money. Absolutely. Because that makes more sense. To me, that makes more sense.
Thank you for proving my point. Mm-hmm. Ta-da!
What point did he prove?
But Amanda takes a deep breath there. Let's just go in and let her respond.
Well, first I'll start with, it will help on even just a moral level. The reality is that the United States has become very comfortable with the fact that it does not consider Black people equal. And it shows that in many ways that I'm sure we will discuss over the course of today. But ultimately, there has not been a committed, concerted effort to shifting the mindset around the use of Black people as a labor force in this nation back when it was slavery, now in the use of slavery as slave labor in prisons. So because
she's saying a whole lot of things. She's all over the place. So she's saying the reason why the government should pay the reparation is out of moral obligation. Okay. And like I said, this place right here, it's a business. America's capitalist. Nobody's going to give you money out of a moral obligation. Okay. Oh, you should pretty much just give me money because I say so. It's not going to happen. Right. So she's saying that this country right here has not really shifted the mindset of people when it comes to how Black bodies were used for labor. Maybe not. And then she goes into the prison, that today a lot of Black people are indeed in prison, and they do work in the prison. Even Mike Vick was in prison, okay? Multi-millionaire, and I mean, incredibly gifted football player. I think he won the Heisman also. Definitely first round, first pick for the NFL draft for his class, right? Crazy ass combine numbers. Mike Vick was in prison. Mike Vick was in prison, I think, working for like 5 cents an hour or maybe 10 cents an hour. What do I know? Okay, so there's definitely some weird ass free labor shit going in the prison. However, when we talk about the number of incarcerated Black people in America, Black people voted for that. Black people voted for that, right? They voted for that so much so they were so happy to put Joe Biden as president, right? So like I was listening to her and I'm like, it's really hard for me to take you seriously, right? Because if you take such issue with the fact that there are so many Black people in prison and so many Black people in prison pretty much being indentured servants working for 5 cents an hour, at what point do you also say, Black people, you voted for that, the crime bill, right? Black people voted for the crime bill. A huge portion of Black people were okay with the crime bill because they didn't read it. They trusted people. They trusted the Black Caucus. They trusted Clyburn. They trusted Maxine Waters. I'm sure you have the video, right? They trusted these people who said, yeah, that's what you want. That's really, really what you want, right? They voted for that. Under Bill Clinton, I think Bill Clinton appropriated like $100 billion or whatever to build more prisons, to lock up more Black people or shit like that. But Black people have always loved Bill Clinton. They've never held Bill Clinton accountable. To this day, he can come to the cookout. Like there's no problem. Even though him and Joe Biden were responsible for that stuff, right? And he set out $100 billion to build more prisons to lock up Black people, especially Black men. Right? Because otherwise, anybody who looks at the crime bill, the moment you realize that it's one measure for some and it's a whole different measure for other people, you're like, hold on, wait a minute. 5 grams of crack, 5 years in prison. 500 grams of cocaine, 5 years in prison. You're like, okay, but why does crack get such a hefty punishment for such a low quantity? Like a teaspoon, maybe a tablespoon, what do I know, right? But yet if you and also the cocaine thing, it wasn't just 500 grams of cocaine. It is 500 grams of powdered cocaine. So you could have 500 grams of liquid cocaine, right? Cocaine, you can store cocaine in many different forms, right? But if you were caught with 500 grams of powdered cocaine, then you face 5 years in prison, right? But droves of Black people were in support of the crime bill, right? And when Joe Biden ran for president, it was not a problem. The vast majority of Black people were not upset that here is the architect of mass incarceration in the modern days. They were just fine. Whoopi Goldberg even said that if Biden poops on himself, she's still going to vote for him over Donald Trump. So you got to be serious, right? That Hotep babble is getting annoying. Right? If you take such issue with and I think if I'm not mistaken, in the free world, like in the modern world, whatever, America has the largest population of incarcerated people, right? I think America leads. And most of those people are Black. But if you continue to vote for people who are sending you to prison, obviously it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. It really is not a big deal. You don't really care. You don't mind. Because if you were really upset about being free labor in prison, you know, hold on, wait a minute. Why would I vote for such a thing? And once you realize the fuck, like, oh, oopsie daisy, like I shouldn't have voted for that shit, you're going to ask for a retraction. You got to fix this. But even when Obama was president, no, the vast majority of Black people never asked Obama to legitimize marijuana. They never asked Obama to just take the pen and just give amnesty to anybody who ever had a marijuana conviction. Nobody cared. Obama went in there and he did everything for gay people. No one cared. So to me, like I said, sometimes this conversation comes as though it's just weaponizing the sins of American history to just make white people feel bad. But deep down inside, you don't give a fuck. You don't really care, right? You don't care. Because if you cared, you never would have voted for Joe Biden, right? If you cared, you never would have tried to get Joe Biden reelected, right? People don't care. Even Kamala Harris, her numbers as a district attorney and attorney general in California are truly, truly concerning, right? The way she was stacking up those inmates in there to the point that there was the prison, you had 54 inmates to a toilet, but she was never held accountable. It was more about her silk press. Does she use a round brush? Oh, she's a woman president. She's a brat. We're going to have a brat summer. So to me, I don't know, respectfully, I think all this talk about prison people, Black people in prison, it's just bullshit. Okay. If you really cared about Black people in prison, you would have applied pressure on a whole lot of these presidents and said, listen, we have a lot of people who got incarcerated for bullshit. You have a lot of people, first offense, crazy. Okay. 5 years, 6 years, first offense. For what reason? Right? Obama could have said, you know what? Give these people amnesty. Obama was president for 8 years. Eric Holder was his attorney general, right? They'll fix the shit. Who gives a fuck? It's marijuana. He didn't do it, right? And there was no pressure and there was no punishment, right? He was never held accountable, right? Now, Joe Biden, the founder of the crime bill, heavily celebrated. He can go to any Black church. He can hold Black babies. He can kiss Black babies. It is not a problem. You still have audios where you can hear Joe Biden say he doesn't want Black children in white schools because it's going to turn into a jungle, right? It's not a big deal. So I'm like, miss me with the bullshit. You don't give a fuck. You do not care. Because if you cared, you would stop voting Democrat. And if you cared, you would ask for something to be done about this crime bill because it's still here. It still works. Still in effect, right? Even Cuomo, go to New York City. Take New York State, for example, right? Daddy Cuomo, right? The son, Governor Cuomo. But that family, these Italians, right? They built their legacy in New York City by building more prisons to lock up Black people. These were Democrats. Cuomo was a Democrat. His daddy was a Democrat. His daddy was governor under Bill Clinton, right? And he received a lot of that $100 billion to build more prisons in New York to lock up Black people in. So obviously, people don't care. You do not care, right? But in modern time, the incarceration rate is something that Black people voted for. And so it came to be. So today, if you see that there's a huge number of Black people in prison, it's something that Black people voted for, right? When somebody tells you to go vote for something, you can read what's in there. It's not that hard. But they trusted the Black caucus. Okay. But they were all in agreement. Jesse Jackson was there. Kwame Nkrumah, he used to be the president of NAACP, he was in there. Maxine Waters, a lot of them people were there. And they told Black people, oh, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with this. It's just fine. It's perfect. So go ahead and sign it. So the people signed it. And it went into law. And next thing you know, people getting locked up left and right. But that is something that people voted for. Okay? So if you vote for something and then you see what it is, you kind of have to take that L and be like, oh, the fuck, right? These people are fucking evil. You know? Hold on.
On a basic cultural level, reparations are an act of repair. They are an effort to say, our bad, we see you now. We have seen that done with Japanese folks who were put in internment camps. We have seen that done with Jewish folks. We have seen that done even in the case of slave owners who received reparations. When it comes to the use of tax dollars to pay reparations, and this is going to come up a lot today, it's a matter of values, right? For me, my value system circulates around the fact that I think that as a community, we should all be engaged in repair for our community. So I don't think there should be any problem with there being tax dollars spent at repairing consistent efforts that have been made to impede Black people. So the reparations you're talking about are not just related to slavery. There's reparations that have been discussed all over this nation in different communities as it relates to particular massacres, as it relates to redlining and the impediment of Black people.
Okay, so even that too, right? Even that too. People say all kinds of stupid shit. She's really stupid. But she knows how to hit the talking points that most Black people who don't have the facts love to listen to. The Japanese Americans were forced by the federal government to show up at a concentration camp, give up everything, lose everything. So yes, the federal government has to make them whole because it's the federal government that made them poor. Okay. Plantations were not owned by the federal government. All right. 40 acres of a mule. For as much as 40 acres of a mule is fucked up, nowhere does it say if we don't give you the money, we'll give the money to your descendants. There was no contracts. Where's the contract at? Right? It was, once again, it was a promise, but it's not a contract. It is no different than Target and this whole DEI shit. Target said over 5 years, they're going to spend $2.5 billion with black people. Blah, blah, blah. It was a promise. It is not a contract. Right. And that's why when they say, oh, what Jamal is doing is comparable to what Dr. King was doing in Selma in the boys boycott, I'm like, it is not comparable. You're fucking stupid. OK, people, black people paid their fare. There's a contract. Right. If you pay your fare, if you have your bus ticket, you now have a contract between you and the bus company. So if anybody who buys a bus ticket can sit wherever they want to sit, they can turn around and tell you where to sit because that's the contract. You have a ticket. Black people don't have a contract with Target. They had a promise from Target. It's not a civil rights issue, right? Where you boycott Target, if when black customers go to Target, they have to pay to use a card. Like, why? Okay, there's a special line for black clients for what reason. There's an extra tax for being black at Target. There you go. From that point, yes, you can boycott Target because why you treat me differently than any other customer, right? And what Target did, because they were so afraid of Black Lives Matter and be called a racist, what they did is actually racist. DEI is racist. Right? Because if you promise to spend $2.5 billion on a black community, then you got to promise something to Asian people. Now you got to promise something to Indian people. Now you got to promise something to Native American people. It's a lot of minority groups in America. You can't just say, I'm going to give this one group $2.5 billion. What about the other people? And they're lucky they did not get sued by other groups because everybody shops at Target. So if Target is promising $2.5 billion to black people, well, damn. What you got for Native American people? Then what about the Latinos? What about the Indians? What about the Koreans? What about the whatever? You see how it doesn't stop? So that's why you don't even make promises to anybody based on race, gender, all that bullshit. Okay? Just be a good business. Treat people right. But I just feel like in the euphoria of Black Lives Matter and a lot of companies being afraid, and also Target, their headquarters are in Minnesota. That's where George Floyd was murdered. So there's even more pressure because their headquarters are in Minnesota. So they were so afraid, they started overpromising based on gender, race, creed, and that is actually against the law. You cannot do shit like that. You can't do it. Like you cannot do it. So because if you have a special program, hey Lonnie, what's up, baby? If you have a special promise to Black Americans, now you got to have a special promise to Asian Islanders, then to the Asian here, to the Latinos here, to the queer, the trans. Do you know how many minority groups in America? At this rate, you're gonna go broke. That's why they never should have done that shit anyways, but they got scared because they didn't want to get looted, this, and that. So they were super, super woke and they started over-promising. But Black people don't have a contract with Target to even boycott Target in the first place. You sound crazy. And once again, begging for shit. But you cannot ask Target to give you their money. It would be nice if they did. But if they don't, they have the right to realign their business goals and to move in a different direction. Right? There's no need to boycott Target. They never said, oh, if you're Black and now you shop at Target, you're going to have to face a Black tax. Oh, because you're Black, when you shop at Target, you're going to have to give $5 before you get a card. Oh, because you're Black and you shop at Target, you're going to have to use this lane over there because that lane is meant for Black people. They never said that. Okay? They made promises to the Black community, but let's also be so for real. The vast majority of Black people do not shop at Target because it costs too much. They shop at Walmart. Okay? So it was a promise. Womp you womp womp, right? But it's not a contract. When you look at people like, what's her name? What's her name again? Oh my gosh. Oh, what's the bus lady's name, Chad? Rosa Parks, right? Even though it wasn't really Rosa Parks, but let's just say it's Rosa Parks, right? But Rosa Parks, she lines up for the bus. She pays her fare for the bus. The moment you pay for your fare, you have a contract with someone, right? It's a contract. It's a fare. So if you sit here and then the bus person says, well, I need you to move because you're Black. Well, we have the right to protest because that's a contractual issue, right? It's a contractual issue. We have a contract. If anybody can sit anywhere, why is it only Black people who pay their fare, their fair fare, are being told you got to go sit here or sit there or sit here? Why? I can sit wherever I want because I paid for my fare. And when you pay for your bus fare, it's first come, first serve. So if you get there first, you can sit where you want. If you get there late and all you can do is stand, then you're going to stand. That's why they have the thing like this for you to hold on to. That's it. It's the same thing with the subway. Anybody who pays their fare has the right to ride the subway. If the seats are available, they can sit there. But the moment you say to someone based on race, gender, whatever, that, oh, well, you can really sit here, even though you paid your fare, but because you're Black, oh, because you're paraplegic, oh, because you're a woman, I need you to make room for this other person because they're above you. Now, that's a problem. This is never what Target said. And that's why I have an issue, not just that Jamal is filthy and he's a child, I want to say it, right? But my thing is, Jamal studied theology at Morehouse. He needs to stay in his lane. He doesn't understand contractual law. So go sit down somewhere. That's why I said, even today, this whole Target boycott, where is it today? Where is it? It's nowhere. This is bullshit. You know, nobody owes you their money. He's like, oh, but Target needs to put their money in Black banks. Are you stupid? Most Black banks, do you know how much they get in daily deposits? What, $2 million? At most, maybe $10 million? Do you know what it would do for a bank to go from daily deposits of 10 million to all of a sudden $1 billion every day? Like, he's so fucking stupid. He's so damn stupid. Do you think they have the people for that kind of money? Do you know what it takes to take Target's money? The kind of encryption you will need, the kind of software you will need, the kind, even like Jimmy, I mean, I won't say too much, but James works with banks and stuff. Do you know how serious it is to be a bank in America? Do you know how serious people's data is? That kind of, even me, I wouldn't touch that kind of money. Because at least you could say go from having $10 million a day in deposit to maybe like 15 million a day. But Black banks have to work to get to a place where they can take $2.5 billion in daily deposits, y'all. Do you know how much Target? What the fuck? I'm not doing that. It's a curse. Imagine you have an online business and you probably do $5,000 a day in your business. All of a sudden, now you're doing $200 million a day in business. You're going to be, oh, fuck this shit. I quit because it's overwhelming. Because you don't have the people. You don't have the people. You don't have the infrastructure. Also, you don't have the lawyers, right? Even the requirements from the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve requires certain things based on how much you have. This stuff is real. It's very real. Like, these people are so damn stupid. You can't just carry any kind of money. Most banks also do fractional banking. They don't even have the money they don't even have the money. The money's somewhere else, right? And balancing their books every night. Like, this stuff is real. Exactly. He's so damn stupid. And people who follow Jamal Bryant, you will think they grew up in an African village. Like, you are from America. Act like you have some kind of sense. This is not a joke. Most Black banks, most Black-owned banks probably do not get more than $10 million in deposits every day. And now, out of nowhere, you want these people to hold $2.5 billion a day. Are you fucking stupid? I'm not doing it. And have you ever seen when Jamal is saying all this bullshit? Have you seen any Black CEO of a Black bank say, oh yeah, I'll do it? No, they're quiet because they don't want that shit. They don't want that shit. How many Black bankers are standing hand in hand with Jamal Bryant saying, oh yeah, Target, bring your money over here? You're asking for problems. You're asking for problems. Like, what the fuck? If we were talking about even a $20 million deposit a day, okay, sure. But even that too, it's going to require a whole lot of change, you guys. That kind of money, the federal government is in your ass. The Federal Reserve is in your ass. And depending on where you are, because, you know, certain states do have a branch, because we have 12 branches of the Federal Reserve, right? Depending on where you are too, that might be a different issue as well. But this stuff is real. Because every bank every day has to decide how much we're going to have on hand, because most banks do fractional banking. They don't have all this money on hand. Let's even say you have a bank account balance that says $1 million. You think you can just walk up to the bank and say, well, I want $1 million? They don't have it. It's not there. The money's not there. The money's not there. And that's why sometimes based on how much you want to withdraw, you have to tell your banker that you're coming to get the money because they need time to get the money together. That's why it's very stupid to try to rob a bank. The money is not there. The money's not there because most banks only do fractional banking. And also, one thing about banks make loans. Like, they don't keep the money. The money's not here. They make bank loans. They make mortgage loans, auto loans, all consumer loans. They do all kinds of stuff because holding money is a liability. Because think about this too, right? Think about this. If you're a bank and you're holding $2.5 billion, all the money is in there in a safe somewhere. God forbid you have inflation. The money's gone. You see, and banks, you took $2.5 billion, you got to give back $2.5 billion. You can't say, oh, well, we were trying to be safe, so we kept the money in-house, and, well, now it's not 2.5, it's 1.8 billion. You're going to have to find that 700 million, which is why banks give loans, because that's how you fight inflation. Cash is a liability. People are so damn crazy. People are really crazy. Cash is a liability. Because the more you hold on to money, the more likely you are to lose the value of the money. Because every day there's inflation, right? And this is why very, very wealthy people don't have money. It's not that, but oh, he's broke. He's not broke. He's not liquid. So it's a difference. But you would know because you're not that rich. But the way rich people insulate themselves from inflation and this like that is that's why they have real estate. They try to put their money into things that actually appreciate to offset inflation. They don't have money on hand. Banks don't have the money. Rich people don't have money. Their money's nowhere to be found. So why are you robbing a bank? So now imagine asking a regular black bank that probably does $10 million in daily deposits that they need to hold on to $2.5 billion. Do you know what that, do you know the kind of stress that is? You know, and they might even have the people for that. You know what I'm saying? They might have the people for that. It's a lot that goes into it. It's not a joke. But when you take people's money, you need to know how to supervise people's money. And it's like from 10 million to 2.5 daily, 2.5 billion. Hold on, wait a minute, what? You're going to deposit $2.5 billion every day in my bank. Thank you. Go talk to Jamie Dimon. I don't have what it takes. And that also is being wise. And there's a reason why, I repeat, for as much as you have a lot of black bankers, nobody is standing beside Jamal Bryant. Oh, yeah, my bank will do it. Oh, my bank will take the money. Hell the fuck no. I'm not doing that shit. You're crazy. Target is too damn big. Target is too big. They're too big. They need to go somewhere else. And because also it's a publicly traded company, who even knows the kind of test, like the kind of, what's it called? The kind of permits, like, you know, the audit, the kind of audit you have to do because it's a publicly traded company and these are billions of dollars that they're depositing every day. Then you got to be able to handle their wires that, yo, no, thank you. Like, exactly. He's so damn stupid. He is really, really stupid. Exactly. And that's another thing also. Right? That's another thing. Like, I'm not, even you, when I'm telling you, even if you have a business, you know, oh, Marlene, I would love to make $200 million. Yeah. But do you really want to go from making 5,000 to making 200 million overnight? Do you not see how that's going to traumatize you? Like, money is good, but this is too much. Like, no, I want to go back to my regular life. 200 million is way more enjoyable when you progressively get to $200 million. But to go from 5,000 to even $20 million in sales, even from 5,000 a day to $1 million a day, the orders, you guys. And you know, if people don't get a tracking number within 24 to 48 hours, oh, you already know, they're calling their bank, they're calling PayPal, they're calling you a scammer, they're calling you all kinds of shit. Like, what the fuck? But it's none of that. You're just overwhelmed. But they don't care. Because they're so accustomed to shopping with Amazon, with the big corporations that can handle that kind of volume, right? You got to be able to handle Target's money. And most black banks are not equipped to handle Target's money. They don't have the know-how. They don't have the people. They don't have the software. They don't have the models. They don't have the protection model. And God forbid, a hacker gets in there and takes all that money. Now, where are they going to get the money? Like, money is it's a serious thing. And I'm like, these people out here making a mockery of 2.5 billion daily deposits. Please don't bring that over here. Don't do that. Exactly. And I'm sure his money is with JP Morgan. His money is with Bank of America. He probably himself doesn't even bank with Black people. But they want to ask other people to do what they're not willing to do. But I'm like, Marlene, if I own my regular everyday Black bank, I don't want no parts of this. Now, let's say Target has a foundation, like the Target Loves the Kids Foundation, and they want to put that foundation money with me. Depending on how much it is, I might take the foundation money, because that could be like 20, 30, 40 million. It's a lot more, but it's not billions of dollars, right? And also, I would probably ask them to give me a year or so before we make those transfers, because I need to hire the people. I got to hire the right kind of encryption. A lot of it, because that is a shitload of money. And if this money goes missing, I'm responsible. And next thing you know, you're going to have the Federal Reserve, the feds knock at your door because you're the CEO, and now Target's money is missing and they think you did something, and now they want to put your ass in prison. You crazy? No. Please go somewhere. Please go. No, he's such an idiot. He is such an idiot. He's such an idiot. He's so damn stupid. Like, he's so dumb.
To earn wealth by having property. There's been impediments in various ways that can be repaired. And I want to also just add, there's reparations that are considered a cash payment from a government. There's also the version of reparations that shows up in how funds are applicated to specific groups.
Yeah, this guy, I think this is what people really struggle. People struggle with understanding. If you dismantle, listen, slave owners, you can argue, even me, I can argue that slave owners were owed reparations because it was their business, right? So the federal government says, and that's why I feel like this is why I would even say the federal government does not even owe you reparations for slavery, because it was the federal government that abolished slavery. So if I set you free from slavery, why are you asking me for money? Okay, but the British people, the British government paid reparation because the British government abolished slavery. So they destroyed these people's business. So yes, you got to make them whole. Now, how much you pay for that, I don't know, right? But you can see that if the federal government is stepping in to say, we no longer want you to use human beings for whatever this is, right? Why are then the people being set free by the federal government saying, oh yeah, you owe me money? No. The federal government pays reparation to the slave owner. You need to sue the slave owner. It's not that hard, is it? Right? But you don't sue the person or the establishment that set you free from slavery. Are you okay? Right? Imagine you're like, somebody's trying to kill you. And you have a good Samaritan that steps in and stops you from getting killed. And now, instead of trying to sue the person trying to kill you, you want to sue the Samaritan for stepping in and saving you. Why would I pay you money? I saved you. Are you dumb? Because without me, you still be a slave, right? So my thing is, now that you know the federal government paid the slave owner because, yes, they dismantled his business. They destroyed his livelihood for the sake of humanity. Like, you are not allowed to own slaves. But we understand that this is how you made your money. So we'll give you money, let the people go. What the people do, like what the former slaves now do, they don't say, hey, I'm going to go sue the federal government. Oh, since you paid the slave master, you must have more money. No, what the slave does is say, you know what? Now that the federal government has paid you, I'm going to also sue you. Makes sense? So your beef is with the plantation owner. And because he received reparations, you know he got the money. So sue him. You don't sue the government. You sue the person that actually put you into slavery. You know what I mean? Exactly. But even that too, like you said, like what's it called? Like Lonnie is saying, reparation. What? Because the thing is, the federal government, Abraham Lincoln, the federal government asked freed slave people, right, to come join the military. And they had made financial promises to those people. And the people never got their money, right? So once again, Black Americans, Black people whose great-great-granddad were part of that army, who never got paid, yes, they should sue for dirt. My granddad was owed $30,000. Give my money. Because that makes perfect sense. Because they were soldiers for the federal government. It's no different than anybody who enlists in the army right now. They owe you money. They give you certain things. So yes, those people, yes. But once again, you see, it's not everybody. It's going to have to be the great granddads that actually served as soldiers during the Civil War. And a lot of people, their great granddad did not serve as soldiers during the Civil War. So, you know what I'm saying? So not everybody deserves this. All right. Now, when it comes to not getting access to loans, that is a banking issue. That is not a federal government issue. The federal government does not issue loans for mortgages. Like, it's so crazy to me, right? It's Bank of America, it's Wells Fargo, it's Chase. You know, it's commercial banks. Commercial banks are usually in the business of giving mortgages. What the federal government does with the what's it called? Oh my gosh, what's that loan called? Is it Fannie? No, what's it called? Fannie? There's a federal program for mortgages. What's it called again? For mortgage assistance. What's that called again? What's that called? Let me see. Okay, there you go, right? So you have the HFA loans, whatever. Okay. So you have certain, they have certain programs like that, right? FHA loan, right? Okay, cool. What the federal government does, right, is that the federal government can guarantee, they'll tell the bank, listen, this person might not look good on paper, but we put ourselves as a guarantor for the loan. Same thing with the SBA loan, right? An SBA loan is not so much the government that gives you the money, but they tell the bank, if you want to give Marlene the loan, even though she might not usually meet the requirement for you, if something happens with this loan, we got you. So the bank is like, okay, because the bank needs a guarantor. They need guarantees that you can pay this money back. So in many instances, the federal government has presented itself as a co-signer pretty much. So, okay, give her the loan, give him the loan. If something happens and they can't pay it, I'll pay it. Then the bank's like, okay, sure. Because one thing banks don't like to do is to depart from their money. We've always known bankers to be extremely stingy. But to sit here and to make it seem like it's the federal government that gives loans, they don't give loans to nobody. But what they do is that they can present themselves as a guarantor in case something happens with the loan to say, we'll go ahead and pay for it. Okay? Then the bank says, okay, so Marlene thinks she can pay for it, but in case she cannot pay for it, the federal government, which is usually good on paying their loans, is going to pay for it. It is no different than having a co-signer on the loan. So in this case, the co-signer is the federal government, right? But also, when it comes to banking, right? But even that, we'll talk about that too, right? But when it comes to banking, I think a lot of Black people, once again, need to have self-awareness, right? It's very crazy to me to be a Black person, to go to a predominantly white, aka Jewish bank and ask Jewish people to give you money for your mortgage. Most Black people are not some of the largest depositors at some of the most predominant commercial banks. You think the number one depositors at JP Morgan Chase are Black people? You think the number one depositors at Bank of America are Black people? You think the number one depositor at PNCs is Black people or HSBC? No. Black people are not some of the largest depositors. I will also say this, because I think a lot of Black people don't understand how banking works, right? They really don't get it. Banks also look at your average daily balance. You see, and I think this is why a lot of Black people who get denied mortgages think it's racism. Because once again, it's very convenient for the narrative, oh, they deny me a mortgage because I'm Black. No, banks don't just look at your credit score. They don't just look at your credit score. They don't just look at your debt to income ratio or your pay stubs and things like that. Banks also look at your daily average balance. How much money stays on your account? It is no different than a credit card. Even me, when I was younger, I didn't know. Because you're thinking, if a bank gives me a credit card for $1,000, then $1,000 need to be spent. Lo and behold, for you to have a great credit score, you're supposed to spend 50% or less on the credit card. So if you have $1,000 balance, you got to spend 500 or less, right? Because banks love people who don't need money, pretty much. That's just the way the world is. People love to give money to people who don't need money, right? I said the same thing about celebrities. Look at how people kill themselves to give money to celebrities, even though the celebrity makes more than you. People love to give money to people who don't need money, right? But when you have a need for money, people are afraid of you, right? So what a lot of Black people who apply for mortgages don't understand, it's not just your credit. It's not just your debt to income ratio. It's not just blah, blah. It's also your average daily balance. Banks love it when you leave money on the account. A lot of Black people they are usually in the negative. It's okay. I'm not trying to be mean. A lot of Black people are usually in the negative. A lot of Black people, even though they can make good money, they usually have $3 in their account. Okay? We have an issue with saving money. Money comes in, it's already gone. It comes in, it's already gone. The money don't stay. But banks are tracking all of that. So let's say you have a reasonable credit score, you have the pay stubs, you have this. But usually in a 30-month period, you might have a $50 average daily balance. Something is wrong. So you're more likely to default on your mortgage. It's okay to be honest, right? But Black people are not the biggest depositors at some of the biggest commercial banks you can think of. Also, Black people are not great savers. If I'm not mistaken, Asian people, especially Asian American, have the higher rates in Indian, like Asian, South Asian, like Indian people. They have the highest rates of savings in America. Black people have a problem with money. As soon as they see money, they got to spend it. It's okay to be honest, you know. Now, Lonnie said, are we ready to have the conversation of America giving Jewish people reparation for the Holocaust? Yes. Now, this conversation, Lonnie, for as much as technically the Holocaust happened in Germany, it didn't happen here. But what did the Jews do? The Jews found a way quietly, peacefully, meekly infiltrate pretty much all of the mainstream institutions, the government, education, Ivy Leagues, the Treasury, the Federal Reserve, like Ben Bernanke, Jewish, Alan Greenspan, Jewish. The vast majority of the chairmen of the Federal Reserve have always been Jewish. That lady, Yellen lady, Jewish, like they're all over the place. Which you were not here earlier, but I said to me, Jewish people found a way to get reparation without calling it reparation. Black people are the only ones who are committed to calling it reparation. No problem. But if you keep calling that thing reparation, you ain't gonna get it. You're not gonna get it because there's something about that word that gives people the ick. So it's not like, oh, we have a full-blown American government, right? That just said, oh yeah, we're gonna give money to the Jews. No, a lot of Jews understood what they had to do, but they did it quietly. And they presented themselves as meek people, the Star of David, the Diary of Anne Frank, Wumpty Wumpwa. But in less than almost 80 years, you wake up one day, they're all over the place. Like I said, also with the Congress, because Congress has to approve this shit. So the Jews made it their business to completely take over Congress. I think it's only 5 U.S. Congress people who are not bought by AIPAC, but everybody else is bought by AIPAC. So they had a plan. They had a plan. They had strategy. They had commitment. And also, they had a way of going about it that didn't make it seem like they were coming to conquer this whole damn country, but they did it quietly. Black people ain't quiet. Black people are very loud. They're loud, they're combative, and also they come off as entitled. Bad business, bad branding, horrible strategy, right? Otherwise, technically, America should not have paid for no reparation because why? Germany paid for reparations because they did it. It's over there. Right? But the reason why the American government is so friendly to Israel because the Jews are all over the place. They were all over Joe Biden's cabinet. They're all over Trump. They're all over the damn place. Right? Like I even saw this video yesterday. Yes, they keep wanting to call it reparation. The Jews don't have a name for it. We just need money. Right? So that's that. And I don't know, and even the fact that they don't understand, a lot of these Black people, they don't understand that per the Talmud, Per the Talmud, Black people are hakum. Okay? It's worse than the N-word. Like, these people are so crazy. They're so naive. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Per the Talmud, if you are Black, you're even lesser. Like, if you had a hierarchy of people, you're less than a Gentile. When you're Black, you're hakum. You're worse than a dog. The Talmud talks about that. So why would Jewish people who are responsible for all this money give money to a hakum? Hello? So they go into these banks that are ran by white people, Jewish people, and give me money for a mortgage. Why would a man who was raised on the Talmud that says that your life is less than a dog, that his fingernail is not even worth, like his fingernail is worth your entire life because you're hakum. Why would he give money to a person that is less than a Gentile? Make it make sense. Are you okay? They're so silly, these people, man. They're really, really silly, right? They don't like Black people. The vast majority of these banks are owned by Jewish people. Why would they give you money? Why would they ever? I'm like, seriously, exactly. Why would they ever give you money? Are you okay? Or why would they give you money? And I saw a video. Hold on, let me find this video, right? I saw a video of Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes was explaining that. He was like, they own everything. So if Nick Fuentes, a lot of people realize, like, listen, America is owned by Jewish people. How can you then say, I'm going to present myself as a hakum, go to a predominantly Jewish bank and be like, oh yeah, give me money for my mortgage? What? Because if it was up to these people, you need to be a slave. You need to be a slave. And the thing is, Black people will rather cry about not getting mortgages from white banks, low-key Jewish banks, than to say it's time for us to start putting our money in Black banks. Why do you want to go to white people for a loan? Because I do believe that a lot of Black people don't understand how banks make loans. Banks are able to make loans based on how many deposits they get, right? If you don't have a lot of deposits, you cannot make loans. You cannot make loans. You need people to their checking account, their savings account, their money markets account. Some people have luxury services based on how much they're worth, whatever, right? They take all these people's money. They know how much they might need. And it's okay. This guy, he's not going to ask for his money for like the next 30 days. She might not ask for her money for 6 months. So they are able to say, let's take 500 here, 1,000 here. They take from all these people in the bank that they know are probably not going to need their money for the next 30 years, okay? And then they issue loans. So you can see why, for as much as you might have Black customers at your bank, they're not very beneficial because most of these Black customers, they only put money in their account so they can pay bills. They don't put money in the account to stay the money here. They're not good for business. But you can't really say that because that's offensive, right? And a lot of times too, when you overdraw your account, it's everybody else's money that covers for your overdraft. Right? There's a reason why Black people don't really want to bank with other Black banks because most Black banks cannot handle the financial immaturity of Black depositors. It's okay. It really is okay. Right? But Asian people, they can put 100,000 at the bank. They're not going to touch it. Right? Indian people can put 100, 200, $1 million. They're not going to touch the money because they're more into the long game. Black people are truly reckless when it comes to money. They spend more than what they make. They're extremely consumed with their image. They're willing to go into debt for foolishness, right? These people right here, they're not good for business. They're not good for business. They have bad credit. These are grown. You can have somebody that's 45, 50 carrying a $3 account balance. Why do you only have $3 to your name? What are you doing? Right? That's the kind of stuff we do. It's okay to be honest. They have all the data. They just don't want to say it because if they do, they'll be called racist. Right? But a lot of people need to grab a big ass mirror and hold it to Black people's faces. This is who you are. When you show up at a bank, that's what you look like. And people don't understand also that most banks also, they have a lot of they run risk analysis, they run financial, they have a risk profile for everybody because they see your behavior. Right? And a lot of Black people don't want to understand. Even Killer Mike tried to make a documentary to tell Black people, you are spending your money at an alarming rate. Your checking account gets what's called direct deposit at midnight. You wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning, the money's gone by 7:30. Where is the money? Keep a mic trying to tell these people. He said in other communities, the money turns at least 7 times before it leaves the community. Black people, shit. It don't even get to make half a turn. It's already gone. Right? Black people have not gotten paid yet. They're already thinking about how they're going to spend the money. They haven't gotten paid yet. They're still catching up with old bills. The banks, they see it all. They just can't tell you because, it's not proper. It's not polite. It's not professional. And also, they're going to be called racist. Yeah, you see? She said, I saw a clip of Melody Hobson. Melody is a Black woman that's married to George Lucas, the founder of Star Wars, okay? Talking to T.D. Jakes, and she was shocked as she was that the Latino population had a higher savings rate, okay, and investing rate, because you would think ESL will be a barrier. There you go. Black people are financially reckless. It's okay. It really is okay. And this is why, and I think sometimes because people don't confront Black people with the truth, that's why we got so many narcissists out here. We have a lot of narcissists. We have a lot of people who are quick to get offended. They think everything is racism because people are not sitting down with Black people, holding their hands and telling them, listen, when the bank runs a risk analysis on you're scary. They can't count on you. Banks love people who want to drop their money and don't show up for 5 years. Oh, there you go. They like those kinds of people because it means you have money, right? But if you drop your paycheck just so you can pay your bills, and then the account goes right back to negative or 5, and they know, let's say somebody has a direct deposit, right? Let's say somebody has direct deposit, $10,000, and you're the bank, and you're like, okay, you woke up this morning, that we had your direct deposit. It hit probably like 5 o'clock in the morning, Eastern time, $10,000. By 4 p.m., the person is left with $600. You're not going to be scared. Even the bank is like, what the fuck? Where did the money go? There is a problem because it's not normal for somebody to make $10,000 and by 4 p.m., you're only left with $600. Why? What is going on? And this is happening every month. Sometimes 600, 400, 200. Banks love people who leave money on the account. They love it. Even if you have a business. If you have a business also, no matter if all your stuff looks good, if your average daily balance, because I had to learn that too. I had to learn that. Because with Chase, if you want to have a bank loan with Chase, you at least have to leave $5,000 every day in your checking account. If you have a business account with Chase and you want to get a business loan, everything else has to be good, right? Like your credit score, da, da, da. But if you want to have a loan, if you want to have a business loan with Chase Business, you need to have $5,000 as an average daily balance. Meaning you can't just wipe the account clean. It's bad business. Even I had to learn that, right? And I was like, oh shit, I didn't know. And I didn't get offended. Oh, they're racist. They're not racist. It's business. It's banking. And in the business world, in the banking world, bankers love people whose money they can take, go invest it somewhere, multiply it, and then they come and give you back the money. That's what bankers want. But if you're a person, every time you deposit your check, you spend all of the money, they don't like you. And that's why they'll charge you a fee just to have your account there. But you notice, if you keep a certain amount on the account, you don't have to pay the monthly fee. Right? It's business, y'all. Gotta stop crying about everything. And you gotta start getting educated about stuff. You want your bank to respect you? Leave money on that account. Right? And by God's grace, God can help you where you can get to a point where you can afford to leave like 20 to 30% of whatever you deposit. Leave that there. So if you're dropping, if you drop $10,000 in the account, right? If your monthly money is like $10,000, you should always have an average daily balance of it, maybe $2,000, if not more. They're like, okay, that's pretty good. Because they run risk analysis on everybody. Assuming Dr. Umar is not lying, that's exactly what happened. Risk analysis. Because first of all, where's this money coming from? You're always wiping the account clean. What if somebody calls it and complains that they want their money back? What if a lot of people, even with PayPal, anytime you take money in America, you have to know this. They run risk analysis on everybody. When you have a PayPal, if you have a business account with PayPal, right? If you have a business account with PayPal and you start receiving a certain amount of money, like you start making a lot of money with PayPal, not only do they hold your funds to verify information, but PayPal also runs your credit. They run your credit. Okay, like who the fuck are you? Right? And sometimes they will close your account or they'll do this, they'll do that. Like it's a lot you have to learn. But this money thing is very, very, very serious. It's very, very serious. If you don't know, you don't know. But it's up to a certain point, you have to educate yourself and make sure that you know, right? But I'm like, listen, but to me, I will say it again, calling that thing reparation is always going to give the ick, and it's not going to happen if you insist on calling it reparations, right? But I'm like, and also the leaders that people choose, Jamal Bryant, he's a con artist. Al Sharpton is a con man, right? There are certain people out here who just give scammer energy. And a lot of Black movements are led by scammers, by deadbeats, scammers, divorced people, men with multiple children. So that also takes away credibility from whatever you're saying. Because you got to be very, very mindful of the resume, the image, and the reputation of people that you are calling leaders. But many of those people, they look like they need to be in prison. Okay? Yeah, it's not a joke. And it's like, these are serious. They have serious models. And most banks like JP Morgan, like the really big ones, they spend hundreds of millions of dollars on their risk models, like to make sure we're not having anybody here that is a liability for us. But my thing is, the more you leave money in your bank account, right? The more you don't take all the money out your bank account, the more the bank is going to have respect for you. Because they can see, like, over the course of a year, you tend to have an average daily balance of $2,000, right? Over the course of a year, you tend to have an average daily balance of $5,000. Over the course of a year, you tend to have an average daily balance of almost like $20,000. Yeah, of course, you got money, right? But when you spend all the money that's in your account and you leave 50 cents, you leave $2, you leave $5, listen, they're not going to take you seriously. They're not going to take you seriously. Hold on. Let me see. I can't find him here. I'm like, yeah, you got to be very careful. But the money thing is not a joke. It really is not a joke.
Of people. So there's multiple ways in which what you're stating cannot happen. Could very
Sorry. Let me play this. Sorry.
On here. Is Daryl Cooper really breaking down the door? Is he really breaking the boundaries? Is Dave Smith, for that matter? Can they? Well, I got a lot of heat for saying this, but I don't think Dave Smith is really on our side. And what do I mean by on our side? The predicament that we are in is that Jewish people do control our society. That's just a fact. It's inconvenient, but it's true. Everywhere you look in elite society, finance, banking, government, entertainment, Hollywood, anywhere you look, you see an overrepresentation of Jewish people in hedge fund managers, Federal Reserve chairs, the biggest donors to both political parties, talent agencies, Hollywood studios, record labels. Everywhere you look, there they are.
So I wanted to start off with this.
See? So when you're coming here and you talk about reparations, I went to slavery, when you realize that in America, the wealth of America is in the custody of Jewish people, you think they give a fuck? Do you really think they give a fuck? I think a lot of Black people truly believe that white Americans control America. Where have you been? Where have you been? White Americans have not controlled America since like slightly before Kennedy, right? But if Kennedy himself got killed by those people, are you insane? White Americans themselves do not control America. The state of Israel controls America. You think they give a fuck? Do you truly think they give a fuck about your sob story about my people were slaves? Nobody gives a fucking damn, okay? What those people have done, these immigrants from Europe, like he said, they have found a way to anchor themselves in elite society, right? And how does that happen? Marriage, family, tradition, culture, high education, something that a lot of Black people don't want to do, right? Yeah, exactly. And you think they're gonna give you home loans? Are you sane? Are you really okay? Are you truly okay? But if today, and I think a lot of white Americans are starting to realize that America is controlled by Israel. America is controlled by Zionists. Do you think a Zionist cares about my people were slaves and we built this country? Nobody gives a fuck. And who gives a fuck? They don't give a fuck. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. Because now they are responsible for the wealth of America. Like I said, the vast majority, I said that before he said it, the vast majority of the chairman of the Federal Reserve, Ben Bernanke, Jewish. Paul, what's his name? Oh, Alan Greenspan, Jewish. Oh, he looks like one, definitely. Child, the vast majority of people who are responsible for our monetary policy are Jewish. Yellen, what's her name again? The lady? Hold on. She's what? These people are funny, huh? Oh, please. Is that her name? Janet, there you go. Jewish, right? They're all like, listen, who says money says Jewish people, chair? Okay, and you think she cares? You think she cares? Huh? You think they, my people were slaves, my ancestors were slaves, we built this country. They don't give a fuck. They don't even give a fuck about white Americans. They will call these people all kinds of anti-Semite and ruin their lives and go about their business. Because they will get this money. Even Trump is scared of those people. The way a lot of people are thinking, even myself included, are thinking that Jeffrey Einstein was Mossad and he was here to get dirt on all these people. Even they're scared. Even they're scared of these people. I'm like, white Americans themselves are scared of these people. They have dirt on everybody. Everybody's scared. So if you really think that good people care about white people were slaves, you need to rebrand ASAP. You need to rebrand ASAP. You ain't gonna get this money. Jewish people ain't gonna give you this money. They will not give you this money. So cry all you want. That's why I say, okay, exactly. That's why I said, listen to me, right? You can cry on all these Black people who are sitting here, reparation. No, they know damn well it's not gonna happen. And they just want to build an audience that's it. They know dang well it's not gonna happen. These people want reparations so badly, and they never organized a march on Washington. Right? They could march for George Floyd, but they're not marching for reparations. They're keeping their frustration, their protests, everything is online, right? Where it's controlled opposition. If you were so serious, I really want reparations for my people, you would have organized a march on Washington. They will never do it. Controlled opposition. It's just a talking point. It's just something to say to build an audience. It's for grifters. It is for grifters. Everybody or anybody with any kind of sense knows dang well America belongs to the Jews. America's money is managed by Jewish people. It's not a joke. You saw what happened to Kanye? They blocked his account. 175 million. The only thing Kanye had was $100. Okay, $100. There's nothing he can do because they control everything. They control all the banks. They're like, whatever. Who cares? Where can he go? Where can he complain? Even Nick Fuentes, he doesn't have the right to have a bank account because most banks are controlled by Jews. He don't have a bank account. He cannot have a bank account because they don't like him. They say he's an anti-Semite. So listen, people are really funny. Exactly. Like, it's insane. It really is insane. I'm like, girl, shut up. You say all kinds of foolishness. Like, she's crazy. Hold on.
It will happen.
Okay, now, as far as the money going towards certain things is going to help us, let's look at Baltimore public schools. They get, I think, the third most money per pupil in the US of A, like $15,000 per student, but yet the majority of the population that comes from that environment can't read. They're illiterate. So
Baltimore in the house. Ding, ding, ding.
Okay.
Hello. My family is from Baltimore.
Okay.
And for a short period of time, I did go to Baltimore City School. So let me answer this question.
Okay, so for a short period of time, this is really love to do this bullshit. You see, pandering. For a short, why didn't you go the entire the entire course from kindergarten all the way to senior year? Because it wasn't shit. Why did she live in Baltimore? She lives in like Massachusetts, like Connecticut. She lives somewhere really fancy. So for a short period of time, okay. Who runs Baltimore? Who runs Baltimore? Right? Baltimore, especially the whole school. I believe the superintendent is Bossier, is Marilyn Bossier's husband. Bunch of clowns. They're black, right? Oh, he sure did. But even Minister Farrakhan, right? Even Minister Farrakhan. When Minister Farrakhan got his account banned by then 20-year-old, I think Mark Zuckerberg was like 20 years old. Like he was a little kid. What does he know? When Minister Farrakhan got his account banned on Facebook, black people didn't say shit. Didn't say shit. Nobody came to his defense. Like, why don't you say, hey, okay, at least he's an American. He has the right to express himself. And also, Minister Farrakhan lived in New York City at a certain time. He has seen certain things. He has seen things. What Jewish immigrants did to black Americans in New York City, he saw that shit. What Italian immigrants did to black Americans, he saw that shit. What even, oh my gosh, what's the name? What are they? Irish. What Irish immigrants, especially those who joined the police force, what they did to African Americans in New York, he saw that shit. So I'm like, oh, you're hateful. No, speaking facts doesn't make you hateful. He saw things. But when Mark Zuckerberg, who was about 20 years old, maybe like at most, he was like 22, 25, when he blocked Minister Farrakhan from having a Facebook account, nobody came to his rescue. Al Sharpton did not come to his rescue. Roland Martin didn't come to his rescue. Even Barack Obama didn't say, listen, he's an American. He has the right to express himself. Never, ever, ever has Minister Farrakhan said to any black person, oh, go grab a weapon, go hurt a Jew, go do this to a Jew. No, what he does is he sits there and he tells you the history of shit that went down in freaking New York City and how Italians, the Jews, the Irish people were out there abusing black people. And he has the right to say that. But automatically, Mark Zuckerberg called them all kinds of anti-Semite. He took down his page. And also YouTube. YouTube belongs to Jews. Sergey Brin is a Jew. His sister-in-law that ran YouTube, the one who just passed away, she Jewish. So even here too, he was censored. The only way you could see Minister Farrakhan if somebody else had him on the channel. But he's not allowed to have a YouTube channel because they said he's anti-Semitic. Even with the whole Kyrie situation. When the Jewish people said that Kyrie has to sit down with a rabbi, he was like, okay, but Kyrie is just there by himself. And there's a lot of things that Kyrie doesn't know. So if Kyrie is going to sit there with a rabbi, he needs to have someone who also knows Christianity. He needs to have someone who also knows Islam. Do you think Kyrie called the minister, oh, minister, come with me? No, because he was scared. So he went in there with those Jewish rabbis by himself, and only God knows what kind of brainwashing they did to him, but he was scared. He paid the money. He gave those Jewish people $500,000. For what? For a freaking story on Instagram? Are you fucking kidding me? But he's scared. Everybody is scared of these people. The only black American I can say is not scared of Jews is Kanye. I mean, after Kanye, even Jay-Z, oh my God, Jay-Z's the worst. Sean Carter is the worst, okay? The only black man I can say that's famous, that's well-known, and that is not afraid of Jews in America is Kanye. Kanye is crazy, but he already said, though, you're not going to control me. You will not control me, but everybody else is afraid of Jewish people. They're all afraid. They're very scared. Van Jones, Jeff Bezos is Jewish. Go sit down somewhere. Jeff Bezos is Jewish. Even, what's his name? The one who died, the founder of Apple, Steve Jobs. He's half Jewish also. Them people, they're all Jewish. Jeff Bezos is Jewish. When Van Jones went and took $100 million, Jeff Bezos just gave Van Jones $100 million out of the kindness of his heart. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Why would Jeff Bezos give Van Jones $100 million? Okay, Hakeem Jeffries, man, please. The way that man takes money from AIPAC, it's ridiculous. He does nothing for Brooklyn. He does absolutely nothing for Brooklyn. And the black people of Brooklyn do not hold them accountable. Like people are full of shit. People are truly full of shit. But the way Minister Farrakhan was treated on social media, it is absolutely disgusting. Even if you're Black and you're a Christian, that is not a reason to not stand up for a Black person that's a Muslim. That is so ridiculous. But he has never asked anybody to hurt Jewish people. He just spoke facts. Is that a lot of these Jewish people who came from Europe, they took a lot of land from Black people in New York City. It's okay. Soho, the Meatpacking District, Central Park, Wumpty Wump Wump. A lot of these places that are super expensive nowadays were places that belong to African Americans, right? Even Harlem Renaissance, they had a famous nightclub called the Cotton Gin. The Cotton Gin, it was in Harlem, but it was owned by a Jew. And he's in a predominantly Black neighborhood. This dude is in a predominantly Black neighborhood, and he has the audacity to have signs that say N-word over here, white people over here. But most people who perform at the Cotton Gin, most Black people who perform at the Cotton Gin, he was calling all kinds of N-word. And he was doing this in Harlem. This is crazy, right? Duke Ellington, they all performed there, but everybody had to go do the entrance that said N-word only. What the fuck is this? Like, what the fuck is this? So yes, they did some fucked up shit, and that's all Minister Farrakhan is trying to teach the people about. But I listen to him a lot. He has never told me to hate the Jews. He has never told me to go attack the Jews. But he was like, baby girl, you gotta know this. I'm like, well, I'm glad you're telling me, but it's a fact, right? The crime, the whole crime culture of New York City. Italians brought that to New York City. Police brutality. The Irish brought that to New York City. They brought that prostitution. Italians brought prostitution to New York City. The vast majority of Black women were never prostitutes. Because Black people at their core, they're very traditional. You know what I'm saying? They're very traditional. They're very conservative. Prostitution took off under Italian immigration in ways you had never seen before. Right? It's like they did bad things. They did a lot of bad things. But somehow they're able to turn their crime asses into mayors, into governors. New York is ran by Italians, right? The everyday day-to-day life is ran by Italian. Now the Wall Street, the money side of New York City is ran by the Jews. But in New York City, you can't have property. You can't even build, even permits, which is why, to some extent, Donald Trump, because I guess he's half Irish and he's half German, right? But Donald Trump, to him and his daddy, Frederick Trump, for them to be able to do a lot of the building, to have the permits, to have the laborers, to have the cement, they had to do a lot of business with the mob, with these crime bosses, because you can't make it in New York City unless you deal with these people. Because Italians, they run New York City. And that's why the culture is so gutter, ratchet, vulgar, because these are poor Italians from Sicily. These are poor Italians from Sardinia. They come to America and they are violent. They're bad. They're just batshit crazy. But nobody talks about that because now they have rebranded themselves, right? But is it normal that so many Italians had so many prestigious jobs in New York City, especially the Cuomos? Your daddy was governor. You're also governor. The vast majority of mayors of New York City are Italians. They just got here because they were backed by the mob. This stuff is real. And even Black people, even Black people who get involved in crime, they're so damn stupid. They're really, really stupid. Because even when you make crime money, you should try to have people in the government. You should try to have people at City Hall. You should also try to have people in the Justice Department. Right? A lot of people in New York City that are Black that commit crimes, they never try to, support a judge for their campaign, support a mayor. They're so damn stupid. So when they do crimes and they get arrested, they have no connections, right? Italians, if they commit a crime in New York City, how much you want to bet the DA is his cousin? My cousin Vinny. How much you want to bet the mayor is his cousin? How much you want to bet there's a lot of judges that are his cousin? They got family all over the place. They have family everywhere. So even if he commits a crime, he's not going to be fully punished because he got connections, right? And they make sure to give people money just in case because they know they're criminals. Whereas like when you have lots of Black people who commit crimes, they never make sure to support a judge. Even if you can't do it, get your family to do it. Give money to your family or 4 people in your family because sometimes the most you can give is $5,000, right? Find 4 or 5 family members and get them to make a donation. But you got to have relationships with politicians if you're going to be a criminal. Same thing in Chicago. The mob, they ran politics in Chicago because they gave money to politicians. They gave money to governors. They gave money to a whole lot of people. So when they get caught, it's not that bad because everybody owes them a favor. It's only Black people who want to go into crime and do not pay attention to politics. They don't care who's mayor. They don't care who's the DA. They don't care who's the judge. You need to know this if you're going to be a criminal. Right? That's just how it goes. And many times also, I'm going to tell you this. Many times when it comes to criminal families, crime families, their lawyers are usually the one to make the donations to politicians. Like that guy Spiral, the Jay-Z's lawyer, that dude, that's the kind of stuff he does, right? But I'm sure he's probably Italian Jewish also. But that's just how it goes. But if you're going to be a criminal, you got to invest in politicians. That is how it goes. Like I said, or you probably were not here, but like I said earlier too, if a lot of Black people have to realize if you really want to influence politics, all this talking, oh, my people were slaves, you're wasting your time. You're wasting your saliva. Black people are either going to do a super PAC or they have to shut up. You're either going to create a super PAC or you're just going to shut up. That's it. But there's no way there's a PAC and then we don't have a super PAC for Black people. Because if you think people are going to do the right thing out of the kindness of their hearts, it is never going to happen. America is corrupt. Washington, D.C. is extremely corrupt. The White House is corrupt. The Congress is corrupt. Even the Supreme Court, a lot of these Supreme Court justices, they receive a lot of gifts from billionaires. They have vacations from billionaires. They have their houses paid off by billionaires. Wumpty wump wump. We're the only ones out here who want to just talk righteousness. Oh, you should do it from a moral standpoint. You should do it because that's the right thing to do. This is not how America works. You're either going to have a super PAC, you're going to be some crazy ass donors, and then these politicians are going to do what you want them to do. Unfortunately, because people have been asleep for so long, right now, America has fallen into the hands of Zionists. And everybody is concerned. Everybody is concerned because right now, America truly has fallen into the hands of Zionists. The vast majority of our Congress people are taking money from AIPAC. It's maybe just 5 people from the House to the Senate. That's almost like 400 people plus. Maybe 5 or 10 people who are not taking money from AIPAC. Everybody else is taking money from AIPAC. Everybody else is taking money from AIPAC. So when you have a Jewish bought Congress, good luck on sitting here and talking about reparations. And that's what I think is very shameful about Sabrina also, because Sabrina needs to show she needs to give Black people the actual picture of what is really going on. And it's like, America is worrying about the Zionists. And like I said, even in their book, the Talmud, Black people are considered hakum. And a hakum is less than a dog. And the Talmud says that the fingernail of a Jew is not even worth the life of a hakum. Like, we're less than Gentiles. This stuff is real. You see? They're all over the place. Exactly. So now the thing is, you got to rebrand. Like, sometimes you have to fall back and come up with a new strategy. And also, you have to come up with a new marketing. And I'm saying this, calling this thing reparation ain't gonna work. That word reparation is a stumbling block. The word reparation, it causes people to like, ew, ick, right? And also, people do everything, talk about money, talk about reparation, because people do not want to talk about the hard truth, which is that families, people have to get married. Black people have to get married. Black people have to stay married. Even when you study economics, when you study savings rate, it is more likely for a married family to become millionaires than single people, right? Most married people are more likely to become millionaires. Single people, no, right? Right? And like I said, when it comes to banks also, your daily average balance, you're more likely to have a higher daily balance if you're married than if you're living alone. These numbers, they matter. These metrics, they matter. They really do matter. Because when you look at these Jewish people too, they're usually married. And when you're married, marriage allows people to keep their tradition, their values. It also allows for children to be more successful in school and things like that. It truly matters. And what I hear a lot from a lot of Black people who want to fight for reparations, they truly believe that money is going to fix Black America. And I'm like, that right there is diabolical, right? Because people are not wealthy because they have money. People are wealthy because they have family. But if the family unit is broken and you give people money, you're probably going to make it worse, right? You're probably going to make it worse. So then I'm going to go further and say, if the Black man and the Black woman do not even love each other enough to get married, okay, to stay married, to raise their kids together, how are you going to tell anybody to give money to you? If you can't even give love to someone who looks like you, how can you ask these other people to give you money? It don't make no sense. So first, you got to start with love. People got to have love for each other. And so much love that people are getting married. You understand? Jewish people came out of here with nothing, empty suitcases from the war, whatever. Look how far they've gone in 80 years. Look at how much control they have in 80 years. Look at how much money they've amassed in 80 years. Right? But one thing they never forgot or they never stopped doing was to be together, get married, have children, and go to the synagogue and read the books. Right? But if you don't have family, you don't have structure, you will never succeed. Doesn't matter how much money people give you, it's going to be worse. And that's the real conversation that people do not want to have. Most successful communities are the ones where people are married, where they're married. Japanese Americans, they were married before. They go in the concentration camp. They come out of the concentration camp. They're still married. When they received their, reparation money, they stayed married. And they built as couples. They built as families, right? Which is why, what's the guy from Florida, the Black guy from Florida? I forgot his name. When he said that during reparations, Black people had a higher rate of marriage. Yes. And what happened? They made more money. They were more successful, right? And you are more likely to see a lot more Black kids go to Harvard, all these fancy, whatever, Ivy League schools, because the standards are really, really high, right? But to sit here and to make it seem like, oh, if we give money, then all of a sudden everything is fixed. I say, no, that is a lie. Reparation goes a lot further when you have families, when it's like, right? But that's how it goes. Yeah. You have to rebrand that thing. It has to be rebranded. But if you call it reparations, you're not going to get it. And anybody who wants to lie to you, they hate your ass. They want you to be mad. They want you to be triggered. They want you to keep watching their content. They want you to subscribe to their channel. They're just misleading you. They're leading you on. They are leading you on. You need to look at Congress for yourself. How many members, hold on, let me see. How many members of Congress take money from AIPAC? Hold on. Let me see. It's really bad. You see? So let's see what it says over here. Hold on. Let's see what it says. So it says it's difficult to give an exact constantly updated number because campaign financial data is fluid. Okay, sure. However, reports indicate that hundreds of members of the House and the Senate have received contributions from pro-Israel groups, okay, including open secret data showing over 4,000 total recipients across both parties and chambers since 1990 to 2024, with open secrets listing over 300 members in the House, Jesus, and senators in more recent cycles. Okay, so House member in a recent cycle, at least 335 members of the House received average contributions of over $86,000 from pro-Israel groups. Hold on. Okay, so you see this, right? So in the House, if you have 435 members in the House, okay. So you see, So you have 435 representatives in the House. 435. So they're telling you 335. So that means only 100 people did not take money from AIPAC. That is seriously concerning. That is seriously concerning. Now, what about the Senate? Now, Senator, you should know 50 state. I don't DC, but I think we should have 100, right? We should have 100 senators, if I'm not mistaken. There's 2 per state, right? But my point is, though, that's a lot of people. And where do bills start? Bill starts in the House. That's why I'm saying it's a very, very wicked thing to give false hope to Black people, especially Black Americans. It's a very wicked thing to not explain properly to Black Americans why this reparation shit most likely ain't gonna happen. It's a very wicked thing to not properly explain to anybody, Black America, Black American, Black whatever, right? That in order for anything to become a bill, it first has to start in the House. So if reparations was to ever be a thing, it has to come from the House first. However, if 335 members of the House out of 435 people, okay, are taking money from AIPAC, what are the odds that you're even going to have any bill that is drafted to be like, oh yeah, we're pro reparations? Because we cannot sit here and make content as Black people talking about what we want to see happen. No, you got to tell Black people what is most likely to happen. Do not give false hope to people, right? But if 335 representatives out of 435 people are taking money from AIPAC, upwards of $86,000, what are the odds? Because now they work for AIPAC. And do you think AIPAC cares about reparation? Because if you pay reparations to Black Americans, how much money you gonna give to Israel? The priority is Israel. The priority is not Black America. The priority is Israel, which is why I said the reason why we're here is that everybody should know AIPAC is a super PAC, okay? AIPAC is a super PAC. Black America does not have a super PAC. I repeat, even when Black women gave $2 million to Kamala Harris, they should have done that through a super PAC. They need their own super PAC. Whether you have one big super PAC for all of Black America, you can have that. You can also have another super PAC that's just for Black American women. You can have another super PAC for Black American children. You can have as many super PACs as you want. But what happened was when they got on the Zoom call, these Black women took their cards, went on a website, and they made individual donations. No, there's power in the collective because my people do not understand politics. And they definitely don't understand American politics. And nobody is sitting here trying to teach people how to do shit. That $2 million should have gone to a Black super PAC. Then the super PAC makes the donation. That's how it goes, right? This is how you think Jewish people are just out here giving money straight to a donor? No, they go through AIPAC. You need a super PAC, right? And this is how the super PAC has the vast majority of the House on the leash. But yet, how much money do Black people give to representatives? Zero. Oh, well, let me tell you about slavery. Let me tell you about my ancestor who was a slave. Nobody cares. Because you want to talk about your sob stories, AIPAC is writing checks. It's a money game. So you're either going to get your money up, then when you start giving 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, how much you want to bet things are going to change? Everything comes down to money. But if you sit here and say, oh, they're going to give me reparations because that's the right thing to do. Yeah, the fuck right. Yeah, the fuck right. Good luck with that shit. Like, good luck with that shit. Okay? Good luck with that. It's not going to happen. Okay? Yeah, you see? AIPAC. Because it's a super PAC. Now, hold on. Yeah, it's a super PAC. Okay? But now, when it comes to senators, only God knows, right? But it's a lot of people. Hakeem Jeffries, he took like 400 plus, probably 1 million by now. So he's going to take care of those people because they're the ones who are giving him money. Exactly. So I'm like, no, it's not going to happen. So Sabrina, she needs to stop. She needs to stop playing with people. Stop playing with people.
Okay. The problem that you have with Baltimore City in particular is, again, this goes back to white flight. When white people left the city and moved to the suburbs, their wealth and their money went with them. When Black people were prevented from going into those suburbs and pursuing home ownership, they were stuck in the city. But since all the wealth left the city, that meant that the schools were now underfunded because we funded.
You see, like, oh shit. Me, when people talk like that, to me, you're a racist. Like, to me, this sounds like racism. For as long, this Black people living next to white people is a recent phenomenon. Okay, Black Americans living in the same neighborhoods as white Americans is a recent phenomenon, like what, the 60s, 70s, 80s? Okay, before that, you mean to tell us you never had wealthy Black American neighborhoods? You see this? And if you have a Black American woman talking like this, how do you want foreigners to not think that Black Americans can't do shit for themselves? How can she talk like this? This lady is batshit crazy. Oh, the white man, when they left, they took their wealth. Who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a fuck? So if white people are not here, Black people can't make it. And somehow that does not sound racist to you. White people and Black people living in the same neighborhoods, it's a recent phenomenon. Once again, this is why I say this girl right here, she's a descendant of MLK. This is the granddaughter of MLK. These are the kinds of people who believe they can never do shit unless they're next to white people. I'm asking a question. So the people from Oak Bluff, how they make money? She'd never heard of affluent Black neighborhoods with no white people. The only way you can be Black and live next to wealth is if you live next to white people. This is some sick shit. It's so damn stupid. It's so fucking stupid. This is so racist. It's so racist. The reason why, if we want to be honest, it's a lot easier to buy homes or houses when you're married, right? So if today we observe that you don't have enough property to tax in the Black American neighborhood because Black people are not getting married. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. White people are not better than Black people. Living next to white folks does not automatically mean that you're living next to wealth. It's a lot of broke ass, poor ass, uneducated, trashy ass white people. White people are not always the best neighbors to have. Stop saying this bullshit. It's racist. It is racist. Okay? This is so damn stupid. It's so damn stupid. In order to have good schools, we should all know this by now. In order to have good schools, they get the state, the city gets the money for school funding through property taxes, right? There you go. If Black people are not able to be taxed for properties, they don't have properties. Why not? And it has nothing to do with white people. They don't want to get married. There you go. It's okay. They do not want to get married. Right? This whole mantra of I'm a strong Black woman, I don't need no man, I'll raise my kids by myself, she's going to live in an apartment. There you go. Because if she had a husband, that extra income, she would have a house. It's okay to be honest. Right? But to me, it's very racist to try to paint a picture as if white people leave, if white people leave, they can fucking go. The fuck? They can fucking go? What the fuck? Let them go. Every single white person lives in luxury. So trailer parks is not for white people. So how come white people in the trailer park, they poor? Girl, what are you talking about? What are we talking about? Every single white person, every single white neighborhood is rich. Every single white neighborhood in America is a wealthy neighborhood. Wow. This is insane. This is really crazy. I guess you got to have a bunch of rich people in West Virginia. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. A lot of Tulsa, Oklahoma, there was no white people living there. So how'd they make the money? So you've never heard this lady right here means I'm West African, so that's the thing. But she's African American. She means to tell me in her 40, 50 years of being an African American, she has never heard of 100% Black neighborhood and people that were wealthy. She never heard of that. The only time Black Americans live in wealthy neighborhoods is when there are white people around. The only way Black American people can have access to good schools if they live around white people. Jesus Christ. But do you see how when you have that mindset, you feel as though you're not responsible for anything? right? Do you see? Because you say to yourself, it's up to the white man. He got to give me a good school. He got to give me this, because you feel as though you are powerless if you're not next to white people. These are the grandchildren of Dr. King. That's how they think. White people this, white people that, white people this, white people that. Like, no, but she like, this isn't every white neighborhood in America is a wealthy neighborhood. Huh? Girl, please. Girl, please. Girl, go to sleep somewhere. You're full of shit. Pandering and being a grifter is going to lead to you showing out your inner white supremacist tendencies. It's bullshit. And me being West African, I should be the one to say that. I should go, oh, Black Americans just couldn't do it because white people left. I should say that. And you, because you're a Black American, you should say, like, no. Historically, we've always had many neighborhoods that were fully Black and fully wealthy. Detroit is one of them. And it's not until it's white people who came in there and they destroyed that neighborhood. You have plenty of that's why I say these are Black people, these are Black American people who go to white liberal colleges to learn their history. Right? Detroit is fully Black. DC is fully Black. There's a bunch of cities that were fully Black. People have money. They have a bunch of money. White people can leave. They were never needed in the first place. Black schools, it was fully Black. But most of the schools, you could say, they had a Black man principal. It's not like today because of liberals, because most Black people, even when they do live in the South, they live mostly in blue cities. So it's a bunch of bullshit. So in blue cities, Black women are put on top of everybody else, right? But traditionally, right, headmasters or principals of schools were Black men. They were not Black women. Black women were the female teachers. They were the secretary. But when it came to who's at the head of the school, it was a Black man. So all this crying and sobbing and I couldn't do my homework because what the fuck? What is this bullshit? Okay? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Right? Just not going to happen. I took a picture for y'all yesterday. Hold on. Let me see. Okay. Let me send this over here. Let me show you a picture. I'm like, Sabrina, that's very racist of you to say that. It's very racist. Okay, look right here too, right? Let me show you this. Let me show you this picture quickly. This lady is crazy. She's very, very crazy. Okay, hold on. Okay, so here's the reparations. Oh my gosh, here's the distribution of Black people, right? So most Black people live in the South, but when they do live in the South, they live in blue cities. So the state might be like Louisiana is red, right? Louisiana is red, but you'll find more Black people in New Orleans, which is blue. So the state can be red, but the city is blue. All right. Okay. Let's go there. Let's start there. Hold on. Okay. Lonnie, hold on. Okay. So let's do this. So most Black people live in the South. No problem. Now look at the cities. Look at the cities, bro. Look at the cities. So number one by population, New York City, New Jersey. Okay. Tri-state area, 3.8 million. So 8% of Black people live. That's a lot. 8% of Black people live in New York. All right. But yet they go and vote for Cuomo, the son, the father and the son. All right. Atlanta. Okay. Who runs that city? It's a blue city ran by Black people. Washington, D.C., Black city ran by Black people. Okay. Mayor Bossier. There you go. Chicago, right? A city ran by Black people. From Lightfoot, they went and they voted for Lightfoot because she was a Black woman and she was a lesbian. I'm like, what? What the fuck? What? What does that have to do with anything? If I'm not mistaken, the annual budget of Chicago is $17 billion. Do you think those Black people said to themselves, have you ever handled a budget this size? Of course not. You think the Black people said, oh, Mayor Bossier, soon to be mayor, do you even have an MBA? Of course not. Have you ever worked in finance? Of course not, Marlene. She's Black. She's a woman. She's gay. Everything's going to be all right. So they went and voted for, what's the name? For Lightfoot. After Lightfoot, you would have thought these Black people have learned their lesson. Oh, hell no. They went and picked somebody worse. Somebody worse, sir. Can I say that proper English? They went and voted for somebody even more diabolical. Mayor Johnson, right? The most he's ever managed is a classroom. He's an elementary school teacher, right? Chicago's a major hub. Like I said, if I'm not mistaken, their annual budget is $17 billion, right? Hold on. These people are crazy. Hold on. They're really batshit crazy. They're really insane. Okay, yeah, I was right. Okay, you see this? So the total budget for the city of Chicago is $17.3 billion, right? Do you think that these Black people said to themselves, you're Black, I like you, but what can you tell me more about your experience when it comes to managing a budget? Have you ever managed that kind of money? Do you have an MBA? No. Have you gone to business school? No. Do you have a finance degree? No. Do you have a PhD in econ? No. Do you have any corporate experience where you manage money? No. He's a school teacher, right? And on top of that, he's an elementary school teacher. Do you see how Black people don't even they don't even respect themselves? It's like they're not scared. They're really not scared because the mayor does a lot. The mayor is responsible for the police. The mayor chooses your superintendent for your children. The mayor is responsible for paying people to come clean your streets, shovel your snow, wumpty wump wump. These people do a lot for the city. And also they have to manage the budget. So when you're talking about a major hub like Chicago, $17 billion annual budget, you would think that people would say, you have to at least have a resume to show that you're capable of dealing with $17 billion. No, he's Black. That's good enough. He's Black. He's a Democrat. He promised to remove the cameras, so we're not going to see the crime stuff. Okay, good. I guess I'll vote for you because you're Black. So it really, people are so unserious. People are really unserious. But when it comes to how most Black people live on a day-to-day basis, if it's bad, they're responsible for that because they vote for that. They vote for the people. They choose their bad leaders. Black people are responsible for their bad leadership. Black people are responsible for the schools that are failing because when you pick the mayor, you give them the right to pick your superintendent. Right? Whether there's enough police, there's not enough police, it's a budget issue. And also because the mayor is responsible for the police, because the commissioner of the police answers to the mayor. Do you see how serious it is to elect the mayor? They don't care. Be Black, be a Democrat, and say that you hate Trump. That's good to go. They don't care. They don't care. I'm like, these people are not afraid. They're not afraid. Their property taxes, City Hall, where the mayor is, they're responsible for setting the property tax rates. They're also responsible for collecting the money. And if you don't pay the money, they put a lien against your house. You don't pay that money, the money, so you got to pay the taxes that you're behind on. Then you got to pay the lien. If you don't pay that, they take property. But do you see how people play Russian roulette with their lives, with their safety, the kids' education? But once again, nobody wants to take accountability for that. White people can leave. Who gives a fuck? But if you know how to vote, if you know how to pick your leaders, and also if people get married and they're financially savvy, we're going to start to see, like we've seen before, a lot more Black home ownership. It's not a problem. Many Black people, too, back in the day, they were buying their houses in cash because there was no loans. They were loans way. That's a brand new. That's brand new. Okay, right? Whose fault is that? Now I need to hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see what kind of teacher he was. I'm like, how can you vote for this man? Okay. Oh, there you go. So he was a social studies professor. He wasn't even like a math professor. He was teaching social studies. Social studies. Okay. This is some crazy shit. Out of high school. Okay, and then he became an organizer. You see, they love to vote for activists. I told you, they love to vote for activists. So he goes from being a school teacher to becoming an activist. He's a social studies teacher at a high school. Girl, what? Then he's an activist. Okay, and so that's enough for you to be, oh yeah, be my mayor. Oh yeah, I'm going to trust you with my taxes. Huh? I'm going to trust you with my properties. Are you insane? It's awful, Kevin. Ah, man. And Chicago's a major city. And you know, one thing about Chicago too, you have the Federal Reserve in Chicago because we have 12 branches of Chicago Reserve. So New York City is Wall Street for like stocks, bonds, and NASDAQ tech. But Chicago is where you have the futures, like the crops. They do the futures. Let me show you. Oh my gosh. Futures, like anything to do with food. These people are crazy. Let me tell you what it's called. Because there's a stock market for food. Corn, you name it, like livestock. There you go. There you go. That's what it's called. There you go. That's the name of it, right? So the same way, because in New York City, New York, you have Wall Street. So Wall Street is like the stock market. It's most businesses. And then you have NASDAQ, which is tech. NASDAQ is for tech, right? But in Chicago, you have the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, okay? So there, they do all your futures contracts. So if you want to buy milk at a certain price and you want to lock that price for 6 months to come, right? If you want to buy cotton, you want to buy corn, like anything that's like livestock and crop, they do that in Chicago. Another thing also about Chicago, you have the Great Lakes in Chicago. That's why we have a Federal Reserve branch in Chicago. So any major hub of finance, you will have a Federal Reserve branch. It's very, very serious. So for those Black people to be there and to play these kinds of games, it's really, really irresponsible. It is seriously irresponsible. This is not a joke. It's a big ass city. It's a big ass city. Like it's a city that makes a lot of money. It's a major hub and it's a major port. You know what I mean? Let me show you. Hold on. Let me see if you can see a picture. Let me show you a picture. All right. You see? Everybody should know this. But I'm like, people don't take life seriously. People really do not take life seriously. Chicago is a major city located on the shores of Lake Michigan. There you go. There's the five, your Great Lakes, right? One of the 5 of the Great Lakes. Yeah, the city serves as a gateway to the wider Great Lakes region, known for its significant natural resources, recreational opportunities, vibrant culture. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Chicago area waterway system further connects the Great Lakes to the Mississippi River Valley. Okay. So highlighting the region's importance in both domestic and international shipping. This is not a joke. Okay. This is real. This is real life. Okay. This is real life. This is real life. Right. And these people went and they elected, I don't even know who the fuck he is, to be the mayor of Chicago. Like, these people are not scared. They are truly not scared. They're not scared. They are truly not scared. This is the kind of games they play with their livelihoods. So I'm like, yeah. So we realize one of the main reasons why Black neighborhoods do not do well, lack of marriages, lack of families. So if you don't have that purchasing power of 2 couples, of 2 people together, it's harder to buy a house. Also, election time, they vote for all kinds of idiots. They vote for charlatans. They like to vote for activists. They like to vote for social justice warriors instead of actually voting for, if you're going to vote for a Black person, at least make sure he has some kind of degree in finance. Make sure you're voting for an accountant. Make sure you're voting for someone that has an MBA. But otherwise, anybody responsible for $17 billion traditionally in America, you will be considered as the CEO of a Fortune 100 company, right? And you will never see white people, especially, you will never see any American company that is a Fortune 100 company being led by a high school teacher. It will never happen. So what I'm saying is, why are Black people allowing this to happen to them? Why are they willingly voting for idiots? Because 17 billion, that is not a joke. That is not a joke. So at least the man needs to have an MBA. The man needs to have a finance degree. The man needs to have an accounting degree. No, he's Black. He's an activist. He believes in police reform, whatever that means. He's going to be less tough on crime. So that's it for me. I'm good to go. Like, these people are insane. They are truly batshit crazy. Hold on. Let's go back to my my other thing. So, right. So New York City, black mayor. Atlanta, black mayor. DC, black mayor, Bossier. Chicago, black mayor. Dallas, let me see. Okay. Dallas also has a black mayor. Most likely he's a Democrat. Let me see, because most like, yeah. Let's see. Okay. So he was a former Democrat. He just recently changed. Okay. So let's just say he was a Democrat. Let's go back over here. Dallas, white man, but he's also a Democrat. No, sorry, Houston, Texas. Houston, white man, he's a Democrat. Philly, it's a black woman. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Cheryl Parker. It's a black woman. There you go. It's okay. It really is okay to be honest, right? So let's go back over here. Miami. Who's the mayor of Miami? So he's Cuban. Okay, he's Republican. Okay, so Miami is ran by Republican Francis Suarez. Okay. All right. So he's Republican. So that's the first one. Okay. Detroit. Let's see who's there. Okay. His name is Mike Duggan. He's the second longest serving mayor in Detroit. For what reason? Why? What is he? Unaffiliated? Okay. Don't have time to see how he votes, but let's keep going. Los Angeles, black woman. We already know that. She's a Democrat, right? So there you go. Karen Bass, that's her name. There you go. Right? So then you have Karen Bass. That's the mayor of LA. So you see that most cities where you have the highest numbers of black people are ran by black people. And the black people happily voted for bad leadership. So how's that racism? Okay. Tiffany, she's in Dalton. She's like in a small village. It's like, it's the village of Dalton. It's like really, really small. But even that too, like it's really sad because she's not qualified. And also she had a criminal record for like stealing cars. And yet they voted for her. And then they mad because, I can't believe she steals. She was stealing before you guys elected her. Like, make it make sense. You know? Yeah. But it's like most black people live in cities, right? Predominantly most black people live in cities that are ran by black people, and they're ran by black people who are Democrats. And when they're not black, they're still Democrats. So New York, Mayor Eric Adams, black. Atlanta, black person. Okay. Washington, Bossier, black. Chicago, Johnson, black. Dallas, Eric Johnson, black. Houston, white man, Democrat. Philadelphia, Cheryl, she black. Miami, Suarez, Republican, and Cuban. Detroit, white man. Los Angeles, Karen Bass, right? But black people mostly live in cities ran by Democrats and mostly ran by black people. So if these cities, if those cities are failures, it's the fault of black people. They're voting for inadequate leadership. They're voting for mediocre leadership. Who are you going to blame? You got to blame yourself. You got to blame yourself. Why are you voting for mediocre people? You guys, when you look at Maxine Waters and her district, you're going to cry. She has Watts, right, in LA. It's sad, right? And they keep voting for her. They are completely neglected by Maxine Waters. They keep voting for her. She lives in a very bougie-ass neighborhood. She does absolutely nothing for those people, and they keep voting for her. And when they ask for anything, she yells at them, and they go right back and they're like, okay, it's fine. It's okay, right? We have seen videos also of Clyburn. The black man walked up to him, and he asked him about like reparations. Oh, shut the fuck up. He told that man to shut the fuck up. He said, let me do what I do. You see how they talk to people? And guess what? They're going to go back. They're going to go vote for these people. So I'm like, it's not racism. It is your own failure to vote for people that have your best interest at heart because you prioritize complexion. You think if somebody is Black, they have your best interest. But we have seen time and time and time over. I'm surprised New Orleans not here. New Orleans, Black, right? And I'm sure the mayor of Baltimore too. He's Black. That dude was 21 years old. 21. Let me see. You guys know him, right? Hold on. Let me show you. Hold on. He was so young. Hold on. He's like a baby. I'm like, why would you want your city to be run by this child? Since 2020. What was he born again? He's my age. He was like super, like he's older than me, right? 84. Okay. Right? They voted for this man. Right? You see? Because he had the activist look. These people are batshit crazy. They're possessed. He was super young when they voted for him. I'm like, what the fuck? How can he handle the city of Baltimore? Baltimore has real problems. But hey, he's Black. So they went and voted for him. He has no idea what the fuck he's doing. Right? But I guess they feel better. They sleep better at night knowing that they have a Black mayor, even though bad things are going to happen. School district is horrible. I told you, the mayor is responsible for who gets to be superintendent. Police, he's responsible for that. The commissioner of police answers to the mayor. Hold on. Man, these people are crazy. Hold on. What are the duties of a mayor? Okay. Let's see what AI says. Okay. So when you're the mayor, you are responsible. Okay. When you are the mayor, you are responsible for overseeing the city's administration. The mayor acts as chief executive officer. Isn't that what I said? Isn't that what I said? Because given how much money they're responsible for, it's either Fortune 100 or a Fortune 500 company. You will never see the CEO of a Fortune 100, Fortune 500 company be a high school teacher. That's never going to happen. They've all gone to Ivy Leagues. They all have an MBA or some crazy ass finance degree. Everybody had to walk on Wall Street. They got to make all kinds of money. You got to prove yourself in the corporate sector before you can run a Fortune 500 or a Fortune 100 company, right? Which goes to show Black people themselves, where they tend to live, they don't even see their neighborhoods or their city comparable to a company that needs to be well run, well managed, right? Because it's money. It's a lot of money. He's Black. I guess that'll do. Oh, she's Black. She's a lesbian. Okay, that's good by me. Okay, where do I vote? You see how they casually make life-altering decisions on a whim? Oh, you're Black. Okay. Oh, you got Black kids. Okay. You cussed out a white girl. Okay, girl. Very unserious people. Very unserious people. Be like, hold on. Yeah, I mean, it's cute and all, but can I see your resume? Because this is a lot of money, and a lot of people's lives are at risk. The firefighters, police officer, the school teachers, superintendent, like the cleaning and stuff, like the shoveling in the snow, all of that. The mayor is responsible for that. So they're saying the mayor acts as the CEO of a municipality, overseeing the daily operation of a city's department, ensuring that laws, policies, and regulations are implemented and enforced. This may involve keeping the city financially secure. You think Mayor Johnson can keep a city financially secure? Okay. Maintaining essential city services like sanitation, transportation, public safety, managing public property. What the fuck? Appointing officials. Okay. Managing the budget. If your paycheck, if your yearly salary is $100,000, can we trust you with $17 billion? Like, seriously, if you are a high school teacher, how much money do you make a year? Like 60, 70,000? We don't even know if this man can properly manage 70,000, even 100,000. But you want to trust this man with 17 billion? Because he's Black? Are you dumb? Of course they are. Oh, he's Black. He's an activist. He hates Donald Trump. He's going to fight for racism. He's not going to be tough on crime. They line up, they go vote for bad leadership. And then when bad things happen, oh my gosh, white people left. Yes, they fucking left because you vote like you're stupid. Because you vote like you're crazy. Why are you voting like this? And also, let's even assume, right? Let's even assume that white people were not racist, right? Oh, it's not because they're racist and things like that. But if they know, if white people know in this city, we're not the majority, we are the minority, and the majority only wants to vote based on race, as opposed to what people are actually going to do, you guys, we cannot be mad at white people for saying, I got to go, because this is not going to end well. Right? So if black people want to keep white people living here so that you can have their money, you got to vote accordingly. I don't know. I don't know if it's entitlement or narcissism. I feel like it's only black people who think I can vote for all kinds of stupidity. I can vote for Tiffany Henyard. I can vote for Lightfoot. I can vote any kind of way. And yet white people are going to sit here and suffer. They don't have to suffer. You can sit here and suffer. If you want to be tribalist and all you care about is complexion and you are willing to vote for your own demise, you stay here and you enjoy this shit. Because even I, Marlene, I'm black, I'm leaving. Exactly. I am fucking leaving because this is not going to end well. And I'm even sure, even right now in Chicago, there are a bunch of black people who packed the fuck up and left. Like, this is crazy. I'm not putting up with this shit. So if you do, once again, customer service, let's even assume that white people are not racist. Exactly. We're all leaving because crime is going to go up. Schools are going to get worse because Marlene, if you're telling me that a high school teacher who teaches social studies is about to be the mayor, I'm like, Jimmy, we got to go. Not stay here because this is not going to end well. And it's not because I dislike black people because I'm African or she hates black Americans. No, baby, cousin, I love you. But you have a propensity to play Russian roulette with your life. I can't do it. My heart can't take this. It's going to be a roller coaster. I got to go. And today, when you see the black American people out of Chicago, they're stressed out. They're sad. They're confused. They're angry. They're abandoned. This was going. So if you're black and you voted for Mayor Johnson and you are so angry, imagine a white person. Imagine a Latino person. Imagine a Chinese person, because you're black, right? You believed in this, and now you're so mad about it. So if you're that mad, how do you think other people who are non-black are going to feel? Why are you doing this? And what we have realized is that in cities that are predominantly full of black people weaponize their votes. And they vote in such a reckless, mean way, they don't think about everybody else. Nobody should be weaponizing their vote. When we vote, we all need to vote for the betterment of the society. We all need to vote for the betterment of our schools. We all need to vote so that we can all have, we can have clean streets, enough police. Like, we have to be responsible voters. Black people are the only ones here who tribalize their vote. You do stuff out of spite. Like, this is just, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. You cannot vote out of spite. You cannot vote out of spite because even you're going to suffer. Now look at, like, even from, like, you could have said, okay, Lightfoot, it was like the 2020, the whole George Floyd thingy, whatever, but she was a horrible mayor. So you would think after Lightfoot, they would have learned, like, you know what? Listen, she was black, she was gay. We truly wanted her, we truly wanted to give her a chance, but you know what? That shouldn't work. Next person, I need to see your resume. You gonna tell me how many years of experience? Have you ever even managed $50 million? Have you ever managed $100 million? No. These black mayors, these black people, these black candidates, they never go through an interview process. You got to interview these people. Why do you deserve my vote? Black people just give their votes to black people. That tribal shit needs to stop because you are weaponizing your vote. And by weaponizing your vote, instead of doing your due diligence and voting for the best person, you are making people you're making people have to move. They're going to move. They have to move because this ain't going to end well. And you see Chicago today, it's a hot ass mess. Immigrants everywhere. They sleep everywhere. They're even in the police station. They're outside the police station. What the fuck is this? Who's going to want to live like that? It's unsafe. It's unsafe. So people rather go in cities that have serious management. People who have the means to move. It doesn't matter if they're white or whatever. People that have the means to move are going to move into a city where people are serious, where the mayor is serious, where the assistant mayor is serious. People are serious people. You know what I mean? It's like it's insane. And it's the same thing in New Orleans. They voted for Cantrell because she's black. All she does is have sex on the clock. How is this okay? All she does is have sex on the clock. Even when that guy went and he killed people during New Year's Eve, remember the guy who went in there and killed people in New Orleans because there was a certain barricade that was not up. That thing should have been up. How long is it going to take you to fix this barricade? It don't take that long. But they're so neglectful. You have to live in New Orleans. They are so neglectful. They don't care. They don't care. They do not care. They don't give a fuck. They just weaponize, oh, we're black, so we'll do whatever. You cannot think like that. It's not just you. And because you happen to be the majority of the city, you have more responsibility to vote right. Do your research on these candidates. See what they stand for. See what they've done before. Look at the resume because they're going to have to balance the budget. If this person can't even balance his checkbook, how is he going to balance 17 billion? Bad things are going to happen to people. So yes, if people feel like, you know what, you don't want to listen, you're not being responsible, you're not being a good American citizen, you're voting out of spite, you're weaponizing your vote, I'm getting the fuck out of here. You can't be mad at that because this is crazy. And trust, I lived in New Orleans, right? Even Kwame Kirkpatrick, when he was mayor too, what the fuck was he doing? You know, sexual assault over here, all kinds of bullshit. And they kept voting for this man. This is crazy, right? This is really crazy. You can't be doing stuff like this. Like, it's really bad, Kevin. Like, they want you to believe, oh, it's because you're black. No. There are exceptional black people that could be mayors. We have a lot of black people who have masters in, they have MBAs, they have masters in finance, they have a lot of experience managing huge ass portfolio, right? So to me, they exist. The issue is black people would rather vote for an activist than to vote for an experienced, accomplished black person with the resume to do a great job. Like, if you're not an activist, you don't pander, do this whole, we hate the white man, all that kind of crap, they're not going to vote for you. But most professional, highly accomplished black people, they don't talk like that. They do not talk like that, right? They don't talk like that. They're not activists. They're business people. They're professional people. And professional people conduct themselves a certain way. And fortunately, the vast majority of black voters will rather go for an activist because they're combative, they're aggressive, they promise to cuss out white people, they promise to punish white people. Who the fuck cares? Okay? That's the problem. But if you have a black person that has an MBA, years of experience on Wall Street, they have managed millions and trillions of dollars, we're going to be okay because they're educated. They have the skill sets for this. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So, like, no, you have to vote accordingly. But like I said, even when you go to Baltimore, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's Bourgeois' husband, right? Let me see. Okay, so the superintendent of Baltimore is a black woman, and yet she makes almost $500,000. But everybody is failing. Why is she getting paid all this money if the students are failing? She's not doing a good job, right? And we start to see people's pay should be tied to performance, the same way it is in the corporate sector. But if you hold this black woman accountable, oh, you're being mean to the black woman, oh, you're racist, always trying to pick on the black woman, she's doing the best she can. She's a grown-ass woman. She has her education. But the children are failing, so fuck her feelings, right? The Baltimore County schools are tragic. There are seniors who can't read. You have seniors in Baltimore County, and yes, there are black children. You have seniors in Baltimore County who cannot read. Some read at a second grade level, and they're 18. So she needs to be fired. But she's black, and she's a black woman. Who's going to fire her? Because if you fire her, you're a racist. If you don't want her there, you're a racist. So they are willing to throw away the education of hundreds of thousands of Black children because you have to preserve the feelings of one Black woman. There you go. That's how it goes out here. That's how it goes, right? But and if we were, and this is why Trump was talking about the education stuff. If we were in the private sector, and this woman is the CEO of Black education in Baltimore, not even Black, this woman is the CEO of education in Baltimore, and you have 18-year-olds that cannot read, she would have been fired. The board would have fired her because your pay is tied to performance. You are here that the kids can perform. There you go. We pay you all this money so that our children can perform. Right? So if we pay you $500,000 and all of our children are failing, what should we do? We need to fire her. We should fire her ass. Right? That's what you do. But not over here, because here things are really tribal. So even though she's horrible at her job, even though hundreds of Black children are failing, and you know, whether kids are actively failing in school or whether children drop out of school, they're going to go into crime. Is it fair? Her life is accomplished. For her to be you see, doctor, she has a PhD. She made it in life. Is it fair to play with the lives, the education of young people, just so you don't hurt the feelings of one Black woman with a PhD? Right? It don't make no sense because she needs to be fired. And if the best person for the job is an Arab, he needs to be hired. If the best person for the job is a Black man, he needs to be hired. If the best person for the job is an Asian woman, sure, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Because we should hire people based on performance and results. We have our children, they can't read. We give you a year or 2 years, fix this shit. You don't fix it in 2 years, here's the door. Next person, please. And you keep firing people until you get the right person, which is what you do in the private sector. You fire people until you get the right person. It's okay. It's nothing personal. It's business. But with Black people, everything is not just personal, it's tribal. So if you're Black, and you know a lot of white people too, a lot of white parents, especially the white mama, the white mothers, especially those like middle class and up, they investigate everybody. Anybody who's going to teach their children, be responsible for their children, they're going to do a background on your ass, right? So if you are one of those moms, and you can also even be Black, some Black women also really, really care. But any parent who does their research and they see that this Black woman is not competent, she just got hired because she's Black, yes, they have the right to take their kids out of that school district. You're not going to use my children. You see, a lot of Black people, they don't really care what happens to their Black children. They don't care. They do not care. Because if they really cared, they'd be like, what qualifies you to teach my child? But many Black parents, all they want is their kids to be gone. Go to school. I don't want to see you. They don't want to see their kids. They don't care what happens, right? When you really care about your children, you don't even care about the superintendent. You'll care about the principal. You'll care about the teachers. Because these people spend a lot of time with your child, right? And also because you pay taxes, a lot of people pay taxes, they have to give you a great product. But if you pay property taxes, for your child to fail every class, it's a problem. It really is a problem. So like I said, this lady needs to be fired. There is no reason why she makes almost $450,000. For what reason? Baltimore County schools are atrocious. They're atrocious. And I believe your pay should be tied to your performance. If you don't perform, get the fuck out. Go find another job somewhere else. And there's a reason why the vast majority of these women work in the public sector, because they get away with murder. They have crazy ass salaries and they don't perform, and they stay and they stay and they stay. And all they keep giving people is mediocrity. Everything is not racism, but tribalism is a problem. And for that reason, people have the right to leave. Any person, white person, Indian person, Black people, it doesn't matter. If the vast majority of Black people want to vote like idiots, they can stay here and die. Other people have the right to take their kids and like, you know what? We're going to go somewhere else. We're going to go live somewhere else where people actually care about education, where people actually hire qualified people, where people actually care about the resume of the person, where people are actually getting paid based on performance. Yes. Okay. That's it. That's that. Like, wow, because a lot of them do not perform. They don't perform, Kevin. They do not perform. Another thing is too, it's really hard to give them any kind of critique. They're easily offended. You can't run a business like that because it's not about you, it's about the company, right? Just like being a superintendent, it's not about the superintendent, it's not about her feelings, it's about the children. Because we know if these kids do not have the required skill sets before they leave the school, they're going to go to prison. If these kids drop out of school, they're going to prison, right? Young girls who struggle with literacy are more likely to become teenage moms. It is real. The numbers don't lie. So if we have to protect hundreds of thousands of children versus her feelings, she can go cry somewhere else. And also, when she gets fired, she gets severance. She'll be okay. She might get severance for a year. That's enough money for her to go find another job if somebody wants to hire her. But the priority should be the children, because we know the numbers do not lie. If you drop out of high school, you are more likely to go to prison. Okay? It's okay. Right? If you are a senior, a graduating senior, and you have a 3rd grade reading level, you're going to prison. Okay? If you have a middle school, high school young lady who struggles with literacy, she will be a teenage mom. It's okay. We don't have to lie. So when we know the impending threats against the children, we have to make sure it doesn't happen. And that's why you need a great superintendent. You need great teachers. You need great principals. And you also need parents that are active in their children's education. It takes a whole village to make sure these kids are successful. But what many Black parents do is they're like, well, you do it. Teach my child how to read, They don't check any homework. They don't check for who the superintendent is. They never go to any of those meetings. They're like, okay, cool, no problem. But we have to be honest with ourselves, right? You drop out of high school, you're more likely to be a criminal. You're going to prison, okay? You graduate high school with a 3rd grade reading level, you are pretty much functioning illiterate. You're going to prison. There you go. If you have any young lady that drops out of middle school, high school, struggles with literacy, she will be a teenage mom. Okay? Kids have to be engaged in school. The more engaged they are, the less likely you're going to deal with certain kind of stuff. Okay? Amen. Right? Exactly. Yeah. Like it's a real thing. But they know that most Black parents are extremely submissive. Even Thomas Sowell talked about that. Like, yeah, it's true. Most Black parents are very, very submissive. You know, they don't get involved. It's like you have to be involved because it's everybody. It's the superintendent, it's the principal, it's the school teachers. Everybody has to be, it's the parents. Everybody has to be involved to make sure that these kids are successful because we're the adults. They don't know everything. That's why everybody needs a coach. People need mentors. Young people need to be, young people need to be, I won't say held accountable, but they need supervision, right? And everybody has to be involved. But this lady needs to be fired. They even had a scandal in Baltimore County schools. They were cheating because the kids are so bad. Oh my gosh, the grades would have been so bad. The teachers had to cheat on the test just so that the grades would not be that bad, and they were still bad. Like Baltimore County is really bad. It's really, really bad. So how can you tell people, oh yeah, you should stay? No. Who's going to stay here? And also, who's going to stay, pay property taxes so that their kids can have a horrible education? I'd rather go live in a different county or a different state, right? Where I know I'm paying a lot of property taxes, but my children have an amazing school. Who's going to spend a lot of money on a bad product? Oh, but because I'm Black, no one cares. You're a U.S. citizen, right? Vote accordingly. Vote for good people. Vote for competent leadership, right? And we're not going to be here, right? But even Marlene, I'm moving. I'm not staying here, Matter of fact, we left New Orleans, you know what I mean? Because Trisha was going to middle school. Like, no, we can't do this. It's really bad. So I'm like, she has to stop.
On public schools with property taxes.
Well, yeah.
The problem that you have in particular in Baltimore is the funding. Now, he said they spend this much per student, yada, yada. Okay.
It's not yada, yada, Sabrina. Don't do that. Okay. So they're saying Baltimore City spends $18,272 per student. The 13th highest of the nation's 100 largest district. So Baltimore County students receive most of the money. Okay, most of the federal budget meant for education. The vast majority goes to Baltimore County, and that's where you have the worst grades. Why? Why do you have so much money and you do such a bad job? Why? And you see, it's a bunch of Black people and it's a bunch of Black women. I'm not going to stop saying it, y'all. Bunch of Black women. You go back in the older days, you had more Black men in education. I told y'all, most of the principals were Black men. A lot of teachers were Black men. So with very little, children were outperforming. Many Black children were outperforming white children. It's okay to be honest. It really is. I promise you. It really is okay to be honest. It really, really is okay to be honest. When Black men were responsible for the education of Black children, they excelled. They surpassed white children. White liberals decided to put Black women in charge of Black children's education. They're failing. It's okay to be honest. You guys stop lying. It's okay. It really is okay. Right? It's okay. But if you receive $18,000 per student, why they can't read? How much money do you need to get a child to read? It doesn't take $18,000. So where's the money going? They're stealing the money. They are stealing the money and they're robbing children. These are Black people doing this to Black children. One amazing day, people are going to wake up and realize that the biggest threat to Black America is Black people. It's not white people. Because where's the money going? Because if you were truly spending $18,000 on every child, these kids would be getting bachelor's degree in high school. $18,000 every year. And most people go to school for 13 years. So where is the money? These people are thieves. They are thieves because people don't have the courage to be honest. $18,272, right? You go to school from what? First grade, 12th grade, 13, right? There you go. Okay. So from let's say from first grade to 12th grade, kindergarten to 12th grade, right? The United States will have spent $237 on one child. So most Black children in Baltimore County, the federal government has spent almost $240,000. That's almost $250,000. So to turn around and say, "Oh, you owe me reparations," is very rich, don't you think? The federal government, it's a predominantly Black city. Most of the students there are Black. Over 13 years, most Black children in Baltimore County are going to receive $250,000 from the United States government for their education that they can't read. So who do you blame? Who do you blame? You still blame white people? You are still going to blame the federal government. People need to stop. It's at this point, it's becoming embarrassing, right? It's truly, truly embarrassing. So either Black people are capable of taking care of each other or step the fuck out the way and let the whites and let the Asians do what they do best. Maybe it's time for us to go back to the days where you had white mayors, Asian superintendents, because white people, Black people wanted control. Black people were given control and the results are atrocious and the children are suffering because of that. But there is no way that the federal government is spending over 13 years almost $240,000 on one child, and the child cannot read. And you look around, everybody responsible is Black. And, oh no, somehow it's still the white man's fault. Shut up, we're getting tired. We're seriously getting tired. How can you have this kind of money and still ask for reparations? Who's going to take you seriously? Who is going to take you seriously? Like, no, be so for real. Who is going to take you seriously? And then they're telling you the city of Baltimore is the 13th largest recipient. Not even, oh, they're like 1,000. No, they're 13 on the list. That's not bad. That's very, very high. So Baltimore City is a high priority for the federal government. And even though a lot of white people don't live there, the federal government is still giving that kind of money per pupil. So how can you still blame people? Something is wrong. Something is seriously wrong. But if you're giving $250,000 per pupil over 13 years, these kids should be doing advanced physics. I don't know. Give me something crazy. Advanced nuclear physics by the time they're seniors. Where is the money going? Where is the money going? Right? And instead of asking questions from the Black leaders that you elected, no, let's go try to blame white people. Please stop. It's getting old. No, I'm not wrong about reparations. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong at all. It's just because it's an emotional topic, right? Because it's emotional. I'm not wrong at all. I am not wrong. What is this? This is not reparations? I'm not wrong at all. It's just because when people are emotionally attached to a topic, it's hard for them to be objective, right? But if the federal government and most people pay, if Black Americans only make up or only 13% of the population, you're not the most people to pay taxes. Hello, it's okay. I'm a numbers person. I'm not a feelings person, right? If you have 80 million Latinos to 40 something million African Americans, who pays more taxes? Latinos. It's okay. Right? When your medium salary is $55,000, on average, most African Americans make $55,000. The average Indian makes $105,000. Who pays more taxes? The Indian. You have the smallest population and you pay the least amount of taxes. Reparations for what? And yet your children, just in Baltimore alone, over 13 years, every child gets almost $250,000. That's very generous. Like I said, because reparation is emotional for you. It's an emotional topic. And when people are emotionally charged over a conversation, they can be rational. But I get that. It's going to hit you later. Right? But numbers don't lie. Right? People who pay the most taxes in America are not Black people. But Black people receive a lot of federal dollars. Is that fair? No, it's not. There you go. Right? So on top of that, you want reparations? That don't make no sense. You're asking for too much. Right? But it's another way to be, I guess, an ethnic crybaby. Oh, they're not doing enough for me. They're doing plenty. The issue is you don't even know how to manage what you're currently receiving. Right? But when it stops being an emotional, when it stops being an emotionally charged topic, you're gonna be like, Marlene ain't lying. Right? Because if Baltimore City alone received that's one child. How many students are in Baltimore County? Right? So education alone, how much does the federal government send to Baltimore County? It's mostly Black children. And yet, like she said, you don't have enough properties in Baltimore. So where's the money coming from? Other counties, other people are subsidizing Baltimore County. So if that doesn't hit people, it's like that's a form of no, it does matter who pays more taxes. No, it does. Because the vast majority of people who pay taxes were not involved in slavery. It does matter. And that's why you're not going to get reparations. Because you are dismissive to people who pay taxes. Like most social, it does absolutely matter. Right? At the time of the Civil War, if you look it up, at the time of the Civil War, the American population was 30 million. We're currently at 332 million. Right? So in less than 200 years, your population grew by 300 million. It does matter because a lot of the people were not involved in that shit. So why would they have to pay taxes? On top of the taxes they already pay for the services you get? No, that's not how it works. Like I said, it's an emotionally charged topic. And when people are emotional about a topic, especially when it comes to reparations, a lot of Black Americans have been told that you are owed. And it starts with MLK. So you've been told that for so long that you have come to believe that you're owed. You're not owed. You're not owed. Because if you really if you actually pulled out your calculators and you ran your numbers, you realize like you get a lot already. You get a lot. But you cannot be the one to put the least in the pot and say you want the most out the pot. It doesn't work like that. right? Because this money going to Baltimore City schools. So it's just, I don't know what they do. I don't know what California does. I really do not know. But what donor to red states? How are they donor to red states? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Donors to what state? What do they donate to? What state? What are they donating? What does that mean? Can you like expand on your what does that even mean? Right? But ultimately, like she told you, they don't have enough properties in Baltimore. So where's the money coming from? It's coming from other people, from other people's property taxes. So it's a subsidy, right? And even with that, they cannot manage the money. You know, oh yeah, give more. No, people not. You have to learn to manage what you already have. They subsidize them how? Be specific. What do they subsidize? What do they subsidize? Right? What do they subsidize? And also, let's even assume they subsidize. Are they being forced by the federal government to do it, or they choose to do it? That's a different thing. So now, is the federal government telling California you have to give those subsidies, or they're doing it because they want to do it? I don't know what subsidies you're talking about. Okay, based on the recent, now California has historically been a donor state to the federal government. So see, they give to the federal government. You want to take from the federal government, contributing significantly more in federal taxes than it receives in federal spending. Okay, so is that where this Baltimore money is coming from? Because that money is coming from somewhere. Because yeah, Baltimore is a dump. There's no properties in Baltimore like that. Baltimore is in ruins. So like she told you, you don't have enough homes to tax in Baltimore. So where's the money coming from? So maybe the money's coming from California. So maybe if California stops, then the federal government not gonna have the money to send to Baltimore. And this is why, I repeat, the federal government is incredibly slow. How? How am I slow? Is that what you wrote? You're slow. Do you know what you wrote? Based on recent analysis, California has historically been a donor state to the federal government, right? Which means California has a surplus. They take their money and they give it to the federal government. What does the federal government do? They take that money and they say, okay, let's send more over here, let's send more over here. You asked the question, should California stop doing it? I said, well, maybe. Because if they stop, then maybe I guess Baltimore not gonna get any money. Reparations is asking money from the federal government, not a state. So you're slow. The fuck, right? Contributing significantly more in federal taxes than it receives in federal spending. I don't even need to know what a donor state is. It doesn't fucking matter. I know plenty more. What the fuck? The donor state. Who gives a fuck? You know how much I know, right? It's a moot point. It doesn't matter. If you write things and you yourself, you don't have the critical thinking skills to understand what you wrote, now that's more concerning. I'm not omniscient. I'm not God. I'm not a know-it-all, right? But when you type stuff, you should understand what you're typing. If you're saying California pays more in taxes, California is giving money to the federal government, right? What does that mean? They have a surplus, so they give more. Cool. Reparation is asking from the government. So now if you're telling us that even the federal government has to go beg California for money, how are they going to pay for reparations? So you're slow. I repeat, you're slow because you just admitted that your federal government have a deficit. Their budget is short because they're taking money from California. So let's say they were to ever pay reparations, then most likely, since you told us a debt, what debt? A debt to who? A debt to who? The federal government owes you a debt. They owe you a debt. You're owed. Who is owed? This guy is so funny. Who is owed? You're owed a debt. That's why I said it's an emotionally charged topic. You cannot sit here. When were you born? You cannot sit here and tell us that you're owed a debt. Who owes you a debt? I'm not slow. You're slow. I'm not slow. How can you say you're owed a debt? Were you a slave? You were enslaved. You worked on a plantation. You were on a plantation. You worked for free on a plantation. You were raped on a plantation. You had your children sold into slavery on the plantation. You come from a plantation. You're like a vampire. You've been alive for the past 300 years, right? You're a vampire. You've been alive for 300 years. You're owed a debt. Somebody owes you a debt. The federal government owes you a debt. They owe you a debt. For what? For what? For just for what? For being what they owe you a debt for, right? So you're slow. You are really slow. You okay? Like before you call somebody slow, assess yourself. Because if you have to go before everybody, okay, it's a debt that's owed. Explain to us how exactly this debt is owed. And why should that money go to you specifically? Why should it go to you? And who unpaid debt towards who? The federal government owes you an unpaid debt. You deserve money from the federal government. You have an unpaid debt. Like, are people actually okay? Are you cogent? Are you seriously cogent? The federal government owes you a debt. You are owed money. It's not like, oh, my aunt. No, you are owed a debt. And then if they don't pay, what's going to happen? Okay, and you have proof that you were a descendant of a slave? You have proof of that? You can prove it? You have paperwork? Or you're just going to claim it? Do you have paperwork? Do you have proof that you specifically were a descendant of a slave? You got proof of that? Or because you're Black, automatically you are a descendant from a slave? Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? Because like, at this rate, what are we talking about? Because this is how you go bankrupt a government. Right? And then what kind of slaves? Do you have to be a slave here? Okay, so you got paperwork. And so where was your people enslaved? Tell me more. I would love to know it. What plantation? Okay, Chef Jeff, no problem. What plantation? Give us the state and the city and the plantation. We'll look it up. What plantation? On which plantation were your people enslaved? We would love to know it. What's the name of it? What plantation? But you want to call somebody slow. Stick to cooking, boo. Stick to cooking. What was the name of the plantation? You can't just say St. Louis. What was the name of the plantation? And also, who was the owner of the plantation? What's the name of the plantation? The name of the plantation and the owner of the plantation. Who are these? Wait, what plantation? You see? And that's my point right there. A debt that's owed. You're gonna go in front of these people. Oh, I'm a descendant of a slave. Okay, cool. Which slaves? Where were they slaves? And what year were they slaves? You see? And that's why I repeat, people got to stop being so emotional and start being a bit more rational, a bit more pragmatic. Because if you were ever to go in front of anybody, even let's say you go in front of Congress, and you say, oh, reparations, the debt that's owed because I'm a descendant of a slave. They're going to ask you which slave. You can't even answer the question. You see? You can't answer. You see what I'm trying to say? So I'm like, that's why I repeat, people who are truly serious about reparations, they should have all their ducks in a row. Because which slave are you claiming? I am absolutely serious, Chef Jeff. Jeff, you cannot say to someone, oh yeah, give me money because I'm a descendant of a slave. How do we know you're not scamming? Not even you. Put yourself outside of this conversation and try to be rational. If anybody walked up to you and said, oh, Jeff, give me money because I'm a descendant of a slave, you're just going to believe the person. Oh yeah, you're Black. So yeah, you're probably right. Oh, really? No. There's a bunch of Black people out here, especially nowadays. There's all kinds of Black people. So how do we know these are the real Black people the people went to slavery? We need paperwork. Because you have all kinds, even me, I can say, oh yeah, my people are like, what the fuck? There's a bunch of people who can say that. We need to know the real people. So that's what I'm saying. So you got to ask yourself the same question. If I was, let's say one day you have, you can go before Congress, right? They want, oh yeah, we really want to invite the descendants of the enslaved to tell us about about reparations and this and that, right? But the people who go, we all need to make sure they have their paperwork. Because you need to know what plantation, city, state, and the name of the plantation, who was the plantation owner, and how long were your people there for? Did they have any children? Were their kids sold? How many kids were sold, right? People need to know these things. But you can't just show up and say, oh yeah, you owe money because I just so happen to be a descendant of a slave. How do we know? And complexion is not proof of slavery. No, I agree, because you came in here late, Jeff. I agree that a debt is owed to the actual descendants of slaves, and those people need to go to the plantation owner's family. I do not believe that the federal government needs to pay reparations. I think the actual families who own plantations became wealthy off of the slave labor. Those families need to run the money. Absolutely. That's why I asked you which plantation. No, it's not case in point, because what you're asking for, when you say a debt is owed, you're talking about the federal government. I need to be very clear. I do not believe that the federal government needs to pay reparations. For what reason? If the federal government is the one that's responsible for having us abolish slavery, why would they be responsible for paying reparations? No. What people need to do, everybody that's an actual and who can actually prove it, descendant of a slave, especially based on plantation, right? So let's say you have the Whitley plantation in Louisiana, right? You have the Whitley plantation. What I believe, anybody who's a descendant of anyone who was a slave on the Whitley plantation, those people should come together and come together as one, file a class action lawsuit against the Whitley plantation because they were slaves there. So you got to sue the respective plantation. And those great-great-grandchildren, they need to pay because their families would not have been this wealthy if it was not for slave labor. That's who needs to pay for reparations. But I do not believe that reparation is owed by the federal government. I don't believe that. Because why would you ask money from the same federal government that abolished slavery for you? That makes no sense to me. Right? So you're not going to hold the plantation owner accountable. You're going to hold the federal government. Well, we all know that the federal government is not a business. They levy taxes on citizens. So for them to have money, they're going to have to raise people's taxes. That's not fair. I didn't enslave anybody. Go find the plantation owner and ask him to pay you your money because they owe you the money. Absolutely. That's the way I look at it. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's why for me, it's like, I don't believe the money needs to come from the federal government. Why is it owed by the federal government? Tell me why, Jeff. Tell me why. Tell me why you think it's owed by the federal government. Explain that to me. Do you want to come? You want to call in you to explain it to me? Why do you think it's owed by the federal government? What argument would you make? Like if you had to go before Congress, right? Before Congress, like let's say you are the lawyer in charge of fighting for reparations, and now you're going before the House or you're going before the Senate. Okay, why? What arguments do you have to say, okay, this money is owed by the federal government? What would you say? What would you say? You see? And that's why I say people say things and they have not really sat down and thought about, okay, like, let me vet my own ideas to see if they actually make sense. Because if the federal government did they have plantations? Right? You can even make a case that, especially like we know, like George Washington, Dolly Madison, all them people, you know, certain people had slaves in the White House, right? So we can also make a case that those who were enslaved at the White House, those families, if the people can trace their roots and say, oh, my ancestors worked at the White House. There's a famous story of like, you know, one time the White House burned down, and while the White House was burning down and going up in flames, Dolly Madison asked Black people to run up in there, risk their lives to save her paintings. That's crazy, right? So I feel like even Black people who were enslaved at the White House, I can see an argument for that too. Like if their descendants can all come together and file a class action lawsuit against the White House, like, listen, our people were slaves here. Dolly Madison had them risk their lives and shit. So yeah, where's my money? Yeah, I agree with that part also. That part I agree with. Like, yeah, I could see them owing money for that. If there were people, like there were slaves who worked on building the actual building of Congress and they died. If their descendants can trace that and come together and do a class action lawsuit, they should. But I do feel like plantations need to be sued. And any family that used to have slaves, used to have a plantation, they need to be sued collectively. You can't say, I don't know if it's not rocket science, despite the historical and ongoing impact of slavery, okay, and racial discrimination, the U.S. federal government has not enacted a comprehensive reparation program. Listen, I asked you why. You're just giving us a bunch of blah, blah, blah. This is just fluff. Okay. This is just intellectual babble. Why does the federal government owe you reparations? There you go. Like Kevin said it. This is what Kevin is saying. How does the federal government owe money from slavery that was specifically caused by plantation owners? This is what you see. This is our question. The federal government never owned plantations, right? If anything, especially with Abraham Lincoln, it was the federal government that abolished slavery. But it's an unpaid debt by who? The plantation owners. Why do you want this debt to be paid by the federal government? Why is it so out of reach for you to sue the plantation owner? Why do you not want to sue the plantation owner? Right. At least I could even see where you say, first I'm going to sue the plantation owner, and then maybe I'm going to sue the government for gross negligence because they could have stopped slavery a lot sooner. But they are not the ones tending to the plantation. But why? Jeff, you are too funny. Jeff, you're so funny. I think you and Kevin need to come live. You need to really explain this to me. Hold on. You and Kevin need to come on. Because, Jeff, you are funny as hell. Jeff, why don't you want to sue the plantation owner first? But the money needs to come from the plantation owner. If you find out, right, let's just take Whitley Plantation, even though it's no longer the original owners, right? But let's say the Whitley Plantation, throughout the course of history, because of slavery, the Whitley Plantation made $1 billion. Jeff, we're not going to sue them first? As a matter of fact, it'd be a lot easier to sue them and get money than to sue the federal government. You know how hard it is to sue the federal government, right? But if we had to have a strategy, it would make more sense for us to sue the Whitley Plantation, because we know because of slavery, they made $1 billion. So now any descendant, right? Jeff, my love, okay, baby. How would you say, okay, fine, I'm super slow, so help me out. Help me to get faster. I put the link for you if you want to come up, right? Jeff, explain this to me. How did the federal government make money off of slaves? Explain that to me, and then explain to me how the federal government made more money on slaves than plantation owners actually did. Explain that to me. I would really love to hear this. How did the federal government make money off of slavery, especially slaves? Because when you're oh Lord Jesus, when you're property, you can't even pay taxes. I could see how if they were slaves and they were forced to pay taxes, I could see that part. But they didn't even pay taxes because they're not considered human beings. Because the federal government makes money off of people through taxation. So if you're not even a U.S. citizen, you're not paying taxes. So how is the federal government making money off of the slaves? I would love to hear that. So I don't know. The plantation owners own the federal government. So, okay, no problem. You keep using cuss words. You ain't got to cuss. Which plantation owner owned the government? Which ones? Which plantation owner owned the government? Y'all just be saying all kinds of shit. Right? Because one could also ask, what about John Quincy Adams Jr.? Because he was an abolitionist. So what are we talking about? Who is slow? You're so cute. Who is slow? You say plantation owners own the federal government. I'm asking you a question. You don't answer questions. You insult people. So you don't have the answers. You're like Sway, huh? You ain't got the answers, right? The plantation owners own the federal government. Which federal government? It even shows that I don't think you properly know American history. Right? Right. Which plantation owners own the federal government? There's a reason why people went to the Civil War. There's a reason why. Because if you know anything about American history, you have not given me the answer. You said the plantation owners own the government. And then you said, like I said, you're slow. That's not an answer. I asked you, who are these plantation owners that own the federal government? Who are these people? Because you can't just say bullshit. Like, who are these people? Because if the plantation owners own the federal government, then why did we go to a civil war? Why? Why was taxation such a problem? Why? Why did Hamilton have to write the papers for the to justify the Federal Reserve? Do you even know American history, or you just say all kinds of bullshit? Which plantation owners own the federal? Who are these people? You can't answer. You came in here all hot, insulting people, saying that, oh, I'm a descendant of a slave. We asked you what plantation. You can't answer. You say, oh, St. Louis. Okay, which plantation? And your ancestor that was a slave, what's his name? What's her name? Or what are their names? All you do is insult people, right? But I'm saying, if you want to get this kind of money, you have to be able to answer questions without insulting people. And that's why, even how some people, just like ABL asked the girl, Amanda, how you going to do it? And I do believe anybody who believes in reparation, they should have their paperwork in order. You should know which ancestor was enslaved, where and when, what plantation, for how long, did they have kids there? Were their kids also sold into slavery? You need to have, like, when you want to go sue somebody, you got to have everything in order. You can't just have your feelings or what you think you're owed, because you're going to have to explain why you're owed this money. What makes you entitled to this money? And if all you have, oh, because I'm Black, that's not enough. A lot of people are Black, but not everybody is a descendant of a slave person in America. Okay. Oh, well, I'm just going to say that I'm a descendant of an enslaved. You have proof of that? People are so funny. You even think that, let's even assume reparation went through. People think, let's even assume, like, they say, oh yeah, we're going to give like $3 trillion to pay our reparation. You think they're going to start signing checks? People are going to have to prove that. You are still going to have to prove your identity, because there's going to be a lot of scammers, because people will lie. We saw it with PPP loan money. Okay. So do you even think, I don't even know how, but let's just assume that they were to agree to reparation and the money was set and allocated for reparation. Slave owners remain politically powerful after the Civil War. Where? At the federal government level or at the state level? Because I'm very serious. America is a federacy. We have a federal government, and every state has its own federacy, like every state. So they remain politically powerful. Where? That's not true. And you will know it wasn't true because it happened during when they were trying to take Donald Trump off the ballot. It went to the Supreme Court, right? You would know that's not true. And you know that after the war, people of the North incredibly changed the Constitution to make it harder for Southern states to be able to do all kinds of foolishness in Congress. And that's why, I guess, to lick their wounds and to feel slightly better about not being as powerful or whatever, they put in place Jim Crow. You understand? Yeah. We have a federal government. America has a federal government, but every state also has its own independence in a way, right? So you can be strong in your state, but it doesn't mean that you're strong at the federal government level, at the federal government level, right? Doesn't mean any of that. So the United States is a democratic republic? Really? Are you sure about that? We have democracy in America? Jeff. Jeff, you're so funny. We have democracy in America. Popular votes elect people in America. So when somebody becomes president, it's because of democracy. Jeff, you're so sweet. You're so cute. Jeff, people don't become president because of democracy in America, Jeff. Okay. People do not become president because of democracy. Okay, no problem. If you believe that we have a democratic republic, that's no problem. But I think you might want to check into that. I don't think America's a democracy. I think France might be, but I don't think America is a democratic republic. because people don't get elected based on popular votes. You don't become president based on popular votes. The Electoral College decides who gets to be president, not the popular votes, right? And that's why we saw, I think, who was it? I think, what was her name? I think Hillary Clinton. I don't think I'm wrong. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, right? Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. She didn't get to be president, right? Between Al Gore and what's your boy's name? And George Bush Jr., right? It came down to one Electoral College vote in Florida. And so Bush won. So why you would think America is a democratic republic? I don't know. It never gave democracy. It always gave Electoral College, right? Now, it's nice if you do win both the popular votes and the Electoral College, right? That Trump did. But sometimes you can not win the popular vote and then you can become president. So how's that democracy? Right? But I'm going to say this because I think for the most part, I really do believe that for the most part, anybody who believes in reparations, right, is out of a sense of like, listen, people were enslaved, people were tortured, people were abused, they were mutilated, some people were maimed. I mean, it was just, slavery is atrocious. It really, really is atrocious. So we feel as though, okay, no problem. So we feel as though something has to be done for the people who suffered. That, I agree with that. Now, who should be responsible for that? I disagree that it's the federal government. I think plantation owners, descendants of plantation owners, families that have built an insane amount of wealth off of slavery, they're the ones who need to be held responsible. And the way I would do it is that anybody who knows what plantation their people were enslaved on, those people should come together, because it's easier to go with multiple people. They should come together and they should sue every plantation respectively. Because I think that way it's a lot easier to get the money, right? It's a lot easier to get the money. But to say things like, oh, the federal government has to pay reparations when they didn't own a plantation, that's a bit crazy to me. I don't see how you make sense of that, but I can see how it's not a federal debt. And it's not a federal debt because you want it to be one. It's a family debt, but it's not a federal debt. It is a family debt owed by families that made money from slavery. The families, and I think most people know, I think someone knows, I think some families are known, but I'm like, the families who made money from slavery need to be the families who pay reparations to descendants of those who were enslaved on their plantation. Absolutely. Because that is their collective debt. That's the debt they have to pay, because that family wouldn't have been this wealthy if it was not for the slavery of their plantation. So pay the money, child. But I'm like, it's going to have to be per plantation, per descendant. So I don't know how many plantations existed back then. I have no idea. I don't know. But those who were enslaved in Virginia, they need to find where were your people enslaved in Virginia, people who were enslaved in Georgia and things like that. And they need to sue those plantations respectively and get the money from those families because they have the money. They have the money, right? Even in California, if Black people went in California and they helped white families, and now these are some of the wealthiest families in California, they need to sue the people. Who is in charge of the federal government? Honestly, I would personally say the Congress. I would definitely say it's Congress, because Congress has way more power than the executive branch and the judicial branch. So I would say it's Congress. I would say it's Congress. Now, if there were Congress people that had slaves, then those Congress people need to be sued as individuals, right? But I don't see, like, you have not even told me why the federal government needs to pay for the reparation. Families, I repeat, families who have built, accrued an insane amount of money, especially in Georgia, Louisiana, like those kinds of people, families that have built an insane amount of wealth off of slavery, those families need to be sued by the respective descendants of the people who were enslaved on those plantations. They need to sue those families. Absolutely. And those families need to pay, because they wouldn't have been this rich if it was not for the slavery. So whatever's left over, they have to give something. Okay, that's it. That's that. But I do not believe that reparations should be paid by the federal government. If anything, it was the federal government that abolished slavery. So if you abolish slavery, why are you then responsible for paying the money from the slavery? That makes no sense to me. The people who partook in slavery, who owned slaves, made money from the slaves or the labor of the slaves, those people, those families, those plantations need to be sued. But you cannot sue the federal government for plantations it never had, for slaves it never had. Right? That's all I'm saying. Because I do believe that when it comes to the federal budget, a lot of money is given away to help minorities. And fortunately, I think what we do see is that for most minorities who receive the money from the federal government, that money is not well handled. Like, it's not invested properly. It's not spent properly. It's just wasted. It truly is wasted. So just like Baltimore, I do think it's really sad that if most pupils in Baltimore over the course of 13 years of education are going to receive almost $250,000, right? That they are graduating high school and they cannot read, then I say, where is the money going? Because that's a lot of money. Even in China, I don't even think China spends this much money per pupil. And yet their kids are super advanced. I don't think in Korea, people spend that kind of money per pupil, and yet their kids are super advanced. So why is it that in other countries, people spend less money per student and they have top-notch students? But here, we're spending all this money and the kids, they don't do well. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like sometimes, instead of blaming the federal government, people should say, why are we not managing the resources that we are getting from the federal government a lot better? But instead, people squander what they're giving and they say, oh, you owe me more money. You owe me more money. Nobody owes you more money. Nobody owes you more money. Right? And also, if you're not going to do a good job with the students of Baltimore County, they should just open an account. They should open an account for every kid and just put the money in there. So that way, if you don't want to do it, at least let the money sit there. When they turn 18, they can start a business if they want to. They can go to college if they want to. Because why are we even giving you the money? Because that money is meant for every child. So if these people in Baltimore are not going to properly manage the money, we should just have how can I say this, like an interest accruing account, and just put that money in that account. And then when the child is 18, give them the money. Like, hey, because you're from Baltimore County, because you are a student, because you're a child of Baltimore County, now that you're 18, here is $238,000. Spend it how you see fit. At least let the children squander the money because it's their money. But no, they're going to squander the money. They're not going to educate the kid. And when the child is 18, the child is broke, having to apply for student loans to go to college. Why? Just save the money. And when the kid is 18, just give the child the $200,000. Because you don't want to do it. Right? So I think that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, it's very rich to not properly manage the money that you're already given by the federal government and say, oh, I think you owe me more money. What do you owe yourself? What do you owe yourself? But there's a lot of pandering when it comes to the whole conversation about reparations. And I'm like, that's crazy. If you were to sue someone for slavery, sue the plantation owners. When it comes to the federal government, especially when it comes to education and welfare benefits, I think they give a lot of money. They give a lot of money. So people who are recipient of that money, they need to say to themselves, I need to learn how to be a better steward of the money I am receiving from the federal government. But a lot of Black people, especially leaders, you name it, educators, a lot of people who receive money from the federal government to take care of children, to take care of education and things like that, they're doing a horrible job. They are doing a horrible, horrible job. Many of those people need to be fired because this is a shitload of money. And you look around and it's like, where the fuck is this money going? Oh, don't worry about that. Let's just ask for more money and let's weaponize slavery. And it's giving a scam. It's giving a scam. That's exactly what it's giving. You get a whole lot of money. We have no idea what you do with the money. The kids are failing. Oh, don't worry about that. Give me more money because you just owe me. It's a debt that's owed. What do you owe yourself? And what do older Black people feel as though they owe Black children? Because education is proper education, even safety is not even something they're giving to Black children, right? And that to me is problematic. Because first and foremost, what do I owe myself and what do I owe my community? Especially what do I owe the children? But I repeat, any major city where Black people mostly live, these cities are in shambles. They are in complete shambles. I'm surprised they didn't put New Orleans up here. Okay? Every Black city ran by predominantly Black, ran by Black people is a complete nightmare. It's a complete nightmare. So if you don't even fix this, how can you say you need money from the government? Because maybe if you did a better job and you actually fixed this, you would see that, oh shit, we actually have a lot of money. It's just that the money is being mismanaged. There is a lot, oh my gosh, this little baby. There is a lot of financial mismanagement. There's a lot of waste. Money's being poorly handled, right? So if you don't fix that, I think it's really rich to say, oh, give me more money because of slavery. That sounds batshit crazy. And people need to start saying it. Stop being afraid of saying, like, people are too afraid to say, no, it's not going to happen. But the current money that is coming from the federal government needs to be better managed. We need better stewards. And that's why many Black cities and many Black voters have to stop being so tribal. They have to stop weaponizing their votes. And they have to stop voting for activists. Vote for Black people with MBAs. Vote for Black people that are CPAs. Vote for Black people that are chartered financial accountants or financial advisors. Vote for Black people that understand money. Vote for Black people that know money. Vote for Black people who are really good with their finances. I have amazing credit scores. They're married. Their children are exceptionally gifted academically, right? They have a lot of money. They have lots of savings. They have worked in the private sector. They have proven themselves with big money, big budgets, big accounts, big wealthy ass clients. Those are the kinds of people that should run Black cities. But if you keep voting for activists and they squander the money because they don't have a clue. What the heck? Boo-boo. Oh my Lord. They don't have a clue. Maverick, what's up? What you doing? Y'all, Maverick is here. Okay. They don't have a clue. Then it's like, you can't be mad at someone. Want to take it back? Let's go back over here real quick. Let's go here.
That's not enough money. When you compare it to the amount of money that is spent and is allocated towards the kids that are in the schools in like Towson, in the suburbs, for example, it's nowhere near as close. So yes, they're spending this amount of money on per student, but the school itself is not resourced as it should be when you compare it to the schools in the suburbs. He sounds really ignorant right now.
You sound ignorant, Sabrina. You sound ignorant and you sound entitled. How many students? Let me see this. Hold on. Wait a second. How many students are in Baltimore? Okay, let's see. Okay, so Baltimore County Schools serve over 111,000 students, right? Okay, cool. Let me see. Okay. Oh, Lord. What do you want me to go? Hold on. Okay. So, now, make sure y'all can see this. Okay. So, Baltimore, bye, Kevin. So, Baltimore County Schools receives $2 billion. $2 billion to take care of 100,000 students. So, let's even say Townsend has more money. Okay. But this is not negligible amounts of money. This is a lot of money. So why are they not able to even give a decent product? Most Baltimore County schools are getting a 2 out of 10. They're rated a 1 out of 10. They're rated a 3 out of 10. Most Baltimore County schools are not even able to get a 5 out of 10. Most of them are 2 out of 10s. They're completely failing these children. So $2 billion for over 100,000 students, that is a lot of money. And with that kind of money, you should be able to at least have a 12th grader who can at least read at a 9th grade level. That's not asking for too much, right? $2 billion is no chump change. Oh no, we should have the exact amount as Townsend. Let's say Townsend gets 2.5 billion. As if you don't even know how to manage 2 billion, an extra 500 million will make a difference? No, it's not. It's not. You're just not good stewards. You're not good at management. And I believe a lot of black cities need to go into the hands of serious people. And if those serious people happen to be white, then so be it. But to me, it's completely ridiculous. $2 billion every year. And every year, children in Baltimore County schools are failing. So how much do you need? $10 billion? You're crazy. And this is why I understand why a lot of people believe in school choice and school vouchers. This is why also a lot of people believe that the private sector, like private school and stuff like that, they should be allowed to compete with public schools so that parents have better options. Because if you have $2 billion, you receive $2 billion, and you are not capable of having 12th graders who can read at a 9th grade level, you need to be fired. You need to be fired. Because there was once upon a time, there was not even that kind of money being spent on children in Baltimore. And these kids had way better grades. These children had better grades. So now the more money we spend on children, the more likely they are to fail. Something is wrong, and these people need to be fired. That's it. That's that. It's not, oh, but we should have more money. No. If you cannot manage $2 billion, what is an extra $5 million going to do? Then, oh, well, we need to get $3 billion. No, you're a money pit. Yes, Lord. Yes, you are a money pit. And like I said, I personally believe in school choice. I believe that parents should be given vouchers, like that $18,000. Parents should have that money, and the parents should decide, hey, your child is allowed $18,272. Do you want to take your child to public school, or do you want to put your child in a private school? Parents should have a choice. So if the public schools, they don't want to fix what they're doing, I think most parents will take their money and go find a private school and put their child in the private school. Why are Black parents in Baltimore County forced to keep their children in public schools? Give these people the money. Give the parents this almost like $19,000 and let the parents decide where they want that child to go. And I think many people will take the money and take their children out of these public schools. Now, the problem is the reason why the children's performance doesn't matter, the parents having a choice doesn't matter, because most public schools are ran by unions. The teachers have a union. And to protect the jobs of the teachers, to protect these unions, they are willing to destroy these children and their academic route. Like, no. Teachers can go into a union if they want to, more power to them. But if you're going to be a union and you're going to hide behind the fact that you're in a union to not perform and be a great teacher or be a great superintendent, fuck you. Parents take the money. Parents put your kids in private schools or charter schools, whatever it is. But parents should be able to take that money every year. Every parent should have the right to say, hey, the federal government should be like, there's a website, you go on there and you say, okay, the next school year, do you want a check or do you want your child to go to this public school? And the parents have the right to say, what is the grade of the school? What is the rating of the school? What are the test scores for the school? And if the parents are like, yeah, I don't like that place, I want the money. Parents should receive a check in the mail. They take the check, they find a private school, and you put your child in the private school. Children have to be successful because this is a lot of money. It is. I don't even know it was this much money. It's a lot of money. But $18,000 per student, and we have 12th graders in Baltimore that cannot read. School choice, give the people their vouchers. That's crazy. Give them their vouchers.
This is why I thought when I was watching this earlier, because it dropped Sunday, when I was watching this earlier, I thought, are these people actors? And this is why I think this sometimes. Okay. So another thing that we need to add to this in particular is not just a Baltimore issue, but with Baltimore, you have to have the teachers who are willing to come in to teach at those schools. Okay. You have to pay them a salary that they'll be able to also live off of. And I'll make the comparison with Boston. Okay. Boston pays teachers more than Baltimore, Maryland pays teachers. Okay. Boston, to teach in Boston public schools, you have to get a master's degree within that first 5 years. I think now it's gotten to the point where they just want you to have it. So it's also about who you're hiring for the teachers. Okay. That's another part. And if you're not paying them as much, they're going to try to go where the money is, where they can afford to live. So again,
also, this lady is very dishonest. The kind of money people have in Boston, it's ridiculous. The price of housing in Boston is way more than Baltimore County. This is a false equivalency. How can you compare a city where maybe the average home price is probably $3 million, even maybe 1.5 million, to a city like Baltimore, where they're even selling houses at $1, right? I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a program recently where the city of Baltimore was selling houses for $1. You could go to Baltimore and get a house for $1. I think you had to prove that you had 100,000 or so for reparations, but symbolically, you could go to Baltimore and get a house for $1. Because there are so many vacant homes, people use them for crimes, to stash bodies, drugs, I mean, you name it, right? But Boston is not the same. It's not the same city as Baltimore. So if you're going to compare Baltimore, you got to compare Baltimore to a city that is on par with Baltimore. Maybe New Orleans, I don't know. But it's a false equivalency because you're doing this because you want to make it seem as though, oh, look, because they're Black, they're being discriminated against. No, Boston is a rich ass city. It's an extremely wealthy city. There's a lot of banking jobs in Boston. So you cannot compare Boston to Baltimore. That is ridiculous. It's a false equivalency. It's a horrible comparison. You have to compare Baltimore to a city comparable to Baltimore. And then you compare student for student, grade for grade, teacher for teacher. That's it. That's that. But if you don't have enough families, you don't have enough well-to-do families who make a certain amount of money, who can afford these houses, yes, you're not going to be able to attract quality teachers. Another thing also is that in recent times, it has become normal to beat up teachers, brutalize teachers, insult teachers. Parents come in there, they want to fight the teachers. So in certain places, people do not respect teachers. And I would argue that in a lot of predominantly Black neighborhoods, people do not respect the teachers. They're not respected. They're not respected. You think in Boston, parents are going to Boston public schools to beat up teachers? No. So also, a lot of people have to check their behavior when it comes to how you handle these teachers. You cannot threaten teachers. You cannot beat up teachers. A teacher doesn't want to fight you for your phone. Parents, once again, have to be involved and tell their kids, you have to respect your teacher. You gotta be well behaved in class. You gotta be a good person. So the attitudes also matter. In Boston, I'm sure most families are pro-education. So the children go to school knowing how they should behave. If you are in Baltimore County schools, how much do you want to bet that you have teachers who want to beat up, you have parents who want to beat up the teachers? Because sometimes you might not pay a lot of money. Some jobs don't pay a lot of money. But you have teachers out here who do teach out of passion. They're not teaching for money. But at least they have to be safe. At least they have to be respected. Parents have to respect the teachers. The students have to respect the teachers. So even if they're not getting paid a lot of money, they feel, yes, Maverick. Even if they're not getting paid a lot of money, at least they feel appreciated. At least they feel respected. And they're more likely to show up for their job. But if you're insulting someone, you beat up someone, the people send emails to the parents don't want to respond to the emails, they do meetings, nobody shows up. Listen, it's also a cultural thing, huh? So you have to work in that as well, right? Yeah. Yeah, but people, I'm saying like Boston is a rich city. It's always been a very wealthy city. And who says Boston says Harvard? Like, it's a lot of wealthy people who live in Boston. So like, to me, it's not fair to compare Boston to Baltimore. Even the Orioles, like the baseball team, Baltimore just lost the baseball team because they don't have policies. They don't have the safety to make people want to go to Baltimore. They're losing everything. So that, once again, to me, it's like, it's not racism, it's poor management, right? Because Baltimore is very pretty. If they were to take good care of Baltimore, it's really, really pretty. But there's a certain culture of Baltimore. Nobody wants to change it because I guess it makes it black. I don't know. But usually what makes a city super black is the main reason why people don't want to go to those cities. So something has to change. But I don't think it's proper for her to compare Baltimore to Boston. You know? It's like comparing, like, I don't know, like Palo Alto to the DMV. Like, they have too much money out there. They got too much money.
Went to Baltimore City schools. I went to Lockham and Bundy, part of 2nd grade, part of 5th grade. That was when we were in transition between different deployments, like with my family. Mm-hmm. So I went to those schools. Okay. And I'm trying to tell you, the resources.
And you went to those schools, like she said, elementary school. You didn't go there. You didn't go there for high school. And when you probably went to high school, it was like maybe like 20 years ago. Have you gone to Baltimore County schools recently? Probably run for your life. They're doing so bad. Like, it's just so horrible. See, a month ago. Okay, a month ago.
Following a Fox 45 News investigation, Baltimore City Schools is now responding, touting what it sees as the accomplishments of CEO Dr. Sonia Santelises.
Yeah, but as Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, at first, city schools refused to provide any accomplishments for their CEO, but that quickly changed after our report was published.
I'm tired of it.
Blanca Taparascu is not just the mother of a Baltimore City School student.
We're not buying it anymore.
She's a former City Schools employee.
Yes.
And former member of the Parent-Teacher Student Association at Mergenthaler High School, who believes city students are not receiving the education they deserve, despite what the district is now saying.
We're not buying the song and dance that we are on an uprise.
I could not be happier.
Project Baltimore on Monday reported that Dr. Sonia Santelises had completed her 9th year as Baltimore City Public Schools CEO. For that report,
you see, 9 years. 9 years are almost $500,000. 9 years. So almost like what, 4.5 million? Right? She has collected 4.5 million in salary. And the children cannot read. You guys, if this lady was not black, you know she'd be fired. Okay? If this lady was not black, she'd have been fired. 9 years. And then they're asking for her accomplishment. They don't want to give people any answers because she's black. Okay? Yes, Maddie. Hold on. He's so loud.
We compared student achievement data from 2017, Dr. Santelises' first year as CEO, to 2024, and found many metrics, including attendance, SAT scores, dropout rates, chronic absenteeism, and federal test scores are worse now than when the CEO was first hired. But when we requested an interview with Dr. Santelises to discuss her main accomplishments, she declined.
Are you surprised that she declined? She's a black woman. You can't ask her questions. You're going to ask me questions. You want me to tell you what I've done. You see? But is this racism though? No. This is poor management. So it's not a money issue. Right? Yeah, it's not a money issue. There are people who could do way more with less because they really want to do it. This lady is not passionate about teaching. She has no passion for the students. She has no passion for academia. I don't even think she's maternal, because if she was a real mama, if she had the heart of a mama, she would know if these kids drop out, they're going to prison. It's not a joke. If these children finish high school and they have a 3rd grade reading level, they're going to prison. So if she was maternal herself, she would not be able to sleep at night Because the fuck, these kids will go to prison. Imagine the vast majority of graduates from Baltimore County public schools are in prison. In prison? And you have a whole PhD. And you are responsible for these kids. And now they're in prison. She doesn't care. Right? And the parents, all these parents, they could have written all kinds of letters. They could have done a petition to get this lady fired. But she collects $5 million, and the kids are getting dumber and dumber and dumber. In 10 years, everything's gotten worse. She's made everything worse. And somehow she doesn't get fired. Right? And when they want to ask her, okay, what's going on? Because when you first got here, things were pretty good. Now it's been almost 10 years. Things are really, really bad. She doesn't care. Right? She doesn't care. This is so disgusting. Hold on.
Her staff explained in a statement, it wouldn't feel right to start listing accomplishments while the mission continues.
Parents, teachers, and staff deserve to hear what actually is the truth. It's always going to be an oppositional because they do not want to be interviewed by someone who understands what the real issues are in this school system.
City schools sent this email to Fox 45 News declining to list Dr. Santelises' accomplishments on Monday afternoon. Shortly after.
Can you imagine? You got $5 million. Like you collected $5 million. And the people who paid you $5 million are asking you, okay, tell us what you've done. You're like, you're too good to answer. Can you imagine? You got $5 million and you don't want to answer questions. The audacity. You got $5 million. People's kids are failing left and right. Right? There was one girl, she's in the 12th grade. She didn't even know she could read. Y'all, it was so sad. You got $5 million. People are asking you questions like, I ain't gonna answer. Oh, well, I don't have to answer to you. Well, I'm not available. You got $5 million. You don't want to answer questions? Are you okay? Right? But I'm telling you, if she was Asian and she was acting this way, it'd be a problem. If she was a white woman and she was acting this way, it would be a problem. Right? If it was a white man, it would be anybody else, it would be a major problem. And they would have been fired long ago. They would have been fired a long time ago. Because this is completely unacceptable. This is completely unacceptable. $5 million. Because when somebody pays you almost $450,000 every year, you should send an email of your accomplishments. That's too much money. They don't, because she's black. They don't. That's why she does whatever she wants. And it took them putting this on the news for her to finally respond because she was embarrassed.
That same day, we published our report on the topic. But then, hours after that, City Schools took to its website, posting this list of what it calls Dr. Santelises' accomplishments. The post, entitled Project Baltimore Again Amidst Context About Outcomes in City Schools, appears on the district's Setting the Record Straight webpage. In the post, City Schools touts how under Dr. Santelises, English language arts proficiency has increased 5 percentage points since 2022, and math proficiency has increased 1.
Do you see how disrespectful that is? The math proficiency increased by 1.4 percentage point. Do you see this? 1.4 percentage points. This is disrespectful. And she's proud of that for $5 million. So if the kids were probably getting like a 76, now they're getting 77.4 in 10 years. It took you 10 years to increase the math proficiency scores by 1.4%. We're paying you $5 million for this shit. I repeat, if she wasn't a black woman, she would have been fired. This is ridiculous. The reading scores went up by 5% in 10 years. So every year they've gone off by 0.5%. Like, you guys, what is this? This is the kind of bullshit you see in Africa. This is what you will see an African leader do. This is it. This is America. Hold on, Abby. This is disgusting. $2 billion a year. This is it. In 10 years, 1.4%. What that mean? So every year, the math scores went up by 0.14%. Girl, what? So in 10 years, the reading scores went up 5%. So every year, the reading scores improved by 0.5%. In this case, we don't need a superintendent because, y'all, I'm not trying to be funny, but there are YouTube videos. There are YouTube videos you can play to help the kids how to read. You can even go buy Hooked on Phonics for all the children. And I promise you, their reading scores will go up so much higher. We don't need a superintendent for that. This is not worth $5 million. These kinds of results are not worth $5 million. Now, how much do you want to bet? How much do you want to bet her children go to private schools? But this is a Black woman doing this to other Black women's children. I said this, I'm going to say it again. One day, people going to wake up and realize that America, the greatest threat to Black people is not racism, it's other Black people. It's other Black people. This is utterly disgusting.
0.4 percentage points since 2023. The Post also mentions that chronic absenteeism has decreased 5.4 percentage points from last school year. The school system appears to be picking the data it wants to highlight. Project Baltimore's report on Monday compared the district's data from when Dr. Santelises started the job to the most recent data available. The district's post only compares the last few years, not the CEO's entire tenure.
They have failed thousands and tens of thousands of students, and they don't want to admit that.
City schools also posted this information on social media as an advertisement, which generally means money was placed behind the ad to boost its reach. So Project Baltimore emailed city schools asking, how much money in total did the district use to promote this information on all social media platforms? The district responded saying it paid $100.
There are no such things as failure as students. They're not failures, but a system can fail a person.
As Dr. Santelises heads into her 10th year as school CEO, do you believe her claims that the school system is improving? We want to hear from you. Call our hotline, send me an email, follow us on social media, head to foxbaltimore.com to follow our progress. I'm Chris Pabst.
Baltimore City Schools has a $1.7 billion budget. That is one of the highest in the nation among large school systems.
That's what I'm telling you. Sabrina just says all kinds of foolishness, right? They have Baltimore counties. Oh, white people are racist. White people hate Black people. Yeah, right. The federal government hates Black people. Baltimore City is predominantly Black, okay? And the school district in Baltimore receives one of the highest budgets for education in the entire nation. Is that really racism? Okay. You have a $1.7 billion, you guys. The vast majority of schools in Baltimore are rated a 2 out of 10. If you're lucky, it might be a 3 out of 10. How's that okay? That's why this is how I feel. You tell me how you feel, right? A white man being racist is one thing. Oh my gosh, Maverick. You guys, hold on. Give me a second. Maverick, hold on. Are you okay? Yeah. I'll be right back.
That is one of the highest in the nation among large school systems. But a recent Project Baltimore investigation found math scores across the school system are alarmingly low. And this is not a new problem. The city school system has been struggling for years. So who will take action to fix it? Project Baltimore's Chris Pabst questions the key players who could.
The latest round of state test results raises alarm in Baltimore City.
Stunning findings by our Project Baltimore team.
A Project Baltimore investigation so stunning, it made national headlines. At 13 Baltimore City high schools, 0 students who took the state tests last spring scored proficient in math. Nearly 75% of the students at these schools scored in the lowest of 4 levels, meaning they weren't even close to proficient. And that's not all. Even at the top 5 performing high schools, where a combined 809 students took the state math test, just 11% scored proficient. The results have sparked outrage, but who has the power to make change? These are the key players who could take action. The government entities that either fund.
And if you look here, so here are the 4 people who have the power to make a change. Out of 4 people, 3 are Black. Westmore, Black. Superintendent, Black. The mayor, Black. This dude, Mohammed, probably an Arab, I don't know. But my point is, 3 out of 4 people are Black. So the people that have the most say-so, over Black children and their education in Baltimore are Black people. Also, the federal government gives Baltimore one of the largest educational budgets. But yet, Black children are failing. How do you call that kind of behavior? How do you call this kind of management? These are wicked people. They are seriously wicked people. They are truly wicked people, because in an all-Black district, if you have a Black governor, you have a Black mayor, you have a Black superintendent, you guys, Black children should be excelling, right? You can say in an all-white area, Black children should probably struggle. Oh, they're racist. They don't have good teachers. Teachers are mean. No problem. But when you're amongst your people, when all these Black parents send their Black children to these institutions ran by a bunch of Black people, these Black parents should be like, you know what? My kids is good. My children are in good hands. They're being challenged. They're learning. They're being motivated. They're well taken care of. This is how most Black parents should feel. And that's why I say in America, Black people talk a good game when it comes to community, right? When it's to like shame white people. But when it's really time to be what community is, they're not going to do it. Because if you had a real community, I would treat your child the same way I would treat my child. If I want my child to go to Harvard, I'm going to encourage your child to also want to go to Harvard. If I want my child to become extremely successful, I'm going to make sure your baby is extremely successful, right? I will treat your baby the same way I would treat my child. I'm not going to want good grades for Trey. And oh, who cares if your child can read? That is crazy. That is lunacy. But these are wicked people. The mayor, Brandon, every time you see Brandon, oh, you know, as a Black man married to a Black woman, I know how hard it is to be a Black woman. Shut the fuck up, okay? As a Black man responsible for schools in Baltimore County full of Black children, you should know how hard it is to be a Black student with mediocre Black leadership in Baltimore County. He is mediocre. Westmore, mediocre. He's going to ruin Maryland. This lady also, Sanja, she's mediocre. Do you think they're going to get fired? No. Do you think they're more likely to get reelected? Of course. Of course. Of course. Because this is how it goes. Black people have a propensity for mediocre leadership. They have an entanglement with mediocre leadership, activist-minded leadership, right? At the detriment of their own children, at the detriment of their own property taxes. These people ain't shit. They need to be fired. 10 years, the grades are getting worse. The scores are getting worse. The good teachers are leaving the school district. At what point do you say, I'd rather get rid of one and save 1,000? At what point do you say, I'd rather get rid of one person and save 100,000 students? Of course not. Sacrifice 100,000 students plus, sacrifice all these good teachers, because God forbid you fire one Black woman. She needs to be fired. She is mediocre. She got to go. She got to go. And then you wonder why, but white people pack their bags and they run the hell away from these people. You wonder why. I'm not trying to be offensive, y'all, but if it's offensive, that's fine. But hey, it applies to me also. But anybody, most people who see it for what it is, anytime you know that you're about to have a Black governor a black mayor, a black police officer, chief of police, a black superintendent, you understand that it's about to turn into a third world country. I'm from a third world country, and I take no offense to that. That's exactly what this shit is. If you saw this in Abuja or Abidjan, you wouldn't be surprised. But we are in freaking America. Black people here need to be way better than black people in Africa. This is ridiculous. This is not a third world country. But when you start electing too many black people, because the vast majority of those black people are not getting elected, nor are they being appointed off of merit. It's just off their blackness, their activism, and how much they claim to hate white people. They're going to turn the city, they're going to turn the school district into a third world country. Pack your bags and run for your life. If you wanted to live in Africa, you simply could have packed your bags and moved to Africa. You're not in Africa. We are in America. Nobody wants to live in America and live in a city that feels like a third world country. That is ridiculous. Okay? They do not care, Margaret. They don't care. They do not care. And to me, you're worse than a racist white person. A white person who doesn't like black people, not saying it's okay, but it's understandable. But for you to be black and to intentionally cause these children to fail, knowing the consequences of their academic failure is prison, becoming teen mothers, you're wicked as fuck. You're a fucking witch, and you need to be fired. Anybody who's paying $5 million for their children's reading skills to increase by 0.5% a year, maybe you yourself are also illiterate. But if you are an educated parent, you're never going to stand for that bullshit. 0.5%. I could just get my child hooked on phonics. I can even have my child watch Pocoyo for 2 years and for a whole year, and they're going to improve by at least 2%. But you're sending your kids 8 hours a day for an entire year, and their reading scores are only improving by 0.5%. And we really want to sit here and talk about reparations? Oh, please, 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 please. Talk about these schools. Talk about these black-owned cities, these black-ran cities, and how they're destroying black students. Because that's wicked. It's their future. Oh, my ancestors. Oh, slavery. One thing slaves could not do was go to school. One thing slaves could not do was read and write. So if you love your ancestor and you are part of education, your job should get to have every black children fall in love with writing, fall in love with literature, fall in love with the arts. You know, like get these kids to realize you are so privileged. You know what I'm saying? But there's no passion for reading. There's no passion for math. There's no passion for any kind of education because these evil, wicked people who happen to be black do not care. Children respond to passion. If you are a teacher and you come into your class and you're like, I don't care, I want to be here, they can tell that you don't want to be there, so they don't care about being there also. If you are a superintendent and you are mean, you're rude, you're not responsive, you're going to discourage and disparage your teachers because you're the CEO of the school district. And if you don't know how to lead, if you don't want to answer questions, nobody can hold you accountable. You don't know how to be humble. How exactly are you going to have a bunch of teachers who actually want to go in there and be like, you know what? We're not just here to teach. We're here to make a difference. Teachers, they spend so much time with students, and their attitude can either make or break a child. The way they conduct themselves can be like, oh, wow, I love my teacher so much. Now I want to study more. Oh, wow, I feel like my teacher hates me, so I want to go to class. And this is what's going on. Like, Sabrina, you're full of shit. But a $2 billion budget every year in a city predominantly ran by black people, these numbers are embarrassing, and people need to be fired. It shouldn't have to take the media. It shouldn't have to take the press to force you to answer to the parents. Every parent that sends you an email should receive a reply within like 48 to 72 hours. Why can you not respond to people? These are their children. And if their kids are not successful, they're going to go to prison. Why are you so damn evil? Why are you so damn evil? This is crazy. Hold on.
Or oversee city schools. First, the Baltimore City School Board.
Where you want the camera inside the board.
for one child. But when Project Baltimore tried to get answers for parents and students in these schools, the city school board refused to talk.
Who do you want to talk to? Anyone who would talk to me at this point.
After our cameras were blocked from recording outside the monthly school board meeting, we were told no one from Baltimore City Schools would speak with us. If city school leaders won't tell us how they plan to improve student outcomes, who will? Project Baltimore went to lawmakers in Annapolis. The school system has a $1.7 billion budget. Most of that, about 70%, comes from the state.
We obviously are not doing enough.
Senate President Bill Ferguson represents Baltimore City. 2 of those 13 high schools with poor math scores are in his district: New Era Academy and Patterson High School. Project Baltimore last week sent Ferguson an email asking what he would tell parents at these 2 schools and what urgent steps he's taking to improve student outcomes. We did not hear back. But 2 weeks ago, when we asked Ferguson who should be held accountable, he stood by the city school CEO, Dr. Sonia Santelises.
One singular person is never the solution or the single problem. Obviously, we have to have unbelievable urgency. It's not acceptable where we are, but that doesn't mean that the entire system is broken.
Instead of a change.
Did you see this? Did you notice this? What is he? You notice that too? What is he? He's a Democrat. You see? He's a Democrat. You see? And I'm like, they vote for their own oppression. But this is a white man who's going along with their foolishness, right? But this guy is a Democrat. You think, and do you think his kids go to Baltimore County schools? No. His children go to a private school. His kids go to a private school, right? They go to a private school. Annapolis has some areas that have lots of money. His kids go to a private school. But you think if his kids had to go to Baltimore County public schools, do you think he would have fired her already? He would have. Also, the vast majority of the students are Black. So, hey, what does he care? He's not about to go fire this Black woman, get called a racist. If Black people don't have an issue with it, why would he have an issue with it? And do you see how children and their future get hijacked? Because people play these games of hot potato. I don't want to be called a racist, so I'm not going to do what needs to be done. And also the mayor, he's a Black man. So if he fires a Black woman, oh, he hates the Black woman. So consequently, 100,000 plus kids, their future's down the drain. Because God forbid you hurt the feelings of one Black woman. This is evil. This is pure evil. This is pure evil. If you were a young student and people were playing with your life like that, you wouldn't find this stuff funny. This is evil. So I can see why, if there are white people and they pack their bags and they move the hell away from this freaking zoo, I get it. Because I will never live in Baltimore. I'm not dealing with this bullshit. Right? Because I know exactly what it is. I'm not dealing with this bullshit. I'm not doing that. People are crazy.
Where we are, but that doesn't mean that the entire system is broken.
Instead of a change in leadership, state lawmakers have focused on funding to fix the school system. Over the next 8 years, Maryland will invest $30 billion additional tax dollars into public education as part of the blueprint for Maryland's future, also known as the Kirwan Plan. Governor Wes Moore is a strong supporter of Kirwan. Earlier this year, he cut funding to a scholarship program that provides low-income families opportunities to send their children to private school.
You see? You see this? But you see this? You see this? These are Black people, man. He cut a program that gives scholarships to poor Black people to send their children to private school. If a white man did that, what would you call that man? Right? Black elites in this country are probably some of the most diabolical people I've ever met. They're worse than white supremacists. Because I think with these people, with these Black elite people, only they and their children can be the Black people who make it, because they weaponize their skin color to get Black people to trust them. And then once they get into power, everything they do is to undermine the progress of Black people, especially poor Black people. Why is he cutting the scholarship program? Why is he so gung-ho on the fact that the children, Black children or poor Black people got to go to the public school system? Because they want your kids in prison. They want these kids in prison. And it's a truth, I think, because, it's me, but I think this truth is one that a lot of Black people are just not willing to accept. that the Black people they look up to so much and they love so much, they hate your guts. They hate you. They hate your kids. They work for their donors. Many are Jewish. Many are private prison owners. And those prisons need prisoners. Right? Those prisons need prisoners. And Westmore, I would not be surprised if you were to look at his donor list and you realize that he receives money from prison people. Because what is it to him? If a poor person can have access to a scholarship program to send their child to a private school, why is he triggered? Why is he triggered? Right? But then you'll go on TikTok. There's this Black girl. She's from Cameroon. What's her name again? Nadine, she's from Cameroon, and she has a 24/7 braiding salon. And they were trying to cancel her because she's African, and African people are mean to African Americans. African people are not, all kinds of bullshit. Westmore is he's from the West Indies. I think he's Jamaican. Hold on. Let me see. What is he again? Let me see. Where is the people from? Okay, so this is it, right? So one parent is from Cuba and another parent is from Jamaica. All right. So he's also what Tariq would call a tether, right? But you see this, he's half Cuban, he's half Jamaican, right? But this man is the governor of Maryland. He also chose not to sign that reparation bill. But not just that, he is stopping scholarship programs that are preventing poor Black parents, well, I'm sure many are FBAs, whatever, right, from being able to send their kids to private school. Why don't you cancel him? All this energy they had for Richelieu and Essence because he gave jollof rice at the Essence Fest. Compare offering somebody jollof rice to canceling an actual scholarship program for children and their education. Which one bears more severity? The scholarship program? Go cancel this man. Because this is evil work. What is it to you? Why do you take it upon yourself to cancel the scholarship program? What is it to you? Because they want the children of poor children to remain poor. They want the children of poor children to not just remain poor, they need those kids in prison. Okay? That's the way it goes. Please, whatever. Let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going.
Instead of struggling schools, he defended that decision, saying public dollars should be going to public schools. So will more money make a difference? About 20% of Baltimore City Schools' $1.7 billion budget comes from the city. Mayor Brandon Scott has been a strong supporter of Dr. Santelises.
Dr. Santelises, we are all here today because we want to congratulate you.
Celebrating her leadership in spite of massive scandals Project Baltimore has exposed, including our investigation in 2021 into grade changing and inflated enrollment at Augusta Fells. In light of the recent math scores, Project Baltimore sent this email to Mayor Scott and every member of City Council asking if they support Dr. Santelises and whether these results warrant a special hearing to question the school system. Not one elected official responded. Not one. But we did speak with City Councilman Robert Stokes at a recent City School Board meeting. We asked him who he holds accountable for 13 high schools with 0 students who tested proficient in math.
It's not just the school system. We got to find a way to have the parents involved in it.
Stokes said he favors adjusting the math curriculum to make it more understandable to parents and students.
You know, a lot of times these math scores, the parents don't even understand. When they bring the homework home, math, the parents don't understand how to do the math.
As an elected official, Stokes wants to help strengthen parent-teachers associations, or PTAs. But after generations of poor student outcomes, some have argued for more drastic solutions, including state intervention. While the state and city gave Baltimore City schools most of its funding, the school system is overseen by the Maryland State Board of Education.
The achievement levels, particularly coming out of the pandemic statewide and in Baltimore, are unacceptable.
We recently asked the president and vice president of the state board what responsibility they have to improve the quality of education in Baltimore City.
We're deeply committed to seeing those numbers increase.
Traditionally, the board has maintained that it does not have the authority to directly intervene. But President Clarence Crawford told us within 30 to 60 days, the state will announce a new partnership with local school systems to improve student outcomes. Though he said right now, he cannot give specifics.
Believe me, it's not lost on us. It is not lost on us. And we know we're going to have to do some things differently.
As Project Baltimore continues to hold these public officials accountable, we want to hear from you. What do you think needs to happen
in America?
When you say that, a lot of people would disagree with you, and they would say, how could you say that? You know, maybe maybe it wasn't back then, but you don't know the America today. You know, you don't know what's going on with the challenges they're facing and the level of racism they're experiencing today in the marketplace, because maybe you are disconnected, kind of like how you were when you thought everybody was black until you joined the army and you realized that your unit, only 8 were black. What do you say to the people that literally 100% disagree with you and they say there is racism today? It is a challenging time today. What do you say to them?
I say, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. You know, a lot of people are like the farmer that came to the creek when it was like coming, it was 3 feet high and moving at about 20 miles an hour. And he forced the mule in and they were swept down the creek. A year later, he comes to the same crossing. This time it's only 6 inches. The mule refuses to go in because the mule had good memory, but poor judgment. Conditions were not like they were back in segregation when I was locked up twice in Mississippi. The conditions have changed, but many of us have. But again, look at the evidence. When whites were at their worst, we were at our best. Mm-hmm. As I said, in 1930 to 1940, when segregation and racism was enshrined in law, blacks had the highest marriage rate of any group in society. Elderly people could walk safely in those communities without fear of being assaulted by their grandchildren. Yeah. So let's look at the evidence. When we refused access to hotels, we built our own hotels, financed by our own means. The Wallahaji in Atlanta, the Carver and Calvert Hotel in Florida, the St. Charles in Chicago, the St. Teresa in New York. I could go on and on. When we were denied access to colleges, we built our own. And in fact, our small business formation rate was higher than whites in the 20s. And that really determines any group's participation in the economy. It is not what government does for you or what white people do. In fact, I think those who continue to push this race agenda are Eurocentric. Yeah. They assume that the destiny of blacks is determined by what white people do. That has never been the case. We closed the education gap in the South between 1920 and 1940. How do we do it? Julius Rosenwald, the CEO of Sears, came together with Booker T. Washington, and he put up $4 million. The black community matched it with $4.8 million. We built 5,000 schools to teach.
Did you hear what he said? Did you hear what he said? A white man, Booker T. Washington met with the white man. The white man offered $4 million. Black people brought $4.8 million. So it would seem like, oh, we need this white man or we owe him something. They brought more money than he brought. These people have pride in themselves. Are you crazy? Are you really crazy? Like what? You got 4, we got 4.8. There you go. That's how you do things out here, Chad. Right? So that's what I say. People like Sabrina or people like Amanda, the stuff they say, if you, I guess, I don't know. If you don't know much, I guess you're impressed by that. But it's actually very racist. It's very racist because it's saying without white people, black people can't do anything. Without money from white people, black people can't do anything. Without the generosity from white people, black people can't make it. Without the sympathy from white people, black people cannot make it. That is a fucking lie. Okay? If anything, I do feel as though now the more white liberals you have, white liberals enable mediocre black people to stay in power. Like you saw with that white man, he should fire the lady, but he is not going to fire her because he's a white liberal. He's not going to fire her. If you had a white Republican, he would have fired her, rightfully so. And tomorrow, when Donald Trump sends people to Baltimore to fix this mess, oh my gosh, he's racist. Oh my gosh, he's a fascist. Oh my gosh, this, right? Because as long as you make it a race issue, you allow for bad black actors to continue to do harm to people. And these people know this. Just blame everything on racism. And as long as I can use racism, I don't really have to compete. I don't have to perform. I don't have to hold myself accountable. I ain't got to do shit. Just say, oh, it's racism. Oh, it's Trump, whatever. But if tomorrow Trump uses, I don't know what kind of executive order he has to bring some kind of correction to this tragedy that is going on in Baltimore County Public Schools, he's going to be the bad guy. He's going to be the bad guy because it's as if, I don't know, maybe I don't know. But it's as if people really want to fail. But like I repeat, most black cities are ran by black people and they're tragic. Most black cities are ran by black people who vote Democrat. And black people do really, really horribly in those cities. And yet they keep going and they keep voting for those people. So no, before we talk about reparation, people need to start talking about black accountability. Hey, Diana, all these black leaders that you've elected, what have they done for you? And what have they done with all the money that was sent to these cities by the federal government? Where is the money? They just steal the money. They just steal the money. Hold on.
Slaves how to read and write. And as a consequence of that study, that in between 1920 and 1940, the education gap in the South between whites and blacks was 3 years. 8th grade for whites, 5th grade for blacks.
Mm-hmm.
Within 20 years, that gap closed within 6 months.
Wow.
There were 5 high schools at the turn of the century in New York, Baltimore, Washington, Atlanta, and New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
They had used textbooks, overcrowded classrooms, half the budgets of white schools. But every one of those schools out-tested every white school in those cities.
Okay. Did you hear what the man said? Schools were crowded. Children barely had places to sit, used textbooks, not enough teachers, underfunded. They didn't have $1 billion budget. And these children excelled. They surpassed white children. So it's not a money issue, right? And that's how I know anybody who thinks they can fix problems with money doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? There are many companies. You have great companies. Like what? At one point we had WeWork over here, right? We had WeWork, right? Mayoshi's son, he was out here throwing all kinds of money at WeWork. It still failed. And that's the problem with socialist people. I told you, Mandani, if it's not the fact that Charlie Kirk doesn't like him because he happens to be a Muslim, I don't support socialism. Because socialists are people who think you can fix everything with money. The issue we have is bad culture. You can throw money as much as you want at bad culture, even a corporation. If you have a corporation that has horrible culture, they're not going to make it. Great corporations have great culture. They have a great work environment. They have a great mission statement. They just have great goals. They have great culture. Culture matters. If you have a community that has bad culture, it doesn't matter how much money you give. You're going to get a bad output. And no one has an infinite amount of money. So if you're going to spend money, it needs to be on good culture. There is a bad culture, especially when it comes to education. Most black cities are ran by black people. Those black people happen to be Democrats. Those black people happen to be liberals. Those black people happen to be progressive, and they have bad culture. They don't have a money problem. They have a culture problem. It's the culture. And if you don't want to change the culture, it's not going to work. And there are no amounts of money that can fix anything. Right? Because I think what a lot of these socialists, these activists have done is sell a lot of black people on the notion of, oh, once we get reparation, everything's going to be all right. Once we get reparations, all of our problems will be fixed. It's like the mind of a gambler. That's why people gamble. They rather gamble than to go have a steady job and to make steady money and learn to manage the money. They want a zero-sum game. It's either all the money or nothing. It is never going to work. And that's why people go to casinos and they end up spending way more money than they're making. The problem is not money. The problem is culture. And there is a bad culture of stewardship. People don't know how to be good steward. Kamala Harris, same thing, bad culture. The lady wasted $1.4 billion in 14 weeks. Not only did she spend the $1.4 billion, she was in debt. She still owed minus $20 million. If people had good sense, they would say, girl, if you can't even manage your campaign money, how you gonna manage a nation? $1.4 billion. Because they thought they could use money to get people to like this lady. It didn't work. Kamala Harris has bad culture. She has a bad culture. She can't talk. She can't express herself. She's not good at selling herself and selling her ideas. You can't fix that with money. She has no real connections with people. And a lot of people didn't even know if that was really her or if they had just dumbed her down so much because they didn't even know how to sell her to people. Money couldn't fix it. And people still don't get that, right? You can have a whole lot of money. You can spend a lot of money on advertisement. You can spend a lot of money on influencers to promote your brand. And guess what? Nobody is going to buy. Because you can't fix everything with money. People actually have to want the product. If it's a great product, it meets a need that people really have, right? And then the price is reasonable because price does matter. And then you do the marketing, yes, then people are going to buy. Oh, yeah, I was looking for something like that. Oh, yeah, the price is actually good. That's pretty good. Okay, sure, I'll buy it. It's not that bad. Oh, and it has free shipping? Cool, right? But everything starts with the culture. But if you don't have good culture, no amounts of money is going to fix it. And people have to stop lying to people. It's very, very evil. Oh, reparation. No. Learn to manage what you already have. Maximize what you already have. Hold people accountable and hold yourself accountable. When you go to vote, especially in your state, in your city, in your county, you got to take this stuff seriously. And do not elect people who are not deserving of being elected. Don't elect the mayor who's not going to care about your children. If the mayor is not going to send his own kids to the public schools, why will he be the mayor? If he himself does not believe in the public school system, why is he here? Right? People got to start doing that. But it's really sad because once upon a time, most Black schools were not receiving $1.7 billion for their education. And yet the children were impressive, right? Yeah, impressive. Right? Scores, impressive. The way they could read, everything was off the charts. Like, what the heck? Because they had educators who cared. And I repeat, the education of Black children was in the hands of Black men. That's what he said, Booker T. Washington. You didn't have women principals. Most women were teachers, but they were not in charge of the school. Right? They were not in charge of the school. And if you ever see most women CEOs anyways, most women CEOs have a tendency of wasting money. They focus a lot on their clothes. They focus a lot on their shoes, their bags, their hair. You know, women tend to spend a lot on their appearance and not spend a lot on what truly matters. Most men who are CEOs are very laid back. T-shirt, jeans, a little watch, that's about it. They have nothing to prove. But most women, I gotta be a boss bitch. They care more about how they look than how they perform. And that's why, once again, people have to learn. I know, I get it. There's this desperate manufactured desire to believe that Black women can be in leadership and Black women can lead the world. They cannot. They can barely lead the household. Stop lying to people. This obsession with having a woman president, having a woman this, all it has done is cause more harm. It has brought more dysfunction. They're not capable. They don't do a good job. And not just that, they are extremely sensitive. So anytime you ask questions, you give feedback, they get offended. They're not suited for leadership. If people can't criticize you without you having spazzing out, this is not the job for you. It's hard for women to be criticized. They don't take it well. You got to praise these women, but we can't praise you, boo-boo, because this is about the children. So you need to step away. Got to go. Right? But that's the liberal thing. Liberals have this obsession with a woman boss, a boss woman, a woman that can compete with men, a woman that can lead. Most of these women are not able to effectively lead. They're bad leaders. They are not good leaders. We got to stop lying, right? The vast majorities of cities that are ran by Black women are full of crime. The crime rates are through the roof. They have no fucking clue what they're doing. And also, most men don't respect women in leadership. They have more respect for men, right? We have to stop. It is sick. And there are real casualties behind this foolishness. We have to stop this foolishness. They are not fit. Bossier is out here in D.C. D.C. is a hot-ass mess. People are scared to come outside. In New Orleans, people get shot in the parking lot at the grocery store. 11-year-olds are carjackers. Like before we left, the biggest carjacker in New Orleans was 11. He was 11. And there's another city that's ran by a woman. All she does is have sex on the clock. She sleeps with her security. She doesn't care. She takes flights. She steals money. They cannot do it. They need to move out the way respectfully. Right? Respectfully, they got to go. You got to go. You really have to go, because you can't do this, and you can't do this effectively. Because leadership, which I think is something that a lot of women don't understand. A lot of women believe that leadership is about being a bully. Let me bully people. Let me bully people. No, leadership is about service. You have to serve. A great leader serves people. A great leader puts himself last. Right? But for a lot of women, being a leader means I got to be a bully. It's me first. Even Jasmine Crockett, she treats her staff like shit. She treats her staff horribly. She's a bully. She bullies these staffers. They're like 20, 22. She abuses these young people because she has no idea what it truly means to lead. You don't bully people. A leader, you can be firm, but you can be kind. You can know what you want, and you can, have mercy. Like, you know what? I got to mold these young people. I have to help these young people, right? But a leader has to serve. You have to meet people who work for you at their level. A leader also has to be considerate. How many Black people do you know are in leadership positions and even go and, hire a coach to become a better leader? Even go to therapy to even make sure that they understand their own triggers and don't take these leadership jobs and bully people, right? It's a very serious thing to be a leader. Also, when you're a leader too, you are responsible for a lot of people's career and the trajectory of their careers. You can hold them back or you can help them to progress, right? A leader also, especially in a corporate job, your job is to also mentor young people. Tell them what they need to do, how they can do better. But if you yourself don't even have humility, if you yourself don't even have self-awareness, how can you help young people to be more successful? You're not going to be a good boss. And one day when they also become bosses, they're going to do to other people what you did to them. And that's why bullies become other bullies. But people don't know how to lead. People just know how to bully. Talk bad to people, be mean to people. Tiffany Hayner, that's all she did. In Dalton, all the ladies in Dalton that work for her or work with her, all she did was degrade these women, insult these women, take their pictures off the wall, just treat these women like shit. I'm like, you don't have what it takes to be a leader. A leader is soft. A leader is kind. A leader has self-awareness. A leader knows how to sacrifice. A leader can take feedback. A leader can be humble, should be humble. Because we're never too good to learn. We can learn from everybody and anybody. A leader is welcoming. So many Black women on the job, they have cliques. They have cliques. I like these girls. I like that girl. And the girls they don't like. And many times these girls are Black. They will go above and beyond to let these Black girls know they don't like you. Why? At your big ass age. We left high school like decades ago. And in the workplace, in the office, you have turned the workplace into high school. Because in high school, you were bullied. You weren't liked in high school. You were not popular in high school. You could not wait to get older, have a position of leadership for you to start bullying other people. What do you get out of that? When you demean other people, when you degrade other people, what does that do for you? If you're a Black woman and you're a leader, you're a CEO, and you have all these cliques at the office, what does that do for you? You need help. You're sick. You're a sociopath. You need help. Big ass, grown ass woman doing cliques in the workplace. What does that do for you? What'd you get out of that? Okay, you made her feel like shit. You guys, you kiki behind her back. As soon as the girl walks in, you intentionally laugh because you want her to feel excluded. What does that do for you? What does that do for you? Nothing at all. You ain't shit. Never been shit, ain't gonna be shit. Because when you think putting people down is what's gonna make you feel better, you're a broken soul. And that's why broken people have no business being around anything that involves power. Because all you're going to do is take the power that you have to hurt people. Take the money that you have to hurt people. Because you don't have a beautiful heart. You do not have a beautiful heart. A lot of people wear makeup. A lot of people wear fake hair, fake lashes, even really nice clothes, by the way. Nice clothes, nice outfits, but you have an ugly, ugly heart. You're an ugly person. You're very ugly on the inside. Very ugly. Very mean. Very, very mean. And then when bad things happen to them, oh, I don't know why this is happening to me. You've hurt a lot of people. And you never apologize. You always put people down. I don't know why, but there's somebody in my life who probably is behaving like that. You got to stop. You got to stop. Be nice to people. Be welcoming to people. Try your very best when you show up places to make people feel included. You know, some people don't even have friends. A lot of people are very lonely. All they have is their job. And they come to the job and they're being bullied at the job. For what reason? It's very mean. There are certain things we tell children not to do. I don't understand why adults do it. They do it themselves. At school, you can't bully people. If you're having a birthday party at school, you got to bring something for everybody. Right? I even like one time I was doing like the Valentine's Day stuff with Stefan. He was like, oh, mommy, I don't want to give so-and-so. I'm like, no, Stefan. We have to love everyone, right? You guys are young people. Sometimes y'all, you get into a fight, but it is not a big deal, right? But it's Valentine's Day, and Valentine's Day is about love. So we have to show love to everybody, right? You can have a disagreement with someone, but you don't have to hate the person. You can have a disagreement with somebody at work, but you should try your best to remedy that. Be like, you know what? Last time we got into it, I want to apologize to you. I wasn't happy, but please forgive me. And I hope we can have, a better relationship after that. That's it. We can learn to be gracious people, be kind people, right? Even with social media. I saw a video, the girl was like, yeah, social media has gotten so bad because people just use social media to be mean. I'm like, yeah, because girls don't know how to not be catty. Girls don't know how to not be petty. They don't know how to not be cliquish, divisive, competing with other people. Why don't you help somebody? If you see a girl and she don't look right, help her out. If you see a girl and she's clueless, help her out. Like maybe she doesn't know. So just tell her. Laughing, kikiing, like what does that do for you? Weak ass shit. So fucking weak. Right? But I'm like, people got to stop. People really have to stop. Learn to, if you're going to be, first of all, you don't have to be a leader. But if you decide to apply for a leadership position, it should not be because of the money you're about to make. It should really be because not only do you want something better for yourself, but the people who are going to work under you, you should want something good for those people as well. Like I want y'all to make it. And I hope that by being your leader, I'm going to help you guys also accomplish some of your goals as you help me accomplish some of my goals. But you have to know how to talk to people, and you have to know how to encourage people, motivate people, and you have to know how to empower people. But a lot of Black leaders don't know how to do that. Everything is insult, degrading people, threatening people, chastising people, giving the cold treatment to people. It's incredibly immature. It is seriously immature. Every time you disagree with someone, I got to insult someone. You don't have to insult anybody. You can disagree without insulting people. Too many people are comfortable when they're mad insulting someone. You don't have to insult anybody. You disagree, but you don't have to insult people. What does that do for you? Absolutely nothing. It does nothing for you. Now people are afraid to come to work. People are afraid to work with you. People are afraid to be around you. You give your workers panic attack. Do you know how many people have panic attacks when they think about going to work? There are people their entire day on Sunday, they're depressed because they fear going back to work, because they're being bullied at work. They're being mistreated at work. But why? Life is so short. Why do you want to meet people and be with people Monday through Friday just to torture people? It's just sick to me. So disgusting. Hold on.
If we were able to close the education gap between 1920 and 1940 through self-determination and hard work, if we were able to out-test white schools in those cities, then the question is, in those same schools today in Baltimore, for instance, where they're run by Blacks, not a single student could read at grade level or perform at grade level. And so how can you say that it is racism that is the cause of the present day challenges when under segregation we achieved? One other example we gave from our studies, in 1943, Blacks were prohibited from being naval officers. Eleanor Roosevelt persuaded her husband to train them. So they selected 16 Black college-educated men for training, the Naval Academy, not the Academy, Naval Training Center. The Navy says, aha, we're going to give these Black cadets in 8 weeks what we give white cadets in 16, so they wash out. When these brothers found out what the deal was, they covered the windows in their barracks and stayed up all night and studied. And when they were tested, they scored in the 90th percentile.
Wow.
So then they said, well, they cheated. So they tested them individually. They scored in the 93rd percentile. 13 of them eventually became naval officers. They call them the Golden 13. You can look.
Here they are. Hold on, let me look and show you a picture. Okay, here we go. Here they are, right? Like I said, they would usually take 16 weeks. They gave these Black men 8 weeks to do it, and they exceeded expectations, right? And I'm like, so how did they do it? How did they do it? How did they make it? And they thought they had cheated, so they gave them another test. They passed that test too with flying colors. So how'd they do it? So to me, it's like, it is not a money problem. It's a management problem. It's a culture problem. So it goes to show the vast majority of children in Baltimore County who are failing, if they have the right teachers, even with less money, these kids most likely can all be like a 3.5. They can have like a 3.5 GPA. It's not that hard. You know, there are a lot of kids who believe that, oh, I'm not good at math and stuff. Yes, you are. You've never really applied yourself. Okay? But you got to have people who care. You got to have people who actually care. Like I said, a lot of people don't care about Black children. They do not care about Black children. They don't care about their own future because children are the future, right? It's not that hard. You just need to have people who have passion. But if the head of the public school system is a horrible person, what do you think the teachers are going to do? When you abuse your workers, they abuse people who work under them. That's why places like Chick-fil-A or places like Costco, they pay their workers really well. You go to Costco, you'll have a great experience because these people they're paid really well. You go to Chick-fil-A, people are paid really well. So you go to Chick-fil-A, you'll have a great experience, right? Because that's how much customer service, the customer experience, that's how much it matters to the owners of Chick-fil-A, to the owners of Costco. They want their shoppers to come in there and have a good old time. So they pay their workers really well because the workers are more likely to see the customers. The CEO is not really going to see customers like that, right? So it's the same thing. If you're the superintendent of Baltimore County Public Schools, if you're an awful person, then your teachers, because they feel frustrated, they're going to be awful teachers. If you are an amazing superintendent, the teachers are going to be awesome teachers. And therefore, the children who are your customers, they're going to have a great experience. Got to care about the kids. But a lot of Black children are gifted. Unfortunately, they're not in school districts. They're not in classrooms where they have teachers who actually care. They're not in classrooms where they have teachers who see their genius. And unfortunately, for many, many Black children in this country, they don't have parents who advocate for their genius. A lot of people don't fight for their kids. They don't fight for their children. They don't see how special your child is. But they want to fight for reparations. Even if they were to do reparations, how much would you get? If your Black child makes it, how much are you going to make? Right? If you steer your Black child in the right direction, and then your baby becomes a multi-millionaire, isn't that better than asking for reparations? Right? God has placed right next to you the greatest blessing of your life, your child or your children. And instead of like fully committing to the success of those children, you're out here chasing behind all kinds of hotep idiots, promising you that if you scream loud enough or if you complain about racism loud enough, you're going to get reparations. You will not get reparations. It's not happening. Civil War ended in 1965. We're in 2025. It doesn't take 200 years to give somebody money. It is not happening. Stop believing in foolishness. And instead, focus on family. Focus on your children. Because if these kids make it, you'll be surprised. Many, many Black children have crazy ass genius inside of them. You see, me, when I was going to school, I didn't know I could do the whole math stuff until I went to college, right? And I had this one professor, a white woman actually. She was like, oh my gosh, because I told her I was going to drop. She's like, no, Marlene, don't do it. You're so smart. I'm like, oh, wow. But the way she spoke to me, it made me reconsider. I was like, maybe I'm just afraid. But being afraid doesn't mean that you're not capable. You're just scared. It happens. You can be scared. But just because you're scared doesn't mean you don't have crazy genius inside of you. A lot of these Black kids are crazy intelligent. They're crazy gifted. But it takes people who care. And me, I find it incredibly disgusting. I think it's a crime against humanity to be an adult and to play with the education of young people. Like that superintendent lady, she needs to be in jail. People like that should be in jail. Because 10 years, 100,000 students, that's almost 1 million kids, right? Give or take from 500 to 1 million. You've destroyed their education. 500,000 to 1 million kids. You need to be in prison. She should be in prison. Anybody who plays with children needs to be in prison, not just pedophiles. But you play with their education, you intentionally cause these kids to not know how to read. How can a 12th grader read at 3rd grade level? Somebody needs to go to jail. But there are no consequences out here, y'all. Hey, babe. Yeah, you can vote, right? Which one? I don't even know which one, but just tell me which one, right? There are no consequences here to damage young people. Anybody can abort a Black child, no consequence. You can dump a Black baby, no consequence. You can fuck up their education, no consequence. You can give them a horrible education, whatever. You have the right, you really, you truly have the right to bastardize the future of young Black children. And how people don't see that as being wicked, and they really think that God, even if Jewish people were not in charge of this country, but to really think that you can play with God's children, it's in the Bible, to really think that you can play with God's babies, you can play with God's children, you can play with their education. And then when you cry to the white man for money, he gonna give it to you. God will make sure that these people's heart is locked like Fort Knox. You ain't getting shit. You're not gonna get shit. Until you do right by these children, you're not gonna get shit. Because most Black parents out here need to have the same energy as Korean people. need to have the same energy as Indian parents, need to have the same energy as white parents that actually care, because they don't all care, but the ones that do care, right? Need to have the same energy as Japanese American parents. If you start to see that, yo, why is my child feeling like this? Start emailing the school. Mothers should come together. Like, hold up, wait a minute. Ever since you got here, bad things are happening to our kids. Ever since you got here, our kids don't want to go to class. What is this? Girl, you're going to get fired. I don't care. Go. Who sent you here? Go work in the private sector and see if they'll put up with you not having a yearly, not having an annual review. Go try that stuff over there. But people don't care. People do not care. Because all day, every day, let's just obsess. Because at this point, it's actually an obsession. Let's just obsess over white racism. No, let's obsess over Black children. What the fuck is going on? Black children matter more than this weird obsession with the white racist boogeyman. Where is this person anyways? Where is he? I don't know. What the fuck is he? Right? What should matter more is the future of Black children. By the time they leave high school, most Black children should read at their grade level. It is not that hard to be 18 and to read at a 12th grade level. What the fuck? What's the problem? Right? Most Black children, when they leave high school, should at least have algebra 2. I would love it if they had pre-calculus, but hey, whatever. But at least algebra 2. Right? They should have a strong understanding of like our civic system, whatever, like government and shit. They should understand the basics. And it's not that hard. It's not that hard. So why in modern times are these kids struggling like this? They're struggling more than children who came out of slavery. How does that even make sense? And these kids are in the care of Black people. How's that okay? Right? But I think, like I said, a lot of people are not willing to admit to themselves that Black people have failed Black people. They need a scapegoat. It's American culture. I've learned that too, because white people do it. In America, people really struggle with accountability. People have to always look for a scapegoat. I need someone to beat down. I need someone to blame. Sometimes the person to blame is yourself. Because the ancestors, they left or they created, I guess, like a base, a foundation. You were only supposed to go up from here. You were only supposed to go up from there. And now you're doing worse than people who came out of slavery. Why? Why? And instead of asking meaningful questions, oh no, let's go find white people to blame. You will never succeed if you don't take accountability for yourself. You can spend the rest of your life blaming white people. And one day, maybe if I'm available, we will come back on this. We'll do another live in 2045, and we're going to be here to talk about the same old bullshit. Right? Because in this life, it's up to you. You can blame people. You can say, oh, somebody owes me this, somebody owes me that. Like I told Jeff earlier, he's gone now. Maybe he's still here. And I said, Jeff, if they don't pay that money, then what? You ain't going to do shit. You ain't going to do shit. Millions of Black people, millions of Black children every year are going to prison for some foolishness. Nobody marches. Nobody gets upset. Nobody's protesting. Millions of kids just disappear. They go to penitentiary, and most of them are going to die in there. They go there at 21, 16, 17. How many Black American children, especially boys, are 20 or 15 or 17? They get 20 years, 35 years. I'm like, what the fuck? 45 years. I've even seen 20-year-olds get 50 years. I'm like, what the fuck? You're only 20. You're going to have to learn to be a man in prison. Nobody cries for these young people. Nobody says, hey, how can we learn? Like, what went wrong with this kid that we can learn so we can save other kids? Because this is crazy. How can a 20-year-old get 50 years to life in prison? It's sad. It's really sad. No, let's focus on racism. But this is not a racism issue. It's a culture issue. It's a culture. There's a bad culture. And there are a lot of mindsets that have to change. There are a lot of attitudes that have to change, right? A lot of things that have to change. Because if you don't fix the culture, you're going to lose a lot of your children. To cry, this is how you realize that we're truly in America, because America is such a capitalist nation. People care more about money than they care about their children. You're crying for money. Your children are disappearing. Black American kids are seriously disappearing. A lot of them have no structure. They have no mentors. They have no guidance. Many of them have no sense of self. They have no sense of purpose. Many are depressed, so they're acting out because they're seriously depressed. It is not normal for young people to be this aggressive. They feel alone. They feel unheard. They feel unseen. Nobody's paying attention. Nobody's telling them you're special. You have gifts. Even if traditional school is not for you, there's something special inside of you. Everybody has something special inside of them. You got to find what that is. But it's a lot easier when you have mentors to help you find what your gift is. Everybody has a gift. God put something special inside of everybody. And he told us that in Jeremiah. Before you were created, before you were conceived, before you were in your mother's womb, I knew you. And I knew the plans that I had for you. And I knew I have plans to prosper you. Every baby that is born, every Black baby that is conceived. The initial plans over that child's life by God was prosperity. So if Black children are not prospering, Black people need to look at themselves. Black elders need to look at themselves. Black parents have to look at themselves. Black administrators have to look at themselves. What the fuck are we doing? Because it was never supposed to be any of this. You cry for money when your children are falling to the wayside. Just like when you have a lot of women out here, they'll cry about a career. Oh, my career, because being a mom is, God forbid, being at home, raise the kids. Oh my gosh, my career. What's in the bigger scheme of things, what is the point of chasing a career if your children are going to be a failure? You have a great career, then your babies are idiots. You have a great career, now your baby's in the streets. To what avail? Right? Is it not better to cry for your baby, cry for your child, fight for your child, fight that your child might be a successful person? You can always have a career. You only have to raise these people for 18 years. And if you do a good job, you don't have to worry about them. Right? But you're fighting for a career instead of fighting to be a mother. That is your first career. Be a mother to the children that you brought into this world. Invest in your children. Get to know your children. Spend time with your children. Get to know, what is he like? What does she like? What are their interests? Some of them might like painting. Some of them might like to read. All kinds of stuff. Right? That's where it has to go. Because that is the biggest blessing you have, your babies. And if your babies become successful people, not only will you never have to worry about anything, they're going to make you proud. They're going to really, really make you proud. And in your life as a woman, especially as a matriarch, you're like, wow, I didn't make any mistake. And every day that they live, they're going to honor you because you made sure they became somebody's. You made sure they didn't get taken over by the streets. You made sure they didn't end up in prison. When children know that they're loved, even if there's temptation, they're going to say, you know what, if I do X, Y, and Z, it's really going to hurt my mom because they know you care. But for a child to know my mommy cares about me, you got to spend time with your child, right? If you don't spend time with your child, how will he know that you love him? How will she know that you love her, right? This is what people have to do. When we all have to do it, right? Money's not everything. It will be nice. But in the meantime, we have children. And these children are worth way more, to me at least, They're worth way more than a reparation check. But I'm like, a lot of people have a lot of energy. They'll spend days, hours, weeks, months, years arguing, discussing, debating reparations. But very seldom do you see these people put the same fervor, the same energy towards Black children and their education, right? We should care more about kids than we care about money. We should care more about Black children than we care about money. We should care more about the academics of Black children than we care about money. We should make sure our kids know how to read. We should make sure our kids know how to do math. We should make sure our children are not intimidated by math. Like, why are you scared? There's no reason to be scared, right? Black parents should introduce their Black children to Black history. The child should not have to wait to go to white school to learn about Black history. A child should not have to sign up for college and sign up for African American studies to learn about African American history. There are so many impressive, highly accomplished, unbelievable Black people in Black history. Your kids should know about them. So that way it can help them to put things in perspective. If these people had to walk to school, if these people barely had books, look at their grades. Why are you not stepping up? They have to know, right? They truly need to know. They need to know as many Black leaders, as many Black examples as possible, so that they can realize that I don't have a reason to give myself excuses. I don't have a reason to not be top of my class. I don't have a reason to not push myself, right? To try to get an A in this class. Okay. When I was doing my math undergrad, right, there were certain classes that were really hard for me, because unlike some people, I didn't come to college with a strong, I didn't have pre-calculus and calculus. I didn't have all that. Okay. Some kids, they have that. And also their parents were professors. So it's kind of like the kids that were in my department, in my math department, many of those kids are like Trey or Stefan, like your mom's a math professor, your dad, they're kind of like that, right? I was not like that. Even though my dad's an engineer, my dad never had the patience to teach me anything. He's very, very short-tempered. He's not a good teacher, right? But some classes, I don't even know if it was the coursework or it was my fears. I don't know. Maybe it was both. I don't know. I can't remember. But I know that I had certain classes that gave me great anxiety. Oh shit, I'm going to fail. I'm going to fail this class. I don't belong here. It was a lot. So that's why I say I don't know if it's the coursework that had me scared or if it was my own psychology, like my own mindset that had me scared. I don't know. But there were classes where truly I was going through the gigs. Like I was like, maybe this is it. Maybe I have to change my major. Maybe I have to drop out, And so when I discovered the story of Percy Julian, it made me cry. When I saw how badly he wanted to read, I was like, child. Now I spent a lot of my summers reading. Like my dad would always take me to Barnes and Nobles, but I spent a lot of my summers reading. I read a lot during the summers, right? But it did something to me, When he was able to get into Harvard for chemistry, I was like, this is great. Chemistry, especially organic chem. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't take organic chemistry. I did a BS because I didn't want to be bothered with the sciences like that. So I did a BA. I didn't do a BS, right? But when I discovered the story of Percy Julian, I was like, I have no reasons to feel bad. Yes, it's hard, but if he can persevere, so can I. A man I never met. But I've always said the day I become super rich, I'm going to force Harvard to give him a PhD posthumously. He deserves his PhD. He deserves his Harvard PhD. But you see how relentless this man was to have a PhD in chemistry. It's so honorable. I was like, oh my gosh, I want to be this smart, right? But then you start to wonder, like, is it because he was smart, or is it because he was relentless? Maybe it's a little bit of both, right? And like towards the end of his career, also he was in need of money, and he didn't think he was going to have the money, but somehow money showed. I can't remember how the money showed up. But long story short, this man dies after having so many patents. He has so many patents in chemistry. It is ridiculous. It's ridiculous, right? And you're like, what the fuck? And I tell you guys, since Mason, I never, ever forgot about him. I even told Trader, you have to learn about Percy Julian so it can motivate you for your chemistry class, right? Every time you think that there's something you cannot do, right? Every time you think, oh, I can't do this class, I can't do this business, I can't do this marriage, I can't do this. You got to go back and you got to research. Like you got to go back, you got to research, you got to educate yourself. There's always a Black person that had way less than you. They had way less than you. and they didn't give up. So why are you giving up? You understand? There's so many Black people. They never had help from a single white person. And they never asked help from a white person. Because first of all, they are probably going to get insults instead of getting help anyway. So why bother? Right? But it's so many people like that. And you say to yourself, you know, it would be really nice. It'd be nice to get help. But if people do not help me, I am going to make it anyways. You understand? If people don't help me, I'm going to make it. And it's not even like, oh, I'm going to make it in the way where I am so bitter. Oh, I can't wait to make it so I can stun my haters. I can't wait to make it so I can flex on people. No. You're going to make it, and then you're going to be gracious. You're going to make it. You're not going to seek revenge on anybody. It would have been nice if they helped you. But just because someone did not help you doesn't mean that you become petty. It's not an eye for an eye. It's not to know. Everything belongs to God. If God wanted those people to help you, he would have touched their heart. They would have helped you. If God didn't, and maybe he also did, and they chose not to do it. Either way, if the Lord be for me, who shall be against me? You understand? The main source, you want to ask for anything, you want to receive anything, that's the way I look at it. The main source has to be God. Let the Lord be your provider, not men. When men start to give you stuff, they feel like they can take it away. As they say, you know, what man, like I said, whatever the devil gives, he takes it back. Whatever man gives you, he gonna find a way to take it back. What belongs to Caesar has to go back to Caesar. And there's nothing like building something and knowing that you built this for yourself. There's nothing like building something and knowing that this right here, it was me and God. We built this together. Because what God gives you, it's for you. What man gives you, tomorrow he might come and say, well, you wouldn't have made it without me. You wouldn't have been able to do this without me. This is how people are. This is how people are. I even think, for as much as I'm not a fan of Sean Carter, but Jay-Z said, you claim you made me. But if you really did make me again. Go find another person and make that person just like me. But long story short, when you rely on people, people will eventually say, she wouldn't have gotten this far if it wasn't for me. He wouldn't have gotten this far if it wasn't for me. She would have made this money if it wasn't for me. She would have had this degree if it wasn't for me. Right? So that's that. Once upon a time, I used to feel like, oh my gosh, life is so unfair. Why is it that when you're Black, things are so much harder for you? And one day, I had a change of heart. And I was like, maybe because I am favored, things have to be harder. And instead of complaining about things being harder, I rejoice in things being harder. Because the harder things are, the better you're going to be because of that. You know, I used to be like many Black people, I used to be the same way. Oh, white people this, white people that. Right? But I realized that because things are harder, it doesn't mean God loves you any less. Maybe you're going to have more than other people. So he needs to make sure you don't get lost in the sauce. You're not being punished. You're being perfected, right? You're not being forsaken. You're being molded. You know, in this life, people will always have more respect for people who don't ask. It's not because you don't need, you don't ask, right? A lot of people need, some people don't ask. And the people who don't ask and they make it, people have more respect for them. Because they're like, how did you make it? We were expecting you to ask us for money. You see, it's the same thing I said about illegal immigration. The more you beg to stay here, you cry to stay here, you're allowing white racists to have this natural high, right? To deport you, lock you up, blah, 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 blah. For as much as you would love to stay in America, America is not the end all be all. You can make it anywhere in the world. It's about your attitude. And you have no idea even if you were to go back home, you might be more successful back home than you are here in America. Why are you afraid? Right? A lot of people, they fear the unknown. I got to stay here. Why do you want to stay next to a person that's not nice to you? Right? I respect yourself. So sometimes it's a lot better to self-deport and leave in dignity. Don't give white people a reason to put handcuffs on you, chains on you, all that weird shit. You got to believe wherever I go, the Lord goes with me. I will be successful. When Joseph was sold into, count everything as joy. When Joseph was sold into slavery, he had no idea that one day he was going to be the prime minister of Egypt. But you have to say to yourself, wherever I go, God goes with me. Whatever I do, God is doing it with me. You understand? And I feel as though, I'm going to say this again, right? If you're offended, that's fine. I will also say this. Black people from the days of slavery, after slavery, Reconstruction, you name it, until like recently with liberalism and progressive, whatever, energy, whatever, Black people have always been a praying people. Their provision, it came from God. Their abundance, it came from God. They used to have so much faith in God. Not money, not people, not the promises of people, because at a certain age, you realize people ain't shit. Okay? And so if you're waiting for people to honor the child, please, you're going to die. People are not honorable. But there used to be a time, even here in Black America, where the vast majority of Black American people waited on the Lord. They didn't wait on men. When they believed that slavery would one day end, it wasn't because they believed in the kindness of white people. It never gave. But they believed that one day God would see fit to say, okay, this is enough. It has to stop. Right? Many things have been done, not by asking from white people, but by seeking God. Right? They achieved a lot because they had faith in God. And one day the Lord was going to remember me. Not that white people were going to be kind to me. Womp, 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 womp. With the increase in liberalism, with the increase in progressivism, people have replaced God for white people. The things that they should be asking of God, they're asking white people to give them that. The thing that they should be seeking from God, they seek those things from white people. People have turned white people into a false God. If white people don't give me this, I can't make it. If white people don't do this for me, I can't make it. If white people this, who are these people? Why are they so important to you? I'm like, what the fuck? Why are they so important to you? Who are these white people? They're not that important. But liberal culture, Black liberal culture, makes white people indisposable. I need a white person's approval. I need a white person to love me. I need a white person to give me shelf space. I need a white person to appreciate my beauty. I need, oh my Lord, that is crazy. They're people. And these are things that you should be seeking from God. Right? Like when Gehazi was panicking, and the prophet Elisha said, God opened his eyes and he said, greater is he that's with us than those that are against us. Right? When you wait upon the Lord, when you surrender to God, when you trust in God, and when you wait upon the Lord, you will have way more than whatever you are expecting white people to give you. You don't need white people money. Oh, you owe me a thing. And do you not know the more you ask these white people, the more you give them the privilege or the power to say, I'm not going to give it to you. Like, why would you put these people on a pedestal for them to even say, well, I'm not going to give you this? Right? So I told you something happened to Jimmy. I was like, oh, Jimmy, who cares? Who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? The day you start to get worried is the day that you realize that God is he's no longer walking with you. If the Lord is for you, he will make your path extra smooth. It's going to be okay. You understand? Whatever it is, your career, your business, your education, your finances, give it all to God. You understand? If you are currently in a place where you feel overwhelmed by your bills, give it to God. But I will also say, if God then says to you, cut back on your spending, you have to do it. Right? If you also have to get a second job, it might not be convenient, but remember, everything will last always. It's for a season. You know, some people also maybe even have to file for bankruptcy, because right now the amount of debt it's overwhelming, right? But whatever you're going through, that you feel as though if I was to get reparations, it'll fix all my problems. Listen, No amount of money is going to fix your problem until you learn to be a great steward of money, right? And I feel like you got to get close to God for that. And if you had money or you made money and you mishandled the money, no matter how much you make, anybody that has a job, you make enough to have some kind of savings. You can say, oh, Martin, I don't. Everybody can save something, right? Now, if you haven't gotten to a place where you know how to save, I will also say, pray about that, right? Whatever is motivating you to always spend more than you make, ask God to help you with that. If growing up you didn't have certain things and it made you feel a certain way, if you couldn't afford certain things, or even right now you might work with people who dress a certain way, you might be around people who spend a lot of money. If that is doing something to you, pray about that you grow in your confidence, that you can be yourself, show up as you are. And no, clothes don't make the people, right? The car you drive, it doesn't make you, right? A lot of us, myself included, right? We have to learn, and we should keep on learning how to be financially literate and how to make sure that we spend less than what we make. We have to learn to be financially solvent, all right? We also have to learn to be good steward of the money. I wish way more Black people, instead of making content to mislead people, would actually do content about financial literacy and not, oh, how to flip a house and make all this crazy money. No, teach people the basics of financial literacy. Teach people, listen, it's better to save $1,000 every month steadily than to try to make $50,000 overnight. You're more likely to get scammed. Anybody who's promising you a bunch of money overnight, they're trying to scam you, right? Just like the people who want to, oh, a debt is owed and we deserve reparation. Listen, I think people just want to grow their channels because deep down inside, they all know this is never going to make it in the house. And if the house is ran by mostly Zionists, if Israel runs our U.S. Congress, it's never going to happen. So in the meantime, in between time, instead of hoping, praying, or even being upset or fighting about something that was never going to happen in the first place, we got to teach people financial literacy. Got to teach people how to make the most with what they have. We also have to resell people on the notion of marriage, right? Marriage, it does a lot for people. Many people need to get married. People under a certain income should definitely get married because it's a lot cheaper. Life is a lot more affordable when you're married than when you're paying for everything by yourself, right? Gotta have strong communities. Now, one day if it does happen, that's cool. But in the meantime, because the war ended in 1865, we are in 2025. So it's almost 100 and almost 165, 40, what is it? 40, 60, 160 years. Is that what it is? Something like that, right? If it hasn't happened yet, most likely it's not going to happen. So don't let people play with your heart. Don't let people sell you on false promises. Don't let people bamboozle you. Don't let people get you all riled up and stuff when they know damn well it's not going to make it to the house. We saw it in California. We saw it in Maryland. Both governors were Democrat. They killed that shit, right? The most important thing right now is to know how to be a good steward for what you have. Learn about finances, like learn how to invest your money, learn how to multiply your money. And if you have children, invest a lot in your kids. It's a lot easier as a family to build wealth than to wait for the federal government. I think right now it's very clear that for America, the priority is Ukraine and the other priority is Israel. Everybody else can kind of wait, right? So if the children are receiving all this money by the federal government to go to school, parents have to apply pressure because $18,000 is a lot of money. Parents have to seriously apply pressure. Parents have to hold people accountable. There's no reason why these Black children are failing. There is no reason why a Black child cannot do 11th grade math. There is no reason why a Black child cannot read at his or her grade level. Parents have to apply pressure, right? But the problem about these activists, if they don't talk about racism, they have nothing else to talk about. They have nothing else to talk about. Even Dr. Umar, for as much as he loves talking about nobody's racism, what else? His school I wonder how active he was in his daughter's life when she was going to school. Because obviously, I don't think she got the best education, because you can see the way she's always cussing him out on TikTok, right? But children, they truly matter. And I think a lot of people should take their energy and focus that energy on Black children. Make sure those people who are tomorrow going to be responsible for voting, they're responsible for working and paying taxes for the rest of us, for our Medicare. Let's make sure that those young people are confident, that they go into the world and they don't have imposter syndrome, okay? That they go into the world knowing that they can be successful. They're going to be successful. It's not always going to be optimal. Racism might always exist in America. I don't know, maybe, most likely. But in spite of racism, a Black person can succeed. In spite of racism, right? In spite of racism, you can have incredible success, right? That Psalms 23 says this to us. In the presence of my enemies, you anoint my head with oil. White people can be as racist as they want to be. And you can end up being the leader of all these white people. Okay? There you go. All right? You have nothing to worry about. Bunch of Black people, they didn't just survive. They thrived when white Americans were at their worst. Their culture was even more diabolical than what it is now. They were truly evil people. And so many Black people thrived. They walked around full of pride, full of dignity, conducting themselves like gentlemen and ladies, okay? They weren't worried about white people. The lady asked Toni Morrison, why doesn't Toni Morrison write about white people? She's like, I don't really care about white people. You know what I'm saying? Now, why would I write about white people? Who are these people? But then again, Toni Morrison's an Aquarius, so hey, why would we care? You know, if you ever study Nina Simone, incredible pianist, incredible. There is nothing you want to do that a Black person before you hasn't done. And they did it with way less. So stop crying, like wipe your tears. Stop asking yourself, Marlene, why isn't life fair? Life will never be fair. The goal of life is not for it to be fair. The goal of life is to teach you that in spite of things not being fair, you can still make it. And you're going to make it. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. You're going to make it. Ease yourself. You know, so many of our people today, so many of our young, especially our young people, because I see a lot on TikTok. I see it a lot on TikTok. They're so radicalized, you know. And when you do that, me personally, I think because you don't have any faith or nobody showed you how to have faith, right? So you're worried. And people who are worried become radicalized. People who are fearful are easy to radicalize because they're afraid. But Marlene, we have to fight for this money. Marlene, we have to get this money. And if we don't get the money, then what? You gonna stop living? You gonna stop dreaming? You gonna stop thinking? You gonna stop, I don't know, you gonna stop living life? No, you're not. So live life, plan, be ambitious. Remember last time I showed you Siobhan. Siobhan went and bought himself a $250,000 Maybach. The boy is 25 years old. 25 years old. He just did YouTube. That's it. Y'all know I love DDG, right? My favorite Libra, but DDG, what is he, 27? 27 years old. Because of YouTube, he's worth 11 million. 11 million, a 27-year-old from Pontiac, Michigan. The fuck, right? 11 plus million. The boy drives a Rolls Royce. His rent is $20,000. What the freak? He moved his entire family out of Pontiac they all live in LA. Expensive ass rent. Everybody's rent is paid on time. My God. My God. You think he's out here waiting for reparations? Even Beyonce, for as much as I love Beyonce, sometimes she gets on my nerves, but you think Beyonce's waiting for reparations? Beyonce is worth 700 million. 700. So I feel like this reparation shit, it's like a golden calf. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a major distraction. I feel like they want to go, oh, reparation. And even if I was to get reparation, how much is it? Even if it's 30,000, is that gonna change your life? No, not gonna change your life. But even if they give you 100,000, okay, it's not gonna change your life, because if you don't have financial literacy, it's gonna make your life worse. And that's why most people who win the lottery end up in jail. They end up dead, or they end up worse than before they ever had the lottery. Right? But we are seeing countless of Black people, even Aaliyah's face. Aaliyah, 7 years or 8 years of doing YouTube, right? She dropped out of nursing school to do YouTube, whatever. She didn't know she was gonna make it. Now you go on her YouTube, you see how she living. She's not waiting for reparations. So I think a lot of people who are waiting for reparations, or who fight for reparations, who want for reparations, I think maybe they just don't know how to win. And they are afraid that, I need this money so I can da-da-da-da-da. You can make this money without the U.S. government. You don't need those people. Every day because of social media, every day because of tech, every day because, tech, social media, all that shit, right? Bunch of Black people become millionaires. Bunch of Black people every day becoming millionaires. AI, Mid-Journey, faceless YouTube channels. I don't even know. These people are making so much money every day. They're not waiting for reparations. Right? And this is why we fear socialists. Because socialists, they have a tendency of teaching people, unless you have money from someone, you can't make it. And I'm here to say that is completely untrue. You can make it. Creativity, imagination, hard work, patience, consistency, you have no idea. You have no idea. But I really don't like the way these people talk, because it gives off the impression that without white people, Black people are not capable of doing anything for themselves. And I think that's very, very offensive. Yeah. To me, that's really, really offensive. Yeah, it's very, very offensive. Oh, if you're not next to white people, if you don't live in a neighborhood next to white people, who are these people? Who are white people? Every day you get on the news, some white kid is killing somebody, some white child is doing this. White people also have their level of toxicity. They're very toxic, right? White people don't automatically make for great neighbors because they're white. You might say, hey, if I go to a school full of white kids, there might be a school shooter. What do I know, right? But it's very, very toxic to make it seem like if you don't go to school, if you don't live next to white people, you don't have housing next to white people, you don't have support from white people, you can't make it. White people are not oxygen for Black people. They're just a people. And they themselves have a lot of things they got to work on. A lot of Chinese people live by themselves. A lot of Vietnamese people stay to themselves. A lot of Koreans stay to themselves. So how are they making it? How are they making it? Right? And they themselves don't want to live next to white people because they want to have their culture. So how are they making it? That makes no sense to me. Like, girl, stop. You're crazy.
That test, the test scores today has never been bettered.
Yeah.
So again, I respond to people with evidence.
Mm-hmm.
The incarceration rates of Blacks from the turn of the century up to the 60s was under 25%.
Yeah.
Incarceration was under 25%.
Under 25%.
Where are we at
it
today?
Shot up to I think it was like 90,000 Blacks were in jail in 1960. That went up to 900,000 over the next 30.
What is it? 1960, Dr. King? Okay. So before Dr. King, you only had 90,000 Black people in prison. After him, you have almost 1 million. You see this? The culture. Dr. King, he ushered in a cultural shift. A very, very diabolical cultural shift. So before you came around, low baby mama, the rate was low. Single mothers, the rate was very low. Incarceration rate for Black boys was very, very low. Everything was really low until this man shows up. This man shows up, everything bad goes up. I'm saying this man he ushered in a really, really horrible cultural shift. Was it intentional? I think so. I think he's CIA. What do I know? They picked him up at a Morehouse anyways. So most likely he was CIA, but this is not normal. Because if you were a good person, the moment you showed up, things should have gotten even lower. Things should have gotten a lot lower. But he put something in people's heads and he damaged people. He damaged people. He made people feel as though integration is your ox. You have to integrate. You have to be next to white people. You gotta live next to white people. You have to live. You gotta go to schools with white people. What? Who told you that? Oh, well, thank you. Who told you that? Now look, 1960s. Before 1960, only 90,000 people. That's a lot, huh? That's impressive. 90,000. What was the population then? Let me see. Let me see something real quick. Unbelievable. So the population in America was almost 180 million. So out of 180 million people, Black people only had 90,000 people in prison. That is really, really impressive. Why? And you think it's because of money? No, culture. Because most people had families. Most people went to church. Most people had a lot of pride, a lot of dignity. I'm not doing foolishness. You are crazy, right? Because and that's the thing, like when you have family, when you have great family units, when you have great structure, when daddy is in the lane he's supposed to be in, when mommy's in the lane she's supposed to be in, when the grandparents are in the lanes they're supposed to be in, when the pastor also does what he's supposed to do, right? The teachers do what they're supposed to do, the principal do what he's supposed to do, right? What happens? Everything just works just right. Everybody knows how to act. You have great culture. And when you have great culture, people check themselves. Nobody needs to police. Nobody needs policing. Oh, we need more police. No. People police themselves. Their culture helps them to police themselves. Their family values, it helps them to police themselves. Oh, Lord, Maverick, what's wrong? Okay. People will police themselves. They'll police themselves. Hold on, let me see this baby. Maggie, hold
on. In our studies, red, white, and black, we looked at the experiences. We looked at 6 major plantations to find out what the state of marriage was of slaves. 75% of those slaves had a man and woman raising children. The nuclear family continued to prosper in the face of segregation for 100 years. But all of that changed in the 60s with the poverty programs.
Lyndon Johnson?
Yes. Johnson came in, and what happened was the social scientists who were pushing socialism on America, Cloud and Piven at Columbia, said if you disconnect work from income, then school dropout rates will increase, drug addiction, all of those things. And so what the government did was offer welfare as an alternative to a man in the house. We relaxed the rules. We separated work from income. And as a consequence, that was supported by the Black Power movement. Also, the women's movement was anti-man. And so you have a combination of social policy, but policy alone wouldn't have done it. The federal government enticed welfare to Blacks to go on welfare. Blacks' welfare used to be stigmatized in the Black community, but the federal government began to interpret it as reparations and as entitlements. They withdrew any requirement that you should tell the paternity of the father, paternity in cases of pregnancy. All of these, so that more Blacks came into the welfare system in the first 5 years of the 70s. That millions flooded into the system at a time when the unemployment rate was under 4%. So it is a combination of social policies plus the civil rights movement morphed into a race grievance industry. And many of those civil rights leaders became mayors and elected to public office, where we spent $22 trillion during that period on programs to aid the poor, where 70 cents of every dollar went not to the poor, but those who served the poor.
What percentage of it?
70%.
70% of the 22 trillion went to the people that serve the poor.
They ask which problems are fundable, not which problems are solvable. So in other words, a friend of mine described it this way. He's having a cabin built in Wisconsin. His electrician is a drunk, and the carpenter is an has one leg. Their value to him is their skill. But if he was a disabilities director, their value to him would only be the disability. So we have a situation where we have really created a commodity out of poverty.
And by the way, when you're saying these numbers, what it makes me think about is this. So why, if you go back 1940s, you know, only 4% of kids that were born in America are to a single mother. Okay.
Right.
That increased from 4% to 40%.
Right.
Okay. And the numbers are staggering where it's at today, specifically 70% in blacks and different in, you know, different communities. Why do you think this happened? And, you know, if you were to say, well, here's how we can get away from this, this is how to fix it. So one, why did it happen? How do we get here? Two, how would you fix it?
Well, first of all, we got here because we had the social policy that incentivized single parents. In other words, I had a young couple. She said that my husband, my husband's a janitor and I'm a secretary, and he lost his job. She said, I applied for welfare as a married couple and they refused me. But she said, if I was a single mother, then I can get help. And so you really provide a disincentive for marriage, and you wonder why you get it. You get more of what you reward and less of what you punish. And so over those decades, we have punished single parent households. The more you work, the more in other words, the more you work, the more perverse incentives for you. If I work and get a raise, I'm going to lose childcare. So that's why we have a system that disincentivizes work and marriage.
And you had certain politicians that would use that, but they would spin it for votes. Oh, we're paying poor women to have kids. You would hear that in political speeches. Right. I'm going to change that. We're paying poor women to have kids. And it made it sound like that the poor women were the problem, right? That they're just taking advantage of it. You know, when you go back and what you're talking about, I think it's important to look at Lyndon Johnson and remember when they were saying the Great Society, it was Great Society for who? Because the government was our government has been actually pretty bad at getting Americans to move and change. They're pretty good at getting us upset, but they really don't get Americans, if you look at history, to really move and change. Our government has never really led, but our government has been excellent at being a catalyst of where they want us to go and to let us go. And to your point, they create this catalyst. You know, what they say with explosive, the explosive isn't the problem. It's the catalyst you put in the explosive. So always keep those guys separate. Government has been the catalyst. And what you're talking about is what they did is they knew what they were doing. And they knew that these things would be a catalyst of changing behavior because they couldn't stand at the pulpit of government and demand that you change, but they could put things out there and sit back and watch. And that's what you're saying.
Right. But I also realized that the question is, what are solutions? Mm-hmm. If you say that 70% of those families are raising children that are dropping out of school, it means 30% are not. What we do at the Woodson Center is we go into low-income communities and we go into the homes of the 30% to find out what is going on in those households. These are people who are raising children that are not dropping out of school. They're not in jail. They're not on drugs. They're confronted with the same economic circumstances. But and so the question is, what is it that's going on there?
Right,
that's
not success leaves clues.
Success.
Yes.
So that's why I fault conservatives also, is that they have been preoccupied when it comes to poverty, but only studying failure. So Charles Murray and some of the others, all they do is talk about, okay, if people on welfare, let's take away the perverse incentives. I'm for work requirements. I'm for drug testing, but you can't stop there. What we do at the Woodson Center is that we go look for capacity. And so many of the people in the 30%, we need to hold them up and take what works for the 30% and expand it to the 70%. And that's what we do. But it's a moral and spiritual crisis, and it is not an economic and social crisis. But
you see what I said? It's a moral crisis. I agree. Culture.
But policy, be the left or right of center, takes very little into account of restoration, moral redemption, faith. And many of our groups who have been able to survive under the worst obstacles is because of their faith. But the whole issue of faith is not even a factor in supporting people's restoration. We have gone into some of the most drug-infested, crime-ridden neighborhoods where there were 53 gang murders in the 5 square block area in 2 years, 25 years ago in DC. We supported 5 young men who were ex-offenders who came to Christ and became redeemed. But they had the moral authority and the social trust of their peers. And so they went into these neighborhoods and brought the leadership of these kids who were doing destructive things. And they became agents of remoralization of these kids. And it's just like in the marketplace, only 3% of the people are entrepreneurs. They generate 70% of the jobs, right? Well, a lot of these organizations are social entrepreneurs. It only takes a small number of them, if you can change them and make them an agents of a restoration, they can change a whole community. And we found that to be the case in this community called Benning Terrace, by just going in and reaching 16 kids who were leading predators and changing their values and their attitudes.
How do you do that?
By witnessing to them. You take some man who has been in jail, who has faced all the challenges from an abused household, and saying, you are not defined by the worst of what you were. And I'm a witness that you don't have to stay there because you've been there.
Where did this self-help mindset come to you?
Amen.
Where did this self-help mindset come?
By looking at what we did in the past. In other words, what I've done by learning, if our people could, in the face of slavery and discrimination, build families and restore their communities, then all we've got to do is go back and take the values that served the interests of our people then and apply them today. In other words, taking old values and apply them to new realities with the consequence.
Oh, you see what, hey, Kevin, you see what he's saying? Tradition. And Kevin will tell you this. I've always said this. Money ain't gonna fix shit. Culture, families. Y'all, people, I don't know why everybody is fighting this. It's like Halle Berry fighting cooking, okay? Families. You don't have tradition if you don't have families. You will never have the best culture if you don't have families. You will never be inspired to be your very best if you don't have an amazing family cheering you on. Children that have great families go on to be successful people. I'm tired of saying this. That's just what it is. Japanese people are not that special. Korean people are not that special. Indians are not that. Nobody is that special. People are just traditional. They're just traditional. And the more people are traditional, the more likely they are to succeed. That's it. That's that. It's not an extra gene. It's not money. It's no. People are just traditional people. There's a mom, there's a dad, there's a mom, there are children, there's a dog. People go to church, they have morals. You know, I mean, Kevin, it's never too late. But like you see, this is why I like this pop right here, because his thing is, yes, we talk about the bad, but we can never forget that we still have a lot of Black people who are still doing the right thing, who want to do the right thing. So what he's saying is we also need to sometimes praise, encourage, right? And elevate Black people who do the right thing. And hopefully that can give enough of a shove to other Black people. Like, you know what? Maybe I need to stop. Like, maybe I could try harder, right? Because he doesn't give up. He has a whole org here in DC. You know, Because it's true, like a lot of people, even people who've been in prison, some people who are in prison are going to come out. You know, so we also have to inspire those who are coming out of prison to want to be better. You've already given so much of your life to the penitentiary. Like, it's enough. Do not go back in there. But when they come out also, they need to find because sometimes people can be toxic positive. Oh, you did nothing wrong. No, he did something wrong, right? Okay. But you can be better than what you did. You don't have to go back in there. Right. But once again, people come home, they have to find healthy positivity. It holds you accountable, but it lets you know you can do something awesome with your life. Because if God saw fit for you not to get life in prison, there's something that you have to do, right? It's not over yet. It really is not over. But like you said, you got to have faith. Like I said, I'm telling you, one day people are going to make peace with this. This civil rights movement, it was a psyop operation. But I'm saying before the 60s, all those Black people, they have a lot of faith. And their daily bread, they were not looking to white people for their daily bread because they know these people do not honor promises. You are wasting your time. You are wasting your time. Right? What can I do? And that's why, like you said, a lot of Black people used to be entrepreneurs. What can I do? What can I sell? When we saw the other man, the Black guy who got shot, the man who got shot 6 times in the back at 39 for having all that land, he started off selling ice. He bought a refrigerator so he could have ice because most people didn't have ice. Then he sold the ice. That made a lot of money. Then he started buying cars. Then that made a lot of money. Then he started buying this. But his business started off, he saved money to buy an ice cooler, and then he started making ice. He started selling ice. Because most people used to say to themselves, what can I do? What can I sell? Just like the widow who went to Elisha and said that her children were going to be sold into slavery. He said to her, what do you have? She said she has oil. He said, okay, go knock on your neighbor's doors and ask the people for little jars so that you can put that stuff in there. When she did that, she went back to him. She said, okay, now what? He said, now you have to sell the oil. So she sold it. She made the money. Her kids did not go into slavery. So this is why being an entrepreneur, it really does matter. It's not socialism. Socialism is not going to get Black people out of poverty. If anything, it makes people more dependent on the government. And when a people depends on the government, they're going to be destroyed. Because we saw with welfare is free money from the government. But in order to get it, you have to break the family. People have to learn from that. Nothing good will come from taking money from these people. It's like a credit card. When you have the money, it's fun until it's time to pay it back. What the heck? Plus interest. Like what? It never ends well. But I'm like, the fact that people took welfare and now we are in this situation, people should realize that there's no free lunch. There's no money with no strings attached. Even if they were to give you reparations, they will never give you reparations without something. And usually it's going to be at the cost of the community. It's going to be at the cost of families. It's going to be at the cost of children. They've done enough. That welfare money has done enough harm for generations to come. It's enough. It really is enough. Marlene, I do not recommend taking money from these people. It's not good money. It never ends well because they will never give you money without stipulations. And those stipulations will involve you must destroy your family. You must destroy your family. So, what? No. Thank you. Gotta go. Thank you. Gotta go. Success.
That you can, but a witness is more powerful than an advocate. And experience will always prevail against an argument. Mm-hmm. I debated this with Hawk Newman. It's on YouTube for 1 hour. I didn't argue with him. Mm-hmm. I confronted his proposition with my facts and saying, if we were able to learn and close the education gap under segregation, why can't we do it today? Mm-hmm. And so that's what you have. But we don't realize the power of somebody coming to a young man or young woman mm-hmm. who has been engaged in antisocial behavior, mm-hmm. supply them with a mentor that that witnesses to them to say, why don't you use your skill and talents to rebuild the community and not tear it down?
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click.
There's also a lot of Black children do not believe they're special because they're not told they're special. They don't believe it. But everybody needs someone that believes in them, and that's why teachers matter. And that's why you got to have a superintendent that knows how to take care of her teachers, because if you take great care of your teachers, those teachers are going to take great care of the students. Because when it comes to the public school system, the children are the customers. They are the customers. But unfortunately, because they're young, they're underage, they're customers that have no say so. And that's not okay. That is really not okay.
Harlem in the 40s and 50s, I never heard a gunshot.
All Southern whites were or are rednecks. These essays, you say, let me state here. And now that these essays do not mean, 1, all Southern whites were or are rednecks. 2, all Black Americans today or in the past were or are Black rednecks. One cannot predict, you write, much less forestall all the clever misinterpretations that others might put on one's words. The most that can be done is to alert honest people to the problem. Black rednecks, who are they?
These would be Blacks who came out of the Southern culture and who carried that culture with them north into the urban ghettos and into the ghettos of the South, for that matter, and who have not moved out of that culture since. Over the years, both Blacks and whites have moved away from that culture. But in the poorest and worst of the ghetto areas, there are lots of people who have not. And these kinds of, it's a culture which didn't do whites any good, and it's certainly not doing Blacks any good today. And the tragedy is that people regard this culture as somehow the authentic Black culture, and therefore you're not to interfere with it.
I'm proud to be a bartender. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I don't feel no ways tired. I come too far from where I started from.
Black English is considered not quite proper English. On the other hand, if Blacks happen to have all the power and own all the corporations and whites were working for them, it would be the other way around.
There was a period, I'm trying to remember now, I believe it was in the mid-70s when substandard English began to become viewed as a discipline of its own within linguistic studies and so forth. And for all I know, it was all perfectly legitimate that certain speech patterns would be traced back to various regions in Africa and so forth. And this is a language of its own. It has its own validity. But your argument would be, I don't really care what its validity is. It's holding people back. It's preventing them from participating in the wider society. Is that right?
Absolutely. And also, none of these things went back to Africa.
Oh, is that so?
No, you can, yes, they did not go back to Africa. If you look at the piece, for example, using the word axe for ask and stuff like that, all of that goes back to the South, and it goes back to the parts of Britain from which white Southerners came. So if you trace the calling hog entrails chitlins, that was in a certain section of Britain, the section from which whites moved into the South, and they were known as rednecks and crackers in Britain in centuries past, before they ever set foot in the South. So the whole thing is as phony as the $3 bill.
In Intellectuals and Race, you cite an observation by the intelligence expert, IQ scientist, James Flynn, that just stopped me cold. After the Second World War, you've got large numbers of American troops remaining in Germany. For that matter, there's still several tens of thousands there today. And both Black and white American soldiers had children with German women. And Flynn discovered that those children growing up in Germany showed no IQ differences at all. The Black kids and the white kids, the same. Professor Flynn concluded that the reason was that the offspring of Black soldiers in Germany grew up in a nation with no Black subculture, close quote. Which means what? Which means they experienced exactly the same expectations. Is this
No, the expectations are external. The culture in which they grew up was not the culture in which Black kids grew up in America today.
So there's
no gangster rap that was pervasively available in Germany.
So here's what I'm getting. There is something about Black subculture in America today that holds African Americans themselves back.
Yes, because that very same subculture held whites in the South back as well. That in the time, this mental testing in the First World War turned up, among other things, the fact that whites from various 4 or 5 southern states scored lower on the mental test than blacks from 4 or 5 northern states. And so it really was a question of the subculture that was there, which was a handicap to both. I could go on for days about the social degeneration, but let me give you just one quick example. When I grew up in Harlem in the 40s and 50s, I never heard a gunshot. Now, I'm sure someone fired a gun somewhere in Harlem, but it was not such a pervasive thing that you had.
You heard what he said? Because he grew up in Harlem, 1940s, whatever, right? What happened? I told you. Sorry, y'all, I'm eating. Italian immigrants. They brought a certain level of degeneracy to New York City of the likes you have never seen. I told you this. Immigration really impacts Black America in a really bad way. These Italian people, and these are not wealthy Italians. They're mostly from Sicily and Sardinia. They are truly poor. They are poor. They're uneducated. They're violent. They are degenerate. These people descended on New York City like cockroaches or calamari, okay? And they brought their crazy ass culture. They were violent. The pew, pew, pew in the streets, killing people in the streets, all that fuckery that Black people would later be held accountable for, like they put that shit on them. It was Italians doing that shit. But like I said, the thing about Italians, they infiltrated the government in New York City. You see Papa Cuomo, governor, son Cuomo, governor, Giuliani, mayor. Like Italians run New York City. They're all over the place. They're at City Hall. They're at the courts. They're at the jailhouse. And then they also had Irish. The Irish were in the police force. But many Irish, and even some Italians also went in the police force. But many of those Irish people, they took money from them gangsta ass Gambinos, them gangsta ass Italians. Italians made New York trash. I don't know how you say trash in Italian. Okay, they brought a lot of violence. Let me show you. Let him talk. I'll show you. Hold on. So before Italians show up, the place is quiet.
Did you hear it? You know, I have relatives in Washington. I asked them the same question. People in my generation.
Growing up in Washington, D.C.
Yes, and low-income Black neighborhoods. Did you ever hear a gunshot when you were growing up? And the answer was no. Mm-hmm. I have relatives in North Carolina. I asked the same question. No. And now, you know, people in housing projects especially, they put kids, some of them, to bed in bathtubs so that they won't be hit by stray bullets in the night. Now we take it for granted that there's tremendous levels of crime and violence in the Black community. That was not always the case. In the 20s, it was very common for white celebrities, including George Gershwin and William Faulkner, to go up to Harlem not only for entertainment places, but to go into private homes of people they knew. And Gershwin played Rhapsody in Blue and this home where Walter White lived. Milton Friedman, when he was a graduate student at Columbia, he and the lady he later married would go dancing at the Savoy Ballroom in Harlem. And he said, we had no fear of being mugged or accosted on.
Until the Italian show. Look, hold on. It was a real thing.
More than a dozen arrests made here, including the man prosecutors say is the Colombo crime boss. Chief investigative reporter Jonathan Dienst is here with more. John?
Adam, the feds say they moved in today because the Colombos kept trying to move in and rip off a construction union's benefit funds, allegedly threatening violence to steal that money. U.S. Marshals drove a dozen or so suspected mobsters out of FBI offices to federal court on the racketeering charges. Behind the tinted windows, several top reputed leaders of the Colombo.
Here it is. It was this guy, the Gambino family. You guys, when this man died, New York became incredibly unsafe.
Ended. Big Paul Castellano's life last night may very well have been a payoff for getting into such trouble with the feds. As the reputed head of the crime commission and the godfather of the Gambino family, his appearance...
Even gangster rap. The word gangster is Italian, Kevin. It's not English. It's from the Italians, child. These people are Italian. So gangster. And that's why a lot of black people would name themselves after those people. Irv Gotti, right? This, and that. They wanted to imitate those crazy ass, unruly ass, poorly educated, no manners having ass Italians. They made New York incredibly unsafe. It's not a joke. But because they have people in the government, like I said, like imagine like Nancy Pelosi. I'm sure most of her people were doing crimes in Baltimore. And that's why her family made sure she went to law school and got involved in politics. But many of them, these immigrants came here with nothing, don't speak English. All they could do was commit crimes. But they made sure for their kids to go and like law school and things like that, right? Like even Cuomo's, right? Even Chris Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo, they all went to law school, right? Which is what a lot of, not to say you should do crime though, but which is what a lot of black people who do crimes don't do. They don't do crime and send their kids to law school. Like they do crime and then their kids do crime. So everybody gets locked up. These people, these European people, they do crime. One generation does crime, maybe, but then one generation goes to school to clean up the crime. Okay? That's how it goes. That's how they do it. But when this man died, New York became blood.
In court every day, and the preoccupation with his defense were bad for business. Experts say his associates may very well have decided Big Paul was more trouble than he was worth.
We're working on the theory that there was internal strife within the family, and this may be a matter that is resolved just within that one family. We're working on the theory that possibly he was considered a liability in as much as the pressure of all the cases that are being brought against him and the other families made him a liability and not effective as a leader.
The violent death of Paul Castellano brings back to vivid life an old tradition in the history of this country, gangland executions. Shakespeare said of kings, "Uneasy lies the head that wears a crown." The same might be said of those who rise to the top of organized crime. They get there by violence, and often as not, they leave by violence. 1957, Albert Anastasia, the head of Murder Incorporated, murdered while he was having a hair.
Listen to what the man said. Listen.
1957, Albert Anastasia, the head of Murder Incorporated.
Okay, Murder Inc. Incorporated. And how do you as a black person know Murder Inc.? Irv Gotti, Ja Rule. They named their record label after this man. A bloody ass, killing ass, crime mob ass father, I guess godfather, whatever he was, in New York City. These people brought a degenerate culture to New York City. They were violent. Now, one will say, I will say, my theory will be because by the time you get to the point where, where black people are adopting this culture, it's mostly because they're raised by single moms. So they don't have dad that they fear. They look up to these people, but they're very violent.
Murdered while he was having a haircut on West 59th Street. 1971, Joseph Colombo, head of the Colombo family, shot in Columbus Circle, 7 years in a coma, and then he died in 1978. 1972, Joey Gallo killed in Little Italy during dinner at Umberto's Clam House. 1979, Carmine Galante, boss of the Bonanno family, killed at a restaurant in Brooklyn. And yesterday, Paul Castellano, the head of the Gambino family, the largest of them all in this country, murdered outside a restaurant on East 46th Street. In the world of organized crime, the tradition is that murders do not go unavenged. Still, traditions have a way of changing, even in the mafia.
Recent indictments and prosecutions of the mob leaders is causing an upheaval in the underworld. Yet efforts by the prosecutors to put the crime kingpins in jail are still subject to organized crime's way of doing things, their own kind of law, public murder.
The ability of the mob to kill people in cold.
You see what that is? That he becomes the mayor of New York City? You think it's random? Okay.
Cold blood and get away with it gives them the ability to terrorize other people.
They terrorize by killing their own in public. Deadly messages from organized crime to organized crime and the rest of society. The murder of Gambino crime family boss Paul Castellano yesterday, or the 1979 assassination of Cosa Nostra Don Carmine Galante. Unsolved, very public executions by an underworld that plays by their own rules and their own code of justice.
And doesn't this seem like what these kids are doing today? These young kids in their little, what's it called again? Their little gangs. They kill people in public. They do drive-bys. They learned that from the Italian people. It's their culture. Black people are not violent like this. I can tell you this. They're not this violent. But when crazy-ass immigrants come here, they are bullied into adopting certain behaviors. And because many of these kids don't have fathers in the home, they look up to gangsters and criminals as role models, I guess, because they give off real masculine energy. I don't know. But this is red pill before red pill was a thing. Okay? This is red pill before red pill was a thing. But today, if you didn't know any better, it looks exactly like the way many black kids kill each other. They're part of gangs. They kill in public. They do drive-bys, right? If you kill one, I got to kill yours too. All of that is from Italian culture. So what Thomas Sowell was saying, first you have black people picking up ratchet, I almost said the C word. they pick up this bad behavior from Southern whites, the rednecks, right? And he's saying those people were believing, oh no, they just do that because they're from Africa. It's like, no, it has nothing to do with Africa. This ratchet culture came from Europe, from the poor parts of England. Rednecks are poor white trash from the Europe. They come here from England, and then black people start to pick up on their ways, even their twang and things like that. And he said, you see, if it didn't serve those white people, why do you think it's going to serve you? Now, you move to New York City, you have black people picking up on the bad culture of these deranged Italians from Sicily. So once again, if it didn't serve these people, why do you think it's going to serve you? But to this day, a lot of black people have an obsession with these Italian savages. They are savages. Not all Italian, but these people right there, they're savages, right? But there is this obsession, this reverence for crime families, mobsters, and things like that. So now it's in the music. Now it's in the behavior. But this behavior, this violent behavior we see from black gangs is them trying to mimic these savage-ass Italians from Sicily. Okay? That's it.
The Castellano murder particularly brazen and defiant, since Castellano was gunned down a day before he was to resume standing trial for auto theft and murder. Organized crime had served up its own sentence. John Martin, does law enforcement bring these organized crime kingpins to justice, or is it organized crime taking care of its own in their own way?
Well, generally, I think we bring them to justice first. There have been a number of very successful organized crime prosecutions over the years. The rare event is an event like the death of Mr. Castellano, where somebody who's in the process is killed. It has happened before, but by and large, the system brings them to justice before there is retaliation.
In the wake of the Castellano murder, the U.S. Attorney Rudolph Giuliani says he's going ahead with the trials of 4 other mafia chieftains in order to keep the pressure on the mob.
We're fighting a war against a group that does not have unlimited reserves. And that's the best kind of war to be fighting. That's why I think there's a real prospect that at least the mafia as an organization can be diminished or wiped out.
Well, according to Giuliani, it has come down to a war of attrition with the mafia. The more dons prosecuted by law enforcement and put behind bars will make it harder for the mafia to renew itself and recruit soldiers to do the dirty work. Well, at least we hope so.
On the street or anything like that.
I've heard you say, Tom, when you were a boy growing up in Harlem yourself.
And many of those soldiers too, some of the soldiers in New York City were black, which is why it's very funny. When we get to the crime bill, the vast majority of people who get incarcerated are black because they didn't have anybody in the government. You get me, right? Italians had their own people. Even Giuliani, let's be so for real. He was working for the mob. He never would have been mayor, whatever, if the mob did not support him. Even when he goes after you, because Loki has permission to go after you, Okay, they have people in the government, but Black people didn't have anybody in the government. So when you have bills like the crime bill and things like that, or you have Cuomo as governor, it's easy to lock Black people up because they didn't pay the money to have people take care of them in case they were to get arrested. You didn't know about this, Margaret? These people made New York City so damn violent. It was 1980. I was born that year, like 40 years ago. Hold on. I'll show it on the page. This one is 1985. They started the Gambino boss. They started killing people left and right. But it's their culture. This is the culture now that you see in hip hop, right? Because it's not a Black culture. It is Italian culture. But it's like, if you could have your version of Italian crackers, that's it. It's Italian trash. These gangster people is Italian trash. And that's why if you can still see it if you go to New York today and New York City culture, you can still see it, right? Being loud, dressing loud, very gaudy, that gaudy shit, it is their culture. And Black people started picking that up. Many people start off as soldiers. And I will say, because I believe some didn't have their dads, if this was Red Pill before Red Pill was a thing, because they gave off tough guys, strong guys, guys with money, nice cars. So people wanted to emulate that behavior. But like Thomas Sowell said, if cracker culture from the dirty parts of England did not serve you, what makes you think dirty culture from Sicily gonna serve you? Stop copying white failure. How about that? Okay? Stop copying white failure. But today, I guess the Black kids have taken up the torch, and this is why they're behaving like this. But this culture came from those people. Like he's saying, New York City was very calm till the Italians showed up. And many Italians had a lot of Irish people who were in the police force because they were also abused because, and that goes back to England, because Irish people have always been mistreated by British people. So when they came here also, they got the same treatment. So many Irish people went into the police force. And most of the time, to make more money, right, they worked for the mob. And that's one thing the mob did well. They paid people for protection, like police force, DAs, mayors, judges, which is something that Black people have never really done. So when they get caught and it's time to it's time to face the judge, they get the entire book, they get the entire library thrown at their asses. Right? Even in prison, Italians had different treatment in prison because they paid the money. Black people, even when they make money from crime, they don't think like, I got to break bread with people because this crime life, I'm either going to get killed or arrested. If I get arrested, and they do have to arrest me to make it seem like nobody's above the law, you still want to take care of people so that when you get convicted, it's not that crazy. And when you go to prison, you can have a lot of privileges. But if you don't make any investments and you get arrested, because when you get arrested, your money is seized. So you got to give the money before you get arrested. But many Black people don't think like that. They party, they spend the money, and they never say, hey, maybe I should pay a judge. Maybe I should pay a judge. Maybe I should pay a lawyer. Maybe I should pay a DA. Maybe I should pay the mayor. And the way you pay these people is by campaign contributions. So when something happens to you, even if they can't fully get you off, they're not going to condemn, they're not going to punish you as much, right? That's how it goes. That's what I'm saying. Like Nancy Pelosi, her family came to America. They landed in Baltimore. And today she's one of the most powerful women in Congress, right? In America, period. But I would not be surprised if her family was attached to crime. I wouldn't be surprised, which is why she probably went to law school, right? That's what they do. That's what they did,
Mm-hmm. Your own neighborhood felt totally safe to you.
Not totally safe. I wouldn't exaggerate, but it's nothing resembling today. I mean, I did sleep on hot nights. I would sleep out on the fire escape. When I tell people in Harlem that today, they think I'm from another galaxy, But that people slept on the fire escapes in New York and in the public parks in the 30s, all over the city. Because it was not a jungle. You could run through a great number of other things. Children raised without two parents present. That was about 22% in 1960. Mm-hmm. One generation later, it was 67%, and it's gone up a little since then as well. And now the rate among whites is higher than it was among blacks in 1960.
White liberal.
I take responsibility.
Gosh, these people get away.
I take responsibility.
I take responsibility. Black people are being slaughtered in the streets, killed in their own homes. These are our brothers and sisters, our friends, our family. We are done watching them die.
How do you define a white liberal?
Those kinds of people who have the kinds of attitudes that are called liberal in the United States, although the word is misused, those people have created an atmosphere in which these counterproductive cultures are to be celebrated, perpetuated, and the consequences overlooked. It reminds me of a scene in the Blue Max where this general is encouraging this daredevil pilot to do all kinds of wild stunts, you see, knowing that the guy's going to kill himself if he keeps doing this, and therefore the general will be rid of a political problem. Now, I don't think that the white liberals are doing this deliberately, but I think the net results are the same. They are cheering blacks on and doing things that are absolutely self-destructive. One of the things I discovered in the research for my book I'm currently working on is that leaders of groups that are lagging in countries around the world almost invariably have counterproductive policies for them. And it makes perfect sense because insofar as members of lagging groups assimilate into the values and achievements of the larger society, they don't need those leaders. I mean, there's no mystery to me as to why Jesse Jackson says what he does, or Al Sharpton and others, because that benefits them, but it does not benefit the people they lead. And all the incentives are for leaders to lead people into things that don't help the people, but help the leaders.
What you create there would be an exception for Dr. King, though, wouldn't there?
Yes, but
one of the things he was different because he was earliest, or what? Why? What's different about it?
Well, it's like insurgent movements in general. When an insurgency starts off, by definition, it has an uphill battle. Now, and you can look at the history of Christianity, for heaven's sake. If you're going to be a Christian in the Roman Empire, you know, before in the first century, you had a lot of grief to go through. Now, but after Christianity becomes the official religion of the Roman Empire, this is a bonanza, and there's a lot to be done. And so now you will follow policies that are the opposite of what you advocated. You will see that with all kinds of other insurgent movements.
Somewhere watching this interview, there's a young Thomas Sowell. There's an African American who's smart and wants to do something with his life.
Where are we going to find those archives?
It seems to me we've already got one piece of advice you'd offer to him is stay away from the races industry. Stay away from the race hustlers. What advice would you give a young Thomas Sowell? How do you make something of yourself as an African American in America today?
The way anybody else would. You equip yourself with skills that people are willing to pay for.
Okay, hold on. Let me show you. I need to go find the video though. Where was I? Let me show you this one. I see this one.
Mr. Washington, have anything to add? I think, as I said earlier, Reverend Jackson and his efforts, the efforts of which this Congressional Black Caucus and the Hispanic Caucus has been tied to, underscore significantly in the most dramatic of ways why we can't afford to play games with this, and why in 1994 the politics of playing with crime just won't work. I only hope and pray that other members of both the House and the Senate understand and recognize our resolve to, if necessary, tie up the entire government until we deal with this very real issue in a very real and meaningful way that touches the lives of people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. And not for ourselves. We can do the same thing we've been doing, Reverend Jackson. They can pass another crime bill.
I need to find this thing, you guys. I need to find this. I watched the whole video. You should see how lame he was. I'm like, what are you doing? Oh, you know. You see? Look at this guy. Another black leader that black people believed in. And he was standing right there too, huh? Listen.
Near Orlando, Florida last night, authorities rushed a 30-year-old shooting victim to the hospital. Today, they're making a...
Is that going to stop the crime problem next year? The answer is no. But will it, in fact, put us on a course to bring about real and meaningful change on a long-term basis? The answer is yes.
You see what I told black people? He was like, oh, long-term, you know, right now it's not going to do anything, but long-term, yeah, we should vote for the crime bill. We should vote for the crime bill, right? He knew it wasn't shit. But because black people saw him and they trusted him, they're like, okay, sure. Now, where are we today? It didn't do shit for people. We just out here just locking up people.
22 years ago, the country divided over a controversial, far-fetching anti-crime bill brought to Congress by former President Bill Clinton. Critics blame the law for record-breaking incarceration rates and with further devastating poor communities. Well, just last week, President Clinton, as you know, was interrupted by Black Lives Matter protesters upset about the 1994 crime law. Though the president admitted a year ago that the law jailed too many for too long while speaking at a convention for the NAACP. Clinton supported her husband and signed.
You see? They screw white black people over and they can still show up in black faces. Oh, yeah, we admit we made a mistake. People's lives. Millions of people. Oh, yeah, we made a mistake. But Trump is the demon. Yeah, it was a mistake. Oh, we made a mistake. And that's it. Life goes on. Somehow, please stop it. Like this whole prison stuff, stop acting like you actually care. Stop acting like you actually care.
The law when she was First Lady. In recent days, the former Secretary of State has been trying to clarify her husband's remarks on the law without trying to denounce them. Now, Bernie Sanders, along with 187 Democrats, voted for the bill in 1994, and he is now criticizing President Clinton, saying that he needed to apologize to the American people. Joining me now is Congressman Bobby Rush, who voted in favor of the crime bill in 1994. He has endorsed Hillary Clinton. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us.
So this whole family fucked black people over. He's still endorsing Hillary Clinton. These people are fucking evil. They're fucking evil.
Cameron, it's my pleasure.
It always is great to talk to you. Let's put some perspective on what was happening. You were there 22 years ago. Do you believe the way the crime bill is being described now versus what was happening on the ground in some of that video, is it matching here?
Chairman, let me start out with this. I am ashamed of my vote. I sincerely apologize to my God, apologize to my community, to my family. That was the worst vote, as I look back over the years, that I've taken since I've been in the Congress. It was a vote that really was accompanied with a lot of hope that we will finally be able to deal with not only the issue of crime in our community, devastating crime, but that we will also be able to do those things and have those programs.
He's lying. He is lying. C-SPAN has the video. When they read that bill, they were all shocked. This is why I said, man, this whole tribalism thing, people have to get away from that shit. Because when you trust people just because they're black, they will screw you over. He is lying. They read the crime bill. They were stunned. They kept chasing President Clinton to make changes. He said he's not making changes. He told them they're gonna vote. They don't vote, they're gonna have problems. And it was their job to sell it to black people. And so they did. But you see, when you do evil, it haunts you for the rest of your days. So he couldn't sleep. I'm sure it still eats him up. But you see, he can't because he makes money from these people. His house, kids in private school, wife spends a lot of money. He needs the money. That's why I said a lot of black elites are diabolical, right? But they read the bill. All of them, they could read. It said 5 grams of crack, 5 years in prison. It said 500 grams of powder cocaine, 5 years in prison, right? They know how to read. Them boys are stupid. Clyburn took that shit to South Carolina. He went from black church to black church, telling black people, this is what you want. They read that shit. They read it. It's on C-SPAN. I watched the whole thing because it's super long. Maybe one day we can do a whole live. And you hear Kwame Fumi, he read that shit. They all read it. He was standing there. Fumi was standing there. Jesse Jackson was standing there. Maxine Waters was standing there. They all read that shit. They were shocked because they knew it wasn't fair. Bernie knew it wasn't fair because he complained about it. They knew it wasn't fair. They kept chasing Clinton. He said he's not changing anything. You sign the shit. When it comes out to the House, you vote. You say yay. If you don't say yay, it's gonna be a problem. And your job is to sell it to black people. So all these black people go to their respective district and they start lying to black people. Just like that one time when I showed you Bossier, the mayor of DC, before she was mayor, going door to door in Baltimore, telling black people to get the shot. And you see, when black people, like that first black girl, she stood up for herself, but she got scared. So she was like, okay, because she was not confident, because the way she looked at her, the way Fauci was smiling and acting like he likes black people, she's like, okay, because everything she said made sense. When they went to that black man, he's like, yeah, the fuck right. This sounds like the flu. And why you give me French fries for a shot? He's like, well, so why y'all give me French fries? This shit is bizarre as hell. And then she walked off because she realized he was just too damn smart. Black people out here doing harm to other black people. The vast majority of these black elites are evil people. They're greedy people. They don't care about black people. But their complexion allows them to have proximity to black people. Their complexion, when you're part of a culture, when you're part of a group, an ethnic group, a culture, you know how to talk, you know how they talk, you know what they fear, you know what they like because you grew up there. So it's easier for you to manipulate your own people into doing something that's against their best interest. And you do that for white people to give you money. These people are slave catchers. They're not good people. But they read it. They all read it. They read it. They knew it was bullshit. And I'll play the other video for y'all when he's done with this one. But you see, now he can't sleep at night because he knows what he did. And what he did was really demonic. And he's black and he voted for this because he wanted the money. Wanted to stay in Washington, wanted to have a luxury lifestyle. So he did it for money, your own people.
And policies to deal with the other kinds of issues, the other problems in our community. And what happened with the crime bill and its implementation was that there was too much of a focus, too many resources on locking them up, but no resources on love and compassion. And as a result, we have devastated our communities, devastated our families, devastated our futures. And you can compare what happened with the crime bill and with the reaction. Well, let me just say this. Crack cocaine and the crime bill were the two worst issues, problems, catastrophes that the black community has suffered through in the last 50 years. I absolutely apologize for voting for that bill. I repudiate.
If black people had a crack issue, why did y'all do rehab? Why they gotta go to prison? These people criminalize an addiction. And that's why it's only 5. Y'all think about this. 5 grams of crack, you can't sell that. It's personal use. 5 grams of crack is probably, I'm gonna go downstairs and show you what 5 grams looks like. It's not a lot because I do it for my creatine. I do like 5 grams of creatine. It's like a little scoop like that. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Hold on. Let me show you. 5 grams. It's not a lot. It's very small. Yeah, you see, it's a tablespoon. That's what I can tell you. I'm like, it's a tablespoon. This is not for sale. It's for personal usage. It's small, you guys. It's really, really small. It's not a lot. So if you catch somebody with 5 grams of crack, it's personal use. So they need to go to rehab. They can't sell that stuff. Now, 500 grams of cocaine. powder cocaine. Now, 500 grams of powder cocaine would be 500 tablespoons. Now, that you can sell, right? Makes sense. So personal usage of crack, 5 years in prison. Intent to distribute cocaine, 500 grams of cocaine, 5 years in prison. How does that make sense? And the vast majority of people in Congress are lawyers. They're not stupid. They're a bunch of sellouts. They're not dumb. I've never been to law school, but I know if you catch someone with 5 grams of crack, personal use, if they can't, what are they gonna do? Sell a gram? What the fuck is this? Okay, it's for them. It's their personal use. So if anything, they should go to rehab, not prison. 5 years, you criminalize addiction. Meanwhile, Hunter Biden was doing crack and cocaine. Never went to jail. He went to rehab. Right? That's why I hate Joe Biden. But anyways, that's for another conversation. I've always told y'all it's a tablespoon of sugar. It's not that much. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. I'm like, it's like this. It's like really small like that. It's not a lot. So it's personal use. It's not to sell it. So why 5 years? They need to go to rehab. Right? Another thing also about drugs like that, those kinds of drugs like crack, even smoking, also it curbs your appetite. Even cocaine. That's why a lot of models used to do cocaine so they could stay skinny, because people didn't have money to eat. Because that's what happens when people leave the land to come to a concrete jungle. Ain't got no food, there's no fruit, and also there's no community. People are really cold. Northern cities, people are not warm, they're not welcoming, they don't share their food. It's everybody for themselves. So if you come from down south, that's really like homely and very inviting, and you know what I'm saying, people look out for each other. It's not like that. A lot of these northern cities are cold, and it's a cultural shock. Right? Imagine someone coming from New Orleans where people are very welcoming and very friendly. Then you move in New York City, they're so damn aggressive. Like, why y'all so damn aggressive like that? Right? So it's a cultural shock. You can be from America, you can change from one state to another, and you can still experience a cultural shock because you have a Southern culture. That's why they say Southern hospitality. Northerners are mean. They're weird. They're very cold. Like, what the fuck? And so you're on your own. Nobody's going to offer you food. Nobody's going, oh, are you okay? Did you eat? You're by yourself. So sometimes people do drugs to curb their hunger. You know, it's not good, but it can last for a few days. So why would you send these people to prison? You can send their asses to rehab. And you think the majority of people in Congress didn't know that Hunter Biden did drugs? Yes, they did. Come on now. They knew he was a hypocrite. Right? But they went with that shit anyways. And they send their own people to prison anyways. So that they could secure their seat in the Black Caucus. So that they can live in Bethesda, McLean, wherever these people live, in Georgetown, wherever the fuck they live. They send their own people to prison so they could have nice houses and they have money to take their kids to private school. Black people doing other things, doing things like that to Black people. That's why sometimes I do kind of believe that some Black people did sell other Black people into slavery, because the behavior is still going on today. Black people selling other people down the river for their own benefit. He knows what's in there. They all knew what was in there, and their job was to sell it to Black people. Like, hey, this is what you want. They do drugs, they go to prison. And people say, okay, sure. I'm like, they can go to rehab. And also, I think another issue was employment, because traditional school is not good for everybody. Some people should have gone to trade school. Then it would have been a lot easier for them to take care of themselves, because traditional school is not for everybody, right? But there's no reason to send people who are drug addicts to prison for being sick. They are sick. They need to go to rehab, right? Addicts have to go to rehab. Now, 500 grams, you're a dealer. Right? Maybe they should look you up. What do I know? Okay. Where is it? Hold on. Here he is.
Not the spirit, but the details of that bill. We have not accomplished anything other than further destruction of our communities.
So, Congressman, I then have to ask you, as you have mothers and fathers, I covered crime and reported in Chicago for 10 years. Having the former president hearing what you say now with this apology, is it enough, though. We were looking at a law that allowed for the prosecution of children 13 or older for certain crimes to prosecute them as an adult.
Where is it? Did you hear what she said? In the crime bill, you could prosecute 13-year-olds as adults. So a lot of Black children were prosecuted as adults. These people went along with that shit. They went along with it. And I'm telling y'all, they went from church to church, from Black church to Black church. You can look into Clyburn. Clyburn took that shit because, he loves these white people. He loves his white masters. They went from church to church telling Black people, this is what you want. Lying. They look at these people in the eyes in the church. They have no fear of God, and they proceeded to lie. Because some of these bills, they can be like 300 pages, 5,000 pages. So regular people are not going to read them. They read that shit. They know what's in there. And they went in with their Black skin, their Black culture, finessed these people into agreeing to go for something that was diabolical. And that's why today he's like, I apologize, because it's eating him alive. It's eating him alive. So saying sorry is not good enough. These people are crazy.
There's no one who would doubt the sincerity of the apology you just presented. But on the campaign trail, you seem to hear the Clintons having it both ways, apologizing for the crime bill, but then pointing to some of the good, if that is even the word to use, that may have come out of it. Is that enough for the Black community to hear an apology, sir?
No. And since that time, in terms of my own personal activities, I have remained consistent in terms of trying to implement programs, laws, and other programs that will really address the problem, the comprehensive, the overall problem that we are confronted with in the African American community, led primarily by jobs and economic development, the creation of small businesses. Also, schools are still suffering, housing and decent housing in our communities.
You guys, I hope you guys understand. We've been here for almost 11 hours. I hope you understand. There was nothing wrong with the Black American community. They pathologized these people. They made problems out of nothing. They made them feel like they had to be dependent for no reason. There was nothing wrong with these people. They're fucking evil. There was nothing wrong. They didn't need help. They need a check. They didn't need shit. They were doing just fine. You look at every single metric of excellence. These people were above. They were above the board. They excel at everything. Family. They have better marriages than white people. Academics. They have better grades than white people. Culture. They got better culture than white people. Crime. They had lower rates than white people. These people had no problem. I don't know. I hope you get it right. These people had no problems. They start having problems when they start messing with this MLK person. People didn't have problems. People were doing just fine. That's the part that's so sick. Because why don't we have drug? Because even with the mob, the Italians, especially Luca Luciano, when he really established the crime stuff, the mob stuff like that, a lot of Black people didn't touch that shit. But it was out there. People didn't have issues. People were doing just fine. People were fine. The only issue was racism. Okay. But besides that, I need this, I need that. People don't need shit. Leave me alone. Right? MLK comes around, and now it's like the man said, it's a whole industrial complex of, you're a victim of racism. You're oppressed by racism. You can't do for yourself because of racism. What the fuck are we even talking about? So people stop being entrepreneurs. People stop getting married. People stop pursuing academic excellence. People latch on to this weird Southern, I want to say the C word, culture. Bad things start happening to people.
So, we have to look at the comprehensive approach. And the problem with the crime bill and its implementation was that it was singularly focused. It was focused on locking them up, keeping them in jail. And there was, as you remember, there was a serious, very serious problem in terms of crime. It was this epidemic of crime, and it's been given as a result of the crack cocaine.
Who brought crack cocaine to Black American neighborhoods? People love to say it's Reagan. It's not Reagan. It's the Italians. Lucky. The Italians. Even Bobby Johnson was involved in that shit. It didn't exist. But as long as you had strong families and you had strong religious values, people didn't touch that stuff. They weren't touching it. That's why I said a lot of times, if you have strong families and you have strong culture, you guys, you will police yourself. You ever been in the police? Because you fear God. You're like, if my mama catches me, if my daddy catches me, my reputation, you're not going to do it. Like, people are not going to do it. Like, why would I do that? Like in Japan, they have stores. There's no one in the store. People go, they take stuff, they pay for the stuff, they walk out. Nobody steals. Why would they steal? Like, for what reason? Right? People are not doing that. But there's something about that man called MLK. Me, I say it's a PSYOP movement. This civil rights stuff, it's not good. Bad business. No bueno. It's like BLM. It's very bad. These people had nothing. There was nothing wrong with these people. The problem was there was something wrong with white people. Because why are they so violent? Why do you kill people? Why do you burn their businesses? There was nothing wrong, y'all. People were doing just fine. They were excelling and they were exceeding expectations just fine. Dr. King comes out of nowhere. It's about, oh yeah, you need white people's approval. You need integration. For what reason? For what? Why? Now here we are. So you integrate. People are leaving the South. They leave their plantation. They leave their land. They move up to the North. There's none but concrete. It's not warm. They don't have family. They're all by themselves. They struggle to get jobs because there's way more racism. They don't have strong community ties because people are coming from all over the place. Even though they're Black, they're coming from all over the place. Then you got these batshit deranged ass Sicilians do all kinds of foolishness, right? Luring people into foolishness. So bad things happen. But before then, there was no problem. Like you said, 1960s, America's population is 180 million. Only 90,000 people, only 90,000 Black people are in prison. They're doing just fine. The rate of single mothers is what, 5-6%? In one decade, 10 years, it goes up to 60%. From the 1960s to the 1970s, you go from 6% Black women are single moms to 60% of Black mothers are single mom. This man is evil. He's very, very evil. He's not a good person. MLK is evil. He's really evil. He's not a good person. He didn't have a good movement. That's why I say the fact that they got his ass from Morehouse. Agent of chaos. There was nothing wrong. If anything, white people had to be controlled. They need to stop killing, burning people's businesses, and being so jealous to the point that they want to kill people. Everybody's fine. People are fine. The only issue was white brutality. That was an epidemic. But Black people didn't need white people. For what? They have better marriages. They have better neighborhoods. They have better scores. They have better grades. They have better schools. They might not have the newest textbooks though, but they have better grades. They are smarter kids. So why do we need to integrate? Why people need to integrate white people? Because this man is evil. So integration destroys Black pride. People need to seriously have this conversation. Integration destroyed Black pride. Integration says everything that makes you Black is bad. Why? Your hair is a problem. Your nose is a problem. Your skin is a problem. People start having all kinds of weird issues. Do you even think that Black women back in the day were like, oh, my nose is too big. My hair is too kinky. I think they were just fine. Because they stay to themselves. If you're surrounded by nothing but Black people, your nose is not a problem, right? Your hair is not a problem. It's not until you're told to integrate. You're like, oh, well, my hair doesn't do that. Well, I can't do this. Well, I can't do that. Well, there you go. And it could really well be, because Kevin will tell you, because I said that, it could very well be that the reason why Dr. King was used like that, because the Black dollar was really powerful. Everything's about money out here, right? It could very well be, because, you know, white people will run, they are going to run a model. They love predictions. So it could very well be that these people realize if you don't do something to disrupt what they got going on, one day we're going to wake up, they're going to be more than us, and they're going to be wealthier than us. Because if you have married people, kids will do very well. Kids will do well in school. People are buying their houses. People have low crime rate. People have very low single mother rate. these people are going to be extremely successful. So where were they going to be in 2000? If Dr. King doesn't exist, where would these people have been by like the year 2000? Because see, white people think ahead. And based on their prediction, they fuck up your now so that you never get to your future. But I really do believe that the black dollar was so strong, they had to start this, oh, you're oppressed, you know. Oh, you need to get money from the government, you know. Oh, you need to go to a school that's run by white people, you know. For what reason? Why? And then you take people who are good at farming, they eventually forget how to grow anything. You take people who are known for being entrepreneurs, now they want to work in an office. I don't know why, but whatever, right? And now they move to these cities. Everything is automated. You got to work in an office. You don't have trades. You forgot so much of the stuff you used to know. So now you're out here just doing drugs to survive. People should have, I really think a lot of people should have gone home. Like, this is just not for me. I'm leaving this place. But I'm like I said, I hope you can see there was really nothing wrong. Okay? There was really nothing wrong.
Drug wars and drug-related violence, it created a type of violence in our community that we had never witnessed before. We had never witnessed.
Also part.
We had never witnessed this before. Exactly. Because you never encountered the Italians before. It didn't exist until the Italians came. Most of them came from Sicily. They are extremely violent. Even to this day, most mob families are in Sicily. They are extremely violent. Even the government can't do shit about it. They are extremely violent. They're still there. Extremely violent. So that's why the community, we had never seen this before, because you had never met them Italian people before. And when these Italians come here, bad things start to happen because they came here with bad culture, just like the Cubans in Miami. They came to Miami with lots of violence. And this is why Miami also used to be predominantly black. But the Cubans are so violent. They were so violent. Eventually, you see a lot of black people start to be pushed out of Miami to what is now known as like Dade County, like the swamp over there, right? But they used to live there. But because Cubans are extremely violent, they were very violent. There were people coming out of prisons from Cuba who were brought here. Many of these Cuban immigrants were prisoners. They were bad, bad, bad people, violent people, no manner having ass people. And because they were so violent, they pushed the black people out of Miami, South Beach, all that. It was full of black people. They pushed them into Dade County over there. Now they run the entire city. And if you don't speak Spanish, well, good luck. That's just how it goes. That's how it goes.
And Congressman, it was also a part, though, of a conversation involving the Rockefeller drug laws that had been passed in the Reagan years. So there was a trifecta of crime fighting that disproportionately affected the poorest of communities. You're in Chicago. Crime is still high. It is, in many ways, some believe proof that the war on drugs and some of these anecdotal things that we get behind as slogans don't work, and it is ultimately jobs. With that said, you've endorsed Hillary Clinton. As pointed out, Bernie Sanders also supported this crime law here. Is there something more that we should hear from the Clintons? Hillary Clinton, even though she was first lady, she supported it. Bernie Sanders says the use of so-called super predators, in his words, we know what they meant by that, or what she meant by that. Does Hillary Clinton need to do more to mend this rift? What do you believe she should do then, sir?
Job creation, the creation of a strong economy in the African-American community, investment in the African-American community would be a great beginning for Hillary Clinton. It would be a great...
Okay. You see, once again, the white woman has to come in here and create jobs. Who create jobs, you guys? Entrepreneurs create jobs. You need entrepreneurs to create jobs. That's why I say 3% of the American population are entrepreneurs, and they supply 70% of the jobs. Before Dr. King showed up, most black people were entrepreneurs. Were they not? After Dr. King, most black people want to go to college. They want to go to college. They want to have college degrees so they could work the jobs in white people's companies. Well, good luck. You're going to be unemployed. Right? But you already had that. But, was it because it was made by black people? It wasn't good enough? The vast majority of black people are entrepreneurs. Dr. King shows up. He says, oh, you got to integrate. The government owes you a check. You need to go to college, education. Like, and it's not even like you don't have any education. You just don't have white education. You don't have a piece of paper from a white institution that says you're educated now. So they said, okay, I don't want to have my own business. I'm going to go to school. And then when I'm done with school, I'm going to apply for a job so I can wait for a white man to hire me. Once again, you have a swath of black people putting their futures in the hands of white people. Do you see how dangerous that is? Right? So from those who go to school, who come out with a degree, they're waiting for a job. To those who are on welfare, they're waiting for a check. But ultimately, look at all these black people who are waiting for a white person to do something for them. Why? My question is why? Why? Right? You have a bunch of black entrepreneurs before this man showed up. People worked for themselves. They hired their family. They hired people. They hired their own people. Why? Why? This is what he did. Now, you're not fully accomplished until you go to a white institution. You're not really an American until you go to a white institution. You're not really this until you get the check from a government. Now, look at the consequences. So today, you have lost a lot of black entrepreneurs because most people go to school so they can work a job for a white person. Then they tell you, you got to wait until you're 60, 65 or whatever to retire so you can see your first million. Do you see the scam? Do you see the scam? And that's why I say one day people are gonna have to be brave enough to have some serious conversation about MLK. Because he did something really bad. He did something really, really awful. People never, I don't think people should have integrated, but people definitely should have kept doing the things they were doing because it was working. Everything was working. The only issue was white violence. There was no issue with black marriages. There were no issues with black crimes. There were no issues with broken families, single mothers. There was none of that. The main issue was white violence. White people are violent. Exactly, Kevin. Kevin got it. It's like they worked really hard to deny black people the right to believe in themselves. There you go. Because you're like, no, oh, the white man hasn't approved me. You don't need these people. But Dr. King, his messaging was, if white people don't approve of you, if they don't respect your degrees, if they don't respect your education, you're not, I guess, a full American, or you're not as equal to white people, whatever the fuck that means. But why would you want to be equal to white people when the vast majority of white people at that time were not even the standard of excellence? Many of them were mediocre. So now look, if you tell people to be equal to mediocrity, well, now they become mediocre too. Because if from the first dad, the first pop who spoke to Thomas Sowell who spoke, they're all telling you these black people exceeded expectations. More marriage, they had a higher marriage rate. They had better school grades. They were excellent. They don't need help. They don't need help. Dr. King shows up in the 60s. By the time you get to the 70s, bad things are happening to black people. By the time you get to the 90s, they are saying the only way to save black people is by putting them in prison. In less than 30 years. That's what I'm saying. If he was a good person, good things would have happened to people. Instead, bad things, especially even when it comes to people's self-esteem, bad things have happened to people. The man, he was running a psyop operation. Bad things start happening from the 60s. Really bad things. Even the money that black people get from welfare, it's a joke. It's a joke. And that's why most people who take welfare stay on welfare. Most people who live in government housing will stay there. They'll die there. Then their kids will take over. Then their kids are also going to die there. It's not good business. You don't want this crap. Before he shows up, The vast majority of people, Black people, are not, their welfare is relying on community. It's not relying on white people or the government. No, my family, my friends, they have community. That's where their welfare came from. Right? That was that. Bad business.
Beginning for Bernie Sanders, if he were to be elected. I've endorsed Hillary Clinton, and I fully expect Hillary Clinton to reverse the outcomes, the horrendous outcomes that have befell the Black community, the African American community, the urban community since the passage of the crime bill. I want her to not just repudiate it in words, but repudiate it in programs, in resources. We have to bring more resources into the Black community. And between Hillary and Bernie, I just think that Hillary is more conditioned.
So he's saying, oh, he wants her to repudiate that. I'm like, so shouldn't you ask her to do that first before you endorse her? No, you endorse her. And then you say, oh, but I would love for her to. Then no, shut up. You're not serious, right? But once again, he's like, oh, we need to have more resources in the Black community. No, we don't. Black people need to stay the hell away from the government. Okay? Black people need to stay the hell away from the government. Black people need to stay the hell away from politicians. Imagine if Black people never dealt with politicians. They would be so far along right now. Leave people the hell alone. Do Indians get help from the government? No, they don't trust these people because they hold you back. Like the vast majority of people who make a lot of money, they don't want anything to do with the government. Only Black people keep asking, oh, we need more government. We need more government. They're going to ruin your life. They're not good people. They're going to ruin your life. They've already ruined your life. Stay away from these people. As a matter of fact, stay away from politicians. Had Black people never got involved with these people, Lord, stay away from these freaking people. And when I was young, I used to be so upset at people who didn't like MLK, like, oh, because when he first came out, a lot of Black people were like, yo, you're a troublemaker. And I was like, oh, they just don't see the vision, right? But now that I'm older, they were actually right. We don't need this shit. Like, what the fuck is this? Why? Right? And look at what he did. So much harm. And I'm telling you, he killed people's belief in themselves. No, there's nothing you can do. Oh, the white man is your savior. Ask the white man. Whatever you need, ask the white man. Why? The white man, he barely knows how to save himself. Why would I ask him? Like, he barely knows how to save himself. I don't need that man. He needs to get away from me. Okay. Oh, we need more resources. No, we need more Black families. People need to go back to their faith. People need to go back to their Jesus. People need to go back to being more Christian again. People need to get married again, right? And also people need to go back to being entrepreneurs. We need more Black entrepreneurs. We're done with government programs. It's awful. It's bad business. And it makes people worse. I've told y'all this all the time. I said, you can study for yourself how much money from the non-for-profit, World Bank, IMF, you name it, even African people, how much money they send back to Africa every year. Why is Africa still poor? If giving money to people, if giving handouts to people could fix a thing, these people will be okay by now. Right? There was 1 year, Ghanaians sent more money back to Ghana than the World Bank gave loans to Ghana. So you have the money from the remittance and you still have money from the World Bank and you're still broke. Where is the money going? Right? If all it took was money to fix shit, as opposed to changing culture, changing mindsets, encouraging people to be entrepreneurs, Africa would not be a third world continent. The vast majority of countries in Africa are third world countries. They're always receiving help. Why are they still poor? Why are they still poor? Look, I mean, if it was that easy to just give money to people and fix all their problems, right? Shit. A lot of African countries they would have surpassed at least France, at least Great Britain, right? Do you see a bunch of Koreans say, oh, I got to send money to my mama in Korea? I got to send money to my grandma in Korea? No. No. No and no and no. Because people can give you as much charity as they want to give you. If the culture for excellence is not there, you're not going to make it. If you don't have the right culture, you don't have the right families, you don't have the right, you're not going to make it. Listen to me. If it was that easy. Africa has like, what, 56 countries? At least 40, if not 50 of those countries would be first world country. They would have the same GDP as France. But they don't. And yet every day, millions of people send money home and people are still poor. People are still poor. Because when you send money to people also, you teach people to wait for you. They don't want to think for themselves. Start a little business. Start sewing. Start selling water. Sell ice. Do something. No. Oh, I just wait for my sister to send me money. Let me go WhatsApp. They start sending all kinds of messages on WhatsApp because they want money. What the heck? And even when they get the money, they're going to be broke by tomorrow. Giving money to people doesn't make things better. And that's why it's very evil to say to people, oh, yeah, if you only had money. No. You need families. You need families. You need great schools. You need great culture. People have to go back to caring about academic excellence. People have to feel like when I go to school, I got to have straight A's. People got to have that kind of mindset. You don't need anybody's hand. You don't need their money. They have given money. Look at where we are now. The welfare money they gave is what led to this whole crack epidemic anyways, because kids have no fathers. So now look. Strings attached, awful, diabolical strings. They can keep their money. Thank you. God bless you. The devil bless you, I guess. I don't want it.
More apt and recognize the issue a lot more deeper than Bernie Sanders is right now. So I'm just, but I can only tell you, don't judge me by my head, judge me by my heart. And my heart tells me, speaks loudly and clearly, that bill that was enacted, that law, the crime bill, was absolutely horrendous, catastrophic to my community. The community that I love, the community that I've dedicated my entire life, made tremendous sacrifices for the benefit of that community. And I must repeat, not only am I apologizing for it, but I'm ashamed of it. I am absolutely ashamed of it.
Congressman Bobby Rush, you've had a storied career.
Why don't you? Hold on, Abby. If you're so ashamed, go to the prison. Go see all these kids. I guess now they're like in their 40s or 50s. All these young kids that you had locked up. Go talk to them. Why are you apologizing to me? Go to the prison. Go to as many prisons as you can. Where a lot of Black children were affected by the crime bill. Go talk to those kids and go apologize to those kids directly. Yes, Kevin, hold on. Now look at this. Even Kwame Nkrumah, right? Kwesi Nkrumah. I keep saying Kwame, but Kwesi Nkrumah too. Where was he from? Right? Congressional district, Baltimore. See this? He came out of Baltimore, and we wonder why Baltimore looks the way that it does. Black politician, like this is what Thomas Sowell said. Black politician, Black leaders, Black activists. These people are evil. They are truly evil. They are truly, truly, truly evil. People need to stay away from these people. Okay? They're liars. They're quacks. They're charlatans. It's all about them getting rich. They want to live in fancy neighborhoods. They want to live in McLean, Great Falls. What's it called again? It's McLean, Great Falls, Potomac. Okay? This is all they care about. DC, them fancy ass, posh ass neighborhoods in DC. This is where they want to live. And they will sell their own people to hell. They will lie to you and make you think heaven is hell and hell is heaven so they can take care of themselves. Right? Look at this crap. Would you read? Look at this. Oh, my Lord. Labby Master, what are you doing, my baby? Right? Look at this crap. So Bill Clinton A budget of $10 billion. So there goes your reparation, y'all. There's your reparation. They use your reparation money to build prisons. $10 billion. And you mean to tell me that $10 billion, they could have used that for rehab? They could have used that for work programs, apprenticeships, and things like that. They didn't want to do it. They didn't want to do it. And you don't think he got some of that money? You don't think he got some of that money? They all got some of that money. Everybody got money. They all got money. They go to Congress to get rich. These people, they're a bunch of con artists. They're scammers. They're fraudulent. Okay? That $100 billion, everybody got some of that money. That's why the bill had to be signed so the money could be out. Then they all got paid something. They all got paid something. Right? But he's from Baltimore. Right? And we wonder why Baltimore looks the way that it does today. Please, whatever. People are crazy. They're evil. And I will find that video because I have it saved. I will find the C-SPAN video saying all kinds of BS. Because they all read it. They all read it. They read it. They knew what was in it. They knew it was bad. They knew it was bad business. And they signed it anyways. They voted for it and they went around selling it to other Black people, saying, like, oh, it's not that bad. It's what you want. It's what you want. It's what you want. Now, 22 years later, you want to come on TV. Oh, I apologize. I didn't go to prison. So I don't need your apology. The young people that you had locked up, you need to go find those young people and you need to go apologize to their faces, but you ain't going to do it. You're not going to do it. And when you die, God's going to hold you accountable. Yo, you're going to burn in hell. They're going to burn in hell. These are bad people. They're bad for business.
Are nowhere near when you compare it to the schools in the suburbs.
Right.
It's not even close. So that $18,000 that you're spending per student is nothing compared to the money that's spent per student for a kid that is attending school in Towson. I just, it's just one of these things that I just want to like wake people up.
We're dumping money on the situation, yes, but yet we're not getting the results we should get from it. Money's not going to help the thing. We need to just focus on what we need to focus on. As far as Black people being labor force of this country, what else are we doing? We got 25% of us on some kind of government assistance. 1 out of every 3 Black men will go to jail. We got to do something. We got to work with our hands, work with tools, do something, because we're not doing much of anything. And also, one more piece here. Reparations, again, always in the front of us, never going to happen. As long as you've been living, as long as I've been living, as long as everybody been living, they say we need it, we need it, we need it, and it never gets done. One more piece.
You just said, pause. So again, we have to add this factor. He is not.
It's coming from Dr. King, Kevin. It is coming from him. I'm telling you, this man is bad business. When people used to call him a Marxist, I was like, oh, well, I can kind of see, because if you go through capitalism, you need investment capital to start. So I could see how you go, oh, where am I going to get the money from? But he could have gotten the money. But it comes from him. It's from him.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that,
he's not even embarrassed to say. Do you hear this man? He said, oh, they gave land to the poor white farmers in Europe. Okay. Why would Black people want to compete with poor white farmers from Europe? That's hustling backwards. Then he's like, oh, they had government programs to teach them how to farm. Okay. Next. But all that is to trigger, they take something from you. People build Tuskegee out of nothing. They need the government. Black people had George Washington Carver. What are we talking about? What are we even talking about? This man, this dude right here. Oh, I wish he was alive today. I wish he was alive today. What are you even talking about? Black people don't need the federal government to know how to grow land, to grow the crop. They've been doing this. I'm true to this. Like, what the fuck? Why would I compete with a poor white European who's never farmed? He's going to fail. Make it make sense. People come out of Tuskegee. That it was built by Black people. He even said, oh, the white man gave $4 million. Black people gave $4.8 million. These people have money. This dude is crazy. And I'm pretty sure, I'm gonna look it up. I'm sure he went to school at Morehouse to study theology, because he definitely didn't study econ. He did not study economics. He definitely didn't study math, and he definitely did not study law. What is he talking about? Why would Black people need a federal program from the government to know how to grow crops? They used to be enslaved. They know how to do it all. They all need help. These Europeans need help. Let them take it. Where's the Midwest today? Where's the Midwest? Where are they? Like, seriously, how are they doing now? What are we talking about? This man is insane. He is really insane. He is really crazy.
Provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today, many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the Black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And this is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
You see, that's where they get it from. He put that in people's heads. He did that. That the government owes you a check. He did that. He's saying all kinds of foolishness. Even at the time where he's talking like that, I wish, maybe I'll look it up tomorrow, how many Black people were actual doctors. Because at this point, we're not talking 1865. This is like 1960. At that point, Black people are past farming. They're going to farm for what reason? A lot of Black people by this time are doctors, many are lawyers. You also have service workers, but many of these people are highly educated because they went to these HBCU stuff. Why would they want to farm in the Midwest? Why would they go there? What are we talking about? Like, what is this man even? I don't know. What is he talking about? Right? Many Black people are even going to Ivy League schools. Why would they go be farmers in the Midwest? Like I said, those white people who came from Europe and who got free money to be farmers, where are they today? Where are they now? Where are those farms? Did they succeed? Most likely not. And this is why the government has to get out of the private sector. Because I'm sure if we look it up, you'll see all these white farmers who came from Europe and were poor, who got subsidies to farm. I'm sure everybody failed. They most likely failed. Where are they now? There you go. He's saying all kinds of foolishness. But they got that from him. Because this is what he said. Oh, we're coming to get our check. We're coming to get our check. What are we talking about? This dude is crazy. Okay? He's really crazy. Now, let's go back over here.
Talking about this as a debt that is owed. But the more he talks, he continues to prove my point.
What is your point?
Which is this.
What is it?
The U.S. government in particular will look out for every group except for Black Americans. He is proving my point for me when he continues to say, well, they dangle this in front of your face, and they don't dangle things in front of other groups' faces. That's the point. The harm that was done to the Japanese Americans in the internment camps, there was repair, and it was cash reparations. I didn't see all these people come out of the woodwork to protest against that, okay?
You sound so stupid. Just because you're loud don't make you right. Japanese people were put in intermittent camps by the federal government, in intermittent camps that were owned by the federal government. The intermittent camps were not owned by private citizens. Plantations were owned by private citizens. So if you need to sue someone, you got to sue the private citizen that owned the plantation, right? And also, let's be so for real. Had the federal government not paid these Japanese people, they would have sued. And they probably would have sued for way more money. So they got ahead of it and gave them like $30,000 per person, right? Because this is the harm that the federal government inflicted on these people. FDR said that they got to wake up tomorrow and show up at the camp. Lose your house, lose your business. And also, let me say this. The reparations they paid those Japanese people pales in comparison to how much they lost, because the vast majority of Japanese people, just like Black Americans once upon a time, were entrepreneurs. They did not work for the government. They were not on welfare. They worked for themselves. So they probably lost 100, 200, 300, because consider the time they were locked up, the houses they lost. Yes, hold on, Maggie. the stuff they lost, paying them $30,000 is still an insult. So technically, they didn't even get enough money also. So hold on.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Columbia University
geez.
just awarded reparations to Zionists because their feelings were hurt during the pro-Gaza protests.
Okay. So if Black people's feelings were hurt by Columbia University, they need to go sue Columbia. Columbia is not the federal government. It's a private institution. So if any Black person has had the feelings hurt by Columbia, sue them. I wish you all the best. Oh, my little baby, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong?
Okay, so miss me with all this, where the money's supposed to come from. Because the money doesn't just come from the US government. The money can also come from these corporations. Columbia just proved that. And Columbia also was tied to slavery as well, which I discussed on this show. You see, they ain't give no reparations to us. Look at who they give it to. Harvard owned slaves. I don't see Harvard University kicking out no checks.
But then go ahead and sue them. Like, I don't understand. These are private businesses. If Columbia now realizes that Columbia University was built on stolen land with stolen slave labor, yes, they need to pay the money. Black people just need to sue Columbia. You can be mad because somebody else organized and sued Columbia and they got money from Columbia. Columbia is a private institution and they have a lot of money in their endowment funds. If Black people feel as though Harvard was built by slave labor on stolen land, even Native American people should sue Harvard, okay? But you have to bring forth the lawsuit. However, suing a private institution for wrongs that you can directly point to that private institution is not comparable to saying, oh, federal government, you owe me because of slavery. Because the federal government did not own slaves. Private citizens owned slaves, and their family built wealth off the slaves. So you got to go sue those individuals. Why is that so hard? I'm like, why is this so difficult? Right? But a lot of these Ivy Leagues are built on stolen Native American land. So even Native American people, the right nations, I don't use the word tribe, but the right Native American nations, they need to come together and they need to file a class action lawsuit against all these Ivy Leagues because they are built on stolen Native American land. Sue their asses. Now, if Black people also can put a cohesive case together of all the Black slaves who were abused by Harvard to build Harvard, yes, do it and go sue Harvard. And I hope you win. But you have to bring forth a lawsuit. People are not just going to do the right thing. Oh, yes, like 100 years ago, we used African slaves. They're not going to do the right thing just because. Somebody had to bring up the lawsuit. So if Columbia paid people, they settled the lawsuit because those Jewish people brought forth the lawsuit. So Black people have to get together, get their money together, or find a lawyer that'll do it pro bono, put their case together and sue Columbia and show how Columbia benefited from free slave labor, and you sue them. But how can you compare Columbia, a private institution that most likely did use free slave labor, to the federal government? Girl. I'm like, she's losing me. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to go sue those plantation people. Any white American family that has a plantation, make their wealth from a plantation, even if they have a trust, you need to go sue the trust and get the money. Sue the individual. You cannot say, oh, federal government, you owe me for slavery, when the federal government is the one that abolished slavery. That makes no sense. That really makes no sense. That makes no sense to me. Sue the people.
But they trying to protect everybody else, though.
Oh, Lord Jesus. Sabrina, you are crazy.
The way that he is approaching this is from a point of view is, oh, you're just giving people a check. No, it is a debt that is owed.
By who?
And I feel like if people do not understand that, they will constantly go back and forth with this battle of, well, we don't need a handout. It's
Stop screaming, Sabrina. If people don't understand your point because you have not effectively communicated who owes the debt, why do you, I really don't understand. Why do you bypass plantation owners and you go straight for the federal government? Why don't you say, at least let's start by suing every known family that had slaves? Why don't you want to sue those people? So the people who actually enslaved the people, you don't want to sue those people. So let's say you find out in Louisiana that there's a white family in Louisiana that had slaves for like maybe 100 or 200 years. And because of that, that family became billionaires. You don't want to sue them at all. So they should face no consequences. They should keep those 2 billion, even though you know they would have those billions without slavery. So that family in Louisiana, you don't want to sue those people. Your main beef is with the federal government, not the families in Louisiana that actually have plantations. She can't be serious. She truly and honestly cannot be serious, right? The debt that is owed by white families who own plantations and African slaves and who got to be incredibly wealthy for 200 years of free labor. These families need to pay the money. You need to sue those people first. But to not even try to sue any of these white families that own plantations, to jump straight to the federal government, that is crazy to me. You punish the people who actually partook in slavery. Families whose ancestors owned plantations and owned slaves. They need to be the first ones to be held accountable. Yeah, because he doesn't get it. How can you bypass the people? The plantation owner, he might not be alive, but his great-grandkids are alive. They're alive. And a lot of them still have some of the money from the slavery. So why not even start there first and say to people, if you were enslaved in Virginia, if your ancestors were enslaved in Virginia, New Orleans, South Carolina, everybody should find out where their people were enslaved. And then collectively, per state, per city, people should file these class action lawsuits. Because the money that was made on this plantation that built your family's wealth, some of it, you have to give it to the descendants of the enslaved because it's their part. They played a part in this plantation being crazy successful. So now the same way you are inheriting from your grandparents, they also need to eat from their grandparents' labor. That makes a lot of sense. At least start there first. But no, I'm not going to sue any plantation owner. I'm not going to sue their grandkids. I'm not going to sue their estate. I'm going to just let these people just, get away with this crime, but I'm going to go sue the federal government. It's really hard for me to understand that. It's really hard. Like, this is crazy.
Oh.
By who?
Let's continue.
One more piece, then you add
Hold
another
on,
one. So,
I promise.
So hold on to it.
One
No, hold
more
on
piece.
to it.
I'm gonna land the plane. I'm gonna land the plane. I promise. Reparations is a thing. Like I said, it's a carrot that dangle in front of us. They're never really going to get it done. And if it was going to get done, it would have already been done. It's just something that they're using to try and make us stay Democrat. That's what I wanted to say.
Well, Democrats are not doing reparations either. This is nonpartisan. This is black partisan, baby. Okay.
Well,
this is nonpartisan.
Who do we vote for? Who do we vote for? 93% of the time. There's no incentive.
To be quite honest, you're not talking to a Democrat. You're talking to a radical.
Okay, but let's land
this plane very quickly.
Who do we vote for?
Talking this plane quickly.
You're talking
to a radical, not a Democrat.
Okay, and you are your own person.
Let me tell you something now. I don't know what they told you, but if they told you that cutting me off is how we're going to get clicks, stop it now.
Oh, no.
That's not how we're going to. That's not how we're going to enter.
We're having a debate.
A debate does not require continuously cutting somebody off.
Okay, no problem.
Now, I do want to state this. You're stating things as it relates to how money is not fixing a problem without acknowledging the fact that the problem doesn't exist in a vacuum and that there are so many other factors that are determining how that money is getting spent to impede it from actually fixing a problem. You can put all the money into Baltimore public schools you want, but if you are also putting all this money into policing, into communities that are not getting resources, then you are also creating your own conundrum. The other part of this is that when you're saying they, the they is a broad context. And the last part of this that I will say is that you keep saying they're dangling this in our face. They're dangling in our face. Slavery lasted for 400 years. It hasn't even been 400 years since slavery. So should we be only fighting for a quarter of the time to get repair?
All right. I'm so sorry.
I don't even know what she meant by that. But slavery lasted for 400 years because of individuals. You gotta sue the actual families that owned the slaves. like, you got to sue those families. I mean, to me, the fact that you're not trying to start by suing those families first, no comprende. I don't get that part.
You've been voted out by the majority.
Yeah, so then we'll go into the next guy. This one is very, very cringe as well. But again, he's just not talking about it from the position that it needs to be discussed, that it's a debt that is owed. So he lost me, especially when he brought up Baltimore City schools. I'm like, yeah, let's talk about it, because I went to Baltimore City School.
You went there for 3 years, Sabrina. Chill. You didn't spend your entire academic, like, you didn't spend your entire academic life in Baltimore County. You went there for 3 years. And you went there from the 2nd grade to the 5th grade. You were still a child, right? I'm sure your mother never would have allowed you to go to Baltimore County, Baltimore high schools. It wouldn't have happened, right? And also, when you went there, probably 20 years ago, 17 years ago, something like that, it was bad, but it wasn't this bad. In this day and age, I don't even think if you had children, I don't even think you would allow your child to even go to the 2nd grade in Baltimore County schools. So please stop. But at the end of the day, $1.7 billion every year for only 100,000 students plus, that is too much money. That is definitely enough money for us to at least have children read at a 9th grade level. What is the problem? So if $1.7 billion ain't gonna do it, then fuck it. Truly fuck it. So, what the fuck?
For a short period of time.
Exactly.
So again, people just don't know what they're talking about.
We do. You don't know it all, Sabrina. And right now, you don't even live in the DMV. You're in Connecticut somewhere. I'm out here in Virginia. You don't know. Girl, go sit down somewhere.
That's why I feel sometimes they are actors. Let's get.
You're an actress. Stop that.
Get to we got one more to show after this one. This kid here, I really do feel like, Lord Jesus, help him. Help him. Help him.
Matt Nuclear, yes.
Matt Nuclear, give me a better handshake on that. Let's do it.
I appreciate having this conversation with a beautiful Black woman like yourself. This is nice, beautiful arena here. I disagree that reparations are necessary. I think the most important thing that's necessary right now for the Black community would be the stopping of violence, especially Black on Black violence. I don't see how reparations is going to solve anything. You can give everyone here like a $50,000 check, especially people that are in the streets who are committing violent crimes consistently. A $50,000 check, it's not going to fix anything. It's not going to increase the median household income in the next 10 years by 10% or 20%. For example,
Pause. He has no idea what he's talking about. A $50,000 check.
You also have no ideas what you're talking about. You see how she is? She refused to admit that we have a cultural problem. She's refusing to admit that we have a cultural problem, because Sabrina is also being an activist. She's an activist. She's a socialist. For her, the only way to fix issues in the Black community, give money. Give more money. Give more money. Give money. Give money. Give money. Don't talk about the actual issues. Don't talk about behavior issues. Don't talk about cultural issues. Don't talk about the lack of families. No. If you want to fix the Black community in America, just give it money. No, it is not going to fix it. I, as a West African woman, I'm telling you, people are always sending money to Africa. The people still poor. You know, growing up, how much money my mom has sent back home? Like, ask anybody here that's African. You know how much money the family sends back home? Send this person money. Send money. Send money. And the people are still poor. We left in 96. We are in 2026 almost. They're still poor. Because if people don't change their mindset around money, it doesn't matter how much money you give the person, they're going to be poor. And sometimes I even feel like sending money back home is really problematic because it makes people dependent. Now they're waiting by the phone every Friday. They're waiting to see if you're going to send more money. It is crazy, right? You cannot fix people by just giving people money. It doesn't work like that. And it doesn't make you a bad person. But if you don't have the right culture, if you don't have the right mindset, if a lot of people believe that having money automatically makes you a bad person, every rich person is evil, they themselves will never try to be rich, at least be financially solvent. And that is a problem. The young man is right. Now, when he talks about, the crime, even the crime stuff, the Black on Black crime stuff, which is a number that it's a statistic that is concerning. But once again, it comes back to culture. People were not doing this before. Why? Because you no longer have families. People stop going to church. If you grew up in church back to back to back, you go to Sunday school, Bible study, you're going to know you can't kill people. You know what I mean? Like, we don't kill people. We don't take the life of people because you're going to have to see God. The afterlife is real. But if so many parents don't even try to take their kids to church on Sundays, when we have a godless society, bad things are going to happen to people, right? Before, a lot of Black Americans didn't have money. They were not killing people because they were rich in their faith. The man said that a lot of faith, people fear God, right? We have to stop acting as if, oh, because I'm poor, automatically I got to be dirty. Because I'm poor, I have to be violent. Because I'm poor, I have to be criminal. There are a bunch of people who are poor. They're not criminals. There are a bunch of people who are poor. They're not dirty. Exactly. They're like, even I'm from Africa too. There's a lot of poor people in Africa. They don't steal. Because yes, the family is not rich, but they were raised right. You don't have to be rich to not be a thief. And just because you're poor doesn't automatically mean that you're going to steal. There are plenty of poor kids who don't steal because they're rich in culture. They're rich in family values. They are rich in their religion. They know it's a no-no. You don't steal from people. You don't take what doesn't belong to you. There are a bunch of poor kids in the Middle East. They don't steal because they have the moral police in the Middle East. And if they catch your ass, they cut off your hands. So people don't steal. Everybody tells you that. You go to Saudi Arabia, you go to Qatar, you go to the Emirates, you leave your iPhone, your iMac, you leave your money. No one is going to touch it. So what does that tell you? It's not about police or needing more police. People need to police themselves. And when people are raised to know God and to fear God, people will police themselves. It is a lot easier. It's a lot cheaper if private citizens are out here policing themselves. We don't always need to hire more police officers. People should know how to govern themselves. Something doesn't belong to you, don't take it. It's not that hard, right? Like I said, in Japan, they have stores. There's no one in there. There's no shop person. There's no shopkeeper. The store is wide open. There's stuff all over the place. People in Japan, they walk in there, they take what they need, they pay the money, they leave. Nobody steals. In America, we have bad culture now because they took God from church. They took prayer from church. They keep saying that religion is evil. God is oppression. The patriarchy is oppression. So when you have a godless society, people normalize criminal behavior. And we have to bring people back to God, right? God, bring people back to God. We don't need police officers. You don't have to kill anyone. Why are you killing people? Why do you want to steal when you can make your own money? Why do you want to steal from someone when you can do it for yourself? You don't need to steal from anyone. You're blessed. You're highly favored, right? You're going to make it. Just be patient. But do not take what doesn't belong to you. That's it. That's that. It's not a big deal. It really is not a big deal.
When people ask like how to like close the racial wealth gap, that is the way that you do it.
You see?
Is by paying the debt that is owed, the reparations.
You see how slow she is? So for her, there is a wealth gap between white people and black people, which before Dr. King, it wasn't even that big because the people had closed the gap. Just like you said, the educational gap between white people and black people, on average, it was a 3-year gap, right? And then eventually they closed that gap within 60 days or 6 months, something like that, right? So even in the reading gap, you had no reading gaps between white people and black children. There were no gaps. But someone like Sabrina, she's very dangerous for black people. So she's saying because there's a wealth gap between black people and white people, the way to fix the wealth gap, just give black people the money. She thinks it's that easy because she's never studied econ. Otherwise, she would realize that what she's saying is extremely dangerous. She's never studied Argentina. That's why, I keep saying this, the black community is led by a bunch of idiots, bunch of people who don't know shit. They've never studied shit. If you studied Argentina, you would know why this is bad. This is really, really bad, right? Even the wealth fund between the UK and Norway, UK didn't give money to people. They prioritize investing the money versus giving people handouts. Great Britain prioritized giving handouts versus investments. Today, their wealth fund is almost zero. The GDP per capita in the UK, I think, is almost like 40,000. It went down. It should have been higher. In Norway, they got boku money, right? You can do comparative studies out here. It is not that hard. But this is the problem with listening to activists. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about. Anybody who studies Argentina knows that what this lady is proposing is dangerous. It is so dangerous. That's why socialists, nobody wants to deal with these people because they're bad for business. If it was that easy, you think it's that easy? Right? Just take from the poor, give it to the rich, and everything is fixed. It does not work. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. The best way to fix a wealth gap: marriage, education, being an entrepreneur, and being patient. That's the best way to fix it. You want to close the wealth gap between Black Americans and white people, wherever else? Marriage, education. I mean, like crazy ass grades, like impressive grades. And then also, you got to start a business. And that's why you see Indian people, most Indians have businesses, gas stations, 7-Eleven. The vast majority, not so much with Black people now because of MLK, but you see, Asians, they all have businesses. Korean, they all have businesses. This is why they get to be really rich. That's how you close the gap. And their children have incredible grades. They usually stay married for a very long time. You get my point? So it's like her, she doesn't want to fix the low marriage rate. She doesn't want to fix poor academic grades. She doesn't want to fix the bad culture. No, everything needs to stay the same. Just give more money and then the things will be fixed. That's not how it works. It's very silly. She's insane. She's really insane. This is not how it works. It's not that easy. Even if you have $1 million, you can have, let's say you have 10 million, and you know, oh, Marlene, I want my sister to be a millionaire, so I'll give her $1 million. Go ahead. But when you haven't worked for something, you're not going to appreciate it. You're going to come back in 2 days. You don't spend that money. Money is gone. You're going to be mad. Like, girl, where is the money? What do you mean, where is the money? She's never going to see money the way that you see money because she didn't work for it. You just gave her $1 million. So the money is gone. Right? And that's why most people, even most wealthy people who take care of their families, they never take care of their families with their seed money. They invest the money, and then when they have dividends and things like that, they use that money to go take care of their family. And I remember one time I told y'all, I said, you never give away your seed. You go invest your seed, and then whatever the extra harvest from your seed, that's what you give to people. But you never give your seed because they're not going to appreciate this. Do you know how many times my mom trying to make her older sister into a businesswoman? Every business failed. Do you know how much money my mom has spent on her sister? Because, oh, my sister doesn't have anything to do. My sister is broke. My sister. Do you know how many times my mom tried to turn my auntie into a businesswoman? Every business failed. Even when she's able to sell stuff, she just spends the money. Because they don't understand that when you have revenue, you have to remove your cost of goods. And at least if you're going to spend the money, at least spend the benefit, like spend your profit. No, they spend all of it. There's not a single business that's been successful because being an entrepreneur was never a desire for my aunt. She don't care. My mom was trying to force her to be a businesswoman. She doesn't want to do it. She don't want to do it. Just send her money and call it a day. There's so much money was wasted. The lady does not want to be an entrepreneur. Okay? Leave it alone. It's like trying to force someone to be a content creator. They don't want to do it. Stop forcing them. Okay? Those who want to do it are going to do it. Those who don't want to do it, they ain't going to do it. Stop forcing people. Okay? Every day you wake up, there's a new Black person out here who's becoming a millionaire because they wanted to do it. Some people don't want to do it. So just taking money and giving money to people, it's not going to fix the problem. They have to fix their attitude towards money. Like I said, like hours ago in the live, the vast majority of Black people don't have good attitude towards money because many of them, they read the Bible in a very weird way. So they believe that in order to be a great Christian, you have to make an oath of poverty. They believe that poverty automatically means you're humble. If you're poor, you're good. If you're poor, you're a humble person. If you're poor, you're going to go to heaven. That's how they think. So until they change their mindset around money, until they change their paradigm around money, you cannot force anyone to want to be financially successful. The best you can do is take care of yourself. But just taking money and giving it to people, it's not going to fix the wealth gap. It's never, ever, ever going to do it. So I'm like, what are we talking about? It doesn't work like that.
That Black people have been at the bottom and we've stayed at the bottom. The data shows that. That's not my.
You see how she's lying? You see? White supremacist. Black people have been at the bottom. Where? When? Black people have always been at the bottom. I think by now we know that is not correct. But you see how she's saying it? And she's Black American and she's saying stuff like that. So then how are foreigners and immigrants not going to believe that? Oh, they're at the bottom. They've always been at the bottom. When? When exactly have Black Americans been at the bottom? She needs to tell us. And they've always been at the bottom? That is completely false. And that's why Tobias Sowell said that people like that, they're Eurocentric. She is lying. That is not correct. The numbers do not show that. Okay. During slavery, yeah, because they didn't own anything. To slavery, were they at the bottom? Really? In the 60s, they were at the bottom. Okay, ma'am. You need to give us receipts. You can't just be saying stuff like that. That is a lie.
Opinion. You can look this up for yourself. We discussed this multiple times before.
We've looked it up for ourselves. I don't think you've looked it up for yourself. They were not always at the bottom. That is a lie.
Or on this show, but it's very clear to me, like, and he's one of the ones that I really think was just acting. I'm like, you've got to be acting. You cannot be this ignorant. You cannot. So he brings up the crime issue, but he doesn't get into the why.
Okay. What is the why?
Black on black crime. Mm-hmm. There's also white on white crime.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of movies made about it.
Okay.
They're on Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu. There's a lot of race on same race crime.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't hear people bring that up. You don't hear people say, we got to stop this white on white crime.
Mm-hmm. So what is your point?
Absolute mess.
Oh, really?
Oh my God.
The Chinese.
You see the privilege when you're Black and you live in the suburb, because if you notice carefully, Sabrina is married to a foreigner. Okay, her name is Salvati. So herself, and I've always noticed that it's always African Americans who are married to foreigners or white people or things like that are always like mega pro crazy Black. You notice her last name? This is not her main name. That's the name of her husband. So most likely, if he's not Italian, he's probably like Eastern Asian, maybe like Indian or something like that, right? This lady does not live amongst Black people. Okay, I don't know where she lived, but she don't live in a predominantly Black neighborhood. Also, if she lived in Chicago or those inner cities, she would not be saying, okay, but what about it? What about it? Right? It's always white people. It's always Black people, privileged Black people who live in suburbs, who live in very safe neighborhoods, who are nested in the safety of their suburbs, who want to make it seem as though, oh, okay, and if you live there, you would not be saying that. There are literally Black families. Everybody got killed through gun violence. It's really sad. And you're very dismissive when you say things like, what about white on white crime? Yeah, it's also sad, but that's in our community. Over here, it's a bit too much. We expect people who spend a lot of time together to be more likely to hurt each other because if you're Black, you're more likely to be in proximity with other Black people. If you're white, you're more likely to be in proximity to other white people. However, should the numbers be that bad? If we know that in the 1960s, only 90,000 Black people out of 180 million Americans were behind bars. And then in less than 10 years later, we have 900,000 people. We're not going to sit here and act like, oh, well, but white people do it. Yeah, but do they do it at this rate? Just like white people commit more sexual assault, rapes, and things like that, right? So they need to also worry about that. And thankfully, Black people don't do such a thing. But it's still concerning because why are white people out here being rapists like this? That the number is too high. So you got 55% of people who are convicted of like sexual assault, rapes, and things like that are white. Now, when it comes to homicide, about 50-something% are Black people. So they got to take their L, and then we got to take the L. It's okay, right? But the numbers are truly, truly alarming. So to go from 90,000 people in the 1960s to 10 years later, you are 900,000. Something happened. And you are not a good Black person if you don't make it your business to understand what happened. How do you go in 10 years from 90,000 to 900,000? That is 10x in 10 years. This is really concerning. Now, how much is it now? It's even more. So we need to say, why is this happening? And people, and Black people, or anybody who's asking that question, they deserve an answer. They really do. Exactly. I'm like, the people deserve an answer because that is a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Because if you have 900, if let's say you have 2 million people, 2 million Black people in prison, and many of them are probably there because of homicide. So we got 2 million people in prison and maybe 2 million Black people who are dead. So collectively, we've lost 4 million people. This is not a joke. This is not a joke. Or let's say even you have 1 million, it's like 50%, okay, whatever. Let's say you have 1 million. So let's say you have a 2 million Black population in prison and 50% are in there for murder. So if they at least kill one person, then it's 1 million people dead. It's 1 million people locked up. So collectively, 2 million Black people are gone. This is very serious. How can you be pro-Black and be so dismissive? 2 million people went missing in 10 years. Now, only God knows how many people was in prison now. But that's just too many. That's too many people. That is too many people. The people who are dead, they're never coming back. Some of those people in prison, they probably have life, so they're never coming out. But some will come out. So what do we do? And it's worth talking about. But because I think it's inconvenience, because it's more entertaining to focus on white people and white racism, people don't want to talk about it when we have to say, what is going on? Because if this doesn't stop, how many more Black people are going to die for petty shit? And how many more Black people are going to go to prison? It's sad. I don't know. It's really, really sad. You have to know what's going on. But I'm saying there's a cultural shift that needs to happen. There is a serious cultural shift that needs to happen. The only thing that is sad about switching or shifting cultures, you need violence. Only violence changes culture. No, I'm not saying, I don't know if it's physical violence. It could be religious violence in a way, right? Like more Black Christians really, really taking over the community, right? But it's going to take a lot of force to change the culture to what it used to be, where people go back to having a heart and having a heart of compassion. You can be mad. You can have a bad day. You can be upset that you didn't have a dad in your life or you're growing up in poverty. But those things do not give you any right to take anybody's life. Drink some water, go to sleep. You don't have the right to take anybody's life, just like nobody else has the right to take your life. Life has to be really sacred, right? So I'm like, what are we doing?
Exclusion Act of 1882. We prevented Chinese people from getting citizenship and even entering the country. We discriminated against them and basically put them under apartheid, even here in the United States. Yet they have the highest median household income. How is that possible? How come they don't complain and feel entitled consistently to beg for reparations and beg for this when they are killing each other 90% of the time?
Chinese Americans are not a part of systemic racism in this country.
That is not true, Sabrina. That is not true. Like, she is really crazy. This is not correct. And I had to tell a friend that. She's like, oh, Marlene. I was like, babe, I don't think you've properly studied American history. Chinese people played a big part in developing the West, which makes sense, you guys. It makes a lot of sense, right? When you look at the map, right? If you look at the map of the US, right? Most black people, and you can see, okay, sure, whatever. Can I click on this? Make it bigger? No. Let me see. Okay, maybe this one, maybe. Let me see if I can make it bigger. How can I make this map bigger though? Yeah. Okay, I guess this will have to do. I guess. I don't know. Let me find another map. Maybe. Some of these maps, man. Hold on. Maybe I can make it real big. Okay. Let's come over here, right? Remember I showed you the other map? Oh, this one. Here it is, right? Here it is. Okay. All right. Do you see how this map looks, right? And it makes perfect sense. The vast majority of enslaved people helped to grow the South, the Northeast, and the Midwest. Makes perfect sense. Asian people were really involved in developing the western part of America. That's why you don't have too many Black people over there. And it makes sense because the South, the Northeast, closer to the Atlantic, so it's closer to Africa. It's not that hard, right? The western part of America, closer to the Pacific. On the other side of the Pacific Ocean, you have Asia. One of the biggest continents, one of the biggest countries in Asia is China. So it will make more sense as to why you have way more Chinese people who are used and abused to develop the western part of America. It makes a lot of sense. Just because Chinese American history is not taught in American history, it doesn't mean that these people did not also play a meaningful contribution in developing the West. And also, you study relations between the Chinese and the Irish. Yet again, the Irish out there were out there abusing Chinese people. There was such a thing in America called yellow journalism. The same way you would have Black caricature, you would have journalism that would paint Black people with the black dark face with the red lips, all that weird shit. You also had yellow journalism, and it got worse. World War I, it got worse, World War II. Everybody, I would think, for as much as she claims to know, right? It was all over the place, right? But they were making fun of Chinese people. It was really bad. Chinese people were mistreated. Many Chinese people worked in building the railroad in what's it called? In the West out there. It's a real thing. Now, if we want to do oppression Olympics, you can say slavery was slightly worse, but they also went through something that I'm sure was very traumatic for them as well, right? Guys, stop doing that. People went through some shit. America has abused a lot of people, even Native Americans. There were 12 million, 11.5 to 12 million Native Americans when these white people got here. Today, you're only left with 500,000 people. So that's a crazy ass genocide. These Europeans killed 11 million Native Americans. This stuff is also real. I think it's very distasteful to try to play oppression Olympic, or who was hurt more, who was killed more, who was enslaved the hardest. Ultimately, these Anglo-Saxon and these French and these Dutch people did a lot of inhumane things to many non-white people. Now, it could also be that because Asian culture, they don't talk a lot. You know, they keep their pain to themselves. But just because someone is not talking about their pain every single day does not mean that they didn't go through some awful shit. America is a very racist country. Like, it's really, really bad. Okay? Maybe one day we can get into it. But yellow journalism, dehumanizing Chinese people, abusing Chinese people, beating Chinese people, raping Chinese people, yes. Yes, and yes, it happened here. So like I said, when you look at this map, it makes a lot of sense, right? It's a lot easier to get Asians to come to California and those places because across the Pacific, you have Asia. When it comes to the South and the Northeast, it makes more sense why you would have more Black slaves there because Africa is across the Atlantic. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Just because you have not heard about something doesn't mean it didn't happen. Just because Chinese Americans don't always want to talk about the past doesn't mean that they also were not hurt. White people did some awful fucked up shit. Did some fucked up shit, right? And they should also include Chinese American history in their history books and stop painting themselves as good people. They've done some awful things to people too. They do really bad things to people. But Chinese people went through a lot of bullshit. So did Japanese. There's a reason why when you go to San Francisco, you'll see a lot of Japanese people. You go to LA, you'll see a lot of Japanese people. It makes sense. Japan is not that far. Japan is in the Pacific. People should know that. So it makes sense. The Asian people developed the West of America. The enslaved African people, Northeast, the South, and I guess the Midwest, right? Because the Atlantic is not that far off. That's it, that's that. It's not a big deal. So, they didn't go through systemic. You don't know what they've been through. You're not Chinese. And it's quite obvious that you have not studied Chinese American history. So you can't speak like that. It's very, for you to want people to respect your plight and to talk like that about other people, very distasteful. You don't know what they've been through.